either of the two outfielders who had a chance to make a play, Castellanos being the lead among them, because he actually made it look like he had a play on the ball, which he didn't. It was far enough up the wall, he should have been able to know he wasn't going to be able to catch it, and then you got to be able to play the carom. As that ball is just rolling away from both of them.
It was totally over at that point.
And I'm going, oh, man, they're going to lose this game?
Yeah.
All right, tied if they get the 2 runs off. But it just kept going away and going away. It was a very difficult ninth inning.
I mean, it was really, once the ball, Karam, given where, if you didn't see it, where Marsh 100%. Was and where Castellanos was, there was a 0% or...
Yeah, or 100% chance it was going to be an inside the park.
Yeah. Let's listen to it. Look, we're in a pickle today because we don't ordinarily play audio when the other team wins. It's not something people want to hear. But, I mean, it does tell the story of the game. The story of the game is the Phillies lost on an inside the park home run in the ninth inning, and you kind of got to hear it to understand it, especially if you...
3-run.
Yeah, 3-run. You're holding a 2-run lead. You're 2 outs away from winning the game. And then this happens.
Swung on, hit deep, right field, into the gap goes Castellanos at the wall. It's off the wall. It's in play. It bounds way back into center. 2 runs are going to score. Bailey's coming around third. He is going to score standing up on a walk-off inside the park home run.
Unbelievable, and obviously horrible. And by the way, the Mets won yesterday, so the Phillies are now, as we hit July the 9th, in a first-place tie. So they have dropped back. It was recently, I think 2 days ago, they were a game and a half up, and now they are tied with the Mets, which obviously you start playing with fire in all sorts of ways, including, by the way, the Phillies are also only, Jody, a lot of people might not know this, only 3.5 games up on a playoff spot. So they got a lot of work to do. This isn't just about trying to win the division and all that represents. But they got work to do to make the playoffs. It was a Taiwan game yesterday. There was ramifications with that. He didn't pitch bad. You knew he wasn't going to be able to pitch too long. But look, there's a lot to react to, including the ridiculous way the Phillies lost last night. 215-592-9494. Let's get to what I sense will be the main focus of many. Well, really 2 focuses, I guess I should say. So the first is the bullpen, which obviously at the end of the game let the Phillies down. Now, we got to say, in innings 5, 6, 7, 8, did a great job. I mean, you're going to Manny, Mo, and Jack and his brother Strom, and it actually worked out for 5, 6, 7, and 8. So this is ironically not like the classic day to hammer the bullpen, because they did get 4 clean innings from 5 different relievers, or I think it was 4 different relievers yesterday. But the bullpen, look, you give up a 3-run homer inside the park to end the game. Obviously, bullpen comes into focus, as it should, because it's, Jody, obviously one of the weaker spots of the team. That's clear. But let's get to another spot of the team that I sense will actually likely be more the focus today, and that's Rob Thompson. So if you don't know why, let me just detail it. You've got, in the 8th inning, you've got Jordan Romano, and he comes in there with 1 out in the 8th. Strom has already been used, and kind of the other guys. And so Romano gets the final 2 outs of the 8th. So now it's 9th inning time. You got a decision. It's a tale of 2 different arguments fans make. Argument 1 is my reliever should be able to go more than 1 inning, or in this case, 2/3 of an inning, go back to Romano. The other argument is let's go to Kirkring, and my relievers should be able to go on back-to-back days after he pitched 25 pitches the prior day. So you have 2 classic Philadelphia sports. You should be able to do that, or you should be able to do that. Now, we all know Kirkring's better than Romano. There's no question about that. Let me just say this. For those that are going to blame or blast Rob Thompson, I entirely disagree with you.
Really?
Entirely. And I'll tell you why, Jody. This is so much more on Dave Dombrowski. Are you freaking kidding me? I mean, look, first off, let's go to where it starts, okay? It starts with a $72 million pitcher who can only go 4 innings because they don't want him to start. So they've removed him multiple times in his tenure from a starter. They go back to him because Mick Abel's not working out. They go back to him because Andrew Painter's not ready. They go back to him because Aaron Nola's injured, none of which are the fault of Dombrowski. But the reality is, Dombrowski signed a $72 million guy 3 years ago who obviously they don't really trust. Nobody in Philadelphia trusts. So Rob Thompson can only use him for 4 innings yesterday because he's not stretched out. He can't be. He's been a relief pitcher for the last month. So that's issue number 1. Then Topper actually does navigate 5, 6, 7, and 8, uses Strom, who I guess most people would say is probably their second best reliever, although he's been shaky this year, uses him in the 7th inning. So now you get to the 8th inning, you get to the Romano portion. So, I get it. Could you go to Kirkland? Sure you could. But to me, it is so much more about the limited options Dave Dombrowski gives Rob Thompson. And here's what's going to happen today on WIP, and here's what's going to happen all around the city today. Rob Thompson's going to take a lot of bullets. And he's going to be taking those bullets for 2 people. 3, actually. I'll give you 3 entities. 1, Romano, who didn't do his job properly enough, obviously, in the 9th inning. 2, Dombrowski. He's number 1 for me because of the frickin' options. And 3 is the Bats, which only scored 3 runs in a 9-inning game, yet again. So I'm just telling you from my vantage point. Now, I'll hear where you're at, 215-592-9494. But I think so much of the blame will be misaligned today. Jody, what say you?
You know how big a Rob Thompson fan and defender I am. Here's the biggest mistake for me that he made last night, because you're right. They've got a ragtag bullpen. And to try and navigate 5 innings of bullpen work when Taiwan can only go 4, you're swimming upstream. It's a difficult task. You're leaving at Rob Thompson's feet to be able to get that done. However, I can't use Strom in the 7th inning. We should understand there is a way the game of baseball works. It's a 9-inning game. We know when it's going to end. It's the 9th inning. So if you use him in the 7th inning, and I know every inning is created equal. No, it's not. The 9th inning, if you give up runs in the 9th inning, guess what? The game is over. If you give him up in the 7th, you get a couple more at bat. You give up the 8th, you got 1 more at bat. When you're on the road and you know you're not coming up, you will have already come up in the 9th. When you put your pitcher out there, you're done.
But you know why he used Strom in the 7th, right?
Matchups.
Yes.
Always.
Now look, there's a good chance the same guys that bat in the 7th are going to bat in the 9th. I mean, we should say that. You never exactly know. And you could go 1-2-3, 1-2-3, and then those guys that hit in the 7th never come up in the 9th. But the reality is, oftentimes, players that hit in the 7th are also going to come up in the 9th. But, I mean, the bottom line is Topper felt in the moment in the 7th, this is a key spot to use my primary lefty reliever, Strom, who, again, despite his struggles, is probably one of their 2 best relievers. I can't blast him for that. Again, how is this not on Dombrowski? Can somebody answer me how this is not on Dombrowski? I mean, Jody, you're telling me you should have saved Strom for the 9th, and I got a lot of people that don't want Strom in the game, and I'm telling you he's their second best reliever. That is a Dave Dombrowski issue. Clear as day. Clear as day. Now, Rhea, I know you're going to come in here charging on Rob Thompson.
I'm waiting.
All right.
I'm waiting.
All right, talk to me.
Everything you say about Dombrowski is true. That game is in front of you. You absolutely cannot. I don't know how many times I could do an entire update of cannots. Put Romano back out there for a 5-out save. You cannot. They said they pulled Kirkering after 25 pitches on Monday night to make him available. Why wasn't he available? All of a sudden, he wasn't available. No, there's no way. You are lucky that he came in and got you 2 outs on 5 pitches. He did his job in the 8th inning. You can't put him back out.
So the 5 pitches is pretty key, though. He did not pitch much in the 8th. So 2 outs and 5 pitches is, to me, a big part of the storyline.
If you put a lie detector on every single person who was awake at that time of the morning watching that, not a single one of them went at Romano.
Look, I'm not a Romano guy, but I'm just telling you. All right, Seltzer, where are you? Blame game where?
I'm far more with Rhea than with you. Yep. Look, I think the Dave Dombrowski thing is a truism. That is overarching all this. Dave Dombrowski's done a bad job. This bullpen's not good enough. Facts. It is what it is. But to Rhea's point, you still have to manage each game in front of you. And Topper has done this.
He's also managed in October. He's managed in October. I get it.
Topper's done this so many times. The bringing a guy in a big spot in an inning, he gets 2 big outs, and then he sits on the bench and cools down and all that, and then he brings him back out. He does this all the time. I think it's a mistake every single time he does it. Jose Alvarado's the only guy who's sometimes been able to do it. It's just a bad philosophy. I get it. He doesn't have guys. I thought that was
hold on. What about this philosophy? Because I hear this 5 million times this season from Phillies fans, and I'm one of them who says it. My guy pitched 5 pitches in the 8th inning. He should be able to pitch the 9th.
Again, I believe that it is really hard to come into a big spot late in the game, get big outs, go sit on the bench as a reliever, and then come back out and ratchet it back up. I personally don't believe in that philosophically.
Okay.
There are certain relievers who can do it, but most guys really struggle with that.
Look,
I think that was a big mistake by Rob
Maybe
Thompson.
it'll be me versus the world today. That is possible. Devin, what say you? Where we at?
I mean, I think that blame is due for both Thompson and, of course, like I agree with what James said. A truism is Dave Dombrowski is the one who's, controlling the talent that Rob Thompson is able to roll out there.
Or lack of.
Or lack of, exactly. Right. I'm giving them too much credit by saying that. I mean, I just don't understand the decision, and maybe he didn't have options, which, again, is mind-blowing because he literally said after the game, well, I was in a corner because Kirkgreen wasn't available.
Right.
Well, why wasn't he available? Then that leads us to speculate, okay, is he injured? Was something wrong?
Well,
because
let me answer that. He's not available, and I used
they
this phrase
said
earlier.
they wanted to make him available, though, like Rhea said.
I know they did, but he's not available.
And they had an off day before they got out there.
Look,
like, he pitched one day. He can't pitch a second day in a row?
I'm going to
pitch
tell
on
you.
Sunday.
This is nonsense.
I'm going to tell you why he's not available. You might not like it. I'm just going to tell you why.
Oh, yeah, Alan Wheeler threw the complete game. He hasn't pitched in Saturday, one day.
Because Rob Thompson's trying to manage October. You may disagree with it. I'm just telling you. I mean,
July.
Look, I'm just
so
telling
not
you.
not putting Kirkgreen out there in July.
Look, all I'm telling
is going
you
to help them
is
in October.
23.
No, I get the innings thing and the pitches thing. I get that.
Kimbrel
but
23.
I get it.
Hold on. Kimbrel 23, freaking done in October. Freaking Hoffman and Strom last year, and Kirkgreen, by the way, hit a wall in October. He's trying to avoid that. You may not like how he arrived at it last night, and I get it. Jody, Devin, James, Rhea, and everyone listening to me that disagrees with me, I respect where you're coming from.
I don't respect where you're coming from.
I know you don't. Well, then you don't get to complain if Kimbrel freaking hits a wall because he's cooked.
And how much older is Kimbrel?
Well, he was
than Orion?
about 10 years older.
I mean,
so.
come on.
I know. But you got to admit,
was a lot of mileage on that arm.
Strom and Hoffman also fell apart in the postseason last
He
year.
was
Everything
like 12 or
is young.
13 years older.
Well, whatever. all right. Where do you stand? I mean, it was a complicated end of the game. Maybe you say it's a simple end. I don't know. I think it's actually complicated. But and it was wacky. It was awful. It was terrible. And the Mets have tied the Phils. Look, 215-592-9494. The philosophical debate, and it sort of is philosophical. Use the same reliever back-to-back days, or use the same reliever in a second inning after pitching 5 pitches in the 8th inning. What do you think? And where do you assign blame as it relates to Rob Thompson, as it relates to Romano, as it relates to Dave Dombrowski? 215-592-9494. Plus the baseball thing. We got a ton to do on Me and Jack today. It happens today. In 5 hours and 49 minutes, it's real at Plymouth White Marsh High School. Looking forward to it. We'll talk a lot about that as well. Off and rolling on a Wednesday morning, 94 WIP.
It was super hot yesterday, going to be hot again today. So if you got the AC blasting, you got your fans going, you got the shades pulled all the way down, and it still feels like you feel the heat coming through your windows, and it might be time to check on them. That's why I'm so happy I replaced my old drafty windows with Window Nation's energy-efficient one years ago. And for everyone else that is feeling that heat seeping into your home, now is the time. You can get 50% off all window styles, plus 0 interest for 5 whole years, no interest until 2030. And Window Nation can install your windows in just 1 day, which makes upgrading your home so much easier, even with your busy schedule. Window Nation has 45,000 5-star reviews, so you can feel safe trusting them with your home. I have with both of my homes. It's their biggest deal of the year, running now through July 31st. Don't let this opportunity pass you by. Call 866-90-NATION or go to windownation.com for your free quote on energy-efficient replacement windows today.
The Phillies play here. Today, Phillies Giants. Leading off starts at 2:45. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 3:45. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Blasted deep right field. That'll do it.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
I'm Patrick Pivon with NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network. The Dallas Cowboys and the city of Oxnard have agreed to a new 5-year extension that will keep Cowboys training camp in California through 2030. Dak Prescott spoke to the media Tuesday saying that he's healthy and anticipates being a full go for training camp as he recovers from 2024's season-ending hamstring injury. Kirk Cousins revealed he felt misled after the organization decided to draft Michael Penix Jr. with the 8th overall pick in 2024, saying that if he had known, it would have impacted his decision to join the Falcons. New Orleans Saints owner Gail Benson and All-Pro linebacker Demario Davis are traveling to Paris this week to promote the club's visibility in France and help grow the game internationally. And the Cardinals have announced the launch of Cardinals Premier Travel, offering fans luxury away game experiences that include round-trip private air transportation, hotel accommodations, and more. This has been NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000.
Paid for by Wesley Financial Group.
All right, Takis fans. Wendy's knows you love your Takis Fuego chips. So we thought, why not make a Takis Fuego meal with a Takis Fuego chicken sandwich with spicy chicken topped with crushed Takis Fuego chips and creamy corn spread. Plus, it comes with Fuego fries inspired by Takis and a bag of Takis Fuego chips. If we had any more heat, we might start an actual... I told him this would happen. For an intense new take on Takis chips, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Includes 1 ounce Takis Fuego chips while supplies last. Takis and Fuego trademarks are used under license.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Today, hot and humid with some late-day storms. High 91.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The Black Friday and July event from Dell Technologies is here with great offers on trusted technology. You'll also discover huge deals on new AI-ready laptops like the Dell 14 Plus featuring Intel Core Ultra processors starting at $699.99. Save on top accessories, plus enjoy fast, free shipping and other benefits. Upgrade today by visiting Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
It's the Robin from Robin Ford back on the air. Jenna from Rose Tree, what's the squawk?
Hey, Robin. Yeah, I feel chained to my old car that I hate, and I may owe a little more than it's worth. Suggestions?
Declare your independence this July and fly into freedom at Robin Ford. We can get you into a new vehicle you love no matter your situation. It's our feathered forte. There's no stopping the Robin. Call me now, 866-THE-ROBIN. Up next, Brian from Springfield. You're on the air.
Any great deals on a new Ford F-150?
You bet your tail feathers. Here at Robin Ford now through the end of the month, 0% APR is back for up to 72 months on new F-150s. No matter where you are, you're closer than you think to a better buying experience at Robin Ford. Online at robinford.com. Robin Ford, where cars and trucks are sold. Cheap, cheap.
Offers valid on select models. Excludes taxes, title, license, and dealer fees. Offers end July 31st, 2025. See dealer.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Glad Hair. Phillies held a 3-1 lead bottom of the ninth with Rob Thompson sending Jordan Romano back out after getting 2 outs in the 8th to try and nail down a 5-out save. He didn't.
And a high fly ball to deep right center field. Castellanos is back, and it's off the top of the wall, and it's rolling along the warning track. The game is tied. Bailey's around third. He's heading for home. This is going to be an inside the park walk-off home run.
Tom McCarthy, the call on NBC Sports Philly, curious as to why no Orion Kirkring, who, according to MLB's Todd Zalecki, Philly said they pulled him from Monday's game after 25 pitches to allow him to potentially pitch last night. However, after last night's stunning loss, Thompson said Kirkring was not available. Failing or thinning hair, wearing a hat too much this summer? Visit the area's #1 team for hair restoration at GladHairCTR.com. Hot and humid PM storms, a high of 91. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports update on 94 WIP. After you crack open your eyes, crack open a seltzer. This is the morning show with Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
All right, good morning to you. So me and Jack are going to be high noon today on a hot one, Plymouth White Marsh High School. We'll see if Jack blows it the way the Phils did last night. AMA later today, 7 o'clock hour, around 7:20. AMA. You get those questions in, we'll get to them. At least the best of them. Facebook, Twitter, and the text line. Facebook, Twitter, and the text line. 3 ways you can interact with the show.
I can't wait to hear times yours today.
Well,
the calls that must have come in after that inside the park home run must be epic.
You know, Ray, what's been amazing? No matter how much Phillies we've talked over the last week or two, people seem to want to talk about me and Jack even more. We get more phone calls. It's nuts. All right, let's go to the phone. So you got the Phils on the table. You got me and Jack on the table. Competition in less than 6 hours. Jeff in Phoenixville kicking us off. Jeff, good morning, buddy.
Good morning, everybody. This is going to be an epic day for you, Joe. I really feel that way.
You're rooting for me, you said?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
I said epic day. I feel you got this because you're in his head big time. I mean, you should. I'm assuming you heard the show earlier yesterday. Their show. You know, they got the umpire on. He already planned out the strike zone for you. Middle, just above the stomach and to the knees. So you might have to do a. Maybe pull a Chase Utley here. Then, if Jack is not very good on his command, you may have to let a few plunk you just to get on base.
Mm-hmm.
Just do whatever you can. But I think you got this, man.
I appreciate that. So how'd the umpire sound?
He sounds like a really good professional. He's been doing it forever. He said, and he said he does not want any complaining. From what
he was a little chummy with the afternoon show for my liking. I thought he was a little. Yeah, you could say that. Like he was. I didn't love the umpire the whole presentation.
Really,
personally, yeah, felt a little chummy. Talk about wearing a GoPro and arguing calls and all this stuff. It was like
that.
Yeah, like I don't know.
The GoPro.
It just felt a little like he was like a little too pro Jack.
Wow,
that's what I thought at least.
Okay.
Yeah, but he's definitely going to have a. It sounds like a decent strike zone. It's not going to be like nothing super high. But he's going to let it sit there. So just
Well, it shouldn't be. This isn't freaking Little League. Like a strike zone's a strike zone. Like I've heard people say that they expand the strike zones for high school kids. I mean, first off, Jackson College, scholarship athletes. Let's just have a regular strike zone. Strike zone's a strike zone.
But
there's going to be a problem. I'm just predicting it. I'm predicting it ahead of time. It's going to be a problem.
And Jody, that's been your thing this whole time, that there would be some kind of controversy.
Oh, yeah.
Jody nailed it. Jody, I think this is going to be a disaster.
Didn't know it was going to get here today, but it could very well. You are right on, James. There will be, after the fact, they're both going to be whining. One of the two guarantees going to be whining about the strike zone.
No doubt.
Either Joe's not going to like it and say he absolutely that wasn't even close, and I was told on the afternoon show he was too chummy with them by James. If the strike zone favors Joe, Jack got robbed. People hate me. This was a fix. The fix was in. Blah, blah, blah. Oh, yeah. One of the two will be complaining grossly afterwards about the umpiring.
I agree. I think the topic of conversation tomorrow, one way or another, will be the strike zone.
Okay.
That's my prediction.
Jeff, appreciate the call. So obviously it's later today, me and Jack. Now, Devin, first time I've seen you since my victory in golf.
Yeah.
Anything you want to...
Oh, yeah, okay.
Because I think you were, I mean...
Would you want to fet him is
well,
what he said.
I'm just saying, I think you were one of the million doubters, so... anything you want to say?
I was. Look, I'm not going to sit here and gas you up, Joe. I'm sorry. I think that you've done enough of that yourself.
I haven't done squat. I haven't said jack.
Okay.
I see what you did
I've
there.
said very, very
I see
little.
what you did there.
All right.
Congratulations on the win. It was a good upset. I was shocked. And Jack seemed like genuinely down bad after that. But it sounds like maybe he's gotten a little bit more confidence back heading into today. So we'll see what happens.
I mean, here's what I'll say. For everyone that doubts me, and that is many people, 69% yesterday in our poll results said they think Jack will win. Just remember this. Let's listen to Ike after the golf competition had occurred. So golf was about 2 weeks ago. I won. Jack lost. Ike came on the next day on WIP and said this.
Yesterday was disgraceful. Let me just put it out there. I don't know what else.
It was horrible.
I don't know any other way to say it.
It was horrible.
Ike, I don't know any other way to say it.
So, Jody, that's not Ike, but Jack, that's the guy 69% thinks going to win?
As Devin said,
I'm just asking for a friend. That friend's called me.
Exactly how long ago was it? How many days are we talking
on a Sunday.
here?
I guess it was 10 days ago.
10 days ago. Stuff can change in 10 days. And Jack's attitude certainly can. Now, does he actually believe it, or is this acting? Is Jack acting as if he's now got his confidence back?
I think
golf
even
is
if
in
he
his
is
rearview
acting,
mirror.
that's all you need.
No, I disagree with
fake
that.
It till
No,
you make it.
I agree with Devin. You can fake it till you make it. You can fake confidence, and it can become real confidence, without a doubt.
You can, but you also can have it not work.
Well,
I mean, he sounds to me like he's trying to talk himself into it.
Yeah, but that can work. I think Devin is correct that can work. I'm not saying it will, but it can.
Let me just ask this. Amongst the four of you, who thinks I'm going to win?
I do.
Today?
I've gone back and forth on this. So I thought you were going to win today. Now I'm like, I think Jack's pretty locked in, and he is a pitcher. Like, this is what he does. Of all these competitions, this is the thing that he has done the 10,000 hours
and
of.
by
you
the
know
way,
what I mean?
James,
Like,
he has to win today.
Well, it's the most important
That's
competition.
why I think you'll win.
Yeah, so I think the pressure is going to be the deciding factor.
Here's when I think I don't think you're going to win today. I think you've won previously with Jack's head being where it's at, and you negotiated a very good set of rules for this.
Yeah.
A walk, a hit, Batman counts as a hit. You only have to reach base 3 times to get a push. You gotta go 8 down to lose. Jack's not gonna throw that many strikes. He's not. You're gonna get a couple walks. So that means you really only need 1 hit to get a push. And if you get 2, you get a seeing eye base hit. That's 4. See you later. Bye. DeCamara wins.
All right. Look, I like the sound of that.
I do think it's going to be close. Like, I think you are going.
I do too.
I think one way or the other, it's going to be between 2 and 4 in some sort. Like, it'll be 2, 3, or 4. I just don't know how it's going to play.
All right. Look, 215-592-9494. You can weigh in. We hope to see you at Plymouth White Marsh High School. That's noon today. High school right there. Beautiful field. You can stand down the first and third base line. Great vantage point to see the action. Please come on out and check it out if you can. 215-592-9494. What Jack's best friend said yesterday when he called into WIP to our show. We'll get to that. Plus a chance to win a really cool prize today on the program. That's up ahead. And the umpire, he did speak yesterday to the afternoon show. What he said, you'll hear that next as well. Part of that. Joe DeCamara and the Mac Man. Jody Mac in for John on 94 WIP. All right. What if I handed you, let's say, $100 today? What would you do with it? Well, a lot of options, obviously, in the summertime. I mean, road trip, so gas money. Car detail, get that car ready. Groceries. Tickets to a baseball game when the local squad comes back. A lot of options, obviously. Well, United Tire wants you to have those options. They want you to have the cash, because United Tire wants to give you that cash, give you that $100. You already know at United Tire, I tell you every day, that they're the best. They're the best in the business, phenomenal at what they do. They've got unbeatable service, the best tires, all the tires, service every make and model of every car, the best rebates, and true experts to keep your car running and running right. Well, this month, what you might not know, this month, when you buy tires, you can take the cash. Simple as that. So get yourself to UnitedTire.com. 10 different locations throughout the Delaware Valley, many to choose from. Good chance one is within 10 to 15 minutes of you. So find the United Tire closest to you. And of course, as always, don't drive alone. Drive United.
Summer storms can spell disaster for your roof and more. At Home Genius Exteriors, we stop the damage before it starts. Call now during our summer savings event and get 50% off materials for your new roof. Plus, get no interest and no payments till 2027. Call Home Genius Exteriors at 855-UR-GENIUS to schedule your free roof and attic inspection. That's 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. Home Genius Exteriors, the genius choice in roofing. See website for details.
You've got to see Scott Kia's new location in Limerick, with their focus is on you. Relax with an easy, transparent, and enjoyable car buying experience with a stunning new showroom, a state-of-the-art service center, and a staff that understands your time is valuable and will treat you like a VIP. It's time to experience what a 5-star service truly feels like. They are focusing on you, and that's changing everything. And that's why it's always smooth sailing at Scott Kia of Limerick, just off Route 422.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
The blue-collar worker strike is over. The city and DC 33 have reached a new 3-year deal. Last night's storms triggered several tornado warnings, but the National Weather Service says no tornadoes touched down. And there's a new networking opportunity this weekend for local artists to turn their work into cash.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Want money back for your home improvement projects this summer? Call CNC Heating and Air Conditioning, your York certified comfort experts. Family owned and operated, serving Montgomery and Bucks counties for over 50 years. With 24/7 service and trained technicians, CNC will make sure your system is running efficiently all summer long. Refer a friend, and if they purchase a new full HVAC system, you both receive money back as a thank you for supporting our family owned business. Schedule an estimate today at cc-hvac.com/referral.
We could tell you what it's like to drive the Nissan Rogue and tell you all about its performance capabilities, like its VC turbo engine. It's I can go virtually anywhere type of freedom. Nice. But you don't have to take our word for it. Go drive it for yourself. You're up. Experience the power of the Nissan Rogue.
Drive the Nissan Rogue. Now get 0% APR financing for 60 months on the 2025 Nissan Rogue. Visit your local Nissan store and nissanusa.com today. For well-qualified buyers, example, 0 down payment, 60 months financing at $1,667 per month per thousand financed. Actual down payment may vary. Subject to Nissan Motor Acceptance Company credit approval. Not all buyers qualify. Dealer contribution may affect actual price set by dealer. Contact dealer for details. Ends 8/4/25.
Here is your Game of the Week, presented by Hyundai. Few teams in the MLB have reached 50 wins so far this season, but 2 of them will be facing off in a weekend series. New York will host Chicago as the team from the north side of Chicago heads to the Bronx in a battle of 2 of the biggest franchises in baseball. Both teams are looking to hold tight to the division lead, but the task won't be easy in this series. Do you think astronauts fight over elbow room? Probably, because advanced tech doesn't always mean more space. Until now. Introducing the Hyundai Ioniq 9, a 3-row electric SUV with over 300 miles of range, ultra-fast charging capability, and lots of space. The all-new Hyundai Ioniq 9, space in an EV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details. EPA estimated range for Ioniq 9 based on fully charged battery. For comparison purposes only. Actual range will vary based on several factors. Introducing the all-electric Ioniq 9. Space for up to 7, range for miles.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective.
A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Aha!
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide Free and Gentle provides an excellent Tide clean, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues like dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on your skin.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
DQ presents How to Make Your Summer Take Flight. Just head into DQ for a new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat. Treat your inner hero to an epic mix of sugar cookie dough, sprinkles, and cake batter flavor. Blend it all with legendary DQ soft serve, and it's enough to tempt Superman himself. Fly into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat before it's gone. And don't miss Superman. Only in theaters July 11th. DQ. Happy tastes good. Only at participating locations.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owed the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. 8+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Telesystems.
Swung on, hit deep, right field, into the gap goes Castellanos at the wall. It's off the wall. It's in play. It bounds way back into center. 2 runs are going to score. Bailey's coming around third. He is going to score standing up on a walk-off inside the park home run.
Scott Fransky, the call, as Jordan Romano blew the save in stunning fashion. Phil's got 4 innings of 1-run ball from Taijuan Walker, and the bullpen combined to throw 3+ scoreless. Enter Romano in the 8th, got 2 outs on 5 pitches, so Rob Thompson elected to go back to him for a 5-out save with disastrous results. Phil slumped with runners in scoring position, well, it finally ended at 0 for 26 thanks to Otto Kemp. Kyle Schwarber homered, was also picked off trying to steal third. Hackers suck. That's why Telesystems' mission is to make sure Philly's businesses' technology solutions stay connected and protected. Visit hackersuck.com to learn more. Hot and humid PM storms, a high of 90. It is currently 75. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP.
Well, it's a big day, no doubt about that. If I can take that 2-0 edge, that would be massive. I do think Jack's likely to win. I mean, he played college ball. I did not. He played high school ball. I did not. He played grade school ball. I did not. So we'll see. It's going to be a big challenge. We'll see how I do.
But they're putting you in, Coach.
Yeah. That's the right song to play. There's no question about that. It's the right song. What Fritz's best friend said when he called into our show yesterday, we'll get to that. The umpire, I didn't hear the whole interview. I heard only just small little chunks of it. He talked a lot to the afternoon show yesterday. Some of the notable things he said, we'll get to that. And, of course, phone calls on the Phils, as detailed by Rhea in the update there. A brutal loss, by the Phillies last night, who went down in the bottom of the 9th with 1 out, 2 outs away from winning the game, and a 3-run home run that's an inside-the-park variety to win a game. You got to. When is the last time that happened?
For the Phillies?
Phillies, 1940-something.
Against them?
Yeah. And in Major League Baseball,
Bobby Denier did it for them.
Yeah, against the Giants.
In Major League Baseball, it was 2016 was the last inside-the-park walk-off home run.
Wow.
And against the Phillies, it's the 40s.
Yeah, 46 was the last time the Phillies lost that way.
That's 80 years since the last time it happened against the Phillies.
All right, blame game. Where do you assign it? We actually have a Twitter poll question about that. It's brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Check out Armin's certified one-owner pre-owned pickup trucks and SUVs at ArminChevy.com. That's ArminChevy.com. Together, let's drive. Poll question, who do you blame the most for last night's Phillies loss? Got 4 choices here. Choice A is Dave Dombrowski for the bullpen he's given Rob Thompson. Choice B is Rob Thompson not going to Kirkland in the 9th. Choice C is Romano not doing the job he's been paid about $10 million to do. and Choice D are the Phillies hitters, who were paid a lot more than $10 million and yet again scrimped their way to just a couple runs, in this case 3, not enough. Other poll question we have, I brought this up late in the program yesterday, curious where you stand on this one. So for the competition today, me and Fritz, the question is, should I wave my arms to try to pump up the crowd in between at-bats in order to try to rattle Fritz in the baseball challenge, yes or no?
100%.
You do think I
I've
should?
already voted.
Oh, I think yes. I agree with Rhea on this.
If things are going my way?
Yeah, if you're losing, you can't do it. If you're like 0 for 3 and he's, striking you out, you got to rein it in.
And Jody,
keep
you
it
heard
tight.
when Ruben Amaro yesterday basically said, don't, essentially saying be a pro.
Yes.
And
I agreed with
Does he
Ruben
know
on
you?
that.
Also, does he realize what this is?
I thought Ruben had a pretty good grasp of
Bank
it.
Park today, okay?
No, but I thought Ruben had a good grasp of the nuance of this competition, that it's not the Phillies against the Giants,
The
it's
nuance.
Joe versus Jack.
But
He
James,
gets
you didn't
it.
see in golf how laser focused I was. There's that argument. And I wasn't messing around. I wasn't joking. I wasn't talking smack in golf. I mean, part of winning, I think, is focus. So, all right, well,
I don't know. I saw that video. You might have been locked in, but you were definitely needling the entire
No,
time.
I wasn't.
Oh,
I'm just-
lane 2, lane 6. Hold
I'm a
on.
I'm a
Did you drop
scorekeeper.
right? I know, but it might be focused, but it also, it definitely messed with him.
Okay. 2-1-5.
Did you go to the field this time to take
Yeah.
videos like you did with the golf course?
I went to the field last week.
Did you really?
Yeah.
To inspect it, to check it out? How's it looking?
Looks great.
Okay.
Looks like a DeCamara field.
Nice.
That's what it looks like. So, yeah.
But so my thing,
We'd
so
love to know what's
technically,
not
like,
a DeCamara field.
You don't even have to hit. Like you
Every
don't even
other
have
field,
to
I
make
think.
contact, right?
Technically, no, I don't. He's got to throw strikes.
See, I don't know.
But I expect to make contact.
Okay.
I mean, I do. Look, it'd be sad if I don't make any contact, because it would be sad if
I
he
thought
can't
you
throw
just
any
expected
strikes.
to walk.
I'd like to walk a couple times. Look, I'll take 4 walks. If he wants to give me 4 walks, I'll take them.
Would
That
you
would be the most
happy
Joe
with that?
DeCamara win.
Yeah, would you come out of that feeling proud?
I would feel happy, but not as happy or as proud as I'd like to feel.
Okay.
I mean, of course you
No,
want
that's
to rope
fair.
some base hits, but you also want to win, right?
2-0 is 2-0.
Yeah.
Most important thing is 2-0.
I mean, it's like Jalen says. I mean,
The main thing's the main thing.
thing's the main thing.
Yeah,
You're not allowed to
2-0
quote
is the main
Jalen.
thing.
No,
yeah.
main thing's the
You're
main
not
thing.
allowed to quote
And
Jalen.
by the way, rents due every day. Rents due every
All
day.
right, you're not
Stop
allowed.
it.
And Devin, this is your fault.
Stop
You're the
it.
one that said 2 weeks ago I should embrace the Jalen thing. You said, you might not remember. You said
I
it.
don't even remember that.
Yeah, on a Friday show. You said late in the show something about me and Jalen. Yeah, rent's due every day.
Okay. Well, to use a word that was just used, I think I was needling you there.
All right, let's go to the phones on the Phils and more. 215-592-9494. Neil in Northeast Philly. Good morning, Neil.
Yeah, Joe, I would probably with Fritz, I would play In Your Head, like over the loudspeaker several times.
Wow.
In your head,
Yeah.
in your head, and really give it to him, and about Ruben, about being professional, no. Go do everything under the book to try to get Jack rattled. So
In
try
your
to do that.
head.
We're playing the Cranberries here.
What if they don't have that song ready, but I just sing it from home plate?
Just look at Jack and be like, Jack, I got something for you. In your head.
Jody, he would frickin' plunk me. He really would.
I
would take it.
I
In a
would
second.
pay to hear you sing Zombie.
That would be
Yes,
awesome.
I would pay good money for that.
Okay. Neil, I like your thought. All right, what do you got on the Phillies loss last night, Neil?
Well, the first out of my time, I want to hear some of Rio's rants first. So the third time to her, because I say all of the above, like Dombrowski, 95%. The Thompson, this wasn't. Go ahead, Ria.
No. Oh, no, that was Devin. Go ahead.
That was just a drop.
That was Devin's
Well,
anyway.
My bad, Neil. I didn't mean to totally throw
I
you off
think
there.
Dombrowski, you got to blame 95% because, look, Hoffman has like 23 saves, and by the way, they lead the East or so, like the American League East over the Yankees. So
Hoffman's been a huge loss, and Neil, if not for his meltdown in October, he probably would have been back, but it's been a huge loss. I mean, he was outstanding. And, of course, the other thing is Strom was also outstanding last year. So, Strom hasn't been that, and Hoffman hasn't been here. So it's been a double whammy. And then the Alvarado thing's a whole nother matter. So, and then you go ahead.
Yeah. I'm looking for Dombrowski to be like he was with the Red Sox. You know, he got Sale and Price, and like actually make moves. And I think they definitely have to make moves with a reliever. And I would probably get another outfielder too. And I don't care what Jody says or not. You know, I think bring up Crawford because he's a better option. Oh, and then also, what about putting a defensive replacement for Castellanos? How about that?
Yeah,
that
one flew the coop.
Weeks ago.
Yeah.
You know, so.
Yeah. All right, Neil, excellent phone call, buddy. Appreciate it. By the way, Sixers won last night. Here's what you need to know. Sixers win. They beat the Grizz by a point. Edgecombe does not play again. Isn't that annoying, Rhea?
It's incredible.
I mean, really. Because in many ways, you're more excited. I think, I'll speak from my vantage point, more excited to watch these Summer League games than any Sixers game since around January.
Yeah. Looking forward to it.
Right? I mean, what do I care about a Sixers game in March when they're 15, 20, 25 games below 500? What do you care? So you actually have something you care to watch, and then Edgecombe don't play. But Broom played, second-round pick. Janai Broom played. He struggled from the field. He was 3 of 11 from the field, 8 points. Now, he did get 12 rebounds, so he gives you a presence in there, but struggled from the field. Jody, I know you like the pick. I'm happy with that.
He not surprised by the line. He is a legitimate rebounder, certainly on the collegiate level, and I think he'll be the same on the NBA level.
And by the way, it's notable because the most notable thing so far in the Summer League is that there was a dramatic outplay of Edgecombe to Ace Bailey in the first game. Now, there's supposed to be, part of the thing is Edgecombe is supposed to be better right now. The whole idea of Ace Bailey was that he was going to be developmental and could...
Ceiling was higher.
Yeah, ceiling's higher and could surpass him, year 2, 4, 6, whatever. But out of the gate, it was non-competitive in the first game. That should be said.
When you're both coming in off a rookie season, stop one of your freshmen, you should be in the same spot. If you're not, that's the reason why Edgecombe went first. Because if everyone's suspecting, he'll be more ready to play day one. Well, guess what? Everybody, are we not going to believe that any of the freshmen who go into the NBA draft are not going to be ready for day one? Why do you cut more slack of one to the other?
Okay.
They've got the same number of years of experience, one under their belt.
All right, so let's listen to Jack's friend. He got a buddy that called into our program yesterday. Sounds like he's a fan of our show. We appreciate that. His name is Tom. He said that he is Jack's best friend. And his perspective yesterday. And by the way, I like this. I appreciate...
Now, to be fair, self-proclaimed best friend. We have not verified this.
We have no clue. But it sounds like you knew Jack pretty well. Here's one of the things his buddy Tom said yesterday.
A little bit of a pickle right here. So I'm a dedicated morning listener. I would root for you in almost any competition, including Beat the Hammer.
Thank you, sir.
But I grew up with Jack, and we've been best friends for about 15 to 20 years at this point.
I considered that a great victory for me that his best friend didn't even necessarily know who he was going to root for. I mean, that's odd. It's a little odd.
A little bit.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, if it's your best friend.
And how close are you?
We need to verify this.
Well, to be fair, it did sound like he knew who to root for. I think he was saying...
He called himself in a pickle.
Yeah, but I think his pickle was that he would normally root for you, but in this case, he's rooting for Jack.
Very simple, Seltzer. If he's his best friend, there shouldn't be a pickle. If he's a good best friend. Or put another way, if Jack's a good best friend.
I think he was trying to be nice to you by saying it was a pickle.
Well, I'm just telling you, I was pleased to hear that. He also, and I was pleased to hear this as well, he also talked about, I mean, obviously the stakes for Jack with this one in particular are big.
I do think he's going to lock in.
Would you say, Tom, let me ask you this. Would you say that if he loses tomorrow, this one will hurt his soul the most?
Yes.
Yeah.
Should.
Yeah. That made me very happy. Just I want that sense of pressure out there on Jack. I mean, much of what I've done is geared toward trying to lob it his way. So, look, we'll see. I mean, he's the college baseball scholarship athlete.
Here
Obviously,
comes the lob.
Well, he should win. I mean, the reality is 69% of people yesterday said he's going to win. And I'm curious why you think he'll win, if you think he'll win, or why you think I'll win. But I...
Right. And 60 what percent?
69.
So it's 70 because you said you think Jack will win.
Yeah, if you want to count my vote, sure.
Okay, yeah. It's 70%.
I mean, I think it's very clear that he should win baseball. I mean, he played a lot of baseball.
Yeah, that makes me nervous.
Just don't get upset.
Well, the problem is, Devin, for him, it makes him nervous too.
No, exactly.
As I sense
exactly, because he played college baseball. You know, he's Jackie baseball in the station.
Yeah. I just wish you guys could have
high.
seen Goff. I know, James, you saw the video.
Oh, I saw the video.
I saw the video.
Okay, so Devin, you saw the 4-minute meltdown?
I mean,
I don't mean the video.
No, not the one they put out.
Devin,
the video that didn't get out.
Oh, no, I haven't seen that. No.
Devin, the video they put out is nothing.
Who has that?
Jack,
Tucker.
from what I understand, there was...
Actually, I have it. I can get it to you.
Please get it to
I made sure to get my own copy.
I have heard, Devin, there was some blockage of the video getting out.
Might have been some blockage. Might have been some...
To protect Jack's feelings.
I mean... Yeah, I haven't seen it, but
it's an all-time meltdown.
So I just asked those that say 69% he wins, like, just know there's something you haven't seen, and that's the guy you're going to back. All right, it's your choice. Hey, it's also your choice to call the show, and when you do, you can win a cool pair of tickets to see Wiz Khalifa and Sean Paul. They're going to be in town tomorrow at the Freedom Mortgage Pavilion. That's obviously in Camden, right across the river. Freedom Mortgage Pavilion to see Wiz Khalifa and Sean Paul. Tickets starting at $30. Make sure you visit Ticketmaster.com. So here's how you win them today. Obviously, we have a unique showdown today, and a fairly big showdown. Is it Eagles-Patriots 2, Super Bowl 52? It is not, but it's a big one. Me and Jack today, a big-time showdown, and we hope you are there at Plymouth White Marsh High School to watch the festivities. It'll start at 12. My guess is it goes somewhere between 12:30 to 12:50, depending on how long it lasts. We'll see. But get there if you can. It is a showdown. Today, instead of the, real-life showdown like me and Jack or, Eagles-Patriots or Eagles-Chiefs, we'll go to the fictional variety of showdowns, of which there have been many. Some in sports, many not in sports. Through the years in movies, shows, books, the whole deal. We ask you today at 215-592-9494 for the biggest and best fictional showdown of all time. Best answer whoever provides it's going to win the tickets to see Wiz Khalifa and Sean Paul. Jody, what are you thinking? Fictional showdown. And by the way, for certain sports, I might say to you, movie 1, movie 2. Sometimes there's a...
I wonder what fictional sports movie you're referring to.
I'm just saying. MacMan, talk to me.
And it doesn't just have to be sports.
There's
all kinds.
Exactly. I think the winning answer is not sports.
Probably
Mine is not sports.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, and it's probably even debatable as to whether it's fictional or not.
Oh boy.
Some people might believe that this actually transpired. It fits my pal to the left here. It's David and Goliath.
There you go. Yeah, I think that counts.
So we get into a very murky territory of real life or not.
Right.
Okay, puts us in a bind.
It's debatable, but if you went 51-49, I think fictional is going to top reality in this one.
I'm glad you said it.
On that one,
Jody, I'm glad you said it instead of an audience member, so we don't actually have to judge it as a potential winning answer. Devin, a fictional showdown. Again, this goes for everyone. 215-592-9494. Fictional showdown. What do you got, Devin?
The Avengers versus Thanos and the Infinity Stones.
He's inevitable.
Yeah.
Is that the
Avengers
one
Endgame.
At the very, very end?
Yes. Well, it's over several movies, but like the final.
Gotcha. Because I think that's the movie. I don't know if you remember, Rhea. I had to watch for Angelo.
Yeah, you watched the one that night.
And it was like the 21st movie in an installment. I hadn't seen the first 20.
I hated it.
And then I had to take a freaking quiz. I had to take a
Not
quiz
my
from
favorite.
Ava. Like, what are we doing here?
No, it's terrible.
All right, Seltzer, fictional showdown. What are you thinking?
I will stick with the theme of the day, and I will go the Bears versus the Yankees.
The Bad News Bears?
Yeah, you bet.
Yeah, Bad News
Take
Bears.
that trophy and you know where to put it.
Yeah, that's right. All right, Rhea, fictional showdown. What are you thinking?
Since this showdown is so utterly ridiculous between you and Jack, I'm going to go with the Anchorman scene between
Great
Ron's
answer.
team and the rival news team.
Vince Vaughn.
Oh my, it's phenomenal.
Look, there's a lot of ways to go here. Again, sports or non-sports in the fictional sense. 215-592-9494. Look, me and Jack, it's not fictional at all. The umpire weighed in about it. What he said, umpire on with the afternoon guys yesterday. We'll get to that. Ben Davis in studio. He's been in a lot of competitions and a catcher, obviously. His perspective on this me versus Jack thing. Also, blame game, who he puts the blame on from yesterday's Phillies loss. We'll get to that and more. Phone calls and all the topics. And I'll ask again, for the 69% that say Jack will win, why do you say that? And for the 31% that think I will win, why do you say that? Talk to us. Because those were our poll results yesterday. Joe DeCamara, Jody Mack, Devin Seltzer, and Rhea on 94 WIP. All right, let me tell you about PI Dental Center. Man, oh man, am I hoping to not visit them tomorrow if all my teeth get knocked out by Fritz today with a beaning to the head. But I know this. If they do, I know where to go. and that's PI Dental Center, because they are the best in the business. They're phenomenal what they do. I'm sure they have treated a number of baseball players through the years, but most patients obviously are not baseball players that have been beamed, but people dealing with something on a more regular variety that affects them. For some people, it's pain. The way the teeth have been set for years, maybe even some self-esteem issues if you don't like the way you look. And if you have any of those issues or less than those issues, get yourself to PI Dental Center with their decades of experience in complex dental treatment. Whether it's year-to-year maintenance or really fixing a big problem, they can truly fix you up. With Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, both board-certified prosthodontists, they specialize in the restoration and the replacement of teeth. PI Dental Center are also the originators of the Teeth in a Day. That's a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth and implants placed for a dramatic transformation in a mere one day. If you're struggling with your teeth in any way or just want year-to-year maintenance, get yourself to PI Dental Center in Fort Washington. Visit them on the website to start, pidentalcenter.com. Visit pidentalcenter.com to request your new patient evaluation.
Another road game takeover with fans of Philly. Fly with fans of Philly to Green Bay to remind the Lambeau losers the tush push is back. Enjoy airfare, hotel accommodations, an exclusive tailgate party, and game tickets seated with those that bleed green. Fly with 94 WIP's official travel partner, Fans of Philly. Reserve your spot now before they sell out at fansofphilly.com.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about
It's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply. Available in app only.
Did you know that not all oil changes are the same? Putting the wrong oil in your car can cause a serious problem. That's why it's important to take your vehicle to experts who know what oil is best for your vehicle. The experts at Meineke. And right now, Meineke is offering a full synthetic oil change for only $59.95, plus a free tire rotation. And while your locally owned and operated Meineke dealer is rotating your tires, he'll check to make sure your brakes are safe. Because even if they aren't making noise, they can be worn. Meineke, doing car care right.
See Joe Conklin in the City Rhythm Orchestra in Wildwood and Ocean City. It's Philly sports put to music.
He does a lot of parodies of different songs. To see it all come together was just awesome. And then the whole family.
There's just so much talent on that stage.
Joe Conklin's really funny. And I love the Frank Sinatra guy, and I thought the drummer was fabulous. Go Joe, go Birds. It was awesome.
See Joe Conklin in the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood High School Friday, July 11th, and the Ocean City Music Pier Saturday, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
Buying a diamond can be risky. You can really overpay. Hey, it's John Ritchie. Guys, you can buy TVs and golf balls online all day long, but not diamonds. Each diamond is unique, and the slightest differences can affect its value. Don't risk it. Don't end up with an overpriced, cloudy, inferior diamond. Get the diamond she deserves at Benari Jewelers, where each diamond is handpicked for brilliance and graded by the most reputable gem lab. Check out Benari Jewelers. You will thank me. Exton in Newtown Square.
Bunker Buster deals at Dell Chevrolet. Buy with 0% financing and no money down, available every day at Dell Chevy. DellChevrolet.com.
Jack, sell them for less.
Jake from State Farm. I'm winning. I finally cleaned my house, so I'm breaking out my new tropical room spray.
Keep winning and create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. It's like your own personal paradise.
Ooh, hey, grab me a coconut water.
Bundling, just another way to save with a personal price plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The Black Friday and July event from Dell Technologies is here with great offers on trusted technology. You'll also discover huge deals on new AI-ready laptops like the Dell 14 Plus featuring Intel Core Ultra processors starting at $699.99. Save on top accessories, plus enjoy fast, free shipping and other benefits. Upgrade today by visiting Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
There's nothing better than watching the game live. And with Xfinity Sports and News TV, you can stream over 50 live channels for $150 less than YouTube TV per year. From game time to prime time. It's the local channels you love, the news channels you need, and the sports channels you can't live without. History-making moments aren't going to wait for you, and replays never do it justice. So get Xfinity Sports and News TV today for all the live action you could want. Plus, you can save even more with Peacock Premium. A $7.99 a month value included at no extra cost. Xfinity Sports and News TV. The live TV you love with savings you'll love even more. To learn more, go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Savings compares Xfinity Sports and News TV at $70 per month to YouTube TV at $82.99 per month.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. With a huge variety of metals in stock, we can help no matter what job comes your way. And we cut to size, because just like taxes and BS, we think metal is better when cut. Metal Supermarkets, the convenient stores for metal. Find a store or shop online at metalsupermarkets.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000.
Paid for by Wesley Financial Group.
This is JR from the JR Sport Brief Show with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Prevagen. Prevagen, made for your brain. The latest season of Netflix Quarterback is out. It's hilarious. Kirk Cousins felt misled after the Falcons drafted Penix. Goff felt betrayed by the Rams when he was shipped to the Lions. Both of these guys have collected almost $500 million combined. There's no loyalty in sports. If betrayal comes with their salaries, sign me up. I'm JR from the JR Sport Brief Show.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Powered by the Tasty Cake Studio. This is Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station. Be part of every hit, catch, and steal this season. Only on your home of the Phillies. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Yeah. So, in the last week, if you cleaned up your room and took out the papers and the trash, they would just, sit there. But overnight, our long national nightmare is over. The city of Philadelphia has reached an agreement with those that pick up the trash.
Thank God.
And we have, as they say, when Reagan and Gorbachev used to meet, we have an accord.
Thank goodness.
Accord is such it sounds like a big word.
Oh, yeah. It's like only countries meet together for accords.
It's bigger than a deal.
Yeah.
But they did reach a deal last night. What was it, 3:30 a.m., something like that?
I saw it at 3:55. And it had been out for about 20
That's some late night negotiating.
I am not messing around.
My mom had texted me yesterday. She lives in Ohio with my sister, and she goes, I just heard about the trash strike. She goes, I remember the one in 77. She goes, it was bad.
Wow, really?
Yeah, it was real bad.
How about that?
I will say, I think we can all agree, the true national nightmare, we don't have to hear Andy from Deptford call about it anymore.
Yeah.
I think we can all agree on
That's
that.
true.
He's from Deptford. Why does he care?
That's all he calls about. It's like his number one thing.
So the big nightmare is going to be if Fritz loses, which I hope he does. We'll see. I don't know if he will or not, but Fritz certainly could lose, and if he does, that's going to be a problem for him. He talked yesterday, sort of with his final thoughts before this thing gets going. He does sound very confident. Let's listen to Jack yesterday. Sounds like a confident Jackie Fritz.
So I'm trying not to get ahead of myself because I think I was overconfident heading into golf. I've been humbled, which is great. I think humbling is part of growth. And I think what happened on the golf course was just a bad day. But tomorrow is something I've done my entire life. And something at one point back in 2012, I was one of the best in the local area. And after I threw on Saturday, and I woke up today feeling pretty good. Yesterday was a little nerve-wracking because I thought my shoulder was going to fall off. But we woke up good today. And after I threw on Saturday, I really did remind myself, you still got it, big dog. Yes. You still got a little bit left in the tank. So I'm going to leave it all out on the field tomorrow. This is my sport.
Yeah, Fritzy.
And it's going to be a bad day to be Joe DeCamara.
Yeah!
Okay. All right.
Oh, that's confidence.
No,
That was.
it
And he has done it his whole life. It is the one thing that he has done it in real pressure situations before.
Well, so he should be confident. I will say this will be the most pressure I think he's ever faced on a mound.
I agree with that.
Ever.
I agree.
Bloomsburg, what, 7 people were watching him play? Well, I mean, you got to remember, it's D1. It was D1. Let's welcome in a man who didn't have to play D1 because from high school baseball in the area with Malvern Prep, he was the 2nd overall pick in the draft, straight to the pros, minor leagues, and then major league. And we love having Ben Davis in here.
Ben Davis in studio is brought to you by CJ's Tire and Auto. 18 convenient locations. We keep things moving. CJTire.com.
Big day, Ben. How are you, pal?
Top of the morning to you.
And hopefully the afternoon to me. But we'll see. Probably Fritz. I mean, he certainly has the edge. We'll do a lot on that and also the Phils. So let's start Phils, man. Well, and by the way, for those just waking up, let's listen again because it was a ridiculous way to end the game.
Do I have to play this again? Okay.
I mean, people are waking up and don't know what happened. If you don't know what happened, Phils lost last night late. They're up by 2 in the 9th inning. They're up 3-1. Romano's getting the 9th inning after pitching 5 pitches in the 8th inning. Could have gone to Kirkering. Rob Thompson saved him. And with 2 on and 1 out, the unthinkable happened.
Swung on, hit deep, right field, into the gap goes Castellanos at the wall. It's off the wall. It's in play. It bounds way back into center. 2 runs are going to score. Bailey's coming around third. He is going to score standing up on a walk-off inside the park home run.
I know there's people listening right now that didn't know that result. And they're like, wait a minute. MacMan, they're like, wait a minute. Did my team really lose on an inside the park home run?
Yeah. If you slept through it, sorry to say. The video is out there. Inside for the Major League Baseball, first time in 9 years. For the Phillies, first time in almost 80 years that they were beaten by a walk-off home run.
Crazy. Ben, it's a nutso way to lose a game, man.
I mean, you see it every day. I'm sitting there watching it last night. I'm like, there's just no way. Especially that guy, Bailey. I mean,
yeah, but it wasn't even close. I mean, once the ball ricocheted the way it did with where Marsh was and where Casty was, at that point they had no shot.
He could have walked home.
Yeah.
And he's slow, by the way.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And he admired it because he thought it was a regular home run.
Yeah.
Not for that long, though. He admired it for a second, then he got moving.
So Ben, the big thing, at least early in our program, has been focused on the 9th inning and who should have pitched.
Right.
So let's just go inside that. So Taiwan only goes 4 innings because he's not stretched out. Pitched fine, pitched well, but can only give you 4 because he's been in the bullpen for the last month. So Abel was shipped down. Painter hasn't been ready. Taiwan gives you 4. You're going through all these, I'll call them random relievers, except for Strom, who gets used in the 7th. You go to Romano in the 8th for 2 outs, which was done in 5 pitches. Who would you, in the moment, have gone to, Romano or Kirkering for a back-to-back day?
Well, Kirkering obviously wasn't available. That's what Topper said after the game. And
Not what he said on Monday.
Correct.
But here's where, and I've been telling Joe I want to get this point in for close to an hour now. there are a lot of times when you leave plans in place and they're changed and it's out of your hands.
Totally.
If Kirkering, they go to him and say, you got an inning in you, and he says no, then the fact that he said the day before, well, we pulled him at 25 pitches because we wanted to make him available the next
why
day.
He wasn't available.
Well, then you got to ask Kirkering, not Thompson. That's on Kirkering.
By the way, it's also possible that Rob Thompson was putting something out there in the world to have the other team think he could strategize that way, but he knew he wasn't going to do it.
Yeah.
I mean, Ben, that happens.
And Topper is very good at that.
And that happens frequently.
It happens every day.
So
it happens every day.
So I got nothing negative on Topper on this one. To me, it's much more of a Dombrowski doesn't give him good options issues. I mean, if Romano can get 2 outs and 5 pitches in the 8th, I like to think. Now, I know he's not great. No one's saying he's Tug McGraw, Brad Lidge, but if he can get 2 outs and 5 pitches in the 8th, I've got no problem bringing him back on the 9th. That's not on Rob Thompson.
I agree. I think this was 100% on the player, and I don't like to point blame, but Romano was very. He was very upstanding after the game last night. He took the blame, and he just didn't get the job done. That's not. I don't think Topper really had any other options. If he said Kirkering was down, then he was down. We don't know why. I always say maybe he was a little sore. Maybe that was that was the issue. That's the only thing I can actually think of is Kirkering said, "You know what? I can't answer the bell right now."
And that's
not on Thompson.
Because, by the way, Ben, just help us understand this. The manager will check in with the player, maybe through the pitching coach, on a daily basis of who's up and who's down, right?
Correct. And maybe it was one thing where he got loose that day and he went out and played catch and did all his things and said, "You know what? I'm good." And then he gets up in the bullpen and says, "I'm not good." Maybe something happened from that time frame. And he said, "You know what? I can't go."
I remember hearing Ray Diddy say one time he would see Dallas, or maybe he heard the story of Dallas Green and Tug McGraw back in the day where, now Tugger could pitch many, many, many days, but obviously he's not going to pitch every day. And Tugger would give him a thumbs up or thumbs down when they saw each other at a certain point in the day. Thumbs up, I can go. Thumbs down, no.
Yeah.
Like not unless it's like the 13th inning and like someone's got to get out there.
Right.
All right, let's go to the phones. Anthony right now in New Jersey. Anthony, good morning.
Hey, good morning, you guys. How you guys doing?
Good, buddy. Good.
Hey, man, yesterday, man, me and Spike had a little back and forth, man. Spike throw rocks and hide his hand, man. Hey, Joe, I need you to go out there and handle business today.
Well, I'm certainly going to give it my very best, Anthony.
Did they treat you right, Anthony? This sounds like this was a bad experience.
I heard this happen live, and I will say Anthony might be underselling it. It was quite an on-air fight.
Okay. All right, what happened was, Seltzer, since I've been on their show Thursday, or maybe Wednesday, whenever it was. I called their show. I called again Thursday, Friday, Monday, and yesterday. Every time I called, I make sure I call 1:55 or 10 minutes before around the show start. I know around that time you guaranteed to get some airtime. I don't care what Spike talking about or what he say. Now throughout the shows, he make fun like, yeah, we got Anthony from New Jersey on hold. Let's see how long he stay on hold.
That's messed up.
Basically, they've been avoiding me. Now, I think that's very weak and coward because this whole thing it's fun back and forth. Nobody's serious. Everybody, laugh, jokes, whatever.
Yeah, it's not the Civil War, like it's a little.
Tell Spike.
Right.
Just saying. Tell Spike, man. He doesn't know.
So now I'm like, Joe doesn't hide from anybody. If you call, whether you pro Spike, whether you pro Jack, whether you pro whatever, whether you talk about Jalen, whatever, you stand on what you say, and that's it. You don't care whose side you're on, who not on your side. And you welcome them, and you face it like a man, and you take it. I call the afternoon show. I can't get on no more. What do you want me on out of all people? This is great publicity for what's going on. You have me on. I talk my trash. No disrespect. I just talk my trash like I've been doing.
Look, Anthony, I think you bring up a lot of good points.
I think what he's saying is the afternoon show's soft. That's the takeaway.
Where do you think Jack gets it from?
Real soft. It would be great. Let's have me on the show, whatever. I talk my trash. and let's say he beats you. That's great. Oh, I got the Anthony and I got the Hammer. They talking trash, but I just beat them. Whatever. We take it.
Well, Anthony, here's what I'll say, and I appreciate the sport. I would say they're not keeping the main thing the main thing. The main thing is that Jack's got to win, and I think they're playing a lot of games around a lot of other things, trying to distract and misdirection and all this. And look, they're trying to punk you. Look, stand tall, be proud, and be you, man. That's all you got to do in life, Anthony, is be you.
Of course. They try to paint the narrative. Oh, I don't like waiting. I don't like being on hold. If I call 155,
if you get through, you should get on their show in the first hour if you call at that time. All right, Anthony, I need an answer from you, and I'm going to see you today. It's going to be a showdown. Give me a fictional showdown. You can win the prize.
Hey, Joe, I've been telling you all week, man. I ain't going to lie to you. The hell with that, man. Joe, go out here and get this win, Joe.
I appreciate it.
For me, Joe.
Anthony, I appreciate you, bud. I got you.
I'm on my way right now.
Good man.
You're not messing around.
I called out of work Joe. I'm here, Joe. I'm on my way.
Love you.
Right
Anthony,
now.
I love you. Thank you, buddy. I'll see you today. I'll see Anthony in a couple hours.
You're so lucky to have Anthony.
All right, up ahead.
I love you.
I do love him. All right, more of what Fritz said yesterday, including a surprise that happened during their program yesterday. Also, the umpire weighed in. We'll get to AMA. That's up ahead next. More on the Phillies loss last night, what Rob Thompson said after the game about the decision to not go to Kirk Green. That and more. Phone calls on all of this on 94 WIP.
Got another hot and humid day on tap for us. So if you're blasting your AC in your house, you got a bunch of fans running, you've got the shades all pulled down so it's dark in your house, and it still feels like that heat is seeping into your home, then it is time to check your windows. I replaced my old drafty windows with Window Nation's energy-efficient one years ago. So happy with it. And for everyone else that is feeling that heat coming into your home, now is the time because you can get 50% off all window styles plus 0 interest for 5 whole years, no interest until 2030. And Window Nation can install your windows in just one day, which makes upgrading your home so much easier, even with your busy schedule. Window Nation, 45,000 5-star reviews, so you can really feel safe trusting them with your home, as I've done with mine. It is their biggest deal of the year, running now through July 31st. Don't let this opportunity pass you by. Call 866-90NATION or go to windownation.com for your free quote on energy-efficient replacement windows today.
One round down.
I chip onto the green. He concedes.
One man up.
1-0 Hammer.
But this battle, far from over.
An absolute embarrassment. That was a vintage meltdown.
Joe versus Jack. Round 2. The baseball challenge. Will Joe keep his streak alive?
No peacocking from me, man. Head down, focused.
Or will Jack finally hit back?
I need baseball.
It's Joe versus Jack at Plymouth White Marsh High School starting at noon today. Only on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Would you believe that giraffes are 30 times more likely to get hit by lightning than people? Or that a single cloud can weigh 550 tons or more? Sounds fake, right? How about an insurance company that actually treats you right? Sounds unbelievable, but it's true. NJM Insurance is proud to put policyholders first. Don't believe me? Well, guess what? Everything in this commercial is true and approved by the legal department. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Visit njm.com for a quote. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
That'll be 30 even.
That's 90 points! Sorry, that was a lot. Now that I'm getting 3 times the points on food and fuel with the Navy Federal More Rewards American Express card, I get a little too hyped sometimes.
Cool. Would you like your receipt?
In the bag! Sorry, in the bag, please.
Learn more about the everyday, everywhere Navy Federal More Rewards American Express card at NavyFederal.org.
Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA.
If you think now is the time to shelter in place instead of shop for a new car, you don't know Jack. It's Bunker Buster Deals all month long at Dell Chevrolet. Savings so big, they're classified. Shock and awe. Buy with 0% financing and no money down available every day at Dell Chevy. It's time to nuke your old car or truck with the Dell Vehicle Exchange Program. Get into a new vehicle with the same payment you have now, or maybe one that's even less. Dell Chevrolet is the Delaware Valley's #1 destination for trucks and SUVs with the largest payload. Over 300 vehicles to choose from. Don't be too late. Bunker Buster Savings at Dell Chevrolet. You'll be telling your friends that Dell dropped the prices so low, I ran out of excuses. Dell Chevy is located on Route 30 in Paoli, or visit them online at DellChevrolet.com. If you're afraid you're going to pay too much for your next car, you don't know Jack. Say habla español. Together, let's drive.
Jack, sell them for less.
See dealer for details.
Summer storms can spell disaster for your roof and more. At Home Genius Exteriors, we stop the damage before it starts. Call now during our summer savings event and get 50% off materials for your new roof. Plus, get no interest and no payments till 2027. Call Home Genius Exteriors at 855-UR-GENIUS to schedule your free roof and attic inspection. That's 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. Home Genius Exteriors, the genius choice in roofing. See website for details.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
The blue-collar workers' strike is over. The city and DC 33 have reached a new 3-year deal. Last night's storms triggered several tornado warnings, but the National Weather Service says no tornadoes touched down. And there's a new networking opportunity this weekend for local artists to turn their work into cash.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
It's time. Time for the pro to get everything for the job delivered. Large orders of lumber, doors, windows, paint, plumbing, anything the job needs, all from one partner. Get it today with same-day delivery. Get it tomorrow with next-day delivery on 50,000 plus products. Or get it on your timeline with scheduled delivery on everything from framing to flooring. It's time to get your whole job, all your jobs delivered. Ask about all our new delivery options at the Pro Desk. The Home Depot Pro, it's about time.
Why'd I go to the doctor? My heart would race just taking my son to practice. It didn't feel right. So I got checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Hey, what's up, Flies? This is David Spade. Dana Carvey. Look, I know we never actually left, but I'll just say it. We are back with another season of Fly on the Wall. Every episode, including ones with guests, will now be on video. Every Thursday, you'll hear us and see us chatting with big-name celebrities. And every Monday, you're stuck with just me and Dana. We react to news, what's trending, viral clips. Follow and listen to Fly on the Wall everywhere you get your podcasts.
FanDuel, because nothing says summer fun like adding excitement to the game while your friends are getting sunburned at the beach. Summer sports are calling your name. Baseball under the stadium lights, golf on pristine green fairways, soccer matches with world-class goals, and all the action-packed moments in between. You were going to spend all day following your favorite sports on your phone anyway. Might as well make it more thrilling with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. Open the app today to see the daily promotions. New to FanDuel, new customers can bet just $5 and get $150 in bonus bets if your first bet wins. Open the FanDuel app today or visit FanDuel.com/hammer to get started. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by NovaCare Rehabilitation.
I'm not sure if I've seen that before. Inside the park home run in the game. Yeah, it's a difficult loss.
Seems to be a bit of an understatement, Rob Thompson. A brutal loss as the Giants stunned the Phillies 4-3, courtesy of a walk-off inside the park home run. It's been almost 80 years since the Phillies lost in such a fashion. Phil's got 4 innings of one-run ball out of Taijuan Walker, 3+ scoreless out of their bullpen. Jordan Romano got 2 outs on 5 pitches in the 8th, and Thompson went back to Romano with a 5-8 save with disastrous results. NovaCare Rehabilitation, your trusted physical therapy partner throughout the Delaware Valley. Schedule your appointment today at novacare.com to get back to what you love. Hot and humid today. PM storms, a high of 91. It is currently 76. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports update on 94 WIP. This is Ask Me Anything. Ask me a question. With Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie.
Oh, alrighty, AMA, as we typically do Wednesdays at 7, pushed it back a little bit today. AMA, you ask, we answer questions from Facebook, Twitter, and the text line on this Wednesday morning. I have the first question, though.
Ooh.
Who is the Philly who stinks that we pretty much never discuss that he stinks?
Oh, current Philly?
Yes. Gave him another 0 for 4 last night.
Bryce Harper?
Wow. You went 0 for 4 last night.
He doesn't stay, obviously. No. Bryce
Not
Harper
what
doesn't
I was
stay.
expecting.
No. Come on,
But
guys.
he hasn't done much since he came
No,
back.
he's done nothing. But tell me who actually stinks.
Johan?
Well,
Are you
no,
going-
we talk all the time about
Max
he stinks.
Kepler.
You doing this specifically because Ben's sitting in the studio?
Well, not really, but because
JT?
no, the other guy.
Oh, Marshawn.
Rafael
Marshawn.
Oh, yeah.
He's hitting 167.
Yeah.
Remember the idea of let's have Marshawn
Where's
play?
Stubbsy?
The guy
No,
gets 6
James.
at-bats a month.
You know what, Ben? He's got to
Yeah,
be better
it's
than
tough spot.
167.
Okay, you get 6 at-bats a month and see how well you
I'm going to
do.
get 10 at-bats today. I haven't had a bat in freaking 20 years.
That's more than he'll get in a month.
You know what?
Stop. Stop.
Do a better job or it's going to be Stubbsy
Defending
time.
the backup catcher.
I'm just
we see how it
saying,
is.
because part of the thing, Ben, honestly, part of the thing was let's play him. This is my idea coming into the season. 45, 50 games?
Yeah, that's not working out.
Well, you know why?
Because JT plays every day.
You know what part of that is? Because Marchand stinks.
Well,
look, I get it, Ben. I get it without getting it. Like, I know you're sticking up for backup catcher guy, and I get that it's hard when you don't get that many at-bats. I do respect that. But the bottom line is his job is to do better than 167. I mean, it is. Because if he doesn't do that soon, he's going to be out of Major League Baseball. He's going to be back in the minors, and it's going to be Stubbs or someone else. I'm just saying JT and the Phillies and Phillies fans could use more from him. I think that's fair.
Yeah.
I mean, 167 was not the expected, batting average. And by the way, I don't get many homers and extra base hits and all that.
Here's where I have a bigger problem than just today. JT's on the last year of his deal.
Yeah.
And his bat is going in the wrong direction. He's just looking older and older. Still a hell of a defensive catcher.
Yeah.
Pitchers love him. Man, was Wheeler going nuts about giving him all the credit for the complete game. JT called this and JT called that, and JT and I were on the same page. Just kept going back to how JT was the guy who pitched the complete game, and no, it was Wheeler. But there's a good chance he's not going to be here next year. Who the hell's the Phillies catcher next year? If Marchand's hitting 165 and Stubbs wasn't good enough to beat out Marchand at the beginning of the season, who's going to be the Phillies catcher next year?
It's an issue. It is. Something to be aware of. All right, Seltzer, AMA, what do people want to know today?
All right, let's go with the classic. Tell us something we don't know about you.
I think I can hit. No, I do.
I think we know that.
No,
You
no,
wouldn't do
no.
this otherwise.
I don't think people think I can hit. I think people think I will just walk. Look, I'm telling you right now, today versus Fritz, I'll take the walks. I'll take them. If he doesn't throw strikes, I'll take him. I mean, it's my job to lay off bad pitches. And frankly, as someone who doesn't play much baseball, I got to make sure I don't swing at bad pitches. If he wants to throw pitches out of the strike zone and I don't swing at him, good for me, I'll take the walk. But I'm telling you, if you want to know something, James, people want to, what was the question?
Something they don't know about you.
I do believe I can hit.
Okay.
I do. So that's my statement.
So, sorry, for me and for those who need a refresher, how many, hit, walk, how many times do you have to get on base?
I have to get on base 4 out of 10 plate appearances.
Okay.
If it's 3, it's a tie. If it's 2, he wins.
So you hit a single.
That counts
That
as
counts.
a win.
Okay.
Yeah, a single, a walk, hit by batter.
Got it.
Yeah.
Error, no. And there will be
errors
someone
in the
judging.
hands of the scorekeeper.
But third strike pass ball, I get to first base. Score 1 for the Hammer.
Yes.
Who's fielding?
Should.
8. Well, a catcher from Bloomsburg and 7 players from the varsity Plymouth White Marsh high school baseball team, who apparently are very good.
Okay.
Yeah. Seltzer, go ahead.
Jody, something we don't know about you.
Oh, you want me to answer too? I thought this was just a Joe thing.
Go, Mac, man.
Okay. That I'm a SVU devotee.
Ooh.
I watch
Mariska Haggerty. Or
probably too much Mariska Haggerty in my life.
Right.
If I'm flipping through the channels and an SVU rerun is on, even though I've seen it 23 times,
just in.
I'll watch it at 24th.
Love it.
Jody,
Very
Mariska
DeCamara of you.
Haggerty or her mom?
Ooh. And there's maybe it's on HBO. She just did a documentary on her mom,
It's
which is supposed to be outrageously good.
Well, she found out late in life who her dad was. That was
the guy who raised her wasn't her actual father.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing.
Yeah.
Both very, very fine-looking women, by the way. All right, Seltzer, go ahead.
All right, Jersey Joe asks, Joe, have you been hitting in the batting cages in preparation for your match today?
So I've laid low on giving much information.
You've said
out
nothing
there.
about it.
I'll
We have
just,
no idea if you've swung a bat.
Yeah, I'll just say I feel prepared. It's my job to be prepared. Would you expect me to not be prepared? I'm not going to give you much detail. I'm going to keep it close to the vest guy like Sirianni. I will just say I feel utterly prepared.
So that's a yes.
Yes,
Utterly.
exactly.
Definitive
Utterly
yes.
prepared.
Joe's been at the cages.
I am prepared to walk. I am prepared to be hit by a pitch. And yes, I am absolutely, utterly prepared to hit the baseball.
All right, let's do a couple more. This is from our good friend Becky. Becky Hinderleiter has been in with the show.
Yeah, sure.
4C Tripe that time. That was the worst radio
Becky's
we've
a good
ever done.
person.
Becky is a great human being.
She's a great person.
Becky says, what is Joe's walk-up song going to be for his matchup versus Jack
I think
today?
you guys nailed it earlier. It's Zombie, right?
Yeah,
I mean, it's
pretty
got to
good.
be.
It's
right?
pretty good.
Seltzer,
Pretty
can
good.
you sing it again? Can you just...
In your head.
Not bad, Seltzer. Not
go for it,
terrible.
you know?
Not
Gotta go for it
terrible.
Because, Ben,
sometimes.
you got to admit, that meltdown by Fritz. I mean,
it was epic.
it really was.
It was epic. You were swimming around in there for a little while.
I was doing what?
Swimming around in his head for a while.
100%.
And in the water, which was wild.
Yeah.
That he actually
And I'll
found
just say
a
this,
win.
Jack has to win today. He
Yeah,
has
he
to.
must. It is a must
Has
win.
to.
It's
He
not
has
for
to.
you. It is
Has
for
to
him.
win.
Because if not, I'm going to sweep him, and I'll win tennis, and then that's it.
Yeah.
So he has to win today.
Did you see Trey Turner's little shout out to
I
him?
did.
Okay.
I
You just
did
haven't
see that.
commented, so I wanted your thoughts on
Oh,
that.
we've got it.
Oh, no, we're going to get to
Okay.
that.
We're gonna get there.
We'll get to
Devin
that.
just,
Yeah.
we'll get there.
All in
Don't
due
worry.
time. All in due time. Yeah.
Let's do one more. Jay Moyer says, Joe, does it bother you
Does
that...
this say Jamie Moore?
It says Jay Moyer.
Oh, okay.
Maybe Jamie.
Maybe.
It goes by Jay.
Okay.
Does it bother you that the only one rooting for you on the morning show is Rhea and everyone on the afternoon show is rooting for Jay?
Well, I feel like it's turned a bit. It was a little frustrating with the Richie front there for 2 or 3 weeks. It was like, what the heck, man?
Richie finally was forced to give a little bit.
Well, he
when
chose
won
to,
golf.
I guess.
Yeah.
So, Jody,
No, I'm not a full timer,
Yeah,
but
I know you are.
I've had your back, brother.
You've had my back 100%, Jody.
Exactly
And
right.
and I was
so
just going to
Jay
acknowledge
Moyer
that.
must not have been listening the couple
Yeah.
times I filled
Come on,
in here.
Jamie, do better.
I appreciate that. Ben, are you rooting for me?
I'll be perfectly honest with you. I'm not rooting for anybody.
Guess that's a no.
He's Switzerland.
Yeah, you're not rooting for me.
Honestly, it doesn't.
Devin is racking her
This-
brain thinking of her answer. Devin Caney. Devin Caney.
That is so lame, Ben Davis, by the way. Seriously.
Honestly,
Does the afternoon show have you on once a week for 3 hours?
This outcome has no effect on my life whatsoever. So it's like,
That's a good way to think
I just want a
about
good competition. I will be there in full support
I
of both of
appreciate
you
that.
today. Yes.
Well, I don't appreciate that, but fair enough. Devin, who you rooting for?
Well, I mean, it's hard because I work with
What's so
you
hard
more.
about it? What is so hard about it?
But I watch you celebrate winning Beat the Hammer pretty much every Friday in obnoxious fashion. So I think that maybe a slice of humble pie could go a long way. And maybe I'm rooting for Jack.
Oh, well, time out Philadelphia.
Wow.
If he loses this competition, which I'm rooting for him not to, do you think it's going to change his act on Hammer
No.
one iota? Not a prayer.
Oh, no.
This will be dismissed quickly, moved on from, and the Hammer will be the Hammer each and every single Friday.
Okay, well, the
That
irony...
is the most true statement.
James,
that's
the
ever
irony
said.
is the Hammer hasn't been the Hammer the last 3 weeks. I've been very...
Well, you're the Hammer, just in a different way.
I'm just...
I
Listen,
mean,
I'm just
Everyone
a
knows what you're
squirrel.
doing
I'm
here.
just a squirrel trying to find a nut.
I will say
very
that
earnest and genuine.
Yes.
This whole thing you're doing.
I will say that Jack, I think he knows how much is on the line today.
Oh, I think so.
I just don't. I don't know how many strikes he can throw.
Yeah, it's a big question.
That's a huge. I think that's the biggest. That's the main factor.
I don't think he knows either. Because remember,
Well,
he
that
tried
too.
to back out of this one.
Yeah.
I think the best
that's
advice you've
worrisome.
gotten, Joe, was the caller yesterday who told you to keep moving around in the box. Like, keep putting pressure on Jack by stepping out, stepping in, changing your stance up a bit, like crowding the plate, moving off a little bit. Like, I think anything you can do to not give Jack just a lane to go down will help you.
I will say this. My best strategy is something I won't tell you today.
There you go.
But
we'll see it happen.
I'll tell you tomorrow after it happens today.
I can't wait.
And with that, AMA, we utterly shut it down.
Ask Me Anything with Joe DeCamara and John
You guys
Ritchie.
can laugh all you want, but I'm ready to go. Let's go to the phones.
Oh, I don't think anyone thinks you're not ready to
Well,
go.
I think a lot of people think I can't hit. A lot of people.
That's possible.
A lot of
yeah.
people say there's no way DeCamara can hit an 80-mile-an-hour fastball. Okay.
Ooh, really? Look at you.
Let's go to the phones. Unfortunately, the Giants could hit a fastball last night. They hit a Romano fastball.
What a segue.
About
The
420 yards high off a wall. 20 yards, 20 feet high off a wall. And ended up being an inside the park homer. Brutal way to lose a game. Let's go to the phones on both topics. Patrick and Tabernacle right now. Patrick, good morning.
Good morning, everybody. How we doing?
Good.
So, real quick, I was going to talk about the Phillies. The only thing I say about them is this is on Dombrowski.
Yep, that's right. That's right.
But I've recently, thanks to Miss Devin Kenny over there, Dev, you got me super fired up here.
Oh.
First of all, I'm calling you out. You're a turncoat.
Me?
Yeah, your bread is getting buttered on the morning show. You know what I mean? You got to throw your.
Yeah, but that's separate. That's separate.
No, but it's not. Not at all.
Yeah.
Why am I the
And
only
other
one getting heat? Like Richie hasn't been
Yeah.
rooting for Joe. I don't know where James stands. Why am I the one under pressure?
Well, John
here?
started getting heat. He's not here now, so now you're taking the heat.
Well,
Hold up.
I mean, he took proper
And the other
heat.
thing, Spike Eskin, Mr. Nickname Spike Eskin, they just, give Devin a nickname of Scoops.
Yeah.
Last time I checked, you were the news.
Hi, this is the news.
That's right.
So I think you need to migrate somewhere else because it seems like you're more in on the afternoon show than the morning show. So, Joe, I want you to go out and kick ass today.
Thanks, man.
All right?
I
want
appreciate
you to-
that.
You know what? Because Spike Eskin, boy, he's getting on my nerve.
And
what?
I'm with you on that, Patrick. I'm with you.
And Patrick, you know what?
Yep,
You know
and
what the
listen,
not even ironic thing is? I think he's trying to get on your nerves.
Well, I know. Well, he's an Eskin, so that just happens naturally. You know what I mean? So, well, listen, Joe. The other thing, I'm going to give you some advice.
Sure.
Go to the left-hand side. Go
Hit lefty?
Hit lefty.
Yep.
Crowd the plate. Step off the plate for one at bat. Do that at a critical at bat.
Okay.
And that'll put you. Because, dude, I need you to kick. Quit. What's his face? Jack quits his ass.
Can you switch? Can you switch hit, Joe?
He doesn't have to.
Silence
He
there.
can just go stand on the other side of the plate, Joe. Get low.
You can't do that.
Of course you can.
If you can't hit left-handed, you can't go up there left-handed because you got to stay
why
there.
not?
And this is a 10-out event, and you can't just give one away.
No, but
Unless he can hit
said at a
left-handed.
critical moment. What if he's behind? He needs something. Let's say it's obvious he's getting beat.
You are
He's
close.
getting
You are
beat
close.
anyhow.
You are closer to first base. And if he's throwing all speed stuff, I can see it
Can you
better.
drag bunt?
I can see it better from left
Can you
side.
drag bunt?
Joe.
I won't discuss that form of strategy. I just
If
won't.
you lay down a drag
He's
bunt,
trying
I will-
to play mind
that'll
games
be the
here, and it
coolest
ain't
thing that's ever
working.
happened.
He ain't getting up left-handed.
Here's
it's not happening.
Here's what I know. Fritz has said a lot on the air, and I've listened to all of it. Two-seamer, four-seamer. I've listened very carefully. so you're not getting Jack. Patrick, I appreciate the support. You know why I'm not saying more. I got you. I
know, and listen, Joe. I'm taking some time off work today. I'm a busy dude, man. I'm self-employed. I don't, you know what I mean?
Yep.
And I'm going to be out there, and I just can't. You know what? You need to do whatever you can to get a W.
God bless you, Patrick. Patrick, give me a this is a showdown. Give me a fictional showdown, the biggest and best ever.
How about what's his face? Happy Gilmore and Bob Barker.
Sure.
Oh, that's the wrong answer.
That's the wrong answer.
Now you're going to get it, Bobby.
Yeah, but it's the
it's
wrong
a great answer, but that's the answer right there.
It's not enough of a showdown.
Yeah.
It didn't last long enough to be a showdown. It's just more of an altercation.
Yeah.
Could have won.
Could have won. Wrong Happy Gilmore answer. I got a tweet yesterday. I found this funny because a lot of people, it sounds like, are going to be out there today at Plymouth White Marsh High School. And Jamie Apodi tweeted yesterday.
Shout out to Jamie.
Yeah, great person. And, all those years in Channel 6 did a great job. So this gave me a chuckle. So Jamie tweeted this yesterday. She said, she puts in what looks to be a message from her friends in a mom group. She says, so here I am on my local mom group seeing Joe DeCamara being called a non-athlete.
What?
Right? So her mom group, someone brought this to her attention.
This is unbelievable.
So she says, but didn't he win the Goff at Jack Fritz? Are we still considering him not an athlete?
Jamie.
Yeah. And so basically someone from her mom group texted her. This is from some random woman in the Delaware Valley, and I appreciate the support because I think a lot of people are going to be out there today. So her friend had texted the group and said, what are you doing tomorrow at noon?
No way.
Joe DeCamara from WIP Sports Radio, right, is having a challenge baseball event at PW Baseball Field. So they must live locally.
They must.
Right, if they're going PW.
Yeah, PW Baseball Field. Free to attend. He's competing against Fritz. So this person knows the afternoon show, competing against Fritz. Come cheer on Joe. Joe is the hammer and knows all things sports, but he isn't an athlete. He could use some support.
This is amazing.
And how fun will this be?
This is amazing.
Isn't that great?
This is amazing.
Yeah.
There are mom groups showing up today.
Yeah, mom groups. I appreciate that.
This is going to be big. This is big.
Mom groups.
This is epic.
You know it's big. Yeah, you know it's epic when the mom groups are showing up.
And he has to win. He has to.
Like no one has ever. This is like game 7. Yeah, it's a must. It's over if you.
He has to.
All right, hold on.
Because he played in college, right, Joe?
I need some
information.
information.
Scholarship athlete.
in college.
Scholarship athlete in college.
I need some information here.
Yeah.
Was this tweet sent directly to you?
I saw it on my timeline. Whatever that's.
So,
is that what it's
yeah,
called? Devin?
someone
is that
had
what's called,
to.
a timeline?
It is called a timeline, yes.
Yeah, I saw it on my
But like,
timeline.
was it in
included
your
on it.
mentions or like were you tagged?
I got to get back to it. Hang on, it's Jody. I don't know. I saw it on my mentions. Whatever it's called. I don't know. I saw it.
I follow Jamie on Twitter. I'll look.
Yeah,
That's because that is serious support.
I know it is.
If they're
so
including
it was just
in
on your
a
timeline.
mom's
It was just a
tweet.
Say it again.
It was just a tweet. It wasn't even a reply to you.
Yeah.
Which makes it a cooler
She put it out.
situation.
She put it out there to the world.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's
She
good,
did.
brother.
Yeah,
you got support.
I got the moms.
You do.
got the moms.
That's a big.
I got the
That's
moms.
a big plus.
I got the moms. All right, the umpire. Let's talk about the umpire. So he was on. His name is Pat. I won't say his last name. I don't know if they said his last name on the afternoon show yesterday, but I'll respect what should be anonymity for an umpire. We don't want anyone giving him the business one way or the other if the result doesn't go the way people listening want. But his name is Pat. And he was on the afternoon show yesterday, and he said a lot as they talked to Pat. Umpire Pat, who I've been told from our head of sales is a very great umpire and an upstanding person, was on the afternoon show yesterday. He said a lot, including the fact that he does think Jackie Boy is going to win this thing. Let's listen to Umpire Pat.
I will tell you that 4 minutes in between every 3 outs is not a lot. Four minutes is basically allowing another team. So, for instance, you get 3 outs, you walk off the mound, you're probably looking at somewhere between 10 and 12 minutes rest. So 4 minutes for Jack is not a lot of rest time, particularly considering the fact that it's going to be about 90 to 94 degrees tomorrow. So that's a lot. So let's stay hydrated, Jack, because I don't want you cramping up and then complaining that we got cramps in your hamstring and you couldn't throw a strike. Like, this is going to be done fairly. I truly believe you are at the advantage here. There is in no way, shape, or form, and I don't care how many people in Philadelphia hear this, in no way, shape, or form do I think Joe has a chance, a snowball's chance in hell of getting on base. Is it 4 times?
4 times. Yeah, well, 3 times is a push. Yeah, the 3 is a push thing. I'm starting to get more annoyed. We're getting closer and closer. It is what it is. Yeah.
Dude, are you kidding me? Is this a joke? The umpire of the contest came on the radio and said, "Oh, you're going to win, Jack. I think you should win. You're the favorite." Are you kidding me? If this happened with the Major League Baseball umpire, he would be taken out of rotation. Like, he wouldn't be allowed to umpire games. This is flat out nonsense. Honestly, like, I don't know if it's too late to switch umpires, but I personally would call for an umpire change. This is nonsense.
And, oh, by the way, I have to apologize now to you.
Why?
Because, and James does even more so, because we were having a discussion, post-show meeting, who's going to make the call on an error? Do we need someone else to go above
I don't
and
need
beyond?
to apologize. I thought it should be Dan Wilson. I was right. I think Dan Wilson would have been a better choice to umpire this. Dan Wilson is, I know for a fact, a stand-up, honorable guy. This guy, Pat, who knows?
And I said leave it in the hands of the umpire.
Then he went on the radio and said,
He didn't
Jack,
sound
you
like
should
it yesterday.
win. Oh, Jackie boy,
What we
don't
just
want you
played?
cramping up. Make sure
Holy
you're drinking
mackerel.
water, Jackie. Oh, we love you, Jackie. Are you kidding me?
You should be concerned.
This is nonsense. Honestly, I'm not.
He's
and I'm not
borderline
even,
in the tank against you.
Yeah.
All right, well, let's listen to more of the ump because he said more. It sounds to me like he does not like me.
So my understanding is that I'm going to be wearing a GoPro and speaking to somebody who is not an athlete. So speaking to Joe DeCamara is going to be similar to telling all the Karens to shut up on the third base side when little Bobby hasn't been able to play all year, gets one at bat, and he doesn't get his strikes. So yeah, I'm not going to see. I can't throw Joe out, and I wouldn't throw Joe out, but if he decides to get mouthy, it's going to get ugly, and it's going to get ugly in a hurry.
Honestly, you should protest this. Honestly, if it were me. If I were you, I would refuse to play with this umpire. I would.
Jody, we do 5 questions when you're here. Question 1 today. If you were me, what would be your reaction to this?
I'd be, first of all, ticked off. Number 2, concerned. To the worry level of, we get a new ump or I'm not doing it, I don't think you can get that far.
Yeah, I do. I think you can. You want to know why? He's basically telling you he's looking for you to jaw with him so he can.
He wants you to lose. He just said it. He wants you to lose. The umpire, the impartial person who is literally deciding this today, especially since walks and hit by pitches are your likely best way on base. He is the walk part. He is deciding it. This is the guy in charge of saying whether you get on base or not, and he's saying he wants you to lose. Like. This is crazy to me.
Well,
and I haven't even been like I'm trying to be Switzerland here. I do a podcast with Jack. I love you. You're both my friends. Like, this is BS, dude. This is BS.
Oh, by the way, he can call me Karen if he wants. I will absolutely be judging his strike zone.
Me too.
I will
I'll
be
right
in
on
a
it,
position, hopefully behind home plate, to judge his strike zone. And if this guy stinks, he's going to hear from Jody McDonald. I guarantee you that being the case. And you should not pay any kind of a price for that. That's just the fans. There will be fans there today. I will be one there. Probably going to be another couple hundred that are there. And if you can't stand the heat, get the hell off the diamond, ump. He's
like
laying the groundwork.
I really think you should fight for a different umpire. I'm not kidding at all. Like, I'm dead serious
I have
about
another
this.
idea, though. So, like, he was on the afternoon show, and I heard bits and pieces. He was on for a decent amount of time. They were buttering him up. Why haven't you had him on? Do we have his phone number in the system? Like,
Because
I feel like he's going to be partial to them.
In about a minute or two, I was going to tell you he's joining us at 8:30 today.
Oh, there you go. I genuinely didn't know that. I'm sorry. I'm spoiling everything for you today.
I think his job is on the line at 8:30. That's what I think.
I will say this. I was dismayed yesterday when I heard, I didn't hear the audio, but that not at him, but Spike Ike and Jack getting him on. Like, Devin, I'm only going to have him on today because they had him on.
Right.
Like,
but that's a smart thing to do if you can't change umps.
I would have never contacted the umpire in advance to have him on. Like, I think, so I put that on Spike, Ike, and Jack for some kind of runaround here. James, you're fired up. Listen.
And again, I've been impartial in this. This is not like someone like Rhea, like she's been on your side. I've been very in the middle. Like, I think this is totally unfair.
I've been told he's going to be an outstanding ump and will be impartial.
Doesn't sound like it.
What he said yesterday, look, people can be the judge of that. I'm not going to comment on that.
He just basically told you he's the kind of ump that we can't stand.
He wants you to lose.
Yeah.
He said that. Like, what are we talking about here?
I won't comment on that. All right, let's play one more piece of audio. But people can weigh in on all of this. 215-592-9494. One more piece of audio. I didn't hear the full interview. I heard parts of it. it does sound to me like he does not believe in my ability.
I don't know Joe personally, but I think Joe highly underestimates the ability, highly overestimates his ability to hit a baseball. It's a round ball, it's a round bat, and I suspect I take more foul balls off the mask and the gear than he puts in play tomorrow.
Okay. Look, we'll find out.
I can't get over
Very
this.
impressed with himself.
I just can't get over it. I can't, honestly, even if he feels this way, who comes on the radio and says it's crazy.
All right, James, just settle down.
I think this whole contest is under protest if this guy umps today.
This is our umpire today, and I don't want to, this is our umpire today.
Dan Wilson's still available, I'm saying.
I have been told that he will have a fair approach to this.
Oh, yeah, sounds like it.
Yeah, but have you been told all you know is what you hear from his voice, from his lips. Like, what else do you need to hear?
Right.
Fair approach. He's doing a great job of hiding it.
Yes, exactly.
All right. Well, yesterday, 69% in our poll voted that Jack will win. Why do you think he'll win? Why do you think I'll win? Maybe that percentage is going up.
I now think Jack's going to win today. I'm sorry, Joe. I think Jack's going to win because the umpire.
Percentage will go up, I guess. I don't know. We'll say, look, you can weigh in 215-592-9494. Reminder, it's noon today at Plymouth White Marsh High School, the varsity baseball field. And then afterwards, a lot of people will be moving over to McGurk's. Now, let me be clear. People will be at McGurk's beforehand because Joe and Hugh's show at 10 a.m. starts at McGurk's. It's the McGurk's in Fort Washington. McGurk's in Fort Washington. And then obviously a lot of people will be at the baseball field, and we certainly encourage you to get to McGurk's afterwards for what will be the remainder of Joe and Hugh's show, and then about 1 hour of Jack, Ike, and Spike's show leading into an afternoon Phillies game. Let's go to the phones. Let's talk to Matthew right now. Phil's had a brutal loss last night. Hi, Matthew.
Hi, how are you guys?
Good, buddy.
Yeah, last night that was a rough one. I actually fell asleep before the game ended, so I guess I'm kind of lucky.
Yeah, I'm going to give you a good for you on that.
Yeah, that was rough. I woke up to see that we lost, and then I see Romano's on the mound, and I'm like, oh great, there it goes. And then inside the park walk-off home run. Come on.
Yeah, no, listen, it's a bizarre way to lose a game, and Romano has not been good enough. A lot of people blaming Topper for sticking with Romano in the ninth. I don't. I blame Dombrowski for not giving him a better bullpen. By the way, I think we also got to blame, let's be real, Alvarado. At some point here, we got to remember.
I've seen a lot of people blaming Alvarado here. I don't know if I totally agree with that, but
well, you have to agree. He was on the team until his actions got him removed.
Yeah,
he screwed the team.
Yeah,
he screwed them.
He let the team down.
100%.
A million%. He let the whole city down. He let the whole freaking city down. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yes, he did. It was. I still can't believe it because I was wondering too. He'd never chucked 102 before, and here he is just sitting 101, 102. It's like, wow. And then all this comes out.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. He may have been pitching that well because of being on something.
Exactly.
So, yeah.
Exactly.
Frustrating loss. Matthew, give me an answer for a fictional showdown.
I would have to say Rocky IV if it hasn't been mentioned.
It hasn't been mentioned. That's a pretty big one.
Yeah, Rocky Drago is a big one.
Rocky and Drago is a very, very big one. All right, Phil's lose last night. It was walk-off variety and the ridiculous 3-run home run inside the park sort, which, you never see. I remember when Bobby Denier had an inside the parker years ago, and it was a great call by Harry Callis. Unfortunately, this the other way. Giants win. Ball clangs high off the right center field wall. Marsh and Casty, based on where they were standing, had no shot. We thought the JT one, remember in the playoffs 3 years ago, ricocheted. This ricocheted to me even more, right?
Wait, he stood up.
It's basically just a different corner. Phillies at CBP, it's left center, and there it's right center.
Totally.
It's two different angles.
It
pretty much the same angle.
It was astounding.
I would love to know. I'm not a betting guy by any means.
Yeah.
I would love to know what the odds were for a game winner in that fashion.
Well,
what are the odds? Like $1 billion?
By that guy.
$1 billion to 1? Yes.
I would think at least 10 million. Let's put it this way: they don't have.
I was going to say it's not offered that way.
It's crazy.
Right,
It's crazy that game ended that way, and that's why I love our national pastime because it is the ultimate box of chocolates. You just don't freaking know what you're going to get.
Yeah,
you don't know.
wild.
To see a game end in that fashion, it's like, what the hell are we just watching? It's crazy.
Wild. All right, well, let's listen to Rob Thompson afterwards because he came under the microscope with the decision to stick with Romano in the ninth. Now, I'm fine with it. The bottom line is Romano had pitched And I don't love Romano. Don't get me wrong, guys. This isn't like a, woo, Romano's Brad Lidge. I'm not saying that. But I am saying the fact that Romano got through the eighth very clean when he came in to get 2 outs and got it with only 5 pitches. Like, I can go back to him in the ninth. I don't love him, but I can go back to him. You got a 2-run lead. He's trying to save Kirkgreen for today. He's trying to save Kirkgreen to an extent for October. Doesn't go to Kirkgreen, who is a better pitcher, but had pitched 25 pitches the prior day. So it's a classic case of 2 different Phillies fans' arguments coming head to head. Argument 1 is my pitcher can pitch back-to-back days. Argument 2 is my pitcher can pitch in the 8th inning, especially if it's only 5 pitches, and then pitch in the 9th inning. It's a clash of 2 classic, well, why can't they do it? So he sticks with Romano. Romano stinks up the joint, obviously, because you know the result now. Rob Thompson was asked after the game about the decision on trying to get Romano through the 9th, which would have required 5 total outs from him, 8th and 9th combined. Here's what Topper said.
Yeah, we got kind of caught back in the corner because we didn't have Kirkgreen. And so Strom pitched the 7th against all those lefties. And it was wanted to use Romano in the 9th just because of the intensity of the whole situation. You know, so it was between Ross and Johnson and Robert for the 8th. And we liked Robert's slider on that group of hitters. And I think it was fine until the pitch clock violation. I think that may have sped him up a little bit. So once he got through his 3 hitters, I felt like it was time to get rid of that inning. And Romano came in and did a great job. 5 pitches, felt like he was strong, felt like he could probably finish it out.
All right, so Jody thought he could finish it out, and he could have, but didn't. He's not a great pitcher. Who do you think Topper should have gone to in the 9th inning?
Here's where I will come down on Topper for sending Romano back out again.
Okay.
Last night was his 36th appearance this year. How many times in the previous 35 do you think he was asked to get 4 outs or more?
You talking about this year?
This year. As a Philly, what he did in Toronto 3 years ago is irrelevant.
0 or 1?
That would be 0.
Yeah.
35 appearances, he had not been asked to get a 4th or 5th out ever in 35 appearances. While as Kirkering, and again, if Kirkering says he can't go, he can't go. Topper can't force him to do so. So those who go, how do you not put Kirkering in? He didn't have that as an option. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said it after the game. I have to believe that's the case. Didn't see or hear Kirkering say, yeah, I was out. But if Topper said it after, he's not going to lie. He's not going to go in there and go, oh, Kirkering was out. And then some enterprising media guy goes over and goes, Kirkering, you were out? And he goes, no, I was good to go. Now you got a whole spit load that you've opened up. You don't want to do that. So he's not about to lie. He's telling the truth. Kirkering wasn't optional. You can't expect Romano to do something he hasn't done all year. He mismanaged the bullpen. It might not be the Romano decision. Well, I told you the thing that bothered me was you got to save Strom for the 9th. You can't put him up in the 7th. I know that there were lefties who want to face lefties. Like you said, Joe, there's a good chance he's going to face the same guys in the 9th, and it'll be more important in the 9th. So that's where he made the mistake. It was he boxed himself into the corner, needing Romano to go an inning plus because of the way he handled it up to that point.
I think the bigger mistake by far is Dombrowski with the options he's given. I mean, let's just talk about trickle-down effect for a moment. So you just know fundamentally you don't have a good bullpen. I mean, you just don't. Certainly not for a quality team. You don't have a good bullpen. You also have a situation where you don't want Taijuan Walker starting. You don't want him starting. They only choose to start him because Mick Abel, who they wanted to ride until either Nola or Painter were here, just kind of started falling apart. So they send Mick Abel back to the minors to try to save him from sort of mental implosion if he starts getting banged around at the big league level. Get him back, get him working down there, which I think is a sound decision. So you bring Taijuan back into the rotation because Painter's not ready, Nola's not ready. So fundamentally, you've got a pitcher who can really only go 4 innings because he hasn't been stretched out. I mean, it's actually like sort of a win to get 4 innings, 1 run from Taijuan. So now you're going through Manny, Mo, and Jack to get through the 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th, with Strom being the only guy that most people have ever even heard of before the season. They actually get through 5, 6, 7, 8 without giving up any runs. So, I this idea, and then you got Topper after the game saying Kirkland's not available. I know the prior day he had indicated he would be. Well, he said yesterday he wasn't, and I actually trust that. Some people might say, well, what the hell, Joe? Why do you trust that? Well, because I do. Because sometimes relievers in the middle of July, in the middle of the season, who pitched 25 pitches the day before, like theoretically could go, yeah. But in a world where you're trying to have him at his best in October, when the games matter most, after he pitched 25 pitches on Monday, you don't go to him? I'm fine with that.
How about getting him out of there after he gives up the leadoff, though? He gets runners in the corner. Do you think about getting him out of there then?
Well, I mean, so you don't even have many relievers
They got nobody left.
There's no one left. I mean, you had a starting pitcher go four
I know.
We need to add one more person to
What?
the blame game today
Yeah.
because it is Dombrowski, deserves a lot of blame, but we don't talk enough about how Jose Alvarado has screwed this team.
He killed them.
Like, if Alvarado's in that bullpen, it is a different story. Like, it's not a great bullpen, but it is a significantly better bullpen than what we have now.
No, there's no question. There's no question.
So if you're gonna hang on, he only threw 5 pitches. Well, guess what? Strom only threw 10. Why not bring him out for a second inning?
Is he just
if
a
you're
one-inning
going
guy
to
now?
stretch guys past an inning, I'd rather it be Strom than Romano.
Topper said after the game that these are no longer Banks and Strom are no longer 2-inning guys.
What?
That's what he said.
You can't.
Where are you guys?
You can't say that when you got Walker starting and you know he can't go past 4 innings.
Right. Where are you guys with it now? Just saying, you know what? Kirkland's the closer. Period. I'm there. I am there. No matter what.
Well, I will say this. He hasn't. I know his ERA looks great, but Ben, I don't even think he's been great. I think he's been worse.
I think he's been excellent.
He's been very good. I wouldn't say excellent. I mean,
He had
look,
a couple clunkers early on, but since
I
then
think he's been
he's
solid.
righted the ship.
Yeah.
And it's righties and lefties he can get out. I'm saying, you know what? You're my closer. You're my 9th-inning guy.
well, okay.
When
That's
he's
it.
available.
Yeah, when he's available. I guess, Ben, my answer to that is I'm not there yet, but I hope to get there.
I am.
I hope to get there.
Yeah.
I hope he convinces me in the next month.
right.
I still want to be convinced by him.
Okay.
Is honestly where I'm at.
It can't be next month. It's got to be the next 2.5 weeks.
Well, it doesn't have to be the
Because if not, they got to go get the closer.
Well, yeah.
There's a good chance that the Phillies closer in September and October is not wearing a Phillies jersey these days.
Well, that's true. Let's get to the Twitter poll question of the day. With all of this in mind, Twitter poll brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Armin proudly celebrating 25 years of serving the automotive needs of the Delaware Valley. Together, let's drive. ArminChevy.com. Poll question, who do you blame the most for last night's Phillies loss? 4 choices. And Alvarado's not a choice here, but he maybe should be. A, Dombrowski, for who he's given Topper in the bullpen. B, Rob Thompson, for not going to Kirkland. I don't say B, but I know a lot of people do. C, Romano. He's the guy paid, about $10 million? Who has,
$10 million, yeah.
still has an ERA in the mid-7s. It's like impossible for this guy to get the ERA below that. And D, Phillies hitters, who were certainly paid a lot more than Jordan Romano, and collectively last night scored 3 runs, which isn't a terrible showing, but it's not what you want. Like it clearly is obvious their bats are going backwards. The longer this goes on, meaning 2022, 2023, 2024, 2025, 4 straight year of them having this type of club, the bats are going backwards. Schwarber almost bailed them out with that home run in the 7th, but collectively they still didn't do enough. So who do you blame the most? The other poll question today, trying to figure out strategy-wise, should I be waving my arms to pump up the crowd in between at-bats in order to try to rattle Fritz in the baseball challenge today, yes or no? You can vote at Sports Radio WIP on Twitter. By the way, we will talk to the umpire coming up at 8:30, Umpire Pat. Looking forward to talking to him. James, I know you're fired up. I'm going to stand by him because I've been told he's going to be an incredibly impartial guy. But I know
he sounded impartial.
Gosh, incredibly.
Yeah. He's
So,
pumping Jack up and saying he doesn't like you, but
It's a
yeah,
joke,
sounds super,
honestly.
super
It really is.
down the middle.
Okay.
It
All
is
right.
a joke, honestly. I don't know what to say. I think this is crazy.
All right. Well, look, you can weigh in on all of it. We'll also get to shortly the special surprise message that came Fritz's way yesterday, which is pretty cool. Chuck in Mount Airy right now. Chuck, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Joe. Morning, team. What's up? Listen, Joe, I'm calling here to tell you, you're done today. You know
Why?
that, right?
Why?
You are done. You're gravy. You hear me? And I tell you, listen, don't just stand there like a dog at the plate either. Why don't you go out swinging? Get the people what they want. You know what I mean? Swing. Swing for the fences. You hear me? Because here's the thing, right? Unless you think you can't hit jack stuff. But other than that, why don't you just swing, man? You know what I mean? I want to come out there today, and I want to see you swinging at the baseball.
But Chuck, let me just be clear. You would not advise me to swing at balls, right? I mean, that wouldn't be smart. I'm not Vladimir Guerrero. I'm not going to hit a ball that's at my ankles 350 feet. I mean, come on now.
Yeah, but you can't decipher what a ball
You like that
is
reference,
is.
Ben?
I did.
I
was not expecting
the best
Vlad
bad ball
Senior.
hitters ever.
Oh my God, he's
The best bad ball hitter of all time.
You know how
I
we
don't know if
pitched
you
him?
can decipher. You're not good enough to decipher what a ball and a strike is. You know, so let's not even go there, okay? Just swing, all right? That's your best bet. Because the dude that's going to be throwing them balls today, oh, I tell you, he's going to be on fire. And I told him, I said, listen, if you don't win this competition today, then I got to turn my back on you like Paulie. And he don't want that.
Why do you got to turn your back on me or Fritz?
No, Fritz.
Oh,
Fritz,
yeah.
he's saying.
Listen, Chuck, he has to win. He has to win today. He has to.
Yeah, I told him. I said, listen, man, you know, the afternoon show is dependent on you. This is deeper than you and Joe. You know, you gave up one. Now this right here. You're down 0-2. I can't rock with you down 0-2, man. So I'm counting on my boy to come down.
So you're a front runner. Is that what you're saying, Chuck?
Chuck, what about the soft underbelly? Because Devin was getting frustrated when I would reference it prior to Goff. But, Devin, you got to admit, I mean, I kind of Babe Ruth that one. I called my shot.
Well, I mean, it was really just the term soft underbelly. It kept,
but it's
being
what
repeated.
it represented, both physically and mentally.
I will give you
and
that.
emotionally and psychologically
You aren't
and
wrong.
physiologically.
Yeah. Fritz got the
Keep going.
yips. He got the
I was looking
yips.
for more. It's not
so close to that
but
one.
it's not he got the yips. It's he has.
He might still have. He seems a lot more confident about this one, but he does have to win today.
No,
it is a must win.
Chuck, you're rooting for him, though. I know you are. It's okay. It's okay.
Here's the thing, right? No. See, this is the thing. I came up through the afternoon show, so our obligation is with Jack. But I've grown to like you, Joe.
Thank
I
you.
like Rhea. She's been on the show for so many years. You know what I mean? I've listened to her for a better part of 20
I'll say,
years.
Chuck, we always treat you right on this show. I'm just saying.
Self-
sometimes it goes
self-
the other way in the afternoon. I'm just saying.
And you know what, though? You have fights with your family, though. You don't turn your back on. You hear me? So,
But you're ready to turn your back on Fritz if he loses today.
Yeah.
He's out.
If he loses, because I don't mess with losers. That's why. I'm a winner in life.
Hey, Chuck,
That's a great line.
Chuck, I need an answer, buddy. Give me a fictional showdown, a big one.
Well, if I got to say one, I mean, did they say, Clubber Lane?
No, it hasn't. Hold on. First fight or second fight?
I'm talking about, it doesn't matter. I think the first
No,
fight.
it does matter. I'm asking you a question. Clubber
Lang,
Lang, first fight or second fight?
When he killed Mickey. Hey, woman.
Okay, that's Clubber. That's the first fight.
That's the first fight.
All right, and Rocky and Clubber, the first one. Okay, fair enough.
Can't beat him, Rock.
Yeah, that is what Mick says. That's a tough one. That's what a lot of people are saying to me with this.
There
this
is a
Fritz
little
thing.
bit of the
I know.
Mick to Rock with
I'm
you
aware.
and the whole thing.
I'm aware.
Yeah.
Hey, it's 94 WIP HD.
He'll kill ya.
Yeah, 94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia as we broadcast today from the Tasty Cake Studio. We're going to be at the baseball field today out there at Plymouth White Marsh High School. Looking forward to it. I wish Jack a good luck yesterday over Twitter last night. I'll reiterate that again today. I certainly wish Jack good luck. He's a great guy. Obviously, he should win this. I mean, he played college baseball, scholarship athlete. So we'll see if he can meet the moment today as he should. One thing I want to get in here, quick Eagles sort of related point. Then I want to get to this audio of Fritz from yesterday. Odd thing, but I want to put this out there because we're trying to do something at WIP, but we kind of need someone's help. So you might remember when the Eagles won the Super Bowl in 2018, obviously February. That summer of 2018, before they went to training camp, we had a day, James, you'll remember this well, we had a day on our show and on the station where we said, hey, everybody, coming up on Thursday, we want you to watch the Super Bowl. And then the next day, we're going to react again. It's like a rewatch day, and then we react again. By the way, we did the same thing 2 years ago when the Eagles lost the Super Bowl.
Which was awful. I was going to say the first one was glorious. The last
Correct.
one less good.
But I mean, look, they've only been in 5 Super Bowls, and these things merit a couple months later a rewatch, good or bad, to say let's dissect what happened.
It's funny how you miss some things.
You do.
You do.
You do miss some things.
I remember watching 2017, And I'm like, Aguilar had a great
game. He
was
was
phenomenal.
He was unbelievable.
Phenomenal.
Unbelievable.
We never talk about it.
I totally agree.
Yeah.
He had, I think, 9 catches and 5 were for first
9
down.
for 91. He was a stud.
No, he
in
was
that
awesome.
game.
So the point is, like, it would be a fun rewatch. Now, here's what makes this year's different than the prior 2 times they were in the Super Bowl. For whatever reason, and I don't know why, it's not on YouTube. It's just not. So when we did this 2 years ago, it was really easy to tell people, hey, just go to YouTube and there's the game. Watch it, and then we'll all. And by the way, we wanted to do this Friday because the Phillies are off on Thursday. So we identified like 2 months ago this Friday, and we're hoping to have this Friday be the day where people would watch the game on a Thursday night when the Phillies don't play, and then Friday we come in here. Like, it would be fun, right? I mean, it'd be glorious to relive the Eagles having this dominant Super Bowl win. So the reality is it's not on YouTube, which complicates it. Obviously, many people taped the game, but many people didn't, especially if you go somewhere else to watch the game, blah, blah, blah. All right. What am I getting at? What I'm getting at is this. I'm trying to get the attention of the NFL Network, and we have privately been trying to get the attention of the NFL Network and have to this point failed. So to anyone who works at NFL Films, the NFL, any NFL entity, the Philadelphia Eagles, people, Smolinski, Lurie, Howie, Nick.
Jeff, if you're listening.
Whoever's got influence, which are, 10 to 30 people listening right now. Please tell the NFL Network, because we've been trying to tell them and they're not pulling the trigger on putting the game on. Please tell the NFL Network, we at WIP, all through the city of Philadelphia, would love to have this rewatch day where we know the day the game is going to air, and then we can tell everyone, hey, watch it. And the NFL Network's ratings will go bonanza instead of watching the 1987 Washington Super Bowl for the 5,000th time. Okay, like, been there, done that. Okay, we're done with that one. Can they please put the game on? And if they put the game on, NFL Network, NFL, we will promote it. We will promote. By the way, it ideally would be the day the Phillies are either off or have a day game. So people at nighttime have schedules clear to watch the game from like 7 to 10. And then we would love to promote that and have a whole day centered around it the next day where we all talk about having watched the game on the NFL Network. So I'm just putting that out there in the world. If someone with some influence or power can make that happen, please do, and we will embrace it, and we will promote your product, and then we can have a fun day of programming here and relive the glory of Super Bowl 59.
2 things.
Yes,
Number
sir.
1, you're right. It needs to be done in the next 2 weeks because soon enough camp's going to open up. And then the NFL's going to have programming.
Right.
They're going to be sending guys to get live from camp, previewing the next day. So they're just going to say, no, sorry, we're booked.
Here's the only thing I'll say to that, Jody. Listen, at nighttime, they could air it, and we could do it in August because training camp and the preseason aren't as big as they used to be. Training camp's closed to the public. Players don't even play in the preseason games. So it doesn't have the juice it used to. So, like, do I feel like we could do this in August? I do. Would I prefer to do it in July? I would.
Yeah, network's not going to let you do that.
Yeah,
you got no chance.
It, Joe. They're just doing it on like a Friday into a Saturday or Saturday into a Sunday.
It's the most recent Super Bowl. Why wouldn't they run it 5 times?
Yeah.
It's the most recent Super Bowl. And we're Philadelphia. I don't know.
Yeah, but they're not programming the NFL Network for Philadelphia.
Yeah, but what I'm telling them is we will get hundreds of thousands of people to watch it. Like, who else is promoting the NFL
if it's
Network
just a regular
for hundreds of
game
thousands of
on a
people?
regular night, like, why not promote it where you know a market is locked in?
And let me be clear, I'm not ripping them. I'm not trying to criticize them. I'm just trying to get their attention. Someone at NFL Films, I know people listening right now work in NFL Films, so just someone talk to someone, and let's get the game on. Tell us the date. We'll promote the hell out of it. We might get you 1 million freaking people to watch it, and then we'll have a fun day.
And you can be the person who got all these people the opportunity to rewatch the Super Bowl in the Delaware
Because
Valley.
don't we want to see that 40-6 win?
You're damn right.
No, what was the final score?
40-6. That was the final score.
Again, you know what also was
Could've
not pointed out enough?
What?
How lame Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes were.
To stay in that game and jack that score up.
Really, they're just this great dynasty and stand-up people, and it was lame. It was really lame.
It was a decision to make that thing closer.
Oh, it was a business decision.
Rhea, you will love in my book, and I'll give you more book details as we get a little closer when it comes out. But my book, written for kids, but it's going to work for adults, called The Best of Philly Sports, which goes from, it starts, the thing that's furthest back is the Penn Relays began in Philadelphia in 1895.
Wow.
And all the way through Super Bowl 59. and I found a great photograph when Cooper DeJean scores a touchdown. He crosses the goal line, and a dejected Mahomes. It's a great. I'm telling you, you're going to love this photo of Mahomes because he's like, "What the hell is going on?" All right. So anyway, we'll get to that in the coming weeks and months. But look, NFL Network, we'd love to partner with you, so to speak. So let's try to make it happen if possible. 215-592-9494. What Fritz said yesterday, and the special message he got from a Phil's player yesterday. We'll get to that up ahead. Plus the umpire. He joins us at 8:30, Umpire Pat. Phone calls on all these topics on a very busy Wednesday morning on 94 WIP.
Burst pipes, leaks, clogs, corrosions, even that loud, mysterious noise. Don't let one of these plumbing problems ruin your summer. Just contact Horizon Services today and stop worrying. No matter the time of year, you can always trust the experts at Horizon Services to solve any of your plumbing problems because, frankly, they have seen it all. You won't be waiting around for days for a plumber to arrive. Horizon Services has same-day service, so they'll make sure that your problem is fixed fast. As always, with Horizon Services, job's going to be done right the first time. If it's a bigger job, say maybe a water heater installation, Horizon Services has money-saving warranties, rebates, and flexible payment options. Doesn't matter what season it is, you shouldn't be worried about having enough hot water for everyone in your home, and you shouldn't have to worry about your wallet when you need to take care of your home. Horizon Services, available 24/7, so do not wait. Schedule a visit at horizonservices.com. That's horizonservices.com. Book today, knowing with Horizon Services, help is on the way.
The Phillies play here. Today, Phillies Giants. Leading off starts at 2:45. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 3:45. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Blast it deep right field. That'll do it.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Summer's heating up and your AC is on the fritz. Get it, Fritz? What I'm saying is not to worry. I got a guy. Christian Home Services has you covered with all your cooling, heating, plumbing, and electrical needs. Did you know that 90% of AC system problems can be traced back to bad install? That's why at Christian, premium installation matters. Right now, Christian's offering 0 payment and 0 interest for 18 months or up to $2,000 off your new HVAC system. Christian Home Services. Now you got a guy. Visit ChristianHomeservices.com.
If I handed you $100 today, what would you do with it? Gas money for that road trip? A car detail? Groceries? Tickets to a baseball game? Well, United wants to give you that cash. You already know they've got unbeatable service, the best rebates, and the experts to keep your car running right. This month when you buy tires, you can take the cash. Simple as that. Don't drive alone. Drive United. Visit UnitedTire.com today. That's UnitedTire.com.
Bunker Buster deals at Dell Chevrolet. Buy with 0% financing and no money down available every day at Dell Chevy. DellChevrolet.com.
Jack, sell them for less.
It's Black Friday in July at Mattress Warehouse. Save up to 60% store-wide and get a free adjustable base with select mattresses. Looking for even bigger savings? Check out our floor model clearance event and save even more. Plus, enjoy free next-day delivery, 0% interest financing, and our 1-year lowest price guarantee. Don't wait. These Black Friday and July deals end soon. Visit Mattress Warehouse today and sleep better tomorrow.
New Harley-Davidson starting at $99 a month at Stars and Stripes Harley. Over 600 Harleys in stock. Only $99 a month for a brand new Harley-Davidson at Stars and Stripes Harley. Visit starsandstripesharley.com. Payments based on Nightster models and base color with 30% down, 84-month term, 6.99% APR with approved credit. Doesn't include freight, setup, tax, title, and license fees. See dealer for details.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At Straight Talk, we are all about no-brainers. Calling grandma for her recipe, no-brainer. Streaming one more episode at 2 a.m., big no-brainer. Getting real unlimited data where you buy bananas, the ultimate no-brainer. Switch now and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2025 with select plans. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 7/2025. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
Buying a diamond can be a risky endeavor. If you're not careful, you can overpay big time. Hey, it's John Ritchie, and guys, I'm speaking to you right now. You can buy things like TVs and sporting goods online all day long, but a diamond is different. Each one is unique, and the slightest differences can affect its value in a big way. Even diamonds that have the same grading report on paper can look very different. Don't risk it. Don't end up with an overpriced, cloudy, inferior diamond. Get the diamond she deserves at Benari Jewelers. Benari Jewelers in Exton and Newtown Square is Philly's trusted source for the highest quality, best cut, most dazzling diamonds. Each one is hand-picked for brilliance. Each one is graded by the most reputable gem lab. At Benari, they look at 100 diamonds and only choose 5 or 6 of them to put in their showcases. So picky. That's why when someone's wearing a Benari diamond, you can tell from across the room. It just has a special kind of brilliance. Isn't that what she deserves? Check out Benari Jewelers. You will thank me. Showrooms in Exton and Newtown Square.
Get a $15 prepaid MasterCard after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When I wake up
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
This is JR from the JR Sport Brief Show with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The Knicks held a press conference for new coach Mike Brown, and the Big 12 started its media day down in Texas. You might want to pay attention today as Deion Sanders will speak for the first time since revealing an undisclosed illness, since his son Shador fell in the draft to the Browns, and since I guess he contemplated leaving Boulder to be the Cowboys coach. Whether you love him or whether you hate him, expect Deion to be Deion later today on JR from the JR Sport Brief Show.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Window Nation. A gut punch of a loss in San Francisco for the Phillies. Bottom of the ninth, Phil's up 3-1. Rob Thompson elected to bring Jordan Romano back out for a 5-out save. Giants' Patrick Bailey, not exactly fleet of foot, walked the Giants off 4-3 with an inside-the-park home run, ball carried off the wall past Nick Castellanos as well as Brandon Marsh.
It was like, hits the perfect spot. It looks like there's a little peak out there. It just hit the peak, and then it just really kicked it hard. Like, that's a kind of unusual carom here. But, I mean, yeah, what can you say, right? Like, it happened, it's over, and it doesn't feel good.
That is Kyle Schwarber, who homered and was caught trying to steal third. Phils will try to avoid the sleep this afternoon in San Francisco. Save big with Window Nation's best deal yet. Get 50% off all window styles, plus no interest till 2030. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. Hot and humid PM storms, a high of 90. It is currently 78. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. Back to the WIP Morning Show with Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Wow. Oh, my God.
If I can win this, and I probably will not, but if I do, Fritz walking into McGurk's today for the show at 2 o'clock will be.
That'll be a walk of shame.
The
all-time walk of shame. Yeah.
I don't know if he shows up. If he loses, I don't know if he shows up for
Well,
work.
I'm bummed it's only a 1-hour show because of the day game.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
I'm really bummed about that.
Yeah.
It's almost worse, though, if you think about it, in that he has to do the hour, and then people are more likely to stay and heckle him after. Like, because it's like people might not stay all 4 hours. They got to go somewhere. But if you're only going to stay an hour to be able to get at Jack after, like, I'd stay.
And then tomorrow's show would be all about the same topic. They just hammer him again.
Oh, it would be it. It would be.
But look, he's getting a lot of support from a lot of people. So 69% think he'll win. Someone who's in his corner? How about that Trey Turner? Let's listen yesterday on the afternoon show. So Jack expressed a lot of confidence yesterday in his arm, his ability, his mentality, and that he thinks he's going to win. Okay, good for him. Good luck. During their show yesterday, there was a surprise message.
Hey, Jack. Heard you're down 0-1. Keep your head up. You've had my...
Hold on. James played the wrong piece of audio. Let's listen to the show yesterday. You got 11, James? All right, let's listen yesterday to the show when the message came in.
We do have a bit of a surprise for you.
Great.
A very special message was sent from a very special person who you once supported.
Hey, Jack. Heard you're down 0-1. Keep your head up. You've had my back. I got yours. Go get him on Wednesday.
Wow. There he is, Trey Turner.
Wow.
Yes.
Wow.
There he is.
That is insane.
Look at that.
Look at that. Look at his face.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
That is awesome.
Chris is like a little kid, like a 7-year-old. Hey, he loves me.
That is pretty cool. Yeah, I don't blame him. That's pretty
No,
neat.
it's very good. It's cool of Trey to do it. The irony, of course, is it was my idea to have that, standing ovation for Trey. I mean, James, you know us.
I don't know.
It was my idea. Okay. To Jack's credit, he then took it far on social media, but it was my idea.
Okay.
So, it is what it is. It does create an interesting dynamic, and it is very cool of Trey to do that. I mean, it's good stuff. It does create an interesting dynamic. Jody, question 2 for you in our 5 questions today is, does this make it harder for Fritz to win? Let's listen to more of Fritz, Spike, and Ike yesterday.
You can't disappoint Trey, buddy.
Nope. The pressure just got ramped up.
I was going to say, did this just add more pressure?
No, it'll be good. It'll be good.
All right.
Wow, that's pretty insane.
Yeah.
That's pretty insane. So, wow, that's great.
Nice.
That's great.
There he is. Thank you.
Nice.
Thanks to the Phils,
Shout
and
out
thank
to
you to
Trey.
Trey.
So, MacMan, question 2. In a world where Jack seems to struggle with pressure, does this help me? Can't disappoint his guy.
I'd say...
Who's not really his guy, by the way.
Less of an effect than we're trying to make it out to be. I don't think it moves the needle much.
Because, I look for any morsel of anything.
Right. You take whatever
Ben,
you
as
get.
someone to play Major League Baseball, you look for anything you can.
Anything.
Anything
Any
you do.
advantage. Any distinct advantage.
Should I be waving my arms in between at-bats if I'm...
No, but
things
don't be
are
a
going
clown.
well? Don't be a clown?
Don't be a clown.
Don't be a
Don't be a clown.
clown.
I mean...
But what if I really got him on the ropes and he's really struggling?
Well, he could dial it up. I mean, he played college baseball. He was a college baseball athlete. He's a scholarship athlete,
Sure,
right?
yeah, absolutely correct.
Right, James?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's true.
Well, Ike thinks he knows what my strategy should be. Let's listen to the Ike man because he identified what he thinks my approach should be and maybe will be. Here's Ike.
So before we move forward,
This
guy's strategy is clearly play it safe
and
allow you to defeat yourself.
Right, which I'm very capable of doing.
All right, let me just say this.
Wow.
Did Fritz say that? Was that Fritz or was that
Jack.
Spike?
No, that was Jack who said I'm very capable of doing it. Yeah.
Really?
Fritz is
Yeah,
Jack.
that was Jack.
Yes,
Yeah.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Now, that was about a week ago, but yeah. So, and I'll just say this. Guilty as charged, me, with what Ike said, but with a major caveat. Yes, I'll take the pitches. If he's throwing balls, cool. Ball 1. Ball 2, I'll stand there and look at him. Good. But if he's throwing strikes and I got to swing, I'll hit the ball. I'm not predicting a victory. I'm not. I actually think he's more likely to win. I am telling you this. I can hit. Ben, as you know, the big leaguers say, I can rake.
You can rake.
I can
They
rake.
do say that.
So say he throws
That's what they say.
first.
I've heard so many big leaguers say, listen, I can rake,
I
guys.
can rake. I can rake.
First pitch, get me over fastball right down Broadway. Are you taking it?
It's a great question.
I won't answer that on the air.
Fair
You
enough.
should say no.
I
Just say no, and then
no,
you can't do it.
I won't answer that on the air. You
Okay.
be there today at noon, and you'll see what happens. That's,
Like I tell all the kids, I said, you go in the batter's box, you have one goal. What's your one objective?
to
Get on base.
Get on base?
No, hit something hard.
Okay.
That's it. I'm not going up there to walk.
Okay.
I'm going up
That's
there.
so
This is
I'm going
the
up there to hit
derisive way he
something
said that.
hard.
This is completely different.
Yeah.
I
This
guess.
is a
I guess.
different entity.
Don't listen to one word Ben Davis
I
is
just
saying.
couldn't look
Yeah.
myself in the
You're-
mirror if I'm going up there looking for a walk.
What you're saying about baseball in general is dead on. That's the way. You're teaching your kids correctly. That's not today. This
Yeah.
is a different type of competition.
Jody,
this
you're
is
so
a
right.
first to 4 wins. However the hell you get there, that's the only
Yeah.
thing that matters.
No such thing as style points today.
Okay.
Just get on base.
But we had a guy earlier say he wants me to switch hit. We had another guy says he wants me to
switch
drag
hitting was
drag bunt.
I said the drag bunt. If you're going to switch it, you may as well drag
All
bunt.
right,
it.
let's go to Mike right now. By the way, the umpire will join us in about 5 minutes. Umpire Pat, that is. Mike right now. Michael, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. Good morning, everybody.
Morning.
What's up, pal?
I tell you, listening in the last hour, like what I wanted to say when I first called to where I am now has completely changed.
Yeah.
You know what, Joe? I tell you, Joe, this is beautiful because when you do come out victorious today, all right, it is going to be not because of, talent, but it's going to be because of what is in between the ears from you, the hammer, versus Jack, the round mound of meltdown. Okay? Jack is basically Nuke Lelouch. He's meat. He's got maybe he has $1 million arm, but he's got a 2-cent brain. He's got the whole world in his corner. You got treasonous, crew members around you now. You got an umpire on the take. You got Trey Turner giving him a little message. Oh, we're going to have a bunch of people showing up giving Jackie Boy a standing O today. Like, he has all this kind of support because they know he's mentally soft going up against a titanium brain in the hammer. So, you know what, Joe? You let him implode. Let him implode. If he starts imploding, don't act the clown. Stay reserved. Stay even keel. Exactly how you were with golf. Your demeanor on the golf course is what helped him implode. Just stay the course. And you know what? And if he wins, you go, okay, Jack, well, you were supposed to win. You played college ball. I haven't swung a bat in 10 years. You're in the driver's seat here,
Okay.
pal. Today is your day.
All right, Mike, that's a very kind and cool message.
good call.
Give me a fictional showdown. This is a big one today. This is real, but give me a fictional one. I still think the best answer is out there.
Tom and Jerry?
Roy Munson versus Bigger and McCracken.
All right,
yeah,
my man.
Kingpin.
Mike,
Great answer.
Mike, appreciate that call right there. Let's get to Rick right now in Easton. Rick, good morning.
Yeah, so first things first. You got to take till he throws a strike. Ben, that's baseball 101. He's not throwing strikes.
Not for Castellanos, it's not.
That's number one. Number two, I'll be there because I went to Plymouth White Marsh, and I'll tell you right now, if you had the 74, 75, 73 PW team, it'd be hard to get a ball through the infield. We got some great teams back then.
Wow.
So that's pretty special you're going there. But, the bottom line here is, with this kind of, competition, you just have to just take your time, do what you got to do in the batter's box, and just let him implode. And he's definitely going to implode. There's no doubt about it. That's just my opinion.
Well, I hope you're right. I mean, like I said earlier, Rick, I'll take the walks if he's, giving me the walks. I mean, if Jack's errant with the pitches, great for me. But I do feel prepared to hit. I mean, if he's throwing strikes and I got to hit, that's my job to hit. Now, look, I'm not guaranteeing anything. I still think Jack is more likely to win, but do I feel capable of putting the ball in play and roping some base hits? Absolutely, I do.
You're gonna have the umpire on shortly. This is my 43rd year PIAA, NJSIAA, and NCAA official as a wrestling official. If you guys are wrestling, that would be quite an interesting thing to watch. I would decline the interview if I'm the official or the umpire. There's no way an umpire can get on before competition and give his personal opinion of the competitor.
But Rick, let's also acknowledge this. This is not professional sports. This is not college sports. We are a radio station. We're having some fun with it. I've been told privately by the individual who works here, who knows him really well, that he's a great umpire and a great person. And I will entirely trust that. I know James, Jody, and Rhea were fired up.
I don't want to hear a single complaint out of you tomorrow.
Yeah.
When you get
He's
through.
slamming the door
we
on you
said this should be
complaining.
under protest. You're the
All
one
right?
who's taking the high road here.
You will get no support from us if this guy isn't good as
All right.
towards
Well,
you. Zero.
all right.
You just can't give your opinion as an official. It's a violation. And by the way, he pitched for Bloomsburg. We crushed Bloomsburg. Westchester crushed Bloomsburg.
That's so
It
good.
is Division 7. Anyway, all right, so here's my answer for the side topic.
Yes, sir.
The ultimate of all showdowns, the Coyote and the Roadrunner.
Wow.
Great
Wow.
Here's my only issue with the Coyote and the Roadrunner. It's 5 million showdowns. Which one?
Yeah,
I think
see,
it's the overall showdown.
No, but that's not a showdown.
I got a bigger problem
That's
with
not.
it. It's like a rivalry. Only one side wins all the time.
That is
Guess what?
true.
It's not a rivalry.
That's an interesting point, actually.
Yeah, I think Coyote and Roadrunner are bad answers.
Yes.
A bad answer.
Has to be.
Yeah.
The Coyote wins every single time. It's not.
Yeah.
You mean the
Unless they
Roadrunner
had
wins
like
every single
one
time.
final
Excuse me.
epic showdown, I don't think it. Yeah, I don't
Okay.
like it.
All right. Well,
BB.
quickly shot you
Ah,
down.
shot down.
Quickly shot down. All right. Let's talk to Umpire Pat. I don't know if the afternoon show yesterday said his last name. I will refrain from saying his last name out of respect to Umpire Pat because he may want to have some anonymity here as he is an umpire one way or the other that people tomorrow and later today could be annoyed at. But hopefully we get a clean game where it's one of those situations where there's no controversy. You never know. But I'm certainly expecting no controversy. I'm expecting Jack or me to rise above and find a way to win this thing. We'll see. But Umpire Pat is, and I'm only having him on because Spike, Ike, and Jack had him on yesterday.
Equal time.
I would not have done that. But they had him on, and I thought, okay, well, they're going to have him on. Let's talk to Umpire Pat. So, Ben.
Well done.
James and I were trying to figure out earlier, like, we don't have umpire music. What's the best sort of judgment call
People's
music?
Court.
The People's Court. Let's welcome to the show for the first time, Umpire Pat. Pat, how are you, sir?
Good morning, guys. How are you?
Oh, fantastic. Sir, how are you?
The best music to walk into is a Darth Vader theme. If you can have that at like 5 to 12 when me and my partner walk onto the field, that would be perfect.
There you go. All right, so sir, let's get to it here. And first off, let me say thank you for taking this assignment on of being our umpire today. We're curious of a number of things, one of which is how do you feel about this? Are you, because you've umpired a ton, and you've umpired games that some would say matter more than this, but do you feel nervous? Do you feel excited? What do you feel getting ready for noon today?
Well, I'll tell you what I told Jack, which is this is probably the most interesting gig I've ever been asked to do. I've been umpiring for 38 years, and I generally don't get nervous to walk onto a ball field, even for championship games, but we got the title of Philadelphia on the line here. This is a big deal. I got to be perfect. Now, to be fair, I'm generally perfect. So
Ooh.
you know,
very Hammer-esque there.
Yeah, I like that.
To speak to one of your colleagues who said, I don't want to hear any complaints, there aren't going to be any complaints. This game is going to be called perfectly. I am one of the best around.
That's
and
great.
there is no doubt that this is going to be fair and right down the middle. I've got no interest in watching one person or the other person win. For me, I know it's going to be a great game when I walk out of there and go, I did my job and I did it perfectly.
Good. I like that. And Pat, let the record show, sir, that while some of my colleagues here were a little critical of you
That's me, Pat.
Yes, that would be me.
That's me, too.
That's okay.
Last
I
hour.
thought you sounded a little chummy.
Not only
with the
Pat,
afternoon show.
not only did I refrain from agreeing with them, but I specifically retorted them.
That is true. Give him credit,
So-
Pat. The rest of us question the chumminess of the interview with the afternoon show. It sounded like you were very pro Jack, giving Jack advice, calling Joe a Karen, all these type of things.
James,
it just was a little,
But he's on
I
our
was a little, raise my hackles a little bit.
But he's on our show right now. Like, we're good, right?
Correct.
Well, we'll
Correct.
see.
And look, I'm going to give you
People's
the same,
court
I'm
music
gonna
for a
give you
reason.
the same advice. I'll give you the same advice. Look,
Sure.
Joe, you got to take pitches. I know that people say, well, you got to get in there swinging, first pitch swinging. if you swing at the first pitch, you're a fool. You got to let him warm it up a little bit because the chances are good after sitting for 15 to 18 years that he probably doesn't have what he used to have. And you can warm up all you want, but as I said yesterday, my 19-year-old pitches for Westchester, and I know what it's like to get in there cold. And if you get in there and you are not ready, you may see 4 balls on those first 4 pitches. You are immediately at the advantage.
Interesting.
He's the one that has to throw strikes, not you.
Very
He
interesting.
is the one that has to give you something. You got to see it like it's on a tee, and if it's not, you got to let it go. You have to see what the strike zone is going to look like. Is it going to be high, low, left, right? Do I need to adjust myself in the box? So, yes, while I believe that Joe has the advantage, or that Jack has the advantage because he's been a college pitcher. He was a college pitcher an awful long time
Right,
ago.
and it was
now,
D7.
He's just a dude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, all right, so, sir, let's talk about this. You mentioned the strike zone, sir.
Yeah.
What is the nature of the strike zone? Like, I have heard someone say that strike zones can be enlarged if it's not professional baseball. That there's some leniency on the corners and maybe even top and bottom. I'm certainly hoping not, because to me a strike zone is a strike zone. And let's remember, Jack did play college baseball as a scholarship athlete, so we should have that in mind. What is the nature of the strike zone that you would say he and I should both prepare for?
Well, I love that you said the strike zone is a strike zone because I get questions all the time when I walk to a field. A coach will say to me, "So what's the zone look like today, Blue?" And I'll say, the zone is the zone.
Yep, that's right.
The zone doesn't change. Now, that doesn't mean that, as I know, but Rick, the wrestling umpire, had said, the wrestling referee had said, it's maybe there's some question as to me coming onto the air, and he would have, look, I'm going to tell you exactly what you're getting. And the zone is from the top of your stomach to the bottom of your knees and on the inside and the outside of that plate. And that is the only place there's going to be a strike. Now, if you've ever watched Little League World Series, you see these guys are calling strikes that are, 4 or 5 balls off the plate. It's because they're not good. It's because they have enlarged their strike zone. I do not enlarge my strike zone.
So when you say top of stomach, let me just make sure I understand this. Where is the belly button in relation to the top of the stomach?
The belly button is probably, if I'm measuring on myself now, probably about 3 or 4 inches above your belly button.
Top of the stomach is above the belly button.
Yeah.
Sure.
I'm just making sure. I'm just trying to understand.
Yeah.
So 3 to 4
Think about
inches.
your stomach.
So 3 to 4 inches above the belly button. So basically below sternum.
Yes, definitely below sternum.
Okay.
Yep.
Sir, since Joe's showing you such reverence calling you sir,
Well, as we should,
I'm going to call him sir, too. Are you telling us you've never been heckled, questioned by viewers of games that you've been at?
I've been heckled by sportscasters in this city.
Wow. What's the biggest...
Because you did say earlier you're perfect.
Yeah, he did.
So I was just wondering if you've never been heckled, because I'm going to suggest there's going to be some heckling either way today. You are going to be questioned either way by fans in attendance.
Let me ask you a question. Your runner goes to first base and it's a bang-bang play and I call him out. You happy about it? 50% of all my calls make somebody miserable. 50% of all the people in that stadium are angry at that third strike, at that out call. So, no, you're never going to have a game where everybody says, oh, my God, that guy was perfect and amazing all the way through. But I know that I'm perfect because I'm the one calling the game. So do I make everybody happy? No. Am I going to hear it? Absolutely. I love to hear it. I love for people to say stuff to me.
You'll hear it today. Probably more than you've ever
it.
had. Yeah, my guess is more than you ever have, just because of how many people will be there. Sir, what is the would you say the most prominent, biggest game you have ever umped? What level? Which teams? What spot?
It depends. I will say the ones that I'm most proud of are the ones where you get to see the smiles on the kids' faces. So a 12U district game where the Plymouth Little League beats the White Marsh Little League and they get to go to the districts because they got to the next round, the smiles on those kids' faces, the joy that they get from the sport that I love so much. I I had the opportunity this spring to do an inter-squad scrimmage for the Westchester Baseball Club team. And I don't know that I've ever had more fun in a ball field because it's 18 to 22-year-old guys just chumming it up, going after their teammates and their best friends and having a blast. The championship game 10 years ago at Cooperstown, I was one of 4 umpires on the field. Getting to call the championship of for these kids, that was the world. So I don't know that I have a more important or less important. I have some of them that stick in my brain. Joe, I love what I do.
That's
I've been
great,
doing
man.
this for 38 years.
Good for you, man.
And there's a group of us guys here in the area. Shout out to the Towamencin Umpire Association. There's a group of us guys that we work our tails off to do what we can do. 9U, 10U, college ball, it doesn't matter. It's all important to us.
Well, listen, that's awesome.
Just,
and let me say something, and I've said this, and James knows, because James and I have been hosting shows together for 9 years now. And I have said this every show, actually, over the last 9 years. If not for the umpires and the officials, who I greatly admire, then there's no organized sports.
Oh, yeah.
So,
he actually ends every show with that.
Yeah, I mean,
is,
I am very pro-official.
It's funny. I get asked all the time, why do you do this? And I get told you don't get paid enough. Well, we get paid pretty well. I'm not going to lie. I mean, we could get paid more, but we don't do it for the money. I mean, I'm going to do 125, 150 games between now and the end of September. I don't do it for the money. We do it because it's not to be corny, but it's the love of the game.
Love of the game. And the love of
That's why we
humanity,
do it.
helping the kids and being a fair public
God.
servant. I hear you. All right, so sir, one more thing that's pretty critical we should cover, because we had the rules set a few days ago. And for those that don't know, our program director, Rod Lakin, put together rules in conjunction with a conversation he had with both of us on the air last week, and things like I got to actually get to first base, even if it's a walk or hit batter. Like I can't just stand there. Like I got to move to first. If I reach base 4 times, I win. If it's 2 times or less, Fritz wins. If it's 3, it's a tie. This is out of 10 plate appearances.
Mm-hmm.
I get 1 timeout per plate appearance. Fritz gets 2 mound visits for the entire 10 plate appearances, and his mound visit guy will be Ike. But one of the key things, sir, that we drilled down on, we got to the point. It was the last 2 things decided were that a plate appearance will be nullified if there's an error in the field. So Jack's able to bring his fielders, and and it's okay. So it's a nullified if I get to first, but it's deemed an error. The last edition of the rules happened yesterday, which was the decision that you and the first base ump, and there will be 2 umps there, you and the first base ump, you two, if there is a decision that needs to be made, a scorer's decision, was it a hit or an error? It will come down to the 2 of you huddling and making the decision. So I would just like to ask, how do you sense, a couple hours in advance of this, that you'll discern fielding level of the varsity high school athletes,
So this
my
this one is easy.
speed, and the confluence of how you make that decision?
This one is easy for a couple of reasons. First of all, your base umpire is a 19-year-old who pitches for Westchester Club Baseball. He also pitched for the PW high school team. So he knows a lot of those guys who are going to be on the field. He knows their capabilities. We know we have been on that field dozens of times. So we know how fast the turf plays. We know how good the players are that are out there. Look, you got a great group of kids that are going to be on that field today. They are just as they're good ball players, they're better humans. You're going to have a great group of kids out there. They're going to be doing everything they can to make every play, because to them, this is the World Series of the summer. So you're going to get the best ball. We're going to know almost immediately before the ball even gets played whether it's going to be a hit or an error, because you can tell where it is in the field. Me and my base umpire, Brady, who happens to be my son.
I was going to guess that when you mentioned the 19-year-old pitching for Westchester, putting 2 and 2 together.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
Brady and I have been umpiring for years. I started teaching him when he was 13, and he does probably 50 games a year himself. He works all summer with me, and so he and I have a rapport that I have with few other umpires. I've got a couple other umpires I love to work with, but I mean,
doesn't get much better than your son.
No. I don't get to coach him anymore. So now I get to be on the field with him as an umpire, which is pretty amazing. But because we know the field itself and because we know the kids, discerning a hit or an error is actually pretty easy for us. That there will be no question.
Okay.
I don't suspect you're going to see too many errors at all because again, I know the kids are going to be out there. It won't be an issue at all. And that's one of those things that when you know baseball, and you guys know baseball, you've watched it for years and you've been talking about it for years. You know what it looks like when it's, oh my God, he dropped the ball. Oh my God. But the question is, all right, so a kid lays out at shortstop, he makes a diving stop, but he can't make the throw. Is a hit or an error?
That's a hit. Yeah, that's a hit.
It's a hit, right?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So you're gonna know pretty easily
Okay.
as well. I don't know that I'm gonna have to. Brady and I are gonna have to make this decision once.
Well, sir, I feel in good hands with you.
Real quick, let me just do something here because I will have no control over the music there, so I can't give you an opening music, but I'll give you a little outro, my friend.
I love that. Love it.
Wow. I don't know if we'll have music there.
You asked for it, I got to give it to him.
I love it.
All right,
Love it.
sir, it has been an honor to have you on the program today. We do appreciate you stepping up on behalf of the Delaware Valley, taking on this challenge. And
Pleasure is mine, guys. I can't wait.
we'll see you out there in a couple hours. Thank you, sir.
That sounds great. Thanks,
All
guys.
right, there he is, Umpire Pat. Let me remind everybody, 12 noon today, Plymouth White Marsh High School. This thing has become way bigger than it was initially intended to be. Plymouth White Marsh High School, I lead Jack 1-0 in our best of 5. This is competition number 2. 12 noon today at PW High School, the varsity baseball field. And then afterwards, a lot of people will be moving over to McGurk's because McGurk's has about 5 hours of WIP programming today starting at 10 a.m. This is the McGurk's in Fort Washington. Joe and Hughes show from McGurk's follows our program, and then Spike, Ike, and Jack from 2 till about 3 o'clock until Phillies baseball, McGurk's in Fort Washington.
I rescind my concern about the umpire.
I liked him.
For a very
I liked him a
specific
bit.
reason.
Yeah.
Of 3 participants, Jack Fritz, Joe DeCamara, and the umpire, the most confident individual is the umpire.
He's perfect. Yeah, he's perfect.
He's perfect.
Self-proclaimed.
I found that a little much.
Little haughty?
A little
I
bit.
liked him.
no,
He
that's-
came off good. I thought he came off good.
At your job, if you're an umpire,
That's okay.
you have to believe you're going to be perfect going into every game. Now, afterwards, he's been doing it for never made a mistake. Okay, that's a bit much.
Little much.
But he is going to do the job that he's supposed to do because he believes he's perfect, and his job is to be perfect. So you will get a righteous call right down the middle.
All right, let's go.
I'm not rescinding my comments.
I am. He won me over.
I'm in between.
It's such a
I really
thankless
enjoyed
job.
him, but I still don't like what he said yesterday. So I'm right in the middle.
I enjoyed having Sir on the air. I think
You
he
were
sounds like,
way too deferential.
he sounds
you
like
were
a
sucking up big
He
time.
sounds like a man for all seasons. If he runs for president, I vote for him over me. Let's go to the phones. Let's go to Paul in Downingtown. Paul, good morning.
Hey, good morning. So, Joe, I think that guy sounded like he has a lot of professional pride, and his son's going to be there. I don't think you have to worry about any kind of shadiness or collusion or like intentional bad calls or just even leaning towards Jack. I don't think he's going to do anything like that with his son there.
Mhm.
I think he just has too much pride. I think you're in good hands there.
I agree with you on that. I really do.
And I think you'll do well today. I think it's going to be really close. I wish I could be there, and good luck to you, brother. And I hope you do well. Look
Thank
forward to
you.
hearing the results.
Thanks, Paul. What do you got on the Phillies last night, man? Frustrating
On the
loss.
Phillies, yeah, it is. And I battered Dombrowski for most of this season. I continue to lay the blame, right at his doorstep, put it right at his feet. I think Rob was kind of in a bad place. I do agree kind of with what Jody said, though. In this particular situation yesterday, I do give, Copper a little bit of the blame. I think he should have done maybe a little something different. I really agree with
Well,
Jody.
what do you want him to do?
Forget
So what do you want him to
the
do?
lefties in the seventh. Use him.
So who pitches in the seventh?
It does anyway.
No, it does. No, it does.
Anybody
No, it does matter.
Seriously.
It's
It
the
does.
answer's
It's
Romano.
So Romano in the
exactly.
seventh, and then who pitches in the eighth?
Same guy, and you saved your
Strom for the
best
end.
pitcher for the ninth.
Right, exactly. And I mean, he's put this way, he's been more dependable and better all year. There's no reason not to use him in that critical situation. Rob is tied to this left-right matchup stuff that I don't 100% agree with because there's plenty of lefties.
Well, for
that hit
what
right.
it's worth, it
They
worked in
hit
the
lefties
it worked
just
in the
fine.
seventh. I mean, Strom got through it.
Yeah, he did, but Strom also would have gotten through the ninth, I'm pretty sure. You know what I mean? And look, and if you can't use Kirkering, like I'm 100% on board with Ben here. Kirkering's our guy. He's the only thing that resembles the guy in that bullpen right now, which again is Dombrowski's fault. But, I just don't know. I can't get away from that. I don't know what was wrong with him, why he couldn't go. I don't know if he wasn't feeling well, if his arm didn't recover well. I don't know what the situation was. But to me, it's been weeks. Since the suspension of Alvarado, it's unforgivable that there hasn't been more help in that bullpen. Just like, to me, no help for the bats 2 seasons running is unforgivable. I am really disturbed by Dombrowski, very disturbed. And maybe I'm too far gone down that road. Maybe I'm just biased at this point. But I put this 95% on Dombrowski.
Okay, Paul, give me a fictional showdown. Give me a really big one.
All right. Well, this comes from literature. You can blame my mom for this, but Captain Ahab and Moby Dick.
You got it, pal. Paul, appreciate that call, bud. Let's go to Coach Harris right now. Coach Harris, good morning.
Oh, what's going on, guys? How we doing this morning? Joe, you ready for this?
I feel good, man. I really do.
By the way, Rhea and Jody, I've been listening to you guys for 32 years, and I'm 37. My dad and I used to listen to WIP.
Jody a little bit more than me, but not by much.
So thank you. It's been a pleasure listening to you guys for so long. You're great.
You got it.
So I got to tell you, I was with Seltzer, and now I've reversed as well. I was fuming listening to that, and Umpire Pat, I believe in. When I'm out there and I'm coaching the high school team, sometimes we have to go line judge because of unfair calls, and I immediately flip from coach who has an incredible bias to, hey, my reputation's on the line. And so I think maybe he very well thinks that Fritz is going to win, even though he won't. And I think at the same time that he's going to be 100% fair.
Well, I do too. So, and by the way, I'll say this, my man. I'm sure there's a lot of umpires, and they might not say it publicly, but they think a certain team will win. I mean, when the Sixers had their tanking years and they were playing the Warriors, I'm sure the NBA ref thought the Warriors were going to win. I mean, it's okay. Look, most people think Fritz is going to win. 69% of people in our poll yesterday think he's going to win. That's fine. I think he's going to win. I mean, I didn't play organized sports in baseball in school, and he played as a varsity athlete in high school and a scholarship athlete in college. I think he's going to win. It's okay.
Joe, I think the key there is played. He has.
Yeah.
I think I said it last time I called. He's got to see your face.
Trust me when I tell you. He'll say it.
Exactly.
He'll say
it. There's a difference between practicing and then you up there. All the pressure in the world is on him. You have nothing to lose. And I got to tell you, man, he's got to throw 10 at-bats. He hasn't done it in 10 years. I feel really good about you, Joe. I think you got this.
I appreciate that.
I had a quick Edgecombe point. I was a Ace Bailey fan. I told a bunch of my friends that, I wanted him. I think he was a better fit, maximum upside. But after the draft thing and seeing VJ and seeing his attitude and his mom and the interviews and all that, and then watching him the other night, I know it's Summer League, but one thing about Summer League is, remember, these guys on defense, they're trying to make a roster somewhere.
Yeah.
I mean, they're playing really hard defense. And I was really impressed with Edgecombe's offense, the pull-ups, creating his own shot. He's out there trying to win every.
Well, I'll say, look, he should be the best player out there because he was the highest drafted in the game he played. But I do think Summer League can give you a window into what someone has. Now, you can get a false positive. I was really impressed with Ben Simmons all those years ago. But I will tell you, I vividly remember watching Jahlil Okafor play in a Summer League game and thinking, oh, boy. There was a stiff on the other team. He was a stiff. And this guy was giving Okafor trouble. And I thought, oh, my God, what is going on here? So you can get a sense. Coach Harris, give me a fictional showdown.
I got that, and then I got a special encouragement for you. I'm really torn here. I'm going back and forth, but I got to go with my original, Bond Blofeld. Over a span of years, they just brought it back in the series. And, Joe, I got a cheer for you, if you don't mind.
A cheer, sure. Is it 2, 4, 6,
All right,
8?
You ready for this?
Sure.
I'm going big.
Wow. Harris brought it.
Thank you, sir. Coach Harris, I'll see you in heaven.
See you
Thank
later,
sir.
Joe.
Appreciate it,
See you.
buddy. Appreciate that.
See you in heaven.
See you in heaven.
Yeah.
What about like the field or something?
With
I don't know.
With that
What do you
kind
know?
What do I know? He's a fine, upstanding gentleman.
But he's
Maybe
going to
you'll
be
see him
dead.
before then.
Well, no, I hope
you
to
can
see him.
in real life.
No, I hope to see him in real life
to see
also.
at the field, buddy.
I'm
you
just
know,
saying he's
not, I'll see you in heaven.
He's on the right side of history. That's all
really
I'm saying.
strange comment.
Hey, Twitter poll questions of the day, both brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Check out Armin's certified one-owner pre-owned pickup trucks and SUVs at ArminChevy.com. That's ArminChevy.com. Together, let's drive. Poll question, should I be waving my arms around in between at bats to try to rattle Fritz today during the baseball challenge, yes or no? Sounds like a lot of people say no, at least in here. But maybe Twitter will be different. Second poll question, blame game related to last night's loss. Who do you blame the most for last night's Phillies loss? Choices are Dombrowski, Rob Thompson, Jordan Romano, Phillies hitters, who managed 3 runs. I think it was 9 hits, but 3 runs. All of that up ahead. Phone calls on all of this. We got 1 hour. We got 3 hours until the baseball challenge. Al Morgani weighed in on it. Who Al thinks will win. Al is, James, you and I have said this for a long time. Maybe not only the smartest person at WIP, but the wisest.
Yeah, very wise.
Very wise human.
Smartish, yes. Wise, I'm not sure. But smart, he's the company lawyer.
All right, who
He's
he's got for this challenge, you'll hear that next. Phone calls as well on a busy day on 94 WIP.
Whether you are a weekend warrior or competing at a high level, you are an athlete with goals. And NovaCare Rehabilitation, they are here for you with NovaCare's Select Sports Center of Excellence, which are specialty locations, and they're focused on the needs of athletes. So if you're injured, NovaCare will help you get back to playing your sport. They'll also help you prevent injuries from happening, and NovaCare will prepare you to compete at your highest level of performance. At all Select Sports Center of Excellence, athletes are treated for their specific injury training need and goals. More and most importantly, care is provided by sports-specific physical therapists using advanced training and technology. For more than 30 years, NovaCare has long been the trusted Delaware Valley and South Jersey leader in physical therapy, hand therapy, and sports medicine. Select Sports Center of Excellence, just one more way NovaCare is meeting your needs. To learn more about Select Sports Center of Excellence, go to NovaCare.com today. Excellence is earned. NovaCare, the power of physical therapy.
When someone's AC is on the fritz or drains are just not draining at all, like at all, Horizon Services never asks, how soon do you need it fixed? You know why? Because no one in recorded history has ever said, oh, take your time, just whenever you can get to it. We just assume how fast can you get here will always be the answer. So Horizon will be there same day, and we won't leave until you're 100% satisfied. See? Sometimes it's good to assume. It gets your AC fixed fast. Book today at horizonservices.com.
Declare your independence this July and fly into freedom at Robin Ford. No matter where you are, you're closer than you think to a better buying experience at Robin Ford. Online at robinford.com. Robin Ford, where cars and trucks are sold. Cheap, cheap.
For all station contest rules, go to 94WIP.com/rules. See Joe Conklin in the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood High School on Baker Ave, July 11th, and at the Ocean City Music Pier, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, Joy. Oh, you are glowing.
Oh, hey, more like Mira joyed that Miralax helped me go. I was so backed up. Tried mega coffees, prune juice, everything. Then Miralax. And hello, gentle relief without the harsh side effects.
Ooh, how does it work?
It works naturally with the water in your body for constipation relief. Find Miralax today at Walmart.
Use as directed for occasional constipation.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cybersecurity must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through July 21st, new customers can get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card for your business. Call and switch to Comcast Business today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
When I wake up
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
DQ presents How to Make Your Summer Take Flight. Just head into DQ for a new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat. Treat your inner hero to an epic mix of sugar cookie dough, sprinkles, and cake batter flavor. Blend it all with legendary DQ soft serve, and it's enough to tempt Superman himself. Fly into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat before it's gone. And don't miss Superman. Only in theaters July 11th. DQ. Happy tastes good. Only at participating locations.
When I wake up
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
This is Bart Winkler with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by WeatherGuard Truck and Van Equipment. They're just as driven as the hardworking pros they serve. MLB's All-Star Game is next Tuesday, and here's one idea you may have not heard yet on how to fix it. Don't tinker with it. Don't tweak it. Don't change it. All-Star Games are meant to be fun, a celebration, but an exhibition. We don't need a winner. We don't need high stakes. We don't need it to be the greatest game ever played. All the other leagues have ruined their All-Star Games. Let's let the MLB version stay as it is. I'm Bart Winkler.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Council, less said fun. Phillies will try to avoid a sweep in San Francisco this afternoon, 3:45 p.m. live here on 94 WIP. Also try to rebound quickly from their disastrous 4-3 loss to the Giants last night. With the Phillies up 3-1 bottom of the ninth, Rob Thompson sent Jordan Romano back out after getting 2 outs in the 8th to try and nail down a 5-out save. Spoiler alert, he did not.
And a high fly ball to deep right center field. Castellanos is back, and it's off the top of the wall, and it's rolling along the warning track. The game is tied. Bailey's around third. He's heading for home. This is going to be an inside the park walk-off home run.
That is Tom McCarthy with the call on NBC Sports Philly. The Phillies have lost 18 of their last 21 games at Oracle Park. The Laborers District Council of Philadelphia and vicinity are committed to providing the safest, most well-trained workforce for the construction industry. Laborers building a better future today. Hot and humid PM storms, a high of 91. It is currently 81. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. 94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studio. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station.
a good answer in the way he didn't answer the question. This is a classic deflection by a manager because he knows the truth, but he can't admit the truth. Here's a great question and Topper's answer after the game.
You're caught in the corner. I mean, do you feel like you have enough down there in the bullpen maybe when you don't have one of your guys on a given day?
Well, it was just the structure of their lineup and where we were at in the seventh that we felt like it was Strom's inning because we'd already used Banks early. It was a 4-inning stint for Ty, and I thought he pitched great, and I thought he pitched better as the game went on. Stuff got better, command got better. Very encouraging.
All right. I mean, Jody, you know the deal. He's asked, do you have enough relievers? He knows the answer is no. He's not going to say no.
Right.
So you just talk around it.
He did. And did a good job. But let me just add this to the mix because he did comment on Walker. And this is either Topper or the pitching coach or Dombrowski or anybody. They've jerked him back and forth, and they continue to say that they're not jerking him back and forth. Right. He's a starter. Well, we're not going to start him anymore. Well, we had to put him back in. We'll put him back in the pen. He's going to stay as a pen guy. And they put him back in as a starter.
But look why.
Right, but you have to say that ahead of time. You can't just say he's in the bullpen and then put him back in as a starter.
Well, but
you either have to say, and this would be a good hedge, since you're talking about him hedging, which he did a nice hedge last night, we'll play it by ear. We believe in Taiwan that he's good enough that if we've got to move him back and forth, he's got to be a spot starter. We can put him back in the pen. He can get outs for us. No, they're pretty damn definitive that, oh, no, he's not going to start anymore. And then he is. You can't do that.
Well, I think you can, because to me, here's why I disagree with you. You go back a month ago, we thought they might have 7 starters on July 8th. And right now they got 4. Because the reality is Mick Abel flamed out.
We're not sure about Luzardo either, and he goes.
Well, that's true, and I'm counting him as one of the 4. But you're right. Yeah. Okay, but let's view it the way we thought. 7. Abel, at least for now. Painter, got rocked again yesterday, at least for now, and Nola not ready. So, it is what it is, man. I mean, I hear you, Jody. I'm sure they did tell him, hey, we do intend to keep you in the bullpen a month ago. But you know what? Circumstances change.
Let me address the 3 guys you're talking about.
Bad.
Nola was hurt when they said we're not pulling him back into the rotation.
But it's going on for a long time, probably more than they initially thought.
Well, you have to cover yourself.
They did. You know what they did? They put Taiwan back in the bullpen. Get your $18 million a year ass out there. I mean, back in the rotation.
I'm not questioning the move. I'm questioning the statement leading up to it. He's now in the pen. He's in the pen. He's going to be in the pen. Well, you got a kid, Abel, who's got all of 4 starts under his belt at that time.
So
you got a kid, Painter, who's never thrown a pitch in the big leagues, and you believe he's going to be good when he comes up, but he's not. And you got a guy who's hurt, and you didn't know when Nola was coming back. You got a hedge.
No, I bet you privately with him they did. I bet you they said, hey, we're going to the bullpen. It might be the rest of the year, but hey, we might be putting you back in the rotation.
I'd like to ask Taiwan that question.
By the way, let me ask. Okay, so we got 5 questions from McAman. Question 3, Jody. I asked this to Ruben yesterday. I want to get everyone on the record right now. Starting with you, Jody. Here's the question. Most likely to get a postseason start. Here are your 3 choices. Because as of now, it's clear Wheeler, Ranger, and Sanchez would get a postseason start.
Yep.
A month ago, most likely, next guy would be Luzardo. I'm not sure it is. Most likely to get the 4th start in the postseason. Luzardo, Nola, Painter. I think it's Nola, Jody. What say you?
Yeah, I think it's. I've kind of thought it was Nola all along because and you know the question I asked the Ruben follow up. How much does moving that person to the bullpen and how effective will they be, does that factor into starts? And Nola's never thrown a pitch in relief in his life.
Yeah.
He's been a starter his whole life. So you're either going to make him inactive with 5 years to go on his contract, with how much money to go, or he starts. It's one or the other.
Ben,
he's not a
right?
bullpen option.
Is Jody right, Nola?
He is.
I think so too, right?
I think so, yes. Without a doubt. And I think you have to have, in this day and age, I think you have to have a power arm coming out of the bullpen. And I think that would be more so Luzardo, because he has the power arm. He can eliminate lefties and righties.
Yeah.
And he's a high 90s guy with a good sweeper.
I'm now looking forward to Nola coming back. A month ago, it was like, not going to get anything from this guy this year. Now I'm like, kind of need him.
I mean, I have not a lot of confidence that Nola can, come back, can rehab, can get back in shape and pitch the way he did last season and in previous seasons in such a short amount of time for the post. Like,
Well,
it's already July.
Listen, you might be right, and maybe it doesn't work out. I'll say this. We had a similar conversation about Bryce Harper in 2022. I think that was the year, right? When he was,
yeah, but I just feel like pitching's
Right?
different.
2023 was when he came back. Or
no, but I thought he initially was out with the elbow, and that's
it was,
when
and then he
could only
DH'd in
DH.
2022 was when he DH'd, yes.
Yeah.
Devin, do you see Nola? He's down in spring training area, right? So you don't see him when you're
Then he
covering
had
the
the
team?
surgery.
Yeah, I haven't seen him.
Isn't he in Clearwater?
I don't know where
Yeah,
is he.
he's down
Is he
there.
there
Yeah, he's in
now?
Clearwater.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah. I haven't seen him since he first spoke about, and they talked about his stress fracture in his rib.
Ray, are you looking forward to Nola coming back? Is that where we now
Well, I
are?
think that's being a little much to say. Am I looking
Well,
forward
as opposed
to
to who?
No, but
Taiwan?
It depends which
because, by the
version
way,
of
guys,
Nola.
The story no one's talking about, Painter obviously is not ready.
No, he's definitely
Like,
not.
I don't know
Yeah.
if people, because I know most people don't follow the minor league thing
No,
day
I
to day.
watch his
He
games
is
when
not,
I can.
He is not ready.
When they're streamed, I watch them. That's like how excited I was about him. Not too much. Here's the thing with Nola.
You can't give up 5 runs
No.
every game and be the guy that comes up to save the season. That's ridiculous.
Here's what
in
I
the
think.
minors.
What I think with Nola is he was a lot more injured than he was letting on, and I think they knew that he was dealing with something. I've had issues with how they've dealt with injuries this year because I'm worried a little bit about Ranger.
Yep.
So I think that he was more injured than letting on, and saw these young guys, saw Ranger and Sanchez and Luzardo and how well they were pitching, and didn't want to give up that spot.
Possible.
I mean, so
Certainly
I
possible.
think if he's completely healthy and they gave him all this time to heal, I'm okay with him.
I am too. I'm
Yeah.
not
As
out
your
on Nola
fourth,
at all.
And on the Painter front,
yeah.
And I get it. He's the future. And the Phillies have a lot of eggs in his basket. I continue to hear every once in a while somebody defend him by saying, well, he only had one bad inning. Guess what? Romano only had one bad inning last night, too.
Right.
Didn't really work out well.
Sure.
That's not an excuse. That's not an acceptable excuse or explanation for me. Oh, he only had one bad inning. The other 3 innings were real good. But he gives up 3 runs in the other inning.
Yeah.
That doesn't cut it. That
Right.
doesn't get you to big leagues.
But you also don't know. I mean, he could be down there and say, we want you to work on this particular inning or this particular
That's
inning.
fair.
To say, you know what, we need you to throw all change-ups this inning just to see how you can command those pitches. So you don't know, maybe you have an unbelievable fastball that the other team's not going to hit, but you're like, you know what, we want you to work on your off-speed pitches.
Then let me ask you this, Mr. Baseball Construction Team.
Mm-hmm.
Is that wise? He's supposed to be prepping to get ready to come up and make a contribution to the Major League Philadelphia Phillies in the last 2 months of the season. If he's still working on stuff, then you're going to throw him in to start a game in August when you need a win? No. You have to be Major League ready.
Yeah, that's fair.
We're now in July. If they wanted to do that with him in April, oh, sure, yeah, work on the stuff. Because in spring training, everybody does. March, he didn't pitch in March.
Yeah.
So April, yeah. There had to be a point at some point where you go. Fire the gun, the race is off. There's no more working on things. There's just getting outs.
All right. A lot to chew on here. Let's go to Dom in Philadelphia. Dom, good morning.
Hey, how's it going? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you, buddy.
All right. I want to start off by saying love your radio show.
Thank you.
Even though I'm a Mets fan. I have one question in regards to the competition.
Sure.
What's the verdict when Jack decides or says that he can't continue to pitch because his arm feels like it's going to fall off?
If it's during the competition, that's a win for the other guy. I mean, in any of these things,
I think if he quits, he win. Like whatever it is.
Yeah, I mean,
It's a forfeit,
if we're playing hoops and I sprain my ankle and I can't go, he wins. Like once the competition's begun, you don't get a redo because a guy gets injured. Now, you might delay the next competition. That's reasonable. But if a competition has begun and someone suffers an injury, you either got to play through it, or if you tap
guy
out,
in Wimbledon had to quit in the middle of the match because he tore his pec.
That's it. I mean, that's sports.
Okay. And I just want to say this to Jack. After toting how, he's still got it. He's pitched before at the collegiate level, and you're not an athlete.
Yep.
If you win today, Jack Fritz, you're a bum. I don't want to hear anything you're talking about Joe DeCamara. Nothing.
Dom, I'll see you in heaven as well.
Oh,
Dom, give me
get crowded up there.
Joe's killing a lot of people off today.
Dom, give me a fictional showdown.
Tom and Jerry.
So I put that in like the
same thing as Wiley.
Yeah.
You can't just be annoyed at each other forever and then just run around and chase. And which one?
That's more of like a rivalry or like a ongoing feud.
Yeah, I mean,
than a showdown.
A showdown it's leading up to this.
Yes.
So what are we leading up to episode 3, Tom and Jerry? Episode 5? Episode 9?
900.
Right. I mean, you can't lead up to a showdown 700 times. A bad answer. But great call by that guy. Wise man on the Me and Jack front. Let's go to Martin in Valley Forge. Martin, good morning.
Good morning, everyone. How are you?
I mean, we're doing pretty good, man. I mean, I'm getting ready. I got 2 hours and 44 minutes till
I hear
showtime.
you sound like you're drinking your own Kool-Aid, which is the only way to go into a batter's box. I like it.
Look, there's only one thing go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off. My bad.
Yeah.
As far as like seeing your face goes, I'm wondering if you were smart enough to like get on the internet and get a T-shirt that actually enlarges your face so he can see your face twice while you're in a batter's box.
Interesting. I did not take that step. I plan to wear a Randall Cunningham Tecmo Bowl shirt, but
I like that. That has swag to it. I like it.
Thank you.
All right. So, Ben, before you leave, what are the chances? Like, I hear Quan's name from Cleveland as an outfielder, and then obviously they have a Class A is his name, and he's also a Class A closer over there.
Mm-hmm.
Like, how much would we have to mortgage the future to look at both or even one of them, in your opinion? Or do you think that's just talk? Because I think as much as everybody wants Dombrowski to do stuff, I don't see what you go get. That's the problem I'm having. I don't see what you go get.
Yeah, you would have to, for those two in particular, which I would absolutely love to have both.
Could you imagine?
You'd have to send out a lot. You would it would take a lot.
A lot. Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot.
Like,
I like either one of them. In that scenario. And then just do you see like a good market, or is it kind of like, do you read the tea leaves to say like we might be standing pat just because there's no one to go get because of our stance on prospects and our fear of repeating the 2008 mortgage?
No, I think I don't know what they're willing to give up, but I'll be honest with you, there's not a whole lot out there. There's just not. It's a bad market.
I had a whole talk.
Yeah,
I can't figure it out.
Yeah, it's not a good time to be in searching for relief and also an outfielder.
And by the way, this is where it really was and still is important that guys like Painter, Abel, and Crawford develop quickly to be options for October, and they might not be. I mean, listen, it would have
been nice if Abel could have gone one more good start, and then you've got some real sell power. But he threw himself right out of that, unfortunately. And I know that kid's been battling, so I don't want to talk bad about him. It's just,
I mean, look, he went backwards. I mean,
I don't think it hurts his trade value that much. He's shown that he can compete at the major level. He's 23 years old. Like, major league teams understand development. It's not linear always.
But what it very much might do is dissuade the Phillies from using him on their own roster in October.
Possibly.
No,
absolutely.
Very possible.
Yeah.
I mean, that could happen. Martin, I need an answer from you. A fictional showdown.
All right. If it hasn't been said, is it not the Karate Kid versus Johnny?
Ooh, that's a big one.
That's a great answer, dude. The crane kick, all of it.
The whole movie that
it's leading up to it the whole time.
That's a big.
It's a great
That's
answer.
a big. As of now,
it's a good one.
I think that's the best we've had so far. The Rocky and Drago's big as well. Al Morgani weighed in on me and Fritz and his expectations. Very, very clearly, he believes one of us has a far better chance to win than the other. Let's listen to Al.
DeCamara has got no chance.
You don't think so?
No.
I'm picking DeCamara to win.
Fritz played baseball in school, right?
He's got to throw strikes. He hasn't thrown baseball competitively in like 10 years.
You throw one pitch inside, and it's over.
Okay.
You throw one pitch inside,
I think
it's over.
Wow.
Okay.
Wow.
So he's saying I'll coward out?
He says you had no chance.
He said I have no chance, and he's saying because I'll, be afraid of the baseball?
Yeah, I think he's saying one high and tight, and you're just going to check out of the competition.
Look, it's a mental game. You just
disappointing from Al. He has not been paying attention.
If he wants to hit me, he can hit me. I mean, Ben, let me ask you a question. Because sometimes I joke around. This is not a joke on this one. So ball's coming right at me. Now, I know I have an obligation as a hitter to technically try to get out of the way.
Right.
Like there's that obligation. Umpire theoretically can say, you didn't make any attempt, you don't get first base. Unlikely that occurs, but okay. Let's just say ball's coming to me. Do you recommend, like, what parts of the body would you say it's in my best interest to take getting hit by the pitch? And what parts of the body, like the elbow, the ankle, are there parts where you'd say, and obviously the head goes without, like, obviously I will duck if the ball's coming to my head.
Right.
But if it's like other parts, are there parts you'd say, Joe, it's really not to your advantage to get hit?
I would say anything that's bony. So your knee, your elbow, your ankle, obviously.
Hand.
Foot, yeah.
And the thing is, it's tough, especially with my limited experience against an 80-mile-an-hour fastball. Right. And, I mean, I haven't been playing. I don't expect to have Barry Bonds' eye on, like, oh, this is going to be my forearm versus my elbow. I mean, I'm lucky if it's my forearm versus my freaking ass.
Yeah, I don't know how guys, like someone like Chase Utley, like if a ball's coming at me at 95, I don't know how you don't get out of the way of it. Like, you just turn into it.
How much does it hurt?
Well, it depends on where it hits you. I think it hits you in the butt, it ain't going to hurt. But just make sure if it is, just turn away from it. Like turn back towards the catcher. Like just don't jump out.
Protect the face, right?
Yeah, protect the moneymaker.
And it's okay if it hits the back? Yeah. If it hits the back, that's...
The back is okay, yeah. Yeah, ribs.
Trickiest one is the ribs.
Yeah, the ribs hurts.
Sounds like it
That's
hurts
gonna
no
hurt.
matter what. But
Ribs hurt.
And the ribs are a spot that gets hit frequently. I mean, that's a pretty exposed area.
Not if you get away from the pitch the wrong way, then yes. But if you turn away from it, it's going to hit you in the back.
And so if I turn toward the ump, toward the catcher to protect my face, the umpire's not going to rule me as not having tried to get out of the way of the pitch, right?
Correct.
He'll know that I was trying to protect my front side.
Yeah, that you're trying to get out of the way of it. Yeah. That's
trying
the
to
way
get out of the
it.
way of the worst part that he could hit me.
Correct.
Okay.
And after listening to the ump on the afternoon show, I would have thought he would have said he didn't try and get out of the way, get back in the box. After hearing him on the show today, I think he'll give you a fair call. If you make any effort to get out of the way and it catches you, you'll get an H by P.
I appreciate that. So one more from Al, who clearly doubts me significantly, and I'll just say this, does not seem to like anything about me or a potential approach of how I could go after this thing.
And, it's really hard to hit a baseball. I mean, this is not softball. We're talking hardball.
I don't think Joe's going to swing very much. He sounds like he's content with taking his walks.
Walks?
Yeah.
What the walks?
He said he's going to have a very
I care if that
good eye.
That would upset me so much to I mean, I would do anything not to walk.
He doesn't get it.
This is hardball.
We had to explain it to Ben earlier, which unfortunately I didn't want to because what he was saying was dead on right. Sure. I got to explain it to Morgani again. This is different. This is not a baseball game. This is not the Red Sox against the Phillies. It's not Pawtucket against whatever other International League team you want. It's not even Plymouth Whitemarsh against whatever team they play.
Great
the high
point.
school's up there.
It's not even Little League.
This is a different competition. This is not a game of baseball. The game of baseball is part of it, but it is not an actual game.
It's a game of getting on base.
And you shouldn't have to try and play to what would be done in a regular baseball game. This is not a regular baseball game.
Dead on right. This is a game of getting on base. Yeah. That's what it is.
I mean, look, I would prefer to rope base hits, and I'll be totally prepared to. I'm not saying I'm predicting that I will. I'm predicting that I know I can. But, I mean, if he's going to walk me, then I'll take the walk. I'd be dumb not to.
You faced Real Cormier that one time, right?
Yeah, he threw some nasty stuff.
I remember you talking about it when he came back.
Off.
Yeah, he fouled one off.
He cranks. Look, I don't know what he cranked it up to. I know he cranked up something, and I also know the ball moved in a way I had never seen a ball move before. I know, I'm being honest.
I'm sure.
It was like, whoa, of course. The ball just disappeared.
Wow, I didn't know a ball could do that.
Yeah. Rhea, you've seen a lot at WIP. Does this one surprise you? I mean, I'm not trying to pat ourselves on the back, but this has become unusually big for a ridiculous summer competition.
It has surprised me, and I think that it only, it was...
Him backing out was big.
Huge.
When he backed out and then back in, and that was
all
big.
of that, but when you beat him, then everybody went, oh my God. It just became, because I think everybody just, even I supported you, but I didn't think you would win.
Yeah.
For all the reasons we've stated. But once you beat him, and the meltdown was so epic, it was on.
Yeah, and I'll repeat again for those listening that haven't seen the real video. the real video of his meltdown is 100 times worse than what the public saw.
No. 1 million times.
I mean, what are we talking here?
We're talking that they showed none of the meltdown in the video, and there's like 4 minutes of video.
It's
like I saw, there might be more.
Devin, he had 9 straight strokes.
Only meltdown.
I was just standing there watching. He had 9 straight shots, and the ball barely moved.
There were multiple F-bombs at the top of his lungs, like full-on F-bomb as loud as you can yell it.
Yeah, and that video did not get out to the public.
Why is that?
So if you want to, if you think he's the guy, okay. But
this is at me directly.
No, this is at the you in general.
Devin, I'll get you the video.
Thank you.
Elliot and I watched it and just cracked up for 4 hours. It was one of the funniest videos I've ever seen in my life.
I've never seen like 6 guys crowded around a little cell phone, dying laughing. It was the funniest thing ever.
I think one of my main goal here is to win this overall thing. I think my other goal is to get that freaking video released at some point. I mean, come on. And then my third goal is
the public needs to see it
and to get John to truly root for me, which I'm still not sure.
I don't think that's going to happen.
He's definitely not. I think at this point he's more rooting against Jack because he's upset with Jack's performance than he is rooting for you.
No, I think he's not the performance. I think he's offended by Jack's comments about just
how good he was and then not backing up.
Yeah.
And then how wussy he was.
I've never seen John. That really bothered John.
You know what? John is. I've learned John gets very bothered by crybabies like Alec Boehm,
John was
temper tantrums.
John was tough as an athlete.
He does not like that.
As tough as they come as an athlete.
I'm with you. Like General Patton would have been reporting to John back in the day. All right, Time's Yours is up ahead. A lot of calls as well next on 94 WIP.
1 round down.
I chip onto the green. He concedes.
1 man up.
1-0 Hammer.
But this battle, far from over.
An absolute embarrassment. That was a vintage meltdown.
Joe versus Jack. Round 2. The baseball challenge. Will Joe keep his streak alive?
No peacocking from me, man. Head down, focused.
Or will Jack finally hit back?
I need baseball.
It's Joe versus Jack at Plymouth White Marsh High School starting at noon today. Only on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Hola, amigos! Brad Evans here to help you feed the books with the BetMGM Network. It's never too early to think about the NFL season, and with the summer heat in full effect, I'm in full pigskin mode. The Seattle Seahawks have completely revamped their offense with all of the new weapons. I think Sam Darnold will continue the success that he found in Minnesota. Darnold's TD pass is set at 21.5. I think Cooper Kupp and JSN, with them on roster, he'll cruise past that number. I'm taking the over at plus 115. Hashtag Team Huevos. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000.
Paid for by Wesley Financial Group. I thought people like me didn't get addicted to drugs. That's like saying people like me don't get sick. Just like anyone can get sick, anyone can struggle with addiction. And when you're struggling, there's no shame in getting help. I'm over the shame. I know who I am, and I'm in recovery for me.
Call 844-REACH-NJ. Talk to a counselor for confidential addiction help and see if you're eligible for no-cost treatment. 844-REACH-NJ. From the New Jersey Department of Human Services.
Summer's heating up and your AC is on the fritz. Get it, Fritz? What I'm saying is not to worry. I got a guy. Christian Home Services has you covered with all your cooling, heating, plumbing, and electrical needs. Did you know that 90% of AC system problems can be traced back to bad install? That's why at Christian, premium installation matters. Right now, Christian's offering 0 payment and 0 interest for 18 months or up to $2,000 off your new HVAC system. Christian Home Services. Now you got a guy. Visit ChristianHomeservices.com.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal esta? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get a Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI. Plus, your plan price is guaranteed for 5 years. Save today, guarantee for tomorrow. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Guarantee smoking price of talk, text, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See exclusions and details at T-Mobile.com. Receive Netflix and with ads on us with qualifying plans.
Hi, it's Pete from Chicky and Pete's. Come and enjoy one of your seasonal favorites from our new Summer of Shellfish menu, including our flavorful garlic and herb, roasted shrimp and lobster, tasty crabby tuna and poke tacos, or our incredible seafood boil featuring crab legs, scrumptious shrimp, clams, mussels, and more. And try one of our delicious seasonal cocktails with your meal. There's Summer of Shellfish only at Chickies and Pete's.
Bring on the summer heat with huge savings when you replace your old, inefficient windows and doors with my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Right now, Guida is offering their best discounts of the year with their big 40% off summer sales event on all expertly installed windows and doors. If you got drafty windows you've been meaning to replace, then get 40% off each window you buy. That's right, 40% off all high-performance, energy-efficient triple-pane windows. You need new doors? Then Guida's got you covered there as well with 40% off all high-quality entry doors, patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. Plus, start your project with no money out of pocket and pay it off interest-free for up to 18 full months. Do not let these incredible savings pass you by. Go Guida right now so you can take advantage of these limited time savings. All prior sales excluded. Offer expires July 31st. So call Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or go to GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Here's Comedians and Sketchers Getting Comfortable, presented by Hands-Free Skechers Slip-Ins.
Hey, I'm Bobby Slayton, and I'm here with my pal, comedian, and Skechers ambassador, Mr. Howie Mandel.
Why did it take so long to invent something as amazing as Slip-Ins? I know it seems simple, but it took Skechers to invent a better pair of shoes.
Yep, with Skechers Slip-Ins, you just step it and go. You don't have to touch your shoes. And by the way, Slip-Ins are for the whole family, men, women, and kids, in all your favorite Skechers styles. Find Skechers Slip-Ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with X-Fi Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards, USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Window Nation. Jesus Luzardo starts for the Phillies as they try to avoid a sweep in San Francisco after last night's disastrous loss. 4-3 when the Giants' Patrick Bailey had a walk-off inside the park home run, hit off Jordan Romano, sent back out by Rob Thompson for a 5-out save.
We got kind of caught back in the corner because we didn't have Kirkman. And so Strom pitched the 7th against all those lefties. We wanted to use Romano in the 9th just because of the intensity of the whole situation.
Phillies Giants will wrap it up this afternoon live here on 94 WIP at 3:45. Save big with Window Nation's best deal yet. Get 50% off all window styles, plus no interest until 2030. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. Hot and humid PM storms, a high of 91. It's currently 81. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie.
Vinny, Vici, I'm out of order.
This is the WIP Morning Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Absolutely absurd that so many people are invested in this. Good Lord.
It's pretty ridiculous.
It really is. It is so over for Jack if I win this thing. He's got to win. He's got his guy Trey Turner in his corner. Good for him. Look, we'll find out. Reminder, Plymouth White Marsh High School, 12 noon today. If you're available, get on out there. It should not last more than an hour. I mean, there's a chance it could last, 20 minutes. My guess is more like 30 to 45 minutes. But we'll see.
Could just be 4 straight singles and it's over.
Could be 4 pitches.
4 pitches.
Could be 4 pitches and donezo. But it's not going to be that. All right, so we're doing 5 questions with the Mac Man. Jody Mac. Question number 4 for you today, sir. And frankly, and I say this is no disrespect to you, Jody, I'm actually more interested in Ben's answer to this. But since it's 5
That's
questions
all right.
with the Mac Man, unless you want to defer to Ben, you want one of your questions to go to Ben?
Well, no,
It sounds
I'll
like
fire
you want one of
first.
his questions.
That's what it sounds like.
You're going to ask both of us, right?
Well, I'll ask you, and then we'll get to the professional baseball players'
Yes,
expertise.
I would prefer
Jody,
to go first.
You go first, Jody. Here's question number 4. What is your advice to me today?
I don't think I need to give you a lot of advice because I think you understand what's going on, which has been the biggest surprise to me here, that people don't understand what is actually transpiring. It's not a baseball game. It's a competition. It's the first to get to 4, arrive at first base
By the way,
safely.
for what it's worth, even in baseball, Barry Bonds, even at the height of his heightness, would gladly take the walk. You want to walk him, he'll
Sure.
take it.
Yeah.
And by the way, that's a 1,000 on base percentage. Like, a walk's a good thing in sports. So let's
Correct.
not forget that. I mean,
And
if you're the batter.
A 400 on base percentage is really good in Major League Baseball.
Right.
There's a handful of them that actually accomplish that, and that's what you have to accomplish to win today.
So your main advice is take the walk if it's there for you.
Absolutely right.
All right, Ben, you played it. There's a lot more to it. I mean,
Yes.
I listen, if he walks me 4 times, if that's that. That will be dissatisfying for many. But hopefully I rope some singles. What is your advice to me, Ben?
1, breathe. 2,
In between pitches,
in
like
between
really
pitches,
be
like inhale through your nose, out through your mouth. Just breathe.
Okay.
Trust your instincts. Like your instinct is tell you your first decision is usually the best one. Like you see it out of the hand, ball. Where you see it out of the hand, strike. Have at it. Trust yourself and just go from there. But I would say just breathe and don't be in a rush. It's not like it's panic time. You get 3 strikes for a reason. You know what I mean? You get 3 strikes for a reason.
Do you think, Ben, that the final 5 plate appearances will be harder on him or easier on him?
Way harder.
Oh, sure. He's adding up pitches.
It's going to be hot as blazes.
Yep.
If you're not accustomed to doing it, it's a lot more cardio than you think. Like it's not easy to go out there and pitch and he could run some deep ball counts. Maybe he goes a couple, full counts, and you foul a couple off, and then finally either get a hit or
I'm
walk
hoping to get him to 40 to 50 pitches.
That's a lot.
Yeah, I think that would be a lot.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
With 2 breaks in between, right?
Well, not necessarily. I mean, it could be as many as 3, but it could be as little as 0.
Once
he gets
depending
3,
on
when he
who
gets
wins.
3 outs,
Yeah.
when he gets 3 outs, then there's a break. That could be after the 3rd batter. That could be after the 7th batter.
But then he's going to come out and take some warm-up pitches again?
I would imagine.
That's even more taxing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. Maybe I'm misunderstanding. Is it 3 outs?
3 outs.
Yes, and I was confused by that too, Jody.
3
I thought it
outs.
was 3 at bats.
He has
to get 3 outs for a break.
Correct.
Ah, that's interesting.
Yeah, it could be after 5
I thought it was
batters.
just 3. Like you would have 3 breaks essentially.
3 outs.
Yeah. Wow.
Right. That's why I asked. That's worse for Jack.
Way worse because he has to keep rolling and
Yeah.
getting out. Yeah.
Like I said, this is going to be a test.
He walks you once or twice in the first 4 plate appearances. He's screwed.
All right, James, after 4 plate appearances, how many times have I gotten on after 4?
Man. Well, you want to be at 2. If you're
I'd like
at 2
it to
after
be- yeah.
4, you're in great shape.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be 1 or 2. I definitely think you will get on base in the first 4 plate appearances. I think you're probably going to pick it up as it goes on. So I'll say 1 out of 4, but I think it picks up after that.
Okay. Let's go to Gary calling from Vineland. Hi, Gary.
What's up, Amber?
Hey, buddy.
You gonna swing the bat today?
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
Are you going to swing the bat today?
In many ways, that depends on him. I will say that I hope to, because at the very least, I would hope to end it with a big hit to left center field. But like Gary, if he walks me, I'll take the walk. No shame here, man. Good enough for Barry Bonds, good enough for me. Gary, let me put you on hold for one moment, because let me remind everybody, when I talked to Ted Williams last week, what he told me.
There's no way that you can improve any hitter in this game. The number one thing you're always thinking about, absolutely, is getting a good ball to hit. Good ball to hit is something you see real good, that looks good to you, that you could hit.
And Gary, I'll be looking for that good ball to hit. But if he doesn't provide them, I'll take the walk.
Well, what if you're up 2 walks? Just like swing at something. Put the bat on the ball.
I'll take it under advisement.
All right. Can I say something to Devin? Devin, I got
Sure.
your sibling names beat by 1.
What's that?
Harry, Larry, and Gary.
No way. No way.
Yeah. I always said I look on the bright side. I could have been Barry.
Wow. Wait, so what?
Parents,
That's
just not that creative.
what is Gary short? So it's Harrison, and is Larry short for Lawrence?
No, it's literally Harry, Larry, and Gary.
It's literally okay. So just went straight up with the rhyming.
That's wild,
You do
man.
have me beat.
Yep. Never knew who was in trouble.
That's something.
Relatable. I get that.
All right, Gary, you got a shot to win these tickets for Wiz Khalifa and Sean Paul. A fictional showdown. What do you have?
How about when Arya Stark beat the Night King?
Ooh.
Yeah. Now, so I don't know that that's the right way to frame it, because while she does take him down
Light
in the
versus
end,
dark.
well, it's the living versus the dead.
Yeah, it is.
It's the living versus the dead. I think that's the wrong answer. I mean, think of it this way: they only come together
At the end.
in the same scene
the one time.
For 15 seconds.
Yeah, but it's a showdown.
I mean more between them leading up to it for it to be a showdown. I mean,
It's like the whole series.
yeah,
leading
but
up
like
to
when
it.
Jon Snow's looking at him across that ice thing around season 5,
Yeah.
and they meet eyes. That's to me.
If John had been the one to actually kill him at the end,
Yeah.
that would have been a great answer.
Yeah, I don't like it. I mean, I kind of like it, but I don't love it. Go ahead, Jim.
Where'd you get the Ted Williams clip?
So I, in full disclosure, will
You hear
say
me talk to Ted Williams last week.
I
he said.
have been preparing for this competition, Jody. See, Jody, people
Oh
think.
my God, are you watching like old Ted Williams interviews?
Let me
psycho.
Let me put it. Yes, the answer is yes.
Love it.
Yes,
You're
I was watching an old
That
Ted
is
Williams.
psychotic behavior.
Remember, he had
crazy.
2010 vision.
I understand, and I don't. But Jody, here's the clip from a movie that this whole thing reminds me of. You remember when Rocky's fighting Apollo, and Duke is in Rocky's corner, and Duke is in Apollo's corner, one of the early fights, and Duke says and he used to go by the name Tony, then they changed his name to Duke, and Tony says to Apollo, he doesn't think it's a damn show. He thinks it's a damn fight.
Right.
Finish this thing and let's finish this bum and let's go home. Like, I think Jack and Spike and Ike this whole time, like, it's been a little like, oh, a little fun thing. Like, I'm here to win. I'm here to win. So, yes, I will watch my Ted Williams interviews to learn, to prepare. I will do all that I've done. I will not detail all the rest of it, but, like, I'm prepared. I'm ready.
You'll appreciate this. I'll tie it in.
And pull that for drop of the week, because I'm freaking serious.
Well, I'll play it if you win. If you lose, it's going to be not as much fun to play. Yeah.
And I'm not predicting I'm going to win because I think I'm going to lose, but you're going to get the best I got.
Tie it in to what we've all been saying today about how you handle your business. Before he got his job with the Mets, my father worked for an agent who represented very famous athletes, including Ty Cobb and Ted Williams.
Wow.
And my father knew both of them. And
Your father knew Ty Cobb and Ted Williams?
Yeah. The reason my name
Holy
is
man.
Jody is because of Ty Cobb. Ty Cobb used to call my father Jody.
Get out of here.
And my mother decided when I was born, listen, we're not calling him Little Joe or Joey. We got to come up with a name. And my father said, well, Ty Cobb calls me Jody. What do you think of that? They said, all right, he's Jody.
That's amazing.
Next 60 plus years. But anyway, he's in the car with Ted Williams, taking him to a personal appearance, whatever. And he had played the day before at Yankee Stadium, and they were going to wherever they were going. And my father said to him, he had hit a home run the day before, he said, did you guess curveball on that pitch? And my father and Williams had an okay relationship. Williams looked at him in the passenger seat, looked at him and said, if you ever blanking say that I guessed again, I'll punch your lights out, kid. In the car while my father's driving, because he asked Ted Williams if he was a guest hitter.
That's so funny.
And he was so annoyed. So today, don't guess.
Okay.
If it's not a strike, don't swing.
Okay.
You gotta determine your strike zone.
Sure.
First couple at bats, you'll get better at.
Yep.
You know what it is. You know what the ump's calling, not calling. But to start, don't guess.
Okay.
If it's not down the middle, I would take it till I get to two
appreciate
strikes.
that. If it's good enough for Ted Williams, it's good enough for me. Twitter poll, because they might be the two best hitters ever, Ty and Ted. Bonds is up there and a couple others, but those two are very high. Twitter poll question of the day brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Armin is proudly celebrating 25 years of serving the automotive needs of the Delaware Valley. Together, let's drive. ArminChevy.com. First poll question. Jody, how do you think people voted? Who do you blame the most for last night's Phillies loss? The choices in alphabetical order. Well, actually, not alphabetical order. Choices are Dombrowski, Topper, Romano, Phillies hitters, meaning they only scored 3 runs.
I will revert back to yesterday because I thought the poll was going to go differently, and they ended up agreeing with me more than I thought they would. I kind of thought the audience would get it wrong. The answer should be Romano, so I'm going to say that it's Romano.
The answer is Jordan Romano. 42% say he.
Really?
23% Dombrowski, 18% Phillies bat, 17% Topper.
Wow, Topper was last.
Interesting poll result. Second poll question, should I be waving my arms around like crazy during the in between the at-bats to rattle Fritz? 61% say I should.
I love that.
Yeah, that's good.
We shall see. Let's do what we do every day at this time.
The time is yours.
Can't wait.
Unlike everyone else, we actually check our voicemail. Tell us, what do you want to say? The time is yours.
Time's yours.
Someone earlier said I should not, and I believe the exact phrase was, don't be a clown.
Yep.
All right.
I wonder who that could have been.
Time's Yours is brought to us by Xfinity Mobile, the sponsor of WIP's Xfinity Mobile Lounge. The Wi-Fi, of course, is booming. Make sure you unlock faster, secure speeds at home and on the go, only from Xfinity Mobile. Let's hit it with Time's Yours.
I love the segment, 5 Questions with Jody Mack. It's awesome. I was wondering, is the reason you don't do 5 questions with John Ritchie because his answers would take up the entire show?
Oh,
zing! Wow.
That is a zing.
Yeah, just calling to say good luck to Joe. Hopefully Jack's like Jordan Romano last night and you take him deep. Time's Yours.
Wow. Well, I definitely won't take Fritz deep because I don't have that kind of power. Like I said yesterday, I'm more of a Pete Rose kind of hitter, but I will do my best.
Joe, I know you got a big day today, so I just want to wish you good luck. And there's just one thing I want you to do for me. Win. Bong!
Yeah, Rocky too. Absolutely.
Hey, Joe, it's Marky Mark from 2 Street. I just want to wish you good luck tonight. Do me a favor. Got a lot of money riding on you, kid. I got a lot of money, and I don't need mistakes. I don't need, like, Castellano swinging at the first pitch. No, I'm saying, Joe, Time's Yours.
Oh, I like it. What's crazy is how many people I have heard have made side bets on this. That is wild. And with that, Time's yours. We shut it down.
The Time's Yours line. Leave Joe and John a message of your thoughts, compliments, and complaints. Call 215-238-4500.
Fifth and final question for the Mac Man. This goes out to everyone. We got to move kind of quick. Try to keep the answers to about 10 seconds. Prediction. How many people will be there today to watch? Jody?
Over 200.
I agree with that. Devin?
I'll say 300.
Benjamin?
I'll say 150 to 200.
I'm going to say 233 people.
Oh, it's very exact.
Ray, do we go above or below 233?
Above 233.
I appreciate that. I mean, we do seem to be hearing from a lot of people, including, let's remember, the moms.
The moms group's coming out.
That's a sign. When the moms group's showing up, that's, people are going to be there.
The moms.
Your mom.
All right.
Your mom.
We got to come
Who's
up.
coming today? Your mom.
I'm a huge fan. I'm 48 years old. I'll be the first one to tell you I love the mom game.
That's great. All right, we got to come up with a winning answer for the best fictional showdown. So I thought Superman and General Zod should have been said. It was not.
Is it just Johnny and...
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
Daniel?
It's as simple. Now, listen, we're taking that over Rocky and Drago?
I think so.
I think so, too.
Yeah. I know the whole, Cold War part of it makes it tough, but...
No, congratulations to Martin with the Karate Kid. Daniel LaRusso versus Johnny Lawrence. Hey, everyone. Martin! Yeah. Joe and Hugh, of course, are up next. They're going to be from McGurk's. The next 5 hours of WIP programming will be through McGurk's. They'll go through the first hour of Spike Ike and Baban's show into a Phillies afternoon baseball game. Just know this, high noon, that's in 2 hours and 8 minutes. We will be at Plymouth White Marsh High School's varsity baseball field. 3 people on the diamond. You got the umping, 4. Ump behind the plate. You got the ump at first. You got a pitcher, that's Jack Fritz, and you got me. I'll be ready to rock and roll. Hope to see you there. We'll talk to you tomorrow. We're talking in the next couple hours on 94 WIP.
Last season, they didn't just win, they dominated.
The greatest Eagles team in modern history.
But with the crown comes the chaos, and everyone is coming for the champs.
Let's work, man.
The road to a repeat starts right here with Sports Radio 94 WIP's Champ Camp. Every hit, every headline, and exclusive access live from the NovaCare complex. This is WIP's Champ Camp.
One day at a time, like we always do.
Driven by Forest River RV by Camping World. RV sales, service, parts, accessories.
If you think now is the time to shelter in place instead of shop for a new car, you don't know Jack. It's Bunker Buster Deals all month long at Dell Chevrolet. Savings so big, they're classified. Shock and awe. Buy with 0% financing and no money down available every day at Dell Chevy. It's time to nuke your old car or truck with the Dell Vehicle Exchange Program. Get into a new vehicle with the same payment you have now, or maybe one that's even less. Dell Chevrolet is the Delaware Valley's #1 destination for trucks and SUVs with the largest payload. Over 300 vehicles to choose from. Don't be too late. Bunker Buster Savings at Dell Chevrolet. You'll be telling your friends that Dell dropped the prices so low, I ran out of excuses. Dell Chevy is located on Route 30 in Paoli, or visit them online at DellChevrolet.com. If you're afraid you're going to pay too much for your next car, you don't know Jack. Say habla español. Together, let's drive.
Jack, sell them for less.
See dealer for
Tomorrow, some of us will wake up and it will be our last day on this earth. It will be unexpected and without warning. Each year, 250,000 people will die from medical malpractice, the third leading cause of death in America. 43,000 will die in a car or truck crash. 6,000 will die working on the job. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, and we represent many of these families. It's awful. Unfortunately, many times some of these family members are not speaking and never get to say, I'm sorry or goodbye. If you're at odds with a loved one, listen closely. Pick up the phone. Call them. Say you're sorry. I promise a huge burden will be lifted from your heart and your soul will be renewed. Even if you're not wrong in your own mind, it doesn't matter. Death is bad enough. Death without closure and love will follow you the rest of your days. Trust me on this. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey Phillies fans, Bryson Stott here. Making double plays on the diamond takes a lot of dedication and trust in your teammates. So when it comes to turning two off the field, I trust the team at Barlow. From sales to service, they're dedicated in handling all of your automotive needs. The team at Barlow is A-OK. Visit them today in Delran or at barlowchevrolet.com. Together, let's drive.
This month at Barlow Chevy, we have lease offers that will save you money and put a smile on your face. Visit us today in Delran and go Phillies.
Hackers suck. So does juggling multiple apps to run your business. When your IT stack is cluttered, productivity drops and security risks rise. Meet Trust UC from Telesystem, the app that cleans up your digital dumpster fire. Integrated video, voice, chat, and AI-powered messaging, plus built-in cybersecurity awareness training and 24/7 dark web monitoring. Boost your productivity, cut your costs, and help strengthen your security posture. Visit hackersuck.com for more. IT is about trust.
What's for breakfast? You have to get to Helen's Sausage House with locations in Smyrna, Newark, Delaware. For over 40 years, Helen's has kept the region running with its delicious breakfast sandwiches, lunch, and catering. Make Helen's your next stop. Online, helensausage.com.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin. And over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
DQ presents How to Make Your Summer Take Flight. Just head into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat. Treat your inner hero to an epic mix of sugar cookie dough, sprinkles, and cake batter flavor. Blend it all with legendary DQ soft serve, and it's enough to tempt Superman himself. Fly into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat before it's gone. And don't miss Superman, only in theaters July 11th. DQ, happy tastes good. Only at participating locations.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies the same item. Current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at Lowe's.com/lowest price guarantee.
You know the national parks, but you may not know that they're supported by a strong foundation. A foundation for the future. We are the National Park Foundation. And together with your support, we are building a bold future where national parks are vibrant, protected, and welcoming. Today, tomorrow, forever. Learn more at nationalparks.org/foundation.
For more than half a century, contractors and trade professionals have relied on WeatherGuard for heavy-duty truck and van storage equipment, not just to protect their tools, but to protect their professional reputations. Whether it's inside or outside of work vehicles, a WeatherGuard badge means pros can trust that their hard-earned name is in good hands. Since 1968 and every day since, WeatherGuard has been protecting anything it takes to build a professional reputation. WeatherGuard, established in 1968, proven every day. WeatherGuard.com.
This is Bart Winkler with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Denver Nuggets superstar Nikola Jokic is not going to seek a contract extension this summer, instead delaying talks until next offseason when he would be eligible to make more money. Seems reasonable. Actually, let's approach this like we do Giannis. Oh my! Does Jokic want out? Have the Nuggets done enough to make him happy? What lowball offer should Denver take from Miami? All of this sounds stupid for Jokic, just like it sounds stupid when you guys do it with Giannis. I'm Bart Winkler.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey sports station. This is Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
everybody. This is the Midday Show. Tom Kelly in for Joe Giglio once again on this Wednesday morning. We are broadcasting live from McGurk's Bar and Grill in Fort Washington, right around the corner, Hugh, from the big event later today. Hugh Douglas with me today. What's up, Hugh?
Good morning, TK. Good morning, Philadelphia. Hey, listen, if you're going to pick fights with somebody, at least be able to defend yourself. You know what I mean? You fighting folks and stuff on the golf course, at least be able to defend yourself.
Yeah, that video that surfaced last night?
Buddy got dragged.
Especially when you go after a guy, make sure he's not a former NHL enforcer before you pick a fight.
Not only that, because there's a lot of people that have, they got a lot of bravado right now. When you talking trash to folks, you might run up on that one that's going, call your bluff. So just make sure you're prepared for that. There's a lot of folks out there nowadays, they want to, they want to stick the chest out, but they ain't got hands.
Not about that life.
They ain't about that action.
Not about that action. But a lot of stuff for us to get to throughout the course of the show today. Obviously, around the corner, Plymouth White Marsh High School.
It's going down.
It's going down. Joe DeCamara, Jack Fritz, the pitching matchup of, I guess the year here in Philadelphia.
Let's hype it up, man.
The century?
The century.
The pitching matchup of the century.
Pitching matchup of the decade.
We'll see how it plays out.
Jersey Joe DeCamara. Wait a minute. Is he from Jersey?
No.
It just sounds right. Jersey Joe DeCamara against Delco Jack.
Delco Jack sounds good.
Delco Jack. Yeah, I rode through Delco.
It does.
But I rode through Delco this morning. I went by the Williamson's Trade School. I didn't even know it was over there. You know where that's at? The Williamson's Trade? No. I probably didn't even say the right name. No. But anyway.
Never heard of it.
What'd you think of Delco?
It was all right. It was all right.
Just all right.
I mean, I was riding through and because my Navy took me. Matter of fact, coming here, my Navy had me somewhere at somebody's house. They said it was McGurk's, but it wasn't McGurk's. It was somebody's house.
Dude, Hugh's probably huge in Delco. I could just imagine a Friday night in Delco, how many guys out wearing Hugh Douglas jerseys?
Nah, not many.
I think there are
not many.
But we'll get to that a little later on with Jack and Joe and the pitching matchup at PW later on today. Make sure you go out there for that. Come by McGurk's for lunch afterwards, or you want to come in before and get something to eat too. Come before, come after. Do both. But we'll get into that a little later on. But we'll start with the Phillies. The Phillies lose last night, 4-3 in San Francisco. Taijuan Walker goes 4 innings in this game. I think it's largely fine. Like, Taijuan Walker was okay in this game. Phils get a lead later on. Kyle Schwarber, 2-run home run. They take the lead into the bottom of the 9th. Jordan Romano comes on, and disaster strikes in unbelievable fashion. Here's what happened at the end of this game last night.
Swung on, hit deep, right field, into the gap goes Castellanos at the wall. It's off the wall. It's in play. It bounds way back into center. 2 runs are going to score. Bailey's coming around third. He is going to score standing up on a walk-off inside the park home run. As the Giants come streaming out of the dugout, Patrick Bailey has won it. 4-3 for the Giants.
Scott Fransky on the call, Hugh. An inside-the-park home run to win a game. I don't know if I've ever seen that before.
Well, it happened to me last week when we was playing on the video game, but that's not the same thing.
Well,
I mean, Joe Giglio was playing with the kids. It was the same thing. But the sentiment was about the same. It's just disheartening to see something like that, man. When you talk about the way that they were battling, I know a lot of the fans aren't excited or happy about the way that game went, man, and you shouldn't be. You shouldn't be. But there were some good things about it. Like you said, got some pretty decent pitching last night, and the guys were trying to move runners over. There was a concerted effort last night to try to play small ball. And for the most part, you did. You just didn't get the win. You just didn't get the win.
Yeah, and still, not being able to get those runners in. Schwarber gets thrown out at third base in the 6th. Did make up for it.
I could
coming back
Schwarber
and hitting
in a race too. I hope.
Well, that helps your case last night. Yeah. What he's doing trying to steal third base.
That doesn't help your case.
Clue.
You cannot steal a base in the major leagues.
I'm just saying.
Well,
I'm just saying.
In Hughes' defense, neither can Schwarber.
He did, though. He just couldn't steal third. It was bang, bang. It was close. Hughes not even getting close.
I'm just saying, dog. I'm just saying.
Man.
I'm just saying.
But
that made me feel like I could, last night I just feel like I, kind of help my case out a little bit.
Well, anyway, Schwarber at least atoned for it. Comes back, hits a 2-run homer. Phils have a 3-run lead going into the bottom of the 9th. And the question everybody's asking today is why did Jordan Romano stay in? Romano came in, got the Phils out of the bottom of the 8th, came back out for the 9th, not Orion Kerkering. Here was Rob Thompson after the game on why he elected to stick with Romano.
We got kind of caught back in a corner because we didn't have Kerkering. And so Strom pitched the 7th against all those lefties. And it was wanted to use Romano in the 9th just because of the intensity of the whole situation. So it was between Ross and Johnson and Robert for the 8th. And we liked Robert's slider on that group of hitters. And I think it was fine until the pitch clock violation. I think that may have sped him up a little bit. So once he got through his 3 hitters, I felt like it was time to get rid of that inning. And Romano came in and did a great job. 5 pitches, felt like he was strong, felt like he could probably finish it out.
Now, I think blaming Rob Thompson is crazy. He just laid it out right there. If Kerkering's not available,
he's not available.
What options does he have? I mean, you heard the guys he has to go to: Joe Ross, Seth Johnson, or sticking with Romano. To me, he picked the best of 3 bad options in that situation.
Yeah.
And the question we have to start here: who are you most frustrated with after that game last night? Rob Thompson, Dave Dombrowski, or the players? The players need to execute. Does Rob Thompson need to manage better, make different decisions, or Dave Dombrowski? Hugh, I think you're wrong, man. Dave Dombrowski's not giving him the pieces.
Listen, I just find it. I understand what you're saying. I hear you, because you have to get the pieces that get the job done. But at the end of the day, if Romano's out there, man, you have to get the job done. That's what you get paid for. A lot of times I hear people, especially when it comes to baseball, they want to blame the manager. And I know that decisions that are made by the manager can sway wins and losses. I'm not a dummy. But in a situation like that, and you know that you're protecting the lead, you got to come up big, man. And I know things happen, but you have to do better. To me, that's squarely on the players.
I hear you, but the way I look at it is
in the park home run, though?
No. that was what is Brandon Marsh doing? You got to play that ball better.
In the park home run?
You got to find a way to play that ball better to make sure that does not happen in that spot. But I look at Topper, and we can yell about him all we want. He's playing with the cards he's been dealt. And that situation last night, that's like if you're playing poker and you get a 7-4 offsuit. Like, what are you going to do in that
means
spot?
nothing to me.
I don't play. Kyle, you know what I'm talking about?
No.
You never played poker before?
I'm not a big poker guy.
Like, this is basic poker now.
You can't
Come
talk
on,
to us
man.
like you can't talk to me and Kyle like that. We don't know what that is.
Uno.
You know, like pocket 8. You know,
You Uno.
Okay.
Draw 4. I know that one.
What's a bad card to get in Uno?
No, I'll tell you what. This
know.
is the better with TK. Like, okay, say if you're like, since we're using a fight analogy because the dude got beat up on the golf course.
Just ripping my analogy.
If you're cut, man, that's just like you getting beat up in the ring and you blame the cut man. Why you blaming the cut man? You the one that took the ass whooping.
Well, how about we blame the guy who brought Romano here? The guy's been a disaster. He stinks.
Put it like, okay, this is even a better analogy because since you're a failing chef, you're a failing restaurateur.
Hey, I got a haircut, so maybe not anymore.
This is the equivalent of at your failing restaurant, you buy the groceries, right? You buy all the stuff. Say like you get some ramen noodles and you get some tomatoes.
Ramen noodles?
Ramen noodles and some tomatoes and stuff. And then you ask your chef to make a gourmet meal with the ramen noodles and the tomatoes. That's kind of what Topper's doing. Yeah. He can only do what he can do. So I don't see the purpose in blaming him for the ingredients that he has that you're asking him to prepare this meal with.
I'm with you. And this is why, we want Romano to pitch better, and he's been a huge disappointment. But I look at Topper. I think it's a miracle you even got to the 9th inning. You're cobbling your way through that game with guys like Max Lazar, Daniel Robert, Tanner Banks. Tanner Banks actually pitched well lately. I was down on him, but he's actually done a nice job. But Romano's been terrible. Meanwhile, you got Jeff Hoffman, who has 22 saves in Toronto. You have Sir Anthony Dominguez, who's pitching great in Baltimore. He's allowed 1 earned run since May 24th.
Everybody's not built to be here in
Over
Philly,
the last 6 weeks, the guy's allowed 1 earned run.
Yeah, but everybody's not built to be here in Philly. That's a fact. That is a fact.
It is.
It's just it is what it is.
Well, I don't think Romano's built to be in Philly, Hugh.
But he was the guy that was tasked to go out there and do his job, and he just didn't get it done, man. I understand that there's a lot of intangibles that go off into all of this, but the players have to get it done. I saw a effort last night in the guys trying to win that game. They fell short. That's not on Topper.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think we both agree it's not on Topper. The difference is you put it more on the players. I just put it on.
Who was
David
that? Rojas when he was trying to steal second and he ended up stealing third? Or was that Sosa? Was that Sosa or Rojas? Somebody when they early in the game? But my point is,
thrown out stealing third.
No, no, he made it. I think it was Rojas. Early in the game when Ronnie Ray, or whatever, Robbie Ray, Rooney Ray, when he was having issues at the plate, right? Forget you.
There you go,
Francisco. But the point that I'm making is this: that the guys went out of that game and they were trying to play small ball. They were trying to manufacture runs, and that's what you have to have, and that's what they're trying to do. You just have to finish it out.
Yeah, and I mean, the small ball thing is just not working for them. They just, again, you look at last night, you scored one run, but then you had to rely on the homer. But, Kyle, I'll ask you, players, Dombrowski, Topper, who are you most irritated with today?
Yeah, and look, we do the Dombrowski thing all the time. We all know what his offseason was. I mean, he didn't add tons of top-end talent to this team, and he
ran it back.
Bullpen,
we ran it
let
back.
Hoffman go, replaced him with Romano. And Romano has kind of stunk, I mean, for the majority of his time here. But you said he's playing with the cards that he's dealt. The cards that he's dealt is like one of the highest payrolls in Major League Baseball. And I get Bryce Harper's coming off of an injury. I need to see a little bit more out of him. And I'm not, like, expecting it. I don't think that's the reason why they lost last night. But, like, this entire offense put together, besides a Kyle Schwarber home run, finally got their first hit with runners in scoring position in like 27 or 26 different opportunities. It's been multiple games, and everyone's throwing a parade, like, finally. And they didn't do anything after that. They had multiple opportunities still to add to their lead, and they couldn't do it. I mean, they had 3 points because Kyle Schwarber, who has done what he's always done this entire season, is hit home runs, and he put one into the drink in McCovey Cove. Like,
the third Philly to do it ever.
Yeah, but, like, honestly, I think this is going to sound like I'm making an excuse. The worst thing that happened to Topper in terms of last night's game was not even Jose Alvarado. Like, Jose Alvarado was on this roster. They had to put Daniel Robert out there in the 8th. Or is that his name? Daniel Robert?
Daniel Robert.
Daniel
yes,
Robert.
That is his name.
It's like he's so nondescript that I don't even know what the hell the guy's name is. That was your 8th inning guy in a 2-run game. I mean, like, I don't know. Like, the offense is good enough to have played a lot better than they have. And the bullpen's probably just what it is right now until they make a move at the trade deadline. So I don't put it on Topper. The Nebraska thing is what it is. Like, I don't know how many times I can say it. Like, the offense just needs to be better.
I agree with that. And you look at that hit with runners in scoring position, ironically, that comes from the guy you're paying nothing in Otto Kemp. Like, he's the guy who was able to get that hit for you. But
doing what he got to do.
He did. But I can't get past the Dombrowski thing because after last season, man, we all saw that this team was flawed. We all saw that this team needed something different, and he just didn't change anything. He didn't change anything with this team, and I get the players should theoretically be better. But like a guy like Jordan Romano, I don't know if he's capable of being better. Like maybe he's just not good. Maybe that was a bad investment. And you look at the fact you brought him in, you traded Sir Anthony last year at the deadline, you let Jeff Hoffman go. Both those guys, and Hoffman hasn't been like phenomenal this year, but he's been a heck of a lot better than Romano. Mm-hmm. That's what I just can't get past with Dave DeBartolo.
I just look at it like this, and this is the way I always felt. If even though, playing on the defense is more about, it's not just about one individual. But when you're in situations like that and your back is against the wall, somebody has to make a play. And for him, he's the pitcher on the mound. You have to pitch better. You have to have that mentality. And I know that there are certain things at certain times that are not in your control. It's not. But you have to have a better outing, especially when you're protecting a lead, man. You can't let that happen.
Yeah, I mean, it was bad all the way around. Want to know, though, who are you most frustrated with today? Rob Thompson, Dave Dombrowski, or the players? Topper's the one that I just can't understand because I heard some criticism of him this morning from some callers on the morning show, and that part of it I just don't get. I mean, Rob Thompson, he's dealing with the pieces that he has, and I think he's cobbled it together really well with the pieces that he has.
I mean, he's done a pretty good job, but, when a pitcher's on the mound by himself like that, you have to have the stones and the testicular fortitude to get the job done. Speaking of that, Jack's going to be on the mound today.
Oh, he is, yep.
You know what I mean? And I know that there's a lot of people out there that are kind of wondering how Jack is going to handle this situation against Joe DeCamara. What do you say?
I don't think he's going to handle it well.
You don't?
No.
I
think he's putting on a brave. You're the radio host.
I agree.
He's putting on a brave face.
I agree with Kyle here.
Every now and again, when you say something, I get stumped. I don't know what to say exactly. I know it's dead air. It's not good for radio, but damn, when you say stuff, sometimes I just don't know what to say.
Now, in the first 2 hours of the show, we're going to take official predictions here. What side are you on, Joe DeCamara, Jack Fritz? Maybe we'll throw out some props throughout the course of the first couple hours here. Kyle's setting some lines for us on what exactly is going to happen here. But I'll make my official pick. I've been consistent the entire time. I mean, I think the camera rolls today. I do.
Does Jack have a meltdown, though?
I think it could get really ugly for Jack. And I'm just being honest here. I don't like the way that he is talking about this going into it. He doesn't sound very confident to me at all.
I'm of the mindset that he's playing possum.
I think it's already over. I think this is just a formality.
I think he's playing possum.
Well,
I need to know.
So you're on Jack today.
That sounds crazy.
Well, betting. Dirty mind to you, Douglas.
No,
already had it.
I'm just saying.
10-17.
17 minutes into the
I'm just saying. Listen, I thought about this last night, man. I'm not trying to be childish. It's just that certain things that you say, it's just ironic, and I'm just ain't trying to be childish. It's just irony.
Well, who do you have today? DeCamara, Fritz, Kyle? Where are you? Who do you have?
All right.
Official pick. You change overnight.
This is probably, I don't know, is this the longest odds to you guys? A push? 3?
Yeah.
The camera gets 3? Out of 10 at-bats?
It's not going to be a push. It won't be a push.
I'm predicting a push.
I'm predicting one of them rolls.
Well,
like either DeCamara, this is over very quickly. Jack can't throw strikes. It's a nightmare scenario for him, which could very well play out. Or I think Jack, if he does look good, I think Joe's going to be in trouble.
To be clear, a push is a loss for Jack.
Yeah, absolutely.
And a resounding win for Joe DeCamara.
If Joe, I think Jack needs to look good at a degree where if Joe gets on one time, it's a loss for Jack. That's the way I view it.
You know what I think needs to happen? And, I don't condone violence. I don't. But he needs to, right out the gate, he needs to plunk him. He needs to plunk him. Just plunk him.
I don't know if you can afford to do that early, though.
Well, I think it'll help him build his confidence. No, I'm talking about the first pitch out. Just plunk him. Just hit him.
Just back him off the plate?
Just back him off the plate.
Man. Well,
brush him inside a little.
Well, I think it's kind of contradictory.
What do you call it? Chin music, right?
Yeah.
Where Hugh in one vein says, I don't condone violence, and then endorses for one of his coworkers to throw a baseball 80 miles per hour at another coworker.
Because, and this is where I'm at, because this has been a mental game for this last week. Is that safe to say, especially after the first outing that they had against each other, the golf outing.
Mm-hmm.
And Joe DeCamara played the mental game, and he won that. And we all know that Joe DeCamara, he likes to play mind games. He's been doing that the last couple of weeks.
Head games.
So if I'm Jack, because Jack's super sensitive to what's being said about him around the station. That's obvious, and I know he listens to everything and things like that. In order for him to take control of this situation, you got to take this thing by the reins. You have to plunk him.
Now, what's the over/under for
Kyle's with the plunking.
How much sleep do you guys think Jack got last night? I think Joe slept like a baby. I don't think Joe's nervous at all.
No.
How much sleep did Jack get last night?
I don't think that much. He probably stayed up and watched the Phils.
Yep.
Knew he had a big day. He's got kids, too, young kids. Things are adding up. Not in a great way for old Fritzy.
Yeah.
That's why you got to plunk him, dog. You got to take control. You got to take control of the situation. And I would even venture to say, hit him twice. Just go back to back. Go back to back.
All right,
one away from it. Now you're just getting ridiculous.
The camera needs to charge them out if he hits him.
Well, go back to back.
The one's reasonable is an accident.
Now, this ending in a brawl would be outrageous.
Now, we just had a conversation like, don't charge them out if you ain't got hands, if you ain't about that life.
I'll just say this. I don't condone violence. It's at a high school. I mean, let's keep it clean.
We got the kids out there playing. Like,
yeah,
the kids are fielding.
We don't
right?
want the kids getting involved in
No,
a
they're not
brawl.
going to get involved. But I think that Jack needs to take his power back.
All right.
He needs to take his power back.
215-592-9494. Your picks for DeCamara versus Fritz. Also, your thoughts on the Phillies. Who are you most frustrated with today? Rob Thompson, Dave Dombrowski, or the players after that loss last night? Phil's up 3-1 going into the ninth. Jordan Romano blows it, comes back out. Jordan Romano had not been out for 4 outs or more all year long. I think that speaks to how desperate this situation in the bullpen is without Kerkering. But you want to get on that, you're welcome to. Let's get started on the phones with Chris in Middletown.
Chris!
What's up, Chris?
Happy pick your WIP horse day, man.
What's going on, Chris? How you doing, man?
TK, you love my entries, don't you?
Yeah, I do, Chris. I enjoy your phone calls. Are you coming out here today?
I really wanted to, and unfortunately, I got a little too much going on work-wise. And it's about an hour and a half from my house.
Yeah, that's a nice little hike, man. That's a nice little hike from Delaware.
Yeah. We need to sanction some more events in Delaware. You know what I mean?
Working on
Delaware people need a little love too. You know what I mean?
You won't be
Get
there.
on there. You take care of that.
I'm working on it, man.
Yeah, you can have a weightlifting competition.
I'm trying. Yeah, I was talking about getting a bench and putting it in my front room.
I think you'd be a heavy favorite over anybody in WIP.
I'll play that game. I'll do that challenge with you, Hugh. So, listen, this Romano cheese guy, dude, he stinks to high heaven, and it's just. I mean, we could criticize him and we could criticize Topper, but I believe Dave Dombrowski. I mean, he signed this stiff and built this bullpen that is just flat gross. Losing Alvarado to the PEDs and it's just bad. And we've been talking about the previous few days how we have one of the greatest starting pitching staffs, probably in the history of the Phillies, but definitely top in the MLB right now. And we're in this position because we just have a dumpster fire of a bullpen, and it's just disheartening.
And Chris, I mean, dumpster fire of a bullpen and a lineup that is not very good. And I get the frustration with the players because they're getting paid a lot of money, they're not producing. But we talked a lot about it yesterday. I mean, the Phillies knew after that series they had issues. They looked at trading a guy like Alec Bohm. They looked at switching things up, and it's like after a while, I guess the frustration died down. They decided to run it back, and, I mean, it shouldn't be surprising that all the same issues are still there.
Yeah, it's abysmal. But, guys, as far as the big topic of the day, man, I mean, DeCamara is just – he is such a weak human being physically. There's no way he should lose to Jack. Everybody knows that the question with Jack is, can he just throw strikes? And I think he's probably going to get cute. We know Jack mentally will melt down. And unfortunately, I feel like this thing's going to go as a push, which is going to be a total disappointment because I'd rather the train wreck either happen or, have Fritz do what he should do, which is dominate. But what I'd love to see is Jack, let the boys drop, get up on the hill, and show everybody what he used to be. Relive his glory days. Maybe that's what they should do when he comes out, start playing Bruce Springsteen glory days for him, and let him go out there and dominate. Because I've been riding this train all along, and I'm going to stay on it. I can't say it with a lot of gusto because I don't really feel it, but I am Team FRITZ Fritz.
Wow.
Nicely done.
Appreciate the call. I don't know, man.
I don't know, Chris. That does not.
It's a lukewarm endorsement.
That doesn't ring endorsing him like you used to.
I hope, that can't be good for, if Jack's driving to the ball field right now and he's listening to that call, and that's his number one guy, and that's the kind of chant that he gives him, doesn't inspire a lot of confidence.
I think you should hit him. Just hit him. I mean, hit him.
Hugh wants all the violence.
Well, no,
he
it's
just
not.
Want all the violence today.
So if you plunk him a couple times,
oh my God,
then we don't do it anymore, and you kind of inadvertently win. You might take the L, but you keep your dignity.
Well, I will say for the record, I do not endorse this. I do not endorse.
Well, I don't
not endorse it.
Yeah.
I like don't get me wrong. I like both of these guys. I like them a lot, but. Sure? We're I heard that. But listen, we are in a situation where this could get really awkward if Jack goes down 0-2.
Yeah.
It could get awkward.
Good.
It'd be hilarious.
So what is a better – like if you're going to go down 0-2, I think it's better to go down 0-2 hitting the camera twice than it is to actually try to get it across the plate and he hits it. Well, like Kyle, you're thinking about it. Think about it. Think about it. If you go down swinging, because that way it'd be like, well, hell, Jack hit him twice.
Well, at the first sign of danger, may you do plunk him.
Yeah.
Like if it feels like things are going to go sour for you.
Okay.
If Jack can't hit the strike zone.
Okay. When does that come into play? Is that the second pitch?
I think if there's 2 bats in. And DeCamara's worked a couple walks.
But I think Jack is more interested in throwing strike. I think Jack wants to look good. I think Jack's looking at this, and honestly, like in the back of his mind, I think Jack's hoping there's a scout at this thing today.
A scout?
For what? That there's a scout.
He's too old
to maybe sign him. I think he's still got hopes in the back recesses of his mind that he could be a pitcher in the major league.
He was calling Otto Kemp old.
He could be. What's that? What was that movie, The Rookie, about the guy who was 38 years old and got in the majors?
I see why they say you had to fail restaurant, man. That's crazy.
Come on, man. I think this is possible. 215-592-9494.
You shouldn't have let them bully you into cutting your hair, TK. I kind of like it. I kind of like the failed restaurant look, man. I kind of like that thing,
Come on. DeCamara versus Fritz, your picks on that. Who are you most mad at with the Phillies? Dave Dombrowski, Rob Thompson are the players. When we get back, we'll hear a little bit from Rob Thompson talking about what the bullpen options are for him. And throughout the course of the show, we will check in with our man on the scene, Buzz. He is at PW today. Buzz going to be picking up all the ladies out there. And he's going to check in with us throughout the course of the show. Tom Kelly in for Joe Giglio. This is the Midday Show, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365. Area Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
When someone's AC is on the fritz or drains are just not draining at all, like at all, Horizon Services never asks, how soon do you need it fixed? You know why? Because no one in recorded history has ever said, oh, take your time, just whenever you can get to it. We just assume how fast can you get here will always be the answer. So Horizon will be there same day, and we won't leave until you're 100% satisfied. See? Sometimes it's good to assume. It gets your AC fixed fast. Book today at horizonservices.com.
Come into your local AAA Tire and Auto Service and save up to $30 on auto repair with their AAA Triple Play. And on the plus side, AAA members save more. Offer valid July 1st through July 31st. See store for details.
How small is small? Club Risque, the Delaware Valley's premier gentlemen's club, brings you Bikini Night every Wednesday during the summer. The smaller, the better. Club Risque. 3 locations, Philly, Bristol, and Northeast Philadelphia. ClubRisque.com.
Summer storms can spell disaster for your roof and more. At Home Genius Exteriors, we stop the damage before it starts. Call now during our summer savings event and get 50% off materials for your new roof. Plus, get no interest and no payments till 2027. Call Home Genius Exteriors at 855-UR-GENIUS to schedule your free roof and attic inspection. That's 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. Home Genius Exteriors, the genius choice in roofing. See website for details.
Hey, navigation, take me to the Philadelphia area Kia dealership with the most inventory and super low lease payments.
Navigation is rerouting you to KiaofCherryHill.com.
Choose from over 450 new Kias, including Tellurides, Sportages, K5s, Carnivals, Seltos, Souls, and more.
Only at CherryHillKia.com.
Drive home your new Kia today, just minutes from all bridges, or online 24/7 at KiaofCherryHill.com.
Only at CherryHillKia.com.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
The blue-collar workers' strike is over. The city and DC 33 have reached a new 3-year deal. Last night's storms triggered several tornado warnings, but the National Weather Service says no tornadoes touched down. And there's a new networking opportunity this weekend for local artists to turn their work into cash.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
The best moments in life weren't meant to sit in a box, gathering dust in the attic or stuck on outdated tapes. They're meant to be seen, heard, and shared again and again.
Oh, look how little you were.
That's why Legacy Box exists, to help you preserve and relive your family's history. Imagine being able to text a video of your grandparents to your kids, or share a childhood memory with your siblings in seconds.
Wow, I haven't seen this in years.
Legacy Box makes it that easy. Just fill your Legacy Box with all your analog media. Send it to our headquarters in Tennessee, where we digitize everything by hand. And in just a few weeks, we'll send back your originals, digitized, preserved, and stored in the cloud, so you can easily stream, download, and share your memories. Anytime, anywhere. Join the millions of families that have trusted Legacy Box. Go to legacybox.com/value for 50% off. That's legacybox.com/value for 50% off.
Introducing the new Dell AI PC, powered by the Intel Core Ultra processor. It helps do your busy work for you, so you can fast forward through editing images, designing presentations, generating code, debugging code, summarizing meeting notes, finding files, managing your schedule, responding to Jim's long emails, leaving all the time in the world for the things you actually want to do. No offense, Jim. Get a new Dell AI PC starting at $699.99 at Dell.com/AI-PC. How those ahead stay ahead.
My ride smells just right, just right, just right, just right.
Y'all gotta try that Febreze car.
Just right, just right, just right. La 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 la. With up to 40 days of consistency, all over Febreze car clips right on your vent. You know my car's my happy place. Keep that smile on my face when it smells just right, just right, just right. Yeah, breathe happy Febreze. La 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 la.
I'm Jordan Robinson, host of the new podcast, The Women's Hoop Show. Each episode, I'll be joined by a rotating group of women's basketball experts to talk WNBA, college hoops, the new Unrivaled League, and the shifting landscape of the sport. The game is growing, and so are we. Listen to and follow The Women's Hoop Show and Odyssey podcast, available now for free on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Back to Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Sports Radio 94 WIP. This is the midday show. Tom Kelly in for Joe Giglio today. Alongside Hugh Douglas, we're broadcasting from McGurk's Pub and Grill in Fort Washington.
Yeah, Francisco came in hot, didn't he?
Right around the corner.
You know TK's kind of music.
When the heavy metal is banging back there.
You like heavy metal, TK?
No. Fran does, though. Have you seen Fran at, like, the mosh pits and stuff like that?
No, I've heard about it, though.
Man. Like,
I didn't know
Going
Fran
to one
was,
tonight.
Didn't know Fran was 30. Oh, there.
Wednesday?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fran?
It's an Upper Darby.
In Upper Darby?
Yep.
Fran looks like
Hometown show.
He's kind of like a delicate guy. I don't know how he survives these mosh pits. Right?
I haven't seen him show up with a black eye yet.
Yeah,
so.
well, no, you did one time, Fran, right?
Yeah, like a the red eye. Whatever. I forget what was it called. Yeah.
Dude.
Pink eye?
No, it was not that.
You got punched in the
I
eye.
forget the name of it. It's not. It was not a pink eye. Nope, it was
you
not
came
that.
to work with pink eye, though?
No, it was not that. No, I shouldn't have said anything.
Yeah.
Oh, hell no. He infecting everybody with the pink eye.
We're at McGurk's right around the corner from PW, Plymouth White Marsh High School. That is where the
it's going down.
Is going on today. Jack, Fritz, Joe DeCamara. Who do you got? That's one of the things we're talking about. Also with the Phillies, who are you more frustrated? The Phillies lose last night. You can't make this stuff up. A walk-off inside the park home run from Patrick Bailey.
That only happens on video games.
Yeah, only when you're playing at the Citizens Bank Park.
Yeah, basically.
But a walk-off inside the Parker. Who are you most frustrated by? Rob Thompson for sticking with Jordan Romano for the ninth, Dave Dombrowski for giving him these terrible pieces, or the players for not performing, and the players obviously coming up short again. We'll get back to the phones in a second, but first we got to go to our expert Kyle Quinn here has been setting some lines for the DeCamara versus Fritz
lines,
competition.
props that I cooked up
okay,
here.
What's one of the props you have?
All right, well, so first, I think I should ask everybody to get on record. Are we expecting a more heavy Fritz or a more heavy DeCamara crowd today?
I think it's going to be overwhelmingly pro-Fritz.
Really?
But they could turn if things go bad.
See, I think, but it's going to be Fritz, but I honestly think people are going to be rooting for the meltdown.
Yeah.
Like they want to see
But this is the thing, man. With Joe,
they want to see the meltdown.
I think Joe thrives off of being the villain.
Yeah, he's a heel.
I think that's what Joe wants is a pro-Fritz crowd.
But see, Joe's playing with house money though, because with all due respect, there's not a whole lot of people that like Joe.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, seriously, like
I
like Joe too. I like him a lot. But I think some of the listeners, they don't like his radio persona.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Seriously, I'm not trying to be funny.
No, I know.
I mean, they don't like his. I love Joe.
I
Joe's
would tend
a
to
great
disagree
guy.
with that.
You think they love his radio persona?
Yeah.
You do? All depends. I guess all depends on where you're going.
I mean, it depends. Yeah, if you're looking at the internet, nobody likes any of us.
Yeah. If you look at Twitter, you're going to feel terrible.
That
about
was a good
yourself,
pull
so.
by Fred.
Yeah.
But I mean, like, you know, tons of people listen, tons of people
No,
call
I mean, they
in.
listen
Like,
to him.
you can't. I would have to imagine that if they didn't like him that much.
But you know what's funny? That's the funny thing about not liking somebody. Because I remember when Angelo was here, everybody talked about how much they hated Angelo.
Wow.
But Angelo was the hottest thing in the streets when he was here.
Well, yeah,
so
man.
it's kind of like that. So I think that they'll be rooting to see Jack the meltdown. They want people root for carnage. It's almost like a car wreck when people slow down to see the car wreck. It's kind of like that.
I think it's going to be like a wrestling crowd, right?
You mean rowdy?
No, not rowdy. Hopefully not. It's a high school again.
And we don't want listener
alcohol
fights
induced.
between
Yeah.
the DeCamara crowd
nobody.
and the
Come on
Fritz
now.
crowd.
Listen, unless you're at the bar.
Allowed.
I know Chuck and
Unless
Mount
you're at
Harris
the
going
bar.
out there. Chuck can get
Unless you're at the bar, you can
physical.
drink if you're at the
Right,
bar.
yeah.
Because Buddy over there getting it in. Right now.
Give us a prop here, Kyle. Give us
What
a
time?
prop.
What time?
Save us, Kyle. Give us a prop.
Over under one. It's a 0.5 hit by pitch.
Wait a minute. What? No.
I'm setting the line at
Over.
0.5 hit by pitch. So he either hits him with a pitch or he doesn't. I think that's the appropriate
Well, you said
line.
1.5 or
No,
a half?
half. So he either hits him with a pitch or he doesn't.
Oh, I think he gets plunked once.
Oh, wow.
I think there is one plunking.
You think?
What do you think,
What do you
Hugh?
think?
If it's me, I just come out swinging. I just come out trying to hit him out the gate.
But what do you think? Well, if you were a betting man, which you are now, we know you are now.
Yeah.
Are you taking the over or the under? It's set at 0.5 hit by pitch.
I mean, for purposes of my agenda.
For your agenda?
God, I'm going over.
I love it. During the break here, we're getting ready. We're getting.
No, I'm trying to
bets in
get
for
Fred to give
Wimbledon
me
this
some
week.
Wimbledon bets.
Yeah.
So
what's
I do not know how to bet tennis.
Would you have another one, Kyle? Or what do you have on that?
Yeah, I got a few, yeah. So I set the over-under for injuries, I set at 1.5. I think it's a virtual lock that somebody is coming out of this banged up.
Jack.
Now, will both of them, I think, is the real question.
I'll go under just because I don't think Joe's going to have to do a ton. He may have to just stand there. I think Jack could suffer a shoulder or elbow injury.
I don't know if you have this prop, but I'm kind of curious now that DeCamara wears the Phillies outfit.
Oh, wow.
That's does he wear the Phillies outfit?
To wear the Phillies outfit. That's a good prop by you.
I mean, because I just thought about it because he likes
It's
to.
got his last name on it, right?
Yeah.
He absolutely should.
I asked him that yesterday in true DeCamara fashion. He said, wait and see.
Oh,
so he's wearing it.
I don't know. No, I don't know. I don't know.
How much? I'll put $4 on that. That he got.
Do we have a bookie here?
All right. Do we have one more?
Oh no, I got a few more. I'll give you a few now. If you want to get back to some more a little bit later on. I set the over/under on argued strike calls at 3.
Oh, I'm going.
You going way over?
Way over. I mean, he's going to argue every call.
Yeah, but that's not the best look. Yeah. Like he might have to consider what kind of a look that is.
No, and somebody just asked on Twitter, is Joe going to run the balls out? Like, say if he makes contact, is he going to run it out? That's probably he could probably get hurt doing that.
Well, DeCamara could get hurt walking into the box. You?
I didn't say nothing.
It's walking into the batter's box.
But
TK has no idea how to handle this with Joe's here.
But I'll tell you what,
I didn't say a word.
You got to work with you long enough to know how to divert. When it's me and you, it's a problem.
I'll tell you what, this ump sounds like he means business. He was on the afternoon show yesterday. He was on the morning show. Yeah. I don't think he's going to be very tolerant of the arguing either way, whether it's coming from Jack or Joe.
I would tend to agree. Now, to the running the balls out thing, if he hits a home run, he has to trot around the bases. The likelihood of that is very slim, but he has to do a slow trot around the bases if he hits a home run, and he has to pimp it, too.
Is that not Jack's worst night? Like, even worse than just not being able to throw strikes, Joe taking him yard?
I think you would have to end the competition. The competition may have to end right then and there.
That would be a disaster. Yeah. Joe, a walk-off bat flip?
Yeah.
That would be insane.
The crowd goes wild. They rush him.
215-592-9494 if you want to get in. We'll check in with Buzz in a little bit as well from Plymouth Whitemarsh. But your thoughts on DeCamara versus Fritz. Also, with the Phillies, who are you most frustrated by after last night? Rob Thompson, Dave Dombrowski, or the players? Some of the things we're talking about this morning. Let's go to Jeff in Wilmington. What's up, Jeff?
You guys got to remember the last time Joe played organized baseball, besides Phillies fantasy camp, I think he was 12. So anybody that knows anything about sports, you can look at a player, let's say they're 10 years after they played. You can tell how much they've played by just looking at the way they carry themselves. I just cannot see DeCamara coming up there looking like anything other than a 12-year-old.
Well, so
I mean, Fritz did play college baseball. I played college baseball. I played at the junior college level, but
yeah, but you're probably cooked
you can tell
now,
that
Jeff.
I played a little bit.
I think we have to go to our resident expert on being a cooked athlete.
Sometimes that was a direct shot.
Sometimes I feel like it doesn't matter what the level was. Like if you're past your prime, you're past your prime, and the playing field's evened out.
Well, I'll say this: I'll take the over on somebody getting hurt, and I believe it's going to be DeCamara pulling a hamstring easily.
Well, the over/under is 1.5, so they both have to get hurt for the over to hit.
But this is the thing, Jeff. He may not have to run. He may not have to do anything.
Multiple DeCamara injuries is what you're saying. That could hit the over, too.
If Jackie can get the ball up to 70 miles an hour, Joe's not going to touch him. I'll guarantee that.
Wow.
Without even seeing just knowing what Joe looks like as an athlete, there's just no way.
70's a lot, man. I mean, Jack has not pitched competitively in a long time.
He did say he was touching 80, though, when he was practicing.
That's okay.
I don't know how much
he's been working it. All right, let's get to the Phillies. I'm with you, TK. This is more on Dombrowski. Topper had nothing to work with last night. I mean, he used Strom in the 7th because that was a hot spot late in the game. That's what he always does. So I don't fault him for going to Strom early and then working with what he had left. The problem is working with what he had left, and that's not a lot.
Yeah, and that's the problem, Jeff. I mean, you look at the guys he had. He had 3 options at the end of that game. And, again, like he needs to get to the 9th inning. I get, why didn't you save Strom or something like that? Well, you need to get there first. And his 3 options at that point were send Romano back out, or go to Joe Ross, who's been bad lately, or go to Seth Johnson, who has very little experience, and you're not going to trust in that spot. So I just don't know how you could blame Rob Thompson for that. Thanks, Jeff. Yeah, Jeff.
You cooked him.
I don't know what happened.
Yes, you told him.
He's still showing up on the line, but I thought I agreed with him.
Way to tell him, Jeff. Way to get him.
As far as the bullpen goes, it is interesting, like how Rob Thompson views this situation, because he obviously doesn't have great options. Here was Topper after the game talking about his options without Orion Kerkering.
You're caught in the corner. I mean, do you feel like you have enough down there in the bullpen, maybe when you don't have one of your guys on a given day?
Well, it was just the structure of their lineup and where we were at in the seventh that we felt like it was Strom's inning because we'd already used Banks early. It was a 4-inning stint for Ty, and I thought he pitched great, and I thought he pitched better as the game went on. Stuff got better, command got better. Very encouraging.
And, yeah, I think you kind of needed to do that. But, Hugh, I'll ask you this. Do you think Rob Thompson's in a position where, regardless, you got to save a guy like Kerkering or Strom for the ninth inning every night, regardless?
I think you do. I mean, you've been getting some good outings from your starting pitching. Unfortunately, last night, Taiwan didn't give you that. I think it would have probably been an easier situation if he'd gave you at least 6 innings. Like, he couldn't give you that. Taiwan hasn't been. And that's of no fault of his because, he was in the bullpen. He was pitching well before he went in the bullpen. Now he's out of the bullpen. He gave you 4. And now you have to try to piecemeal those other innings together to just try to get the game. And your guy Kerkering, for whatever reason you were trying to save, he wasn't available. So, you're doing the best you can at this point.
Yeah, and where do you fall on that, Kyle? Are you at the point where Romano, I just don't trust in those kind of situations. Do you, if you're Topper, do you focus more on getting to the ninth, or do you need to save a guy like Kerkering or when you don't have him Strom for the ninth inning?
So I do kind of understand the whole thing from Topper about getting the matchups that you want with your best guys out there. And the guy that hit the walk-off was – he was a catcher, right? Like, he's not one of the
Patrick Bailey.
Yeah, like he's not one of the top of the lineup guys. Like, if it were Devers up there and stuff like that, then maybe I consider doing something different. But like, I think he made the right move
because of the situation.
Yeah, I like the idea of picking matchups, especially when you don't have one guy who's your set closer. And like, considering how barren the bullpen is right now, I think I sort of err on the side of Rob Thompson with that one.
I do too, but I do think it's interesting when you look at this situation and who you could have for ninth innings moving forward. And I think typically that's going to be Kerkering, but man, when you don't have him, you just don't have a lot of options. I mean, Banks has been really good this year. I was down on him. He's been very reliable. So you have that. You have Strom. But Romano, I mean, I think we're at the point with Romano where it's not early anymore. We're more than halfway through the season. You can't really rely on this guy.
And this is kind of who he's been.
Yeah.
I mean, there's been many mornings we've came in here or and we've complained about his pitching outings. So, yeah, this is kind of what it is.
I'd prefer to be able to move him down into lower leverage situations. But, again, they don't have guys to put in his place.
You don't have the guys to put in his place, so it's a tough spot. 215-592-9494. Oh, boy. Let's go to Aaron in San Diego. What's up, Aaron?
God help us.
Good morning, Philadelphia.
Good morning. How you doing?
What a day. What a day. So much going on. So much to talk about. Are you guys as excited about this as I am?
I don't know how anyone could be.
Yes, I'm as excited as you are,
guys,
Aaron.
I just wanted to send out a quick shout-out to Francisco. What a warm, welcoming producer. He called this morning, had a nice conversation with him. Then I found out that he's a mosh pit guy. I'm a fellow Roar follower, Sepultura, body count. He used to go to Hammer Jacks back in Baltimore.
What are you even talking about,
Aaron?
What is Sepultura?
Francisco, you're doing a great job. Keep up the good work, my friend.
Thanks, man.
Get to the point.
So I have to agree with you guys today. And I don't know how Giglio takes vacation on like the most important day in WIP history, but I guess you gotta take vacation when you can take vacation.
Sepultura is a band.
I don't care.
But today, here's the scenario. I think it's going to be a DNF event. Did not finish. I think there's going to be a scenario where you're going to have Jack Fritz on the mound, on the ground, laying there like a ton of bricks. I think DeCamara's going to be laying down in the batter's box. And I think the ump is going to be, on the ground as well. Here's the scenario. Jack Fritz is on the mound. He gets the old Bloomberg days, come back. He's going to throw it as hard as he can, trying to impress Walker and Sutton and show him that Dad's a man and he can do it. And then you've got Joe DeCamara, who's going to go back to his Phillies fantasy camp days, and he's going to swing as hard as he can, only to pull another groin. And then whoever's catching is going to be so focused on DeCamara and Fritz, he's going to take his eye off the ball. The ball's going to whiz past his head, hit the umpire in the head. The umpire's going to go down like a ton of bricks. So I think it's going to be a did not finish event. I think we're moving on to basketball. We're going to see who the top of who the king of the mountain is.
Very optimistic view, Aaron, of what's going to happen today. Giving us a do not finish.
Even more optimistic, is this with the Phillies? I mean, have we ever gone through, a season like we're going through right now? I mean,
with the Phillies?
Topper. I made a prediction, earlier in the year that Topper wouldn't make it through the All-Star break.
Yeah, it was a bad prediction. He's going to be.
Listen. I might not be far off if things continue.
No, you're very far off.
The All-Star breaks in a few days. What do you think he's going to have fired now?
It might be right after.
You just have to give it up, Aaron. They're not going to do it.
He has lost the locker room.
No,
he has. Aaron, appreciate the call. He hasn't lost the locker room. The players just aren't producing. That's not on Rob Thompson.
Just making things
not
up
his
now.
fault. Crazy.
Suburban energy, man.
Yeah.
I mean, the players got to get the job done. They got to be better. And, again, like Rob Thompson, he's only dealing with the players he's dealt, and the GM didn't give him very good players.
Yeah, I'm kind of with that, man. Because, I think back on my playing days. I played with some guys that held you accountable. You know what I mean? Even when – I remember my first year here, we were horrible. We had, Rodney Peete was our quarterback one time. It was who was it?
Is that Bobby Hoying? Bobby Hoying. I remember those days.
I remember when Bobby Hoying came and turned down $25 million, talking about they needed to give him more money.
Yeah.
And we went down to Atlanta, and I remember hearing stories about him crying in the huddle,
Oh, man.
And I just remember being in defensive meetings and Emmett telling us, hey, y'all probably going to have to play a lot of football. And you looked around the room, and Cass was like, well, hey, that's what we have to do. It doesn't feel like, and I know baseball is different, but it doesn't feel like you got those kind of cats on this team. It just doesn't feel like that suburban energy, man. That's what it kind of feels like to me.
You know what I felt overwhelmingly last night watching the Giants walk us off the way that they did? I felt jealousy.
Crazy. You for real?
Yeah, honestly, the Phillies this year, they're boring.
What?
There's been no fun moments whatsoever. That was fun.
No, I agree.
I'm jealous.
And that comes back to the conversation that we were having yesterday. Is like, this is why you need to do something significant. This team needs a jolt, man. They need something that is going to get them going because it hasn't worked. And they just look so many times like they're just dead, going through the motions. And that's how it's looked the last couple nights in San Fran, without a doubt. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. You want to get on the Phillies. Who are you most frustrated with after that loss last night as Jordan Romano blows it again? Rob Thompson, Dave Dombrowski, or the players on the field. DeCamara versus Fritz 1 hour before this takes place at Plymouth White Marsh High School. Make sure you go to that. Make sure you come to
nice
McGurk's Pub and Grill. We're here in Fort Washington today. And when we get back, a message sent to Jack from somebody very special to him, but I think a massive miscalculation by Team Fritz in this. So we'll get to that coming up next. Tom Kelly in for Joe Giglio alongside Hugh Douglas. It's the Midday Show, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Yes, it's Black Friday, everybody, in July at the Mattress Warehouse. Right now you can save 60% store-wide, including top-selling mattresses from Silly, Serta, Beauty Rest, that's Serta, Beauty Rest, and more, and score a free adjustable base with select mattresses. Looking for an even bigger savings? Check out the Mattress Warehouse floor model clearance event and save even more. If y'all don't know, that's the ones that are on the floor that people probably laid on. If you're all right with that, then you could probably get a deal on that. Plus, enjoy free next-day delivery and 0% interest financing. Don't wait. These Black Friday in July deals end soon. Make sure you tell them your guy Hugh Douglas sent you. Shop the entire selection and find a location near you at mattresswarehouse.com. That's mattresswarehouse.com.
The Phillies play here. Today, Phillies Giants. Leading off starts at 2:45. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 3:45. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Blasted deep right field. That'll do it.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Summertime is here, oh, Hoagie Fest, here I come. Hoagie Fest, Hoagie Fest. Yeah, Wawa's got the hoagies, and I'm gonna get me some. Hoagie Fest, Hoagie Fest.
Wawa Hoagie Fest is here, and it's the summer of sandwiches. We're mixing it up with hoagies, clubs, quesadillas, and more, all for $6 and under. Savor a summer of savings.
Hoagie Fest, here I come.
Gotta have a Wawa.
I'm Colonel Callahan of the New Jersey State Police. When you see an emergency vehicle or motorist stop by the side of the road, do the right thing. Move over one lane, and if you can't, slow down. It's the law, so do your part to keep everyone safe.
Your official home of Penn State football and basketball is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Every Nittany Lions game, every play, all season on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Philly, are you ready? For the very first time, adult film star Jessie Lee is hitting our stages live July 11th and 12th at Cheerleaders Philadelphia. With over 5 million views on her debut scene, Jessie is one of the hottest names in the industry. Jessie Lee is bringing her own brand of bold energy, so don't miss this exclusive chance to see her up close and personal July 11th and 12th, only at Cheerleaders Philadelphia. We go into overtime Fridays and Saturdays, open until 4 a.m.
Hey, navigation, take me to the Philadelphia area Kia dealership with the most inventory and super low lease payments.
Navigation is rerouting you to KiaofCherryHill.com.
Choose from over 450 new Kias, including Tellurides, Sportages, K5s, Carnivals, Seltos, Souls, and more.
Only at CherryHillKia.com.
Drive home your new Kia today, just minutes from all bridges, or online 24/7 at KiaofCherryHill.com.
Only at CherryHillKia.com.
Score limited time savings on your favorite snacks and drinks at Wawa. Whether you're craving a refreshing drink or a tasty treat, Wawa has you covered. Enjoy exclusive deals in-store or on the Wawa app, making it easier than ever to fuel your day without breaking the bank. Don't miss out on summer savings, perfect for road trips, beach days, or backyard hangs. Savor a summer of savings. Gotta have a Wawa.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, you know to check you have your phone first, before the cab pulls away.
Hey, thanks, man. Oh, no, wait, my phone! Come back! It's got my boarding pass, credit cards, phone numbers, my life! Come back!
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement $999.99 and qualifying ported. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Payout via virtual prepaid card. Allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could it be lower testosterone?
Lower T.
Happens to most guys after 40. I was in the same boat until I started using Nugenix Total T2.
Total T2, the new one I've seen on TV.
Yep, it's the next generation testosterone booster for both free and total testosterone. It's packed with even more man-boosting power, sending nitric oxide levels skyrocketing in just 3 hours. It actually works. I feel like I'm in my 20s again. I've got more energy, better results in the gym, and things are even better in the bedroom. Send them a text and get a complimentary bottle.
Text now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the #1 testosterone brand at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, absolutely free. Text BOSS to 321321. That's BOSS to 321321. BOSS to 321321.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Prevagen. Prevagen, made for your brain. Dak Prescott's done this before. 13 wins with Des Bryant and Cole Beasley. League-leading offense with Amari Cooper and CeeDee Lamb. And again with Lamb and Brandon Cooks. Now he's got CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens. The talent's there, but here's the catch. MVP winners usually come from top-seeded teams. And the Cowboys' tough schedule makes that feel nearly impossible. But don't be surprised if Dak Prescott is one of his best statistical seasons and the Cowboys miss the playoffs. I'm Maggie Gray.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station.
Sports Radio 94 WIP. This is the midday show. Tom Kelly and Fritz and Joe DeCamara.
Fran coming in hot. Fran, wait a minute. When he going to the mosh pit tonight?
Yeah, I think so.
It sounds like in hell.
This is freaking.
Coming to these loud-ass returns.
He's trying to get Jack fired up for today. We're at McGurk's Pub and Grill in
turn
Fort
that
Washington.
damn music down.
Hey, TK over here yelling and screaming, and you still can't hear it.
No.
Fran said, like you talk about somebody mailing it in today. Fran mailing it in.
All Fran can think about is being at the mosh pit. Man.
I'm locked in. Relax back there. Relax.
Wait a minute. Okay, I got a question, Fran, since we're here. What is the ratio to men and women at the mosh pit?
It's like 70-30. Depends on what kind of show.
You know what the 70 is.
Not a good ratio.
You going to a dude festival?
Man, I'm not there to look for girls.
Well, you're not gonna mosh with women. Like you're
I
gonna
mean,
punch some poor woman in the face.
No, you going to a dude festival, dog. Come on.
Hey, it's not like that. Come on.
Well, now I got to bring this up because when I was doing a lot of shows with Ashlyn last year, Ashlyn took on a job as Fran's dating coach. And she was trying to give him advice. We were trying to coach Fran through this. And he was going to like mixers and stuff like that. Mixers, where it'd be, half guys, half girls, whatever. Mm-hmm. And like Fran would report back and he'd go to these mixers, but then he wouldn't talk to any girls.
That is not true. No,
I guess it didn't work out.
That is
Come on, Fran.
Are you still single?
Okay, you are lying right
no,
now.
I'm not.
You are lying out your ass.
Ashlyn would corroborate what I'm saying.
So what happened, Fran?
That's not true. I would go. And
Ashlyn resigned her post.
Yeah,
she was so disappointed with you.
That's an indictment on the players.
I would go, and it just wasn't anything.
What you
anything
mean?
to write home. Yeah,
what you
that's
mean?
all.
You would go at what? What would happen?
I would go to the mixers, and it would, talk to people, and then I would go home.
Were they ugly? Was that the
we're not
problem?
going to use that word. No.
Just not your type?
Exactly. There you go.
Okay, what's your type, Fran? I'm all in your
I don't know if
business
I have a type, though.
You like them all?
all different, Yep.
You like them all? You like the Rainbow Coalition?
This is great.
The what?
This
the Rainbow Coalition. You just like
I have
them
no
all.
idea what you're talking about.
All right, back to the Phillies.
All right, 215-592-9494. If you want to get in, we're at McGurk's Pub and Grill in Fort Washington. Hugh's got to settle down a little bit.
No, I'm just saying, I don't get it. I don't understand. The mosh pit? What are you going to the mosh pit on a Wednesday for?
Plymouth White Marsh around the corner. Fritz versus DeCamara today. And we will get to the phones in a second.
Sundress season, dog.
It is.
Like, for real.
We need to play this because Jack got a very special message yesterday from somebody who's very dear to his heart. Here is how it sounded yesterday. And this was played live for Jack on the air during the afternoon show. Here was the special message he received.
Hey, Jack. Heard you're down 0-1. Keep your head up. You've had my back. I got yours. Go get him on Wednesday.
That was Trey Turner, Hugh.
Wow.
Hyping Jack up for the competition today.
He said, you had my back, I got yours. That's cute. That is so cute.
Now, I mean, did he sound like he was reading a script? Potentially. But
he probably does he even know who Jackie is, remember? Does he
does. Well, they had
Jackie baseball?
You didn't see the awkward interaction they had?
No, I did. When he went in the clubhouse?
Yeah.
And Jack was fanboying?
Yeah.
It's not a good look.
A weird touch of the shoulder? Weird pat of the shoulder. But, Hugh, now, what do you think of this message? What's the impact? Because I think this is a horrible miscalculation by Team Fritz. I'm imagining that Ike and Spike were behind this as far as getting Trey to do this. This just, in my mind, puts a lot more pressure on Jack.
No, it all depends because I know Ike, right? And I know Ike has been probably trying to give him words of affirmation every day. You know, he's probably trying not to overdo it. Ike does a really good job, especially nowadays, man, of trying to be that positive light without being, like, overbearing. Because, you know, he's been working with Jack for a while, so I assume that has been the case when it comes to Jack. So I don't think this is a miscalculation. I think this is just a way to try to calm him down. I'm not convinced that Jack's not going to have a meltdown, but I'm still I want to believe that he's got good enough coaching. Spike says he's been coaching him. I don't know if I believe that, though.
I think this.
What's he going to coach him to do?
I think if the question is, does this increase or decrease the chances of a meltdown?
Oh, there's infinitely more pressure on Fritz now that Trey Turner, who you said Trey is near and dear to Jack. I don't know if it's the same the other way around.
Yeah, I mean, hey, he took the time to record the message.
But he did do that.
You got to give him
and
credit
that was
for
very
that.
nice of him.
Very, very
but
nice of him.
The pressure is mounting yet again.
Yeah.
I think all the pressure in this competition to win is actually on DeCamara, because if he lets Jack get the baseball, then he's even the score. And I don't know if the other competitions are going to work too well into DeCamara's favor. So DeCamara, I think, needs this one more than Jack needs it. But the mental pressure, I think, is a little bit more on Fritz.
I think all the pressure is on Jack. The pressure.
I will say this.
Even if Jack wins the next three, if he loses today, it's still overall loss.
Yeah, because this is his wheelhouse.
Yeah.
This is the one that you feel like you should get. But with that being said, I mean, the biggest ridicule he's going to get is from us. Yeah. If he can weather that storm, he'll be all right.
Both of them will get ridiculed. I think there's a fair amount of pressure on both sides.
I think it's all on
Jack. But who cares more about the ridicule, Joe or Jack?
Jack.
You see what I'm saying? So that's the thing. So if Jack, in his wheelhouse, if this doesn't work to Jack's favor, I mean, how is he going to be able to handle it?
Yeah, well, think about what it does to their public persona here. DeCamara has told all of our listeners repeatedly that he enjoys taking baths and reading books in bathtubs.
Bubble baths.
Right. Well, Fritz is I played college sports guy.
Right. Now,
he can't lose that to DeCamara.
To play devil's advocate here, if Jack goes out and puts out a respectable outing and looks good, I mean, this is a huge win for him, and he'd be the clear favorite the rest of the way.
Right. That's why I think the pressure on to win this one in that sense is on DeCamara. DeCamara needs to win, or else this looks like it could turn the other way.
Yeah, well, make sure you get your predictions in this hour. The competition taking place at noon. Plymouth White Marsh High School. Still time for you to get out there, so go out and watch it if you can. Let's go back to the phones. Go to Rob in South Philly. What's up, Rob?
Yo, fellas, what's up?
What's going on, man?
Not much, man. What's this with the camera and the pitching contest or batting contest?
You living under a rock here, Rob? You've been listening to the station the last few weeks?
What's this?
I'm sorry. I apologize.
You've been busy. You've been busy. That's okay. We'll let you slide. It's the best of five, correct? It's the best of five.
Yeah, today is the pitch. Today's round two.
Today is pitching. Yep. Yes.
So, Rob, Joe will be doing 10 at-bats. Jack will be pitching to him. Joe essentially needs to reach base at least 4 times.
At least 4.
And 3's a tie, and 2 or less, Jack wins.
Understood. Who's the umpire? Enrico Palazzo from the Naked Gun?
No, there's actually this guy, Pat, who's a real college umpire's umpire.
Nice. Yeah. It's a good competition. I want to talk about history and the last night's Inside the Park home run. We actually, back in '89, Bobby Dernier hit Inside the Park home run. 3-run Inside the Park home run to beat the Giants back in '89. Little revenge from the Giants.
Was that the last time that happened, Rob?
No, but against the Giants, though. But
okay.
It was 11th inning, though. It's just a coincidence. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, you don't. There's no question. You don't see walk-off inside the park home runs very often.
probably one of the best Harry Cowles calls ever, too.
Okay.
I would go on YouTube and listen to that. It's a great call.
Cool.
As for the Phillies,
Yeah.
we need relief pitching, dude.
Oh, yeah, they definitely do, Rob. Appreciate the call. Yeah, I mean, the Phillies need relief pitching. They need a bat. I mean, it feels like last year in the sense where I kind of felt the same way, where they had this great record. But, man, for a team with a really good record and a team that's leading their division, they sure do seem to have a lot of weaknesses, don't they?
To me, it's more, what's the word I'm looking for? Grit? Want to? You know, because you saw a little bit of that when Otto Kemp came up, in my opinion, you know. And I know I like to go back to this moment, but it's telling because I think that was the moment that that Topper looked at him and said, hey, this guy has something. When he laid down a bunt, and he hadn't done it in a while, because he was trying to stay up with the club. And he's been here since then. It's that desire, man. Like sometimes the only way you can grow is you have to be a little uncomfortable. And for whatever reason, it feels like, you know, they don't like being uncomfortable. They like being in, you know, nobody wants to throw a hissy fit, or, you know, everybody wants to look at the like Kyle, what Kyle always said about me, I always like to look for the good in people. It feels like a lot. I mean, it feels like for them, they're hey, we'll be okay. It's going to be, you know, instead of having more of a sense of urgency. That's what it is. No sense of urgency.
Yeah.
In general, they're just not like a fun watch this season. They're not. And like Hugh brought it up with the Otto Kemp thing, it looked like they had a little bit of like a youthful spark there, but I don't know. Like maybe a lot of it has to do with some of the younger guys like Bryson Stott. He's not having a very good season, so he doesn't really have any opportunities to go out there, have a lot of fun. Bryce Harper's sort of been a little bit mopey now that he's not playing too well. So like there just haven't been too many like great, like I know they had the Mets series. That was probably like the pinnacle of the season for everybody, and that was a fun game on the Friday night. But other than that, I can't really, like, off the top of your head, are there any, like, wow, that was, like, really fun Phillies moment this year?
No, not really. And I don't, like, the thing is,
home run was fun, though. That was pretty cool to see.
Last night?
Yeah, that was pretty cool to see.
Yeah, but, like, whatever.
But I don't think it's a lack of I don't think it's a lack of want-to, though. I think what it is, I think they kind of feel the same way that we feel. Like, we look at this season, and we all know it's all about the playoffs. They look to me like they're going through the season feeling the same way.
Yeah.
Where they want to win these games, but ultimately they know, like, none of this is really going to matter unless you do it in October. That's when you need to get the job done.
When it comes to baseball in 162 games, that's where I think you have to be a little bit more measured, because there's a lot of baseball to be played, and you can't live and die with every game because it's so many games. That's where, for me, it's different than football. But at the same time, I feel like when you reach a certain point, like where we are now, where you have to start trending in the direction of what you want to be when the season ends.
Right, because last year, I mean, we look at it, and I think we look back and think, oh, they just got cold in the playoffs. No, they really weren't playing well heading into it.
Yeah.
That's got to change, and they need to pick it up. In a few minutes, we will have a pre-match check-in with Jack Fritz, who sat down with Buzz for a hard-hitting interview. We'll get to that in a few minutes.
Not a hard-hitting interview.
But first, let's go to Gerald in West Philly. What's up, Gerald?
Yo.
What up, Mike?
What's up, Gerald?
You. Can I put my parlay list in real
yeah,
fast?
What's your parlay for the event?
I got
your parlay.
I got the under hit by pitch under. I got the over and injuries.
Okay.
and I got the over and arguing with the strikes, the balls.
I kind of like that. What does that pay? Like
that's
plus
pretty good
450, something like that?
I think it might be like a plus 500, plus 1,000 maybe.
Yeah, I like that. I would tail.
Yeah.
I don't think I did want to say that I don't think he should go out there and just start plunking them right away. I think that's just throwing in the white tail too early.
Yeah.
He's got 10 at bats. I think if he's really up there pumping up 80, I think he should just go in there, start trying to pound the zone early. You know, he's got fielders behind him. You know, I'm Team Fritz today. So
wow.
You're on Team Fritz, Gerald?
Yes, sir.
All
okay.
right.
All right.
Yeah, I just think he should just go out there pounding the zone early. I don't think he's going to hit him at all.
No? All right. Well, appreciate it.
I kind of hope he does,
Thanks,
though.
Man. You want him to hit him?
I want to see some bruises, man. Not injuries, but somebody needs to get hurt.
That would be exciting. I wonder. See, here's the thing. There's a lot of intangibles that are going into this matchup. Like, I did hear that Jack has been practicing. Now, I think throwing 80 miles an hour, that's probably a little optimistic. I mean, let's be honest. I think that's a little optimistic because I don't know if he's been out there throwing the gun, and I think that, I don't think you need to do that.
80's not easy to do.
No, I don't think you need to do that because when we look at Joe DeCamara, no disrespect to Joe, with all due respect, I should say, he ain't lifted no weights in life. Like he's not going to hit for power. He's going to try to just make contact.
You think he lays down a bunt? What's the over/under on bunt attempts by DeCamara today?
Ooh, I don't know if DeCamara's good at.
He's not hitting for power.
Yeah, he's not. You know what?
I think he lays
That's
down
an
a
interesting
bunt.
one. That might catch Jack by surprise.
I could see Jack. Does Joe go batting gloves or no batting gloves?
He go batting gloves because he ain't trying to mess up his hands.
I don't know. Joe looks like an old school guy.
This is the cat that uses a bidet. He wearing gloves.
That's true, but we got to get to this. We have exclusive audio here. Our guy Buzz on the scene sat down, a live sit-down with Jack Fritz. Here was it just moments ago.
All right, thank you guys. Standing by here at Plymouth Whitemarsh's high school baseball field with one Jack Fritz, the first between the two to show up between him and Joe DeCamara. A lot of build up to today's event. How you feeling?
I feel good. Woke up today. Arm was feeling nice and spry. It was a beautiful drive out here. Listened to my old playlist. So, a lot of Eminem, some Tupac. I felt like a dork a little bit. I was like Office Space, but doesn't matter. I'm ready to go. And it's a beautiful day here at Plymouth Whitemarsh. A little hot.
Now, a lot of the talk around the round one of this match after golf was that Joe has the mental edge over you. Mentally, nerves-wise, how you feeling right now?
So a little butterflies in the stomach, not going to lie. But I think that's part of the game. If you're not feeling the nerves, what's the point of being out here? So I feel it's more nervous excitement. But as I remind myself many times, he's pretty good at this game. And it's time to remind myself of that.
Strategy-wise, obviously it's been a while since you've stepped on a mound in a competitive setting. Where does this rank in terms of your baseball career? Where does this day rank in terms of the level of importance and any type of strategy that you've been thinking about that you might try to employ here today?
Yeah, so I think I'm going to come out. I don't want to try to blow him away early. Like I want to just ease into it, see where he's at. Is he going to swing the bat or is he going to be a coward? And I would say that this is the second biggest start of my life. I would be lying if I said this is bigger than my senior year of high school. But it's bigger than my junior year of high school, that's for sure. So I would say it's the second biggest start of my career, and I look forward to going out there and putting on a show.
Guys, I'll send it back to you.
All right, thank you, Buzz. Well conducted interview, I'd say, by Buzz. What do you guys think of Jack's confidence level? I was not blown away by there was a little voice crack in there.
A little quiver.
Yeah, a little quiver. I
like
sense
how
a lot of
y'all did the voice analytics. I didn't even think about that. He kind of made me laugh when he said, listen to a little bit of Tupac. I wonder what Tupac song were you listening to?
Hit him up.
When you were riding down the road with this beautiful scene.
What would you recommend?
Well, I got a couple songs.
Okay.
Can you imagine Jack blaring "Hit 'Em Up," windows down?
I was thinking "Hit 'Em Up" is a good one. Here's a good one.
So,
Hail Mary.
Yeah.
Here's my question, because we were told by Buzz that when he got the interview with Jack, DeCamara had not yet arrived. DeCamara's
milking this. He's
showing up fashionably late. He might make a grand entrance. Is that part of his strategy to rattle Jack a little bit more?
Probably.
You know what? Like I remember, what was it? The swordsman. I forgot his name, but it was this epic sword duel, and he came late, so that when the other swordsman went to fight him, he was already flustered.
Okay.
So he made some bad decisions.
I think it's an interesting strategy to get there last.
The thing you got to understand about Joe, everything is calculated.
Yeah.
Like he has played out this in his mind the entire time. Every minute of this day, I think, has been played out by Joe. So if he's arriving late, there is a purpose behind it. And
it's meant to front. Like if he comes late, then that plays into the strategy.
Right.
Because Jack's going to get flustered. He's probably been warming up. He's going to have to keep warming up. So, yeah, DeCamara's doing this on purpose.
What's the ruling on if he shows up late? Like if he shows
That's
up
why
at
you got to
12:01?
pluck him. That's why you got to plunk him.
I think for every minute he should lose an at bat. Honestly.
No, you can't. That's not going
to. He should be there on time.
No,
come on, man.
No, you know what? Jack shouldn't unravel like he shouldn't fold like a tent. Jack needs to understand that DeCamara is going to play these mental games, and he shouldn't be in his head.
Well, Matt on Twitter adds another prop for us. Plus 5,000. Jack needs Tommy John after today. That would be a tough beat. 215-592-9494.
Long odds there.
Hopefully coming up, we'll have Buzz with an exclusive sit-down with Joe DeCamara, so we'll get that to
I think we're going to check in with him live again, too, right before noon.
And we will check in with Buzz live to get a nice scene setter. Let's go to Cowboy Jim. What's up, Jim?
Now?
I'm Team Fritz, but I think it's over after 6 at-bats. I think walks are going to do Jack in. I think that's my my prediction on that. And Fran, thank you for your kindness. Even though I'm hated, you always give me respect, unlike other producers. Thank you.
I'll tell you what, Aaron and Jim, the bad callers, really enjoying Kyle not being back in studio.
So what does this tell you?
Yeah.
You got Aaron and Jim on your side there, Fran.
Fran, Hugh's trying to say, do you like jasmine and honeysuckle? That's what he's trying to say. Okay? That's what he's trying to say. And listen, I had a top 11 favorite host. I have a top 11 favorite host. You were tied for first. Why? Because you speak the truth. Listen to you. I don't promote violence, but he should hit him, and he should hit him twice. That's Hugh Douglas in a nutshell.
Well, it's under the guise of sports. It's not like I'm not saying go out and swing on him. That's something totally different. I mean, it's like it's in a sports
You're not
setting.
saying it though.
It's semantics.
TK, you were number 8 on my list because of your badass theme song, which I have not heard in a long time.
Tom Kelly Show.
Yeah, we can get that.
Garbage. Get that going. Kyle, you were number 6. I actually gave you number 6.
I'm
but
not
you
even
need
a
a
host.
dog, but I'd be worried about the dog every day.
I'm more of a cat guy.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, Aaron from San Diego, your calls suck. You sound like you've been hit by a pitch at least a dozen times. Goodbye, losers.
All right, bye, Jim.
I got to say, both annoying. I do like that they have their own little side rivalry going. Jim and Aaron in San Diego.
Yeah, but then you can't pick I can't side with either of those guys. They're both so insufferably bad.
I got to tell
you can't side with either of them.
I might be Team Cowboy Jim in that one.
Yeah,
I might be too. I mean, Aaron is so bad that it's
Aaron. They're both good callers, man. They're both good callers.
No, they're not, Hugh. Come on.
Yeah, they are. They're good callers.
You're being honest.
Aaron hasn't even bought you yet.
He hasn't even bought me.
Cowboy Jim
I
showed
am
up.
not for sale, sir.
You sold out the Cowboy Jim
No,
instantly.
it was. See, listen. It wasn't him per se. It's the presentation. I still remember what she had on. Like, for real. So it was more the presentation than anything. And after that, I'm like, he can't be that bad. He can't be that bad of a guy. He hangs with some really interesting individuals.
There you go. 215-592.
That's all I'm saying.
9494 if you want to get in. Last segment to get in on the DeCamara versus Fritz competition going on at noon coming up. Make sure you get your picks in on that. Your thoughts on the Phillies. Who are you most frustrated with after they lose last night? An inside-the-park homer wins it for the Giants. Rob Thompson, Dave Dombrowski, or the players on the field. And hopefully we will check in with Buzz again in the next segment out at Plymouth White Marsh. Setting the scene for us, Tom Kelly in for Joe Giglio alongside Hugh Douglas. We are at McGurk's Pub and Grill in Fort Washington today, right here on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
One round down.
I chip one to the green, he concedes.
One man up.
1-0 Hammer.
But this battle, far from over.
An absolute embarrassment. That was a vintage meltdown.
Joe versus Jack. Round 2, the baseball challenge. Will Joe keep his streak alive?
No peacocking from me, man. Head down, focused.
Or will Jack finally hit back?
I need baseball.
Here's Joe versus Jack at Plymouth White Marsh High School starting at noon today. Only on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business, powering possibilities. Now through July 21st, new customers can get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card for your business. Call and switch to Comcast Business today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
Get 50% off all windows plus no interest until 2030. Visit windownation.com.
Hey, pet parents, the summer season is here, and that means it's time to get outside and enjoy some sunshine with your pet. Hi, I'm George Parenti, the lead dog at the Dogs and Cats Rule stores. The stores are loaded with great summer collections of outdoor and interactive toys. We carry the finest selection of fresh diets, like gently cooked, raw, freeze-dried, air-dried, dehydrated, baked, and of course, traditional kibble and cans. Dogs and Cats Rule with 7 neighborhood locations. Visit dogsandcatsrule.pet. That's Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
Guys, it's almost summertime. You know what that means.
Trips down the shore, vacation time.
And you know what comes along with vacation time?
I sure do. Spending time watching baseball all by myself.
Well, yes, Jack. That, of course. But more time with your significant other. More private time. That's right. More time for lovin'.
And when it's time for loving, you want to be at your absolute best. And if you think those days are behind you, you're wrong. And you need to check out Blue Chew.
There's so many things to love about Blue Chew. It's all online, so no awkward doctor's appointments and no long lines at the pharmacy.
And it's a chewable. I hate taking pills, so a chewable is excellent.
And since it's made and shipped here in the USA, they keep the price down for you.
But it's only the price that's down.
Hey-o! It's got the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, Levitra, and Staxon.
And we're going to give you the first month for free.
That's right, free. Go to BlueChew.com and use code 94, and you're only going to have to pay for the shipping.
And then you can
chew it and do it.
Summer is here and the good old times are calling. Heat things up with Jack Daniel's Tennessee Fire. Cool down with Jack Daniel's Tennessee Honey. And for the classic moments, there's always Jack Daniel's Old No. 7 Black Label. Right now, head into your local PA Fine Wine and Good Spirits store and get $3 off each of these summer favorites. And don't forget to pick up a 4-pack of Jack and Coke or Jack and Coca-Cola Zero Sugar, ready to drink in a can. Celebrate responsibly. Whiskey Specialty, 7% ABV. Jack Daniel Distillery, Lynchburg, Tennessee. Jack Daniel's and Old No. 7 are registered trademarks of Jack Daniel's Properties Inc. Coca-Cola is a trademark of the Coca-Cola Company.
Bunker Buster deals at Dell Chevrolet. Buy with 0% financing and no money down available every day at Dell Chevy. DellChevrolet.com. Jack, sell them for less.
Have you tried hands-free Skechers slip-ins yet? Because if you haven't, you're missing out on technology that changes how you think about shoes. First, these are not just regular slip-on shoes. They're not just a pair of loafers without laces. But what makes them different is the technology inside that lets you just step into them. There's a built-in hidden shoehorn that slides your foot in, so they look, feel, and wear just like a pair of shoes you're used to. Except you don't have to bend down, struggle to put them on, or touch them. Try them at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Humid with some possible storms later today. I-91.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain Scent Boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Back to Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Sports Radio 94 WIP. This is the midday show. Tom Kelly in for Joe Giglio. We're at McGurk's Pub and Grill in Fort Washington. That's live audio of Jack Fritz's car.
But is he singing along, though? Because you got to, like, when you playing Tupac like that,
yeah,
you got to turn it up loud. You got to roll the windows down. And you have to make the people that are riding beside you feel real awkward. And you got to say all the cuss words.
How would you feel if you pull up to a light and you see Jack just blaring this?
Tupac. I'm going to look at him sideways, and I'm going to make sure he be doing them self-edits. So I'm going to be watching to see what he be saying when he listens to Tupac. Hey, watch yourself, Jack. Be like, watch yourself.
Well, Jack's getting ready. Fritz versus DeCamara, the baseball challenge going on in about a half hour. Plymouth White Marsh High School, right around the corner from where we are at McGurk's in Fort Washington. This segment, normally Elliott Shore Park, sponsored by Cozy Jewelers.
He on vacation, ain't he?
Step up to the fifth C. That's Color, Cut, Clarity, Carrot, and Cozy. Yes, he is. No Elliott today. He's in Wales.
He's in Wales.
Yeah.
Oh, you know, he went over there and bought some clothes.
Think so?
Oh, hell yeah. He went there. I guarantee you he comes back with a couple kits. Jerseys. Well, they call them kits.
Yes.
A couple jerseys, probably some fly-ass jacket, and some shoes.
Well, we got Wimbledon on right now. Wouldn't Elliott fit right in with the Wimbledon crowd? I could see him in the crowd, like glasses on. It seems like his type of event.
I could actually see that.
You know?
You think so?
Sipping on I don't know what they drink there. Spritzes?
Yeah, who the hell knows?
Something like that.
I don't know what they do.
Yeah. But
wine.
I don't think I'm classy enough to ever get
I started drinking wine, man. I kind of like it. I haven't had a bottle. I'm probably.
You're a winesman?
Well, yeah, a little bit. But see, I drink my wine like I drink Kool-Aid. You know, so I don't, because
so
I
you
like
drink
it
it
cold.
fast.
Oh yeah.
So a bottle for you is nothing.
I'm almost at the point where I don't even need the wine glass. I just pop the cork and just take it straight to the head.
There you go. There you
like
go.
a fork.
That's a big dog move right there. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. Talking a lot about the Phillies today as they lose. If you're just waking up, you missed the end of that game last night. Phillies lose on a walk-off inside the park home run, given up by Jordan Romano. Brandon Marsh does not play the ball well out in center field, but a lot of the same issues. You look at this team not being able to score early. Kyle Schwarber does get them ahead with a 2-run homer in the 7th inning, but they can't hold on. Jordan Romano goes out for a 4-out save, which is, not something that you would expect, but you don't have a ton of options right now. And you look at what Rob Thompson had at the end of that game. Orion Kerkering, unavailable. It was either send Romano back out for a second inning, go to Seth Johnson, who's got very little experience, or go to Joe Ross, who hasn't been very good this year. I think he did really all he could do. I think he's dealing with a bad ham right now. And the question we're asking, who are you most frustrated with? Rob Thompson, Dave Dombrowski, or the players? I'm most frustrated with Dave Dombrowski. I feel like this bullpen, the lack of depth has been a massive issue time and time again. Hugh, you think the players, though,
The
correct?
players, man. You got to step your game up, man. You're getting paid a lot of money, man, and I'm not saying that they're not prideful. I'm pretty sure they have a lot of pride. You just have to figure out a way to get it done, man. Gave an example of my first year here. We had our offensive struggles, but never quit. Never quit. Tried to win every game, and we controlled the part of the game that we control. The offensive side of the ball, they were struggling a little bit, but defensively, we went out there and we tried not to give up. We tried to put them in the best possible position that they could be in.
Yeah.
So you got to do your job, man. You got to do your job.
But this is the thing. When I look at it with Romano, I just don't think he has the ability to do the job. You look at him now. He's pitched in 36 games this year, 32.2 innings. He's got a 7.44 ERA. And, I think after the first few weeks with Romano, you looked at it and you thought, okay, well, he struggled early in the season. It's a long year. Maybe he can turn this thing around. The longer it goes, I just don't think this is going to change. This is what he is. And I look at Dombrowski. This was an awful signing. Like, this was a guy who you signed and you were reliant upon to play a big role. You let Jeff Hoffman go because basically you thought Romano could fill this role. You traded Sir Anthony Dominguez, who wasn't having a good season last year, but you traded him at the deadline. You never really replaced him. And that's why I look at it, man. I don't know how Dave Dombrowski can get a pass for this.
I look at it like this, and I think Kyle alluded to this, or he was saying it, and he said it in a nice way, is that when you look at –
as always.
When you look at the situation that he was in and the batters that he was about to face, you feel like, given the circumstances and the people he was going against, that's a manageable situation. He didn't manage it. I mean, because that's kind of how I look at it. When we were talking about it this morning and it was presented to me, that's kind of what it sounds like. It's not like you were hitting at the top of the order. You weren't hitting in the meat of the order. Well, he wasn't throwing to the meat of the order. So it was one of those situations where he should have been able to manage the moment, and he didn't. So to me, that's on him. That's on him in this situation.
Fair enough. 215-592-9494. Now, still, I think we're still waiting the arrival of Joe DeCamara.
This is psychological.
At Plymouth White Marsh High School.
Yeah, psychological.
So hopefully we'll get a sit-down interview with him. We'll see. If not, at some point before this thing begins, we will check in with Buzz on the scene. So stay tuned for that as well. And your final picks for Fritz versus DeCamara. Get him in this segment. This thing's slated to start at noon. Let's go back to the phones. Go to Tyler in Delaware. What's up, Tyler?
Tyler.
Yeah, what's going on, Hugh, Kyle, and TK?
What up, man?
Man, it is so nice to hear you on, man.
Thanks, Tyler. Appreciate it.
Y'all, when I call Fran, and again, Kyle, I don't hold anything against you or Fran. Both of y'all bring unique dynamics. It's like I'm in the perfect world today of where I'm combining two of my favorite things, the midday show and TK's show. I'm talking to you, TK, with you at 11:36 in the morning. Like, this is awesome. I talk to you at night. So for anybody going out to Plymouth White Marsh, and this might be why Joe is late, there's a bad accident near Exit 7 that I got stuck in because I'm coming from Newcastle up here. So Hugh, I pass where you are in Claymont. It's all clear until you hit the 476 merger. There's like 3 fire trucks, and after you get past that, it's smooth sailing. So
okay, well, hopefully everything's all right. We'll see. Maybe that's affecting the Hammer and his commute to Plymouth White Marsh. But hopefully Joe gets there on time today.
Yes.
What's your prediction for it, Tyler? Who do you think's winning this thing?
So since I'm going to be there, I was going to kind of be objective, and if I call back with my thoughts, like what happened, in my heart of hearts, I want to say that Jack still got it in the tank, but I got to show some love for Joe. Like, get the Hammer, man. Like, he comes in all uniform, and he's embraced this, like, underdog role of even though he's older, he can still do it. So I think it's going to be close. It might go to pitch 8 or at that 8, 9, 10. But I do think Joe gets it done. I mean, it's such a psychological game other than just being there. And I think the more people that are there for Joe, it's going to get in Jack's head. I really, really do. Now, on the Phillies, TK, because you hit on a lot of the points that I said. I'm sitting there with my dad late last night watching the game. I didn't feel anger. I felt shocked because the Phillies had every opportunity to win that game, and they should have won that game. And I know, Hugh, you had said, to your point, about what is going on with the players, that the players are out there to go and play the game and get the job done. But when you got Daniel Robert coming in a high leverage spot in the 8th inning to try to prevent damage, and then you have to bring Romano in. Like, this is a huge case in point situation where at this trade deadline, Gabe Dombrowski has to go out, and he's got to get a bullpen piece or two that's going to instill fear in the other batter.
Well, yeah, Tyler, and
fear.
I hear you, man, and appreciate the call, Tyler. Thanks. And yeah,
fear. How about you? How about somebody just to get the job done?
Well, yeah. I mean, you need somebody.
You know
how
what I
about
mean?
somebody who does both? How about somebody get the job done
to.
and instill fear?
Want to. I mean, and a lot of times I feel like this. Now that we're here, the Phillies, when they make moves, because they do have a extremely high payroll, they're looking for guys that want it. You know, when I think about it now, you want guys that are hungry, and that's what Otto Kemp is. In a nutshell, it's a guy who is a little bit older, that got an opportunity, and he's taking full advantage of it. You know, again, I said, and I use the word suburban energy. A lot of these guys are real comfortable. I don't know how many adverse situations that they've been in. And you can kind of tell that as the game progresses.
So Hugh, I'll just ask you, do you think this is a team that mentally isn't as strong as we think they need to be?
I think they're a good team. Don't get me wrong. I think that they're talented enough. They've paid the money to be in the position that they're in. And I think it's telling that, when you look in the offseason and the moves that they tried to make, Alec Bohm, that they didn't make and they just ran it back. They're here for a reason. They just need to get past it mentally, in my opinion. Because you're getting some phenomenal pitching, historic pitching. If this offense gets going just a little bit, then I think that at the end of the year, we'll be talking about like, wow, that they really turned it on at the right time.
And I hope that's the case. I just don't think they have the players. I don't think they have the players to do it. I think you look at last year, it's essentially the same team, and we've seen essentially the same results. Let's go to Eric in Unionville. What's up, Eric? Eric.
Hey, guys.
What's up,
sorry,
Eric?
took you off speaker. Hey, guys. I'm sitting here in the parking lot. This is awesome, man. There's tons of dudes here.
Oh, wow.
The traffic's actually not that bad, what that guy was saying. Once
Tons
you get
of
off
dudes.
the turnpike, stay to the left, and come zooming on in here, man. I'm really excited to go check this out, and it's really cool.
Is it
a
large crowd, Eric, would you say?
He kind of.
All right.
I think the moment.
Man.
The moment.
We
He
lost
was just.
Oh, there he is.
Yeah,
No,
you got
I'm here. Sorry.
You got that
It's pretty
bootleg.
crazy here. Sorry.
Is it a big crowd, Eric?
Yeah, man. People are piling in. The traffic didn't seem to be too bad. I know that guy said there was something, but people got chairs and Eagles and Phillies stuff on. It's going to be a pretty good crowd here, I think.
All right. Well,
actually.
have you seen either of the participants yet down there?
No, I'm in the parking lot in the air conditioning for as long as I can. About to walk in here and start yelling at Joe, see if we can get on Team Fritz here.
Are you Team Fritz today officially?
I think so. I'm more Team Calamity. Like, I just want content for the next week and a half and whatever it costs. That's right.
What did I tell you?
So I don't know, Jack down 2-0 is pretty cool, but Joe and Jack tied 1-1. The next three will be awesome too, man.
Yeah, what do you got on the Phils?
Thanks for putting this on. Sure. It's Dombrowski, man. What's Topper supposed to do? I've been saying it for 2 years. Goes and gets Hayes and Estevez last year. It feels like it's going to be the same thing this year, man. Like, we're a closer or two away, a bat away, and we're just sitting here waiting for Miller and Painter and all these dudes. And it's like, I don't know. Let's go win one for Wheeler, man. Like, that top 11 list, all that stuff, he wasn't up there. He has a championship. He's probably a lot higher. So, yeah, man, I'm going to walk in here. Go, Jack.
Well,
Thanks for putting this on, boys.
No, I appreciate it, man.
See you
Thanks
over
for the
at
call.
Later.
Yeah, and it's going to be so. We're leading up to it. How do you guys think they're both handling this thing right now? Do you think they're since so much has been made of like the mental state, I'll say, of Jack heading into this thing. He was a former athlete. What do you think Jack is feeling right now?
Anxious. I feel like the little bit of time that I've been around Jack, he feels like a guy that likes to be on schedule with a lot of different things. And, we have this thing slated to start at noon, and it feels like Joe DeCamara is going to milk this thing a little bit. So that might throw Jack off his game. Jack is a guy that, like, say if you tell him, hey, it's going to start at 12:01, then it needs to start at 12:01.
These pitchers are very regimented.
Yeah, like I feel like he's that guy. Jack gets off schedule. I think that's a problem. Like, and I will say this. I like Jack. I'm going to say this first. I like Jack. But when I heard he quit college baseball, that was the first time I heard that. That's a little disturbing.
Okay, that's a red flag.
I mean,
for you?
especially like as a father, when if my child's on scholarship, we all know how much school costs. We've been to school. We're TK. At one point, you're going to put your kids in school, and there's people listening to that. If your son has a free ride to school, and he brings his ass home and tells you he quit because he couldn't cut it, that's a conversation. That's a whole conversation, and that to me is a little disturbing as a parent. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that's a little disturbing. So when I hear that, and knowing Joe DeCamara the way that I do, or I think that I do, if he throws Jack off his square, it might work out in his favor.
Yeah. Now, Kyle, I got to ask you. Do we have any more props that we can get to here before this thing gets underway?
Yeah, I'll throw you a few that I cooked up here. All right, so this one's interesting. This is the only over-under I have left for you here. But the rest, I just set some numbers at odds. Over or under? You seemed skeptical of this earlier, TK. Over or under 75 miles per hour for Fritz to top out at?
Under. I don't believe that Jack is throwing in the 80s.
I don't think he needs to.
Jack hasn't thrown competitively in 10 years. He's not throwing 80
Why is
today.
he trying to throw gas to somebody who isn't a hitter? Like when you look at Joe DeCamara, does he scream bat speed?
No, probably not.
Does he scream, I'm getting it off my shoulder and
No.
swinging for the fences?
Like, do we understand how fast 80 is? Like, that is it's really hard. There are only, I would say, less than 5% of the population is even capable of doing
So
that.
he said he was at like 80 to 82, I think, is what he said.
That's a juiced gun.
So if you're going to take his word for it, then you have that. Plus, you have to consider, in these pressure situations,
he folds.
Well, yes, but you do tend to see an uptick.
I said that loud. I said that out loud.
He folds.
You do tend to see a little bit of an uptick in velocity from pitchers. You know, when they got the nerves going.
You mean when they got bunghole-itis?
Yeah, well, like, I mean, look, Zach Wheeler, when you know he's real juiced up for a playoff
But
game.
they could control that, though.
I understand, but that's like, you know, that's something that I think adrenaline adds, and not just necessarily like is a control thing.
You know what? When you say that, you know what? Now I envision squirrely pitches, like because he's going to be juiced. The camera's already late, or it feels like he's going to be. I won't say he's late yet because you got a couple minutes, and I don't know if he's there. It just feels like he's going to have control issues.
Yeah.
What is the over under control issues early on?
Well, control issues. I mean, what are the odds the first pitch is a strike? I would say plus 400 that the first pitch is a strike.
Huh. Plus 400 at the first pitch is a strike. I think I would take that. I think that's where he's going to be.
The first pitch is a strike?
I think Jack's only going to get worse and worse as the thing goes on. I mean, think about how many pitches he might have to throw to the camera. Well, he's going to wear down.
The fatigue factor
Yeah.
is something that I don't think has been discussed enough. I mean, because this could be a situation where let's think about this. Okay, if Joe just makes him throw a bunch of pitches, even if he's throwing it over the plate, you could average 5 pitches per at bat. I mean, once he gets to like 35 pitches, he's going to start wearing down. Now, let's check in with our guy on the scene. Buzz is in Plymouth White Marsh at the field right now. What's going on, Buzz?
Yeah, this is an electric atmosphere out today. Very good crowd. Just finished up talking to Joe DeCamara, talked to Jack a little bit earlier. They are both ready to go. This crowd is ready to go.
What did you sense from both of them, Buzz, confidence-wise? We heard the interview with Jack. It didn't sound all that confident to us. What did you make of him and DeCamara when you talked to him moments ago?
Yeah, I think it is definitely clear there is more pressure on Jack here today. Obviously, former Division II pitcher, obviously coming in down 1-0 and not up 1-0 the way the Hammer is. He also seems a little bit more nervous. He's trying to gain some of that mental edge back that he appears to have lost in golf. DeCamara going in with that quiet confidence approach. He's not doing his usual arrogant Hammer routine that he does during Beat the Hammer. I think it's a quietly confident Joe DeCamara coming into today.
I'm kind of curious, Buzz. What is Joe DeCamara wearing today? Because there was a bet that he had on his Phillies uniform. So could you tell the people what Joe DeCamara has on?
Yeah, he has not gone with his usual full Phillies uniform. He is wearing cleats, red baseball cleats, gym shorts, and an Eagles Techno Bowl T-shirt. So, and he does have batting gloves on as well. So he's decided to go for comfort over, looking official, we'll say, but he is not wearing an official uniform. As for Jack, he's wearing his Bloomsburg baseball jersey from back in the day. It is he's representing untucked with some shorts. But yeah, neither one of them have gone full uniform, full pants. It is pretty hot out here today, I will say.
Now, Buzz, what is the crowd like? I mean, how many people are we talking, and what do you get the sense? Have you talked to any of those people, and what side do you think is going to be the home squad today?
This is a lively crowd. I am talking down both the right and left field lines and behind home plate, like multiple rows of standing room. There are definitely, I think, a couple hundred people on hand, and they are still filing in. And they are an energetic crowd. They are already cheering. There were loud roars for both Jack and Joe as they were walking down towards the bullpens and had their first interaction here today. I get the sense this is a pretty split crowd. I think they want to see a good, fair match take place. A lot of cheers for Jack early when he arrived. But the Hammer definitely has his supporters, so I don't think it's going to be a home field advantage for either one of them.
Now, Buzz, one last question for you. Now, do you want to give a prediction, or as the reporter, do you need to maintain your impartiality here?
No, I have to remain neutral here today. I, of course, I'm working on behalf of the station, and both Joe and Jack here for the station. I'm also in charge, or will be in charge, of the timing. Remember, Jack does get a timeout, a 4-minute timeout every 3 outs, so I'm going to remain neutral here today.
Are you keeping score?
I am not keeping score. That will officially be in the hands of the umpires. I had a chance to speak to the umpires a little bit ago. There is a home plate umpire. There's a first base umpire. Both Jack and Joe have met them. And, guys, I should also mention, just because I realized I forgot to say it earlier, Joe, similar to golf, where he had the golf pro out at Riverwinds, has employed a coach here today. Now, I have not been able to I don't know exactly who this coach is or where he found him, but during the bullpen session, I overheard a conversation where they were discussing what his velocity will look like throughout the course of this event. So Joe, very locked in, taking it very seriously. He looks like the coach is putting an elbow guard on him right now. He's ready to go. He's not even talking to anyone. It's like a pitcher during a no-hitter.
He's getting an elbow guard applied to him?
He is. He's got his own personal trainer out here today.
Okay, well, this should be very interesting. Buzz, hell of a job you're doing for the station today. Thanks for checking in.
Thank you. Appreciate it, guys.
All right, there's Buzz. Buzz really is the perfect guy for this job. I got to say, pretty good on-site report there from Buzz.
Yeah, not bad, man, because it sounds – shout out to all the people that decided to come. It's a great time, man. I mean, it's very humbling to the reach of the station, and a lot of people listen. But it's really humbling when you hear and see all the people that come to the events that we have, man, and that's appreciated. That's pretty cool.
Absolutely, and sitting here doing the remote, you can kind of overhear some conversations from time to time. I just overhear a couple guys at the bar. I just heard the name Jack Fritz, so they're out here.
Yeah, shout out to all the people at the bar.
They're pre-gaming. Yeah, people are pre-gaming here.
What'd you call it?
Ripping heaters,
ripping heaters, and drinking beers.
Yeah,
at like 10 o'clock.
You have a couple, pound a couple beers. Have a lawn dart and go over to PW.
They pound a couple beers.
Yeah.
Pound them. Pound the beers.
So it should be exciting. When we get back here, we will hear from Joe DeCamara. Buzz was able to catch up with him for an exclusive interview prior to this event today. We'll get to that coming up next. Also, get in with your calls. You want to get in, 215-592-9494. Talking about the Phillies a lot today. They lose on a walk-off inside the park home run last night. Looking to salvage the final game of the 3-game series later today, 3:10 first pitch, right here on WIP. Tom Kelly in for Joe Giglio. This is the Midday Show. We're live from McGurk's in Fort Washington, right here on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Another road game takeover with Fans of Philly. Join Fans of Philly as we charge into LA for a Monday night showdown. Enjoy airfare, hotel accommodations, an exclusive tailgate party, and game tickets seated with those that bleed green. Fly with 94 WIP's official travel partner, Fans of Philly. Reserve your spot now before they sell out at fansofphilly.com.
We could tell you what it's like to drive the Nissan Rogue and tell you all about its performance capabilities, like its VC turbo engine. It's I can go virtually anywhere type of freedom. Nice. But you don't have to take our word for it. Go drive it for yourself. You're up. Experience the power of the Nissan Rogue.
Drive the Nissan Rogue. Now get 0% APR financing for 60 months on the 2025 Nissan Rogue. Visit your local Nissan store and nissanusa.com today. For well-qualified buyers, example, 0 down payment, 60 months financing at $1,667 per month per thousand financed. Actual down payment may vary. Subject to Nissan Motor Acceptance Company credit approval. Not all buyers qualify. Dealer contribution may affect actual price set by dealer. Contact dealer for details. Ends 8/4/25.
Summer's heating up and your AC is on the fritz. Get it, Fritz? What I'm saying is not to worry. I got a guy. Christian Home Services has you covered with all your cooling, heating, plumbing, and electrical needs. Did you know that 90% of AC system problems can be traced back to bad install? That's why at Christian, premium installation matters. Right now, Christian's offering 0 payment and 0 interest for 18 months or up to $2,000 off your new HVAC system. Christian Home Services. Now you got a guy. Visit ChristianHomeservices.com.
When NASCAR returns to Dover Motor Speedway, get ready for a Monster Mile summer. Experience miles of speed, sand, and fun July 18th to the 20th. Book your summer vacation to see NASCAR's best battle, the Monster Plus, even more free fun for everyone at the best fan zone in NASCAR. All new, Miles Beach brings all the fun of the shore just outside Turn 4. We got concerts, we got autograph sessions, and never-ending tailgate. Be there live, in person, at the edge of your seat, July 18th through the 20th. Tickets at DoverMotorspeedway.com.
You know when it's getting hot outside, you have to make sure it's staying hot inside.
What do you mean by that?
You know what I mean. Keep it hot inside, specifically in the bedroom.
Still don't get it?
Blue Chew, numbnuts. He's talking about Blue Chew.
Oh, of course.
We know you've heard us talk about Blue Chew, and we know that you've thought about it. You just want to be able to perform at your very best.
Boy, do we have a good offer for you. How about for free? Your first month is for free.
Just go to BlueChew.com, meet with one of their medical professionals, and use code 94 at checkout, and your first month is free. All you have to do is pay for the shipping, which is like $5.
We love Blue Chew because it's chewable, it's made and shipped right here in the USA, so they keep the price down, and since it's all online, no awkward doctor visits or long lines at the pharmacy.
It's the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, Levitra, and Staxin, but everything else is better.
So go to BlueChew.com
and use that code 94 for your first month for free, and then you'll be ready to
chew it and do it.
I'm Colonel Callahan of the New Jersey State Police. Many crashes happen when drivers pass too closely. New Jersey law requires you give at least 4 feet when passing pedestrians and bicyclists. If you can't, slow down to 25 miles per hour. A little caution goes a long way.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone, now through July 28th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at repairclinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
David is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
Nice to meet you. My name is David. I've been a pharmacist for 44 years, and I'm from Flowery Branch, Georgia. When I first started taking Prevagen, I noticed stuff just seemed to come together and fit like a jigsaw puzzle. When I have customers come in, I recommend Prevagen. Number one, because it's safe and effective, does not require a prescription, and I've been taking it quite a while myself, and I know it works. I wouldn't recommend something like Prevagen if I didn't think it was worth it because it works so good for me. And I love it when the customers come back in and tell me, David, that really works so good. Makes my day.
Prevagen, at stores everywhere without a prescription. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Find a store at metalsupermarkets.com. Big 12 Commissioner Brett Yormark is all in on the 5+11 college football playoff format, even though the system has historically tilted towards the SEC and the Big 10. If the power leagues keep stacking at-large bids, the Big 12 and the ACC could end up on the outside looking in. Is this strategy forward-thinking or a setup for getting left behind? I'm Maggie Gray.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Powered by the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station.
It's the Tom Kelly Show. Just to let you know.
Hey.
4.1 on the radio. All right, let's go.
Sports Radio 94 WIP. This is the midday show. Tom Kelly in for Joe DeCamara today. You like the song? I love this song. It's the best thing that's ever happened to me, this song. What a hit. Song of the summer, Summer sang.
Has been coming in hot all day long.
Who's been coming in hot?
Yeah, he's hot. No, because I can barely hear you.
Oh, yeah. Fran with the intro music.
Fran is ready to go to the mosh pit.
Oh, Fran's
it sounds fine.
It sounds super loud to us. Because Polo Tom's over here yelling.
I think it's a you guys
That's just
problem.
naturally what I do come back from break.
There's always a you people problem. I got you.
Yeah. We'll check in with you people later on.
Oh, do we have to?
In the show. We have to. This segment brought to you by Meineke. Get your AC tuned up for the summer and road trip this season. Take your car to your locally owned and operated Meineke. Find a location near you at Meineke.com. Now, we'll get back to the phones in a few minutes here, but Fritz versus DeCamara about to get underway at Plymouth Whitemarsh. And moments ago, an exclusive interview, Buzz was able to sit down for a minute with Joe DeCamara.
All right, standing by with Joe DeCamara, the Hammer, the second to arrive between you and Jack. Any strategy to that? They were talking about it on the air.
Yeah, I wanted to see him throw, which I did in the bullpen, so I feel pretty good about that. Just kind of getting myself mentally prepared in the car, which I feel great about. Also went to the bathroom and at my typical McDonald's stop, after I ate lunch, which was not at McDonald's, by the way, but, McDonald's pit stop, which is always needed. I feel good. I feel great. We got a great crowd here, which is awesome, and, ready to rock and roll.
Now, the decision to go with the Techno Bowl T-shirt and shorts, not your usual full baseball uniform. What went into that?
I just thought loose. Loose is good. It's hot, no rule on what you have to wear. Obviously, I want him sweating like a pig, and I'll probably be sweating myself, but hopefully less so. And I just want to keep it loose and ready to, think of it this way: Michael Phelps isn't going in a full bodysuit to swim down a lane in a swimming pool. So I want to keep it loose and just be ready to roll.
You are known as a very confident guy, but a lot of people feel as if your confidence has been a little subdued going into this overall match in baseball in particular. Just for the record, before we get in the batter's box here today, what is your level of confidence to succeed and to beat Jack on the baseball field?
I've said many times, I think he's a rightful favorite. I mean, he's a varsity athlete in high school in baseball and obviously a scholarship athlete in college. Good for him. So I think the edge should go to him on the way in. I will essentially let my play on the field do the talking and potentially my mouth tomorrow on the air. Bottom line is I feel ready. If people want to consider him the favorite, as I do, that's fine. 69% of people in our poll said they think he's going to win. Cool. Let's go.
last thing for you. A lot of people expect you to take a lot of pitches, try and run that pitch count up. What is your strategy here today?
To get on base. So, if he's not getting the ball over, and by the way, it looked like he had good control in warm-ups. But look, if he's throwing balls, I intend to, lay off him. I mean, that's obviously, it's good enough for Barry Bonds, good enough for me. But if the ball's in the zone and it's a good count for me to hit, I intend to hit. I mean, ideal scenario for me, I get four hits. But, if I get a walk to get on, great. I mean, I'll take whatever's necessary.
Tom, Hugh, Kyle, send it back to you.
Well, there it is. That was Buzz's sit down with Joe DeCamara. I got to say, I'd say a striking difference in the confidence level that Joe is exuding versus what I felt to be a lack of confidence coming through in Buzz's interview with Jack. Would you guys agree?
I would say so, but I got stuck on one part of that interview that maybe
McDonald's?
Yeah.
Oh, that was
you
unnecessary.
See, Kyle been working with me for too long because I think Kyle was there too. Okay, you say what are you stopping at McDonald's doing, dude? Like you blowing up the McDonald's? Because that's what it sounded like. You ain't stopping at McDonald's. That's not a number one stop. That's a number two stop. Because I know folks that
was so unnecessary.
Well, he's letting you know that he had to clear his bowels before he get ready for this competition. Because I know folks that strategically.
People are trying to eat lunch here.
I think he's talking about eating at McDonald's.
Yeah.
No, he's not. He said stopped at the bathroom.
Yeah, he did.
He said stopped
He made
at
it
the
very
bathroom.
clear to say he needed
Sorry
to go to the
everybody
bathroom
that's
at
enjoyed their lunch, but I'm sorry. I'm sorry, ma'am. Sorry about that. I didn't gross the lady out. I'm sorry. But but it's like I know people that strategically they know where the certain areas are that have the better. Yeah. So I was just kind of wondering. I mean, is that like a?
It was not necessary.
It was not. But he shared.
Yes,
did paint
he did.
an appropriate picture
of Joe DeCamara. Yes, he did.
Now, I've got to say, we got some inside information during the break talking to our guy Mike over here, who's got a friend that's on the scene, who said Jack looked very good in warm-ups. As Joe said, apparently Jack was throwing some heat. He said he didn't know if it was 80, but apparently, I mean, maybe there is more life in that arm than we gave Jack credit for. Remains to be seen.
Yeah, I need to see someone down there with a radar gun.
Location.
Yeah.
I think location's the key, man. I mean, anybody can throw it hard, but can you get it over the plate?
Yeah. What do we think he tops out at today?
78.
I would say.
I think he gets to 80, man.
You think so?
Mm-hmm. 80. That would be intense. But the inside information that we are getting, that Jack looked good in his bullpen before the game. So we'll see if that can translate over to the field at Plymouth White Marsh today. 215-592-9494. So you want to get in, you're welcome to. Also talking obviously a lot about the Phillies and asking you the question, what bothers you the most after last night? Was it Rob Thompson's handling of the bullpen? Sending Jordan Romano out for a second inning when he hasn't done that all year? Is it the players? Is it Romano not getting the job done? The offense not scoring more runs? Or is it Dave Dombrowski? I come down on Dombrowski and I just continue to look at this team. And I see a roster that is flawed. I see a roster that was flawed heading into the season, a roster the Phillies did not address properly in the offseason, and I think that's what we've seen so far. But as you said, Hugh, you think the players and falls on that.
Players got to step up, man. I mean, that was a winnable game last night. When you look at the way that they were trying to play, that was a winnable game. Players got to play. It's only so much. You put Topper put you in a position to be successful, and I know that we've been talking about relief pitching for a long time, but players got to play, man. They got to win that game. In the park home run, man.
I mean, that's just terrible.
That was what
Absolutely
I did when me and Joe played MLB The Show with the kids. That's what happened to me. But I don't play baseball. Now it was a video.
How do you
game.
give up an inside the park or
Because
a
I
video
don't know how to play.
Yeah, that's just incompetence. Not knowing how to use the control.
I mean, I didn't need you to double down. The double down was not needed.
Did you have the hard throwing on where you have to hit it through it within the meter?
No, I was. I didn't.
It's bad fielding.
No, but
you don't let up an inside the park home run without terrible fielding.
And
I mean, Marsh was a part of that last night
with
the Phillies.
Yeah, but hopefully the Phillies can bounce back today. Jesus Luzardo on the mound, first pitch 3:10. 215-592-9494. Let's go back to the phones. Go to Evan in South Carolina. What's up, Evan?
Evan, the Drexel Hill native, is in such a good mood because you guys are too. That is a lie. And that's why Romano needs to stay in Frisco, because he is used. You can't blame this on Topper. The guy keeps on saying, give me the ball. that tells me what he is, guys. He's a known liar. He says he has his stuff. He doesn't have his stuff. And all he has to do, what do we do in Philadelphia or any other sports town? We have the greatest of all time. Don't we know this? Say you're sorry, or at least say, I stink.
Well, you want Evan? So you want Jordan Romano to come out and issue a formal apology for not being good?
No, because he's already doing that in quotes. He's already apologizing for saying, "I've got to get better." Thanks, Captain Obvious. Just shut up and go do it. But it's like one of the, at least one or all of the gentlemen with you today said, this is 170% on Romano. He has to get it done, because if he cannot get it done, we've got to move on. We're better than this. We're the fighting Phils.
Well,
he's not fighting. Okay, short and easy. Jordan's not fighting, and that's not acceptable.
Well, Evan, I hear you.
Here's a quick one. Please don't hang up on me. Here's a quick one. Go see the doctor. Find a way to get him in street clothes. At least get him in street clothes. He has to figure it out. If it's about his brain's not working, I don't know. But I have rarely. I've been on this earth since '64. We've seen a lot of bad baseball in a lot of different cities. But this guy wouldn't deserve to start in Colorado or pitch in Colorado.
He's not good, Evan. I appreciate the call. It's not about fight with Jordan. Like, Jordan Romano just stinks. Like, can we be honest about it?
Yeah, I mean, he's got
he's not a good pitcher.
He's got that psycho pitcher's mentality that, like, you want to see from a guy who's good, but he's not good.
No, he's not. And it's one of those things where he could pitch great the rest of the year. Would anybody at this point have any confidence in him come playoff time? I wouldn't.
If he pitched great, start now?
Yeah.
I mean, because you got PT, you had PT. I know what you said. You had PTSD.
And there's just something about Romano where he's like annoying to watch pitch. He's always fidgeting around, and he gets up and he does like a routine in the bullpen in the third inning. It's like, dude, just sit down and relax, and do your job when you're called upon. You don't need to do all this extra stuff. But pretty brutal watching Jordan Romano. And he was terrible last night again. Let's go to Andrew in Ridley Park. What's up, Andrew?
Hello?
What's up, man?
Hello?
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 What's up,
Hello?
Andrew?
What's up? So I think we're putting the blame all on the wrong people. If you actually go back and watch that last inning, you see Cassidy and Marsh right next to each other standing, watching the ball hit the fence and then roll halfway down the fence to center field. If Marsh played the outfield properly, he should be backing up Cassidy, not standing right next to him like they're best friends holding hands in the park. Marsh should have been backing him up so that way that run doesn't score for inside the park, a walk-off home run.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's another part of it, Andrew. I mean, the defense on that play was terrible. The one thing, and I get you're in a different ballpark. You don't exactly know how the ball's going to bounce, but you got to understand there, like, that's the one thing you can't allow to happen.
Yeah, and that goes back to my point of it's just common baseball knowledge of just backing each other up, not standing next to each other. And for Topper to be so calm and cool about it when they seem very content and laid back and just not necessarily lazy, but they seem like they know what their mindset is. They're going to be in the playoffs anyway, so I feel like that's the way they're playing. If I'm Topper or somebody like Harper or somebody, I would just go crazy in the locker room and like set a standard like, hey, we're better than this and we got to start playing like it, not just coast until the playoffs.
Yeah, and that's the thing, though. I don't know. Do you think they're coasting? Because I don't think they're coasting.
I think they're comfortable where they are, man. I mean, there's still a lot of baseball left to be played. This is the psyche, I think, of baseball players. I just find, I find it fascinating that people say, hey, they need to go in the locker room and throw a fit. If that's not the way your locker room is designed, what is that going to accomplish? If everybody's just going to look at you like you're crazy. You have to have those guys in the locker room with that type of mentality. And it's obvious from the manager on down to the players that's not how they're built. It's just not.
So then would you bring up a young guy like somebody with a chip on their shoulder, like a Justin Crawford, or
you mean like an Otto Kemp? Otto Kemp was that spark to me. Otto Kemp was that spark that they had.
Thanks, Andrew.
During when they brought somebody up and he played with that want-to. That's why he's still here.
But that kind of thing only, I feel like, gives you a spark for like a brief period of time.
We're talking about culture. We're talking about culture now. We're talking about dog mentality. I think that's what we're talking about because it's a lot of times we as fans for the last couple of weeks we say, oh, well, Topper needs to throw his cap and he needs to go slap the umpire and stuff like that. That's not who they are. That is not who they are. You know, and there's been how many times have we sat here, and I mean, to a certain extent it's true. They say, hey, we got a lot of baseball, we're in a good spot. They're not lying, but there's no sense of urgency.
It's not who they are, but is that not what you feel like they might be lacking?
That sense of urgency?
Well, like the fire, the spirit, like the sense of urgency.
Energy.
Yeah, sure.
Well, and this is the
That's
thing,
what
too.
it is.
One thing we were
Keep
kind
talking
of
about the suburbs, man.
batting
I'm just
around
saying,
a
it's
little
nice
bit.
in the suburbs, though.
Batting around a little bit before the show is Bryce and his energy or kind of lack thereof. Because when Bryce struggles, it feels like something is not there with him. And he's 0 for 4 last night, worked a walk in the game, but struggled a little bit. And he has obviously not had the kind of year we're accustomed to him having, has not looked himself since coming off the IL. And yesterday we talked a lot about the trade deadline. Do you guys, to fully commit to this team, do you need to see Bryce kind of pick it up a little bit? I don't. I look at it and I say, regardless, I'm going to take my chances on Bryce getting back to being himself. I'm going all in anyway. I'm not going to kind of let this year kind of pass me by because of Bryce not looking himself. Where do you fall?
I'm with you on that. I think Bryce is time. He just needs time, man. I think that his biggest thing right now is to adjust to the way his body's feeling. And sometimes that takes a little bit of time. He's been working some at-bats, no question about that. It's going to take him time, in my opinion, to get comfortable where his body is right now.
Yeah, because he just hasn't looked right. And I'll ask you, Kyle, I mean, when you talk about the deadline and you look at the Bryce situation, do you need to see him look more like himself before you're ready to fully commit to this team?
Yeah, so not like entirely himself because I don't think we're ever going to get that, at least not this season. I don't think we're going to see that version again. But I just look at, again, how well the pitching staff has been playing this season and just how well they're pitching right now. Like, I think the month of June, they're like the top 3 ERA guys. Or since June, they're the top 3 ERA guys in all of baseball.
Yeah.
It's something where I feel like you can't waste that, or you can't like punt when you have that. So while they might not get a guy they're definitely not going to get a guy who's as impactful as getting like the full 100% Bryce Harper back would be. They can still get a guy that adds a little bit more juice and can get you a hit in a big moment, or even maybe a guy that gives you a little bit of power. Like, I still think they can bolster this lineup enough to the point where it tips the scale in a way that the pitching can get you by in the postseason.
Yeah, and the more I watch them, the more I just feel like they need so much that I don't know if they can accomplish the things they need. Because one day you think it's the bats, and Monday night, obviously that game, they don't score any runs, and it's like, oh, well, they really need a bat. That goes to the top of the priority list. Then last night happens, and it's like, okay, well, they really need a bullpen piece. And the answer in the end is you need both. Like, you need a big-time bullpen arm, you need a big-time bat in your lineup, and that means you're going to have to give up a hell of a lot at the deadline.
Yeah, but in reality, you're not going to be able to get big-time both. And I think that's where we are, especially when you talk about the standings and where most teams are at this point. You're going to get fleeced and how comfortable you are. And not only that, TK, your biggest piece, I would think, is Andrew Painter.
Yeah.
And you have a situation where you're going to need pitching in a couple years. No matter how you slice that piece of pie, you're going to need pitching. Somebody's going to ask for your pitcher. That if you want to make that kind of move, somebody's going to ask for him. And I don't think you're really in a position that you want to give that up yet.
Yeah, and we'll get to the Painter thing coming up because he had another outing last night in AAA, kind of mixed results, and what the Phillies should do with him in the immediate future. We'll get to that coming up in a few minutes as well. Let's go back to the phones. Go to Sean in Newark. What's up, Sean?
How you doing, guys? I got an update on the game. And I can tell you
we don't need an
update. Hold up, Sean.
No updates.
We're not doing that, dog. We can't talk
about
that.
The score.
It's a big reveal.
I don't know how you're going to keep it a secret.
Okay,
we have been so far.
I won't ruin it. But I can talk about one thing that I know is going to be the big story tomorrow. Not Joe or Jack. It's going to be the cameraman that O.G. Wade hired to film the game. It's hysterical. O.G. Wade was getting nothing.
What do you got on the Phil, Sean?
What's that?
What do you got on the Phils?
We can't talk about this. Like it's the only thing you guys.
Sean,
they're announcing it.
Sean,
too.
does OG Wade work for the station, man? Read the room that we're trying to. OG Wade don't work for us. Read the room, dog. Be quiet.
Read. I was talking about what your big.
Okay. And like I just told you, OG Wade don't work for us, man. Be quiet.
Yeah.
Oh, brutal.
Yeah, Sean.
It's like this is. Listen, Sean. Since you're not on air anymore, this is what I was trying to tell you in the nicest way possible. We know he's there recording. He don't work for us. So why the hell are we going to promote somebody that don't work for us?
I love
it's
Sean.
that simple.
Sean made my open for the show. We tried to.
I mean,
tried
damn,
to tell you
Sean.
the nice way, Sean.
Oh, that's your Sean. So
that's my guy.
I mean, but damn,
Sean's still my guy.
we were trying in the nicest grown-up way to tell you that what we were trying to tell you, but your dumb ass didn't pick it up. You didn't pick it up, dog. We know. It's our job to know. We know that. And when you came on the station and we kept trying to steer you in another direction, you kept talking. Read the damn room. Read the room, dog. It ain't that hard. Hell.
There
Back
you
to
go.
TK.
Well said. Let's go to Chris in Nazareth. What's up, Chris?
Hey, what's going on?
How you doing, man?
All right. Hey, about the Phillies last night. My question is, or should I say, Rob Thompson knew going into the game he wasn't going to have Kirker. Okay, he needed to do a better job of managing his pitching and his bullpen. Maybe let Walker go an extra inning. Okay, but they have not had Romano go 2 innings all year. So a lot of this I blame on him. Marsh should not have been in center
Chris,
field.
I'll ask you this: what would you have rather him do in that 9th inning? Would you have rather Romano come back out, Seth Johnson, or Joe Ross? Like, what's the winning choice?
Seth Johnson.
Seth
I saw
Johnson,
him pitch against
who has not pitched. I don't know if he's pitched a meaningful inning
That's the
in the
state
major
we're in.
leagues to this point.
What's that?
I don't know if he's pitched a meaningful inning in the major leagues at this point. The guy's
I
a
saw
little
him
bit
pitch against
blowout.
San Diego.
not
I
meaningful.
was at the game last week against San Diego. He looked good.
Yeah, I mean, he's pitching in garbage time. They're getting blown out in that game.
But the bottom line is this: he knew he had no Kirkering going into the game, so let Walker go an extra inning.
No, I don't think that was the case. I think they thought they had Kirkery, and then something happened during the course.
He had to have known. They had to have known before the game.
Wait a minute, hold up,
Hey,
wait a minute, Chris. I think it was a fluid situation. To be fair to Topper, and he said because he said he thought he was going to have. Did TK wasn't a report that said he thought he was going to have him available for this game tonight?
And in the middle of the game, he found out he wasn't.
But
something like that.
But even if they even if they did know, you can't really stretch Taiwan. But Chris, Taiwan hasn't started a game in like 6 weeks. He threw 63 pitches. That's probably the most he's thrown in 2 months.
Here's the other thing, guy. Our defense, we haven't been scoring runs. It's a 3-1 game. You got to keep your best center fielder out there in center field because it certainly is not Marsh. Okay, he should have never been out there.
But we're always screaming about him pinch hitting, Chris. We're always screaming about how can you let Rojas hit these at bats. I mean, you got to trust your center fielders go out and make a play.
Hey, that's part of being a manager. It's a close game. You're not scoring a lot of runs. You got to have defense, and your center fielder is your most important outfielder. Okay, that means all right. I'm going to leave Rojas in, and he's going to be my center fielder.
But Chris, how about the fact
that
that Marsh also got a critical hit and scored one of the runs to put you ahead? Do you think Rojas gets that hit?
Well, maybe he didn't get a chance.
What do you think the chances are?
Well, let me ask you this: who's the better center fielder?
The better center fielder is probably Rojas, but Marsh is by far the better hitter right now.
Of
So you got to
course
get it. This is where, Chris, I think people just want to blame Rob Thompson regardless of the situation.
That's basically what it is.
That's what it is.
Look, he has not had the roster that he needed to compete, but he hasn't managed what he does have very well.
I hear you, Chris, and I appreciate the call. I
don't
disagree
understand how
completely.
like you say he doesn't have the roster he needs to compete, but he's competing.
Right.
And what are they, 13 games over 500 or something like that?
Yeah, and you're in a situation where we always complain about not pinch hitting. He pinch hits Marsh. Marsh gets a hit, is on base for when Schwarber hits the homer. I mean, that's how you got the lead in large part. And, I just don't know what you want Rob Thompson to do. And sure, after the fact, it's easy to say Seth Johnson, but I would bet that if Rob Thompson goes to Seth Johnson and Seth Johnson blows it, Chris is ripping Rob Thompson for putting it in.
That's what it kind of sounds like. It's the players have to be held accountable for their actions, man. And Romano in that situation should have. It wasn't like a situation that Topper felt it was not manageable. He just didn't get the job done.
Yeah. 215-592-9494. If you want to get in, Tom Kelly in for Joe Giglio today, midday show. We are live from McGurk's Bar and Grill in Fort Washington. Fritz DeCamara going on currently at Plymouth White Marsh High School. A lot of stuff to get to throughout the rest of the show. We will get at some point to a development in the Sixers offseason, dealing with Quentin Grimes. That's coming up as well. Tom Kelly in for Joe Giglio. This midday show, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The Phillies play here. Today, Phillies Giants. Leading off starts at 2:45. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 3:45. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Blasted deep right field. That'll do it.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Hey, Joe DeCamara here. Tasty Cake has a treat for every John. Peanut butter fans have candy cakes, those chocolate-coated cakes with the creamy layer of peanut butter inside. There's crimpets, the light sponge cakes topped with rich icing for people who like the classics. Donut lovers have options for days. You've got frosted mini donuts, powdered mini donuts, and you can't forget about the delicious dip and sticks flavors. There's so many uniquely satisfying treats to choose from, but there's no surprise because it's Tasty Cake, except no substitutes.
Would you believe that giraffes are 30 times more likely to get hit by lightning than people? Or that a single cloud can weigh 550 tons or more? Sounds fake, right? How about an insurance company that actually treats you right? Sounds unbelievable, but it's true. NJM Insurance is proud to put policyholders first. Don't believe me? Well, guess what? Everything in this commercial is true and approved by the legal department. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Visit njm.com for a quote. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
There's nothing better than watching the game live. And with Xfinity Sports and News TV, you can stream over 50 live channels for $150 less than YouTube TV per year. From game time to prime time. It's the local channels you love, the news channels you need, and the sports channels you can't live without. History-making moments aren't going to wait for you, and replays never do it justice. So get Xfinity Sports and News TV today for all the live action you could want. Plus, you can save even more with Peacock Premium. A $7.99 a month value included at no extra cost. Xfinity Sports and News TV. The live TV you love with savings you'll love even more. To learn more, go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Savings compares Xfinity Sports and News TV at $70 per month, the YouTube TV at $82.99 per month.
FanDuel, because nothing says summer fun like adding excitement to the game while your friends are getting sunburned at the beach. Summer sports are calling your name. Baseball under the stadium lights, golf on pristine green fairways, soccer matches with world-class goals, and all the action-packed moments in between. You were going to spend all day following your favorite sports on your phone anyway. Might as well make it more thrilling with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. Open the app today to see the daily promotions. New to FanDuel, new customers can bet just $5 and get $150 in bonus bets if your first bet wins. Open the FanDuel app today or visit FanDuel.com/Giglio to get started. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
The blue-collar workers' strike is over. The city and DC 33 have reached a new 3-year deal. Last night's storms triggered several tornado warnings, but the National Weather Service says no tornadoes touched down. And there's a new networking opportunity this weekend for local artists to turn their work into cash.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, cause you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things. People. Love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Former Eagle Hugh Douglas. Current minivan driver Joe Giglio. On Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Sports Radio 94 WIP. This is the midday show. Tom Kelly and your Giglio today. With Dirks in Fort Washington. What's up, you?
It's so loud, man.
I didn't think that was
not
that
that
loud.
Dude, hold on. Is it?
It's loud to me.
Maybe it's just Hugh's headphones.
Yeah.
It just sounds loud.
I can turn your headset down. Like the return
No, it just sounds like Fred just trying to blow us out. Though.
I don't. No, I'm not hearing the same thing. It might be your headset.
It might be my headset.
Yeah.
I
just
blame
ruined
it
your
on
hearing
Fred,
for the
though.
rest of your life, though.
Oh well, hell, they like let y'all tell it. I ain't got that much time left anyway. I'm gonna ride
That's not true.
to the wheel.
rest of
I'm gonna be around for a while.
No, listen. I was about to say you almost had to dump that, but him and Joe. They like to talk about I'm in the fourth quarter.
Oh, yeah. He's bumping up against a 2-minute warning. Is what I said.
I would say.
I think it's funny.
I think
it's funny. They say the game almost over.
If I had to handicap, I'd say there's 5 minutes left in the third. 5 minutes left in the third for you, Hugh. So you still got a little bit more time.
Listen, I don't let those guys bother me, man.
Yeah.
I don't let them bother me.
Yeah. I think I'm at halftime right now.
Yeah.
Kyle's still in the first half.
You think so?
Yeah, I think
I feel like
late
I'm
second quarter.
I feel like I'm in the first half. I could be 2-minute warning of the second quarter.
Yeah. Where's Fran at?
France feels like he's still in the first quarter.
Yeah. No, he's not in the first quarter.
Fran 30. Fran 30. Fran needs to go ahead and settle down soon.
You play your cards right. That's first quarter.
I don't know what are you guys even referring to? I don't even know what you guys are talking about.
Don't worry about it, young fella.
What quarter are you in your life? Are you listening to the show, Fran?
Yeah, no. I don't know what you mean by this first quarter halftime stuff. I don't
Stop
know what you're
watching
talking about.
Turn off Wimbledon and listen to the show.
Yeah, he's watching too much
I'm
Wimbledon
listening.
in that studio.
No, you're not.
I'm multitasking.
This is what I always deal with Fran. I'll go to him on the air for something. What were you talking about?
That never happens.
That happens
never
all the time.
happens. Never happened in my life.
Come on, 215-592-9494. If you want to get in, talking a lot about the Phillies. Phillies lose last night 3-1. Jordan Romano, who has been nothing short of a disaster this year.
Romano?
Should we start calling him Romano? Is
it,
that what
wait
we
a minute,
need to
wanna,
do?
You know,
he's Ray Romano until further notice.
From
everybody
he's lost the proper
I
pronunciation.
already butcher names as it is.
Yeah,
so it's Romano.
You don't do well. Oh, I don't. We're talking Romano.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I mean, he's supposed to be Romano, but
gotcha.
he's Romano right now.
He is quickly climbing the ranks of my most hated Philly list of all time. So I cannot stand him. I can't stand him. He's awful.
Wow. You know, so I don't know if I can go hate just because he doesn't say anything. That annoys me. Usually, like, when I jump from, like, I'm just tired of this dude, get him off my team, to, like, I hate that guy, he needs to say something that pisses me off. Yeah.
But
Who
he's
was that
so
last
bad.
year that irritated you so bad when he was talking?
You name a we could go down the list.
Didn't Kepler irritate you a little bit?
Oh, a few weeks ago?
Yeah.
I mean, who did? I don't know who we didn't irritate. Maybe you, because you always try to see the good
Well, I
in
try
people
to see.
for some reason.
No. Like, listen, if you talking the talk, and you got to walk the walk, man. And he wasn't doing that. So,
Well, this is the thing. If he was just a bad pitcher, that's one thing. But I'm telling you, all this fidgetiness on the mound.
That's what bothers you.
Is
the fidgetiness.
brutal.
And not
Like,
coming through in the clutch.
Yeah, just sit still during the game. Go out. Stop messing around with your hair on the mound and whatever he's doing.
Yeah.
Just throw strikes.
Stop talking to yourself.
Oh, my God.
Maybe tone down the talking to yourself a
He
little
would have
bit.
fit in perfectly with that 2020 COVID bullpen.
Oh.
That had Brandon Workman.
He might have been the ace of that.
Oh,
of that
he would have been.
bullpen.
He'd have been the best guy in that bullpen. That's how bad they were. 215-592-9494.
That actually was the single worst bullpen I've ever seen.
That was, thank God that season was only 60 games, because that was the worst Phillies team to watch I've ever experienced in my life.
Yeah.
They were brutal.
Yep, that was Alec Boehm's best season, too.
Yeah, there you go. No fans in the crowd. Maybe that had something to do with it.
He likes it.
He likes the privacy. 215-592-9494. In a few minutes, we'll get to the Sixers and another update with them this offseason. But first, let's go back to the phones. Go to Ron in Montco. Hey, Ron.
Oh, turn that radio off.
Hey, guys.
Turn that radio off there, buddy.
Turn the radio. What is with my radio and you?
Well, Ron is kind of loud. In
The problem is it's on.
That's what it is.
I was trying to.
He's an idiot. Yeah. My radio ain't on. It's my phone.
Okay,
you got
great.
the
Feedback. My fault. You're right. Yes.
You
Yes, sir.
you got to be getting double combat pay today.
What do you mean? What do you mean, Ron?
Well, you got the TK and you got the screener on. You got both of them at once.
I'm on Hugh's side today.
It's not a bad. Today's pretty good. It's a pretty good day, to be honest. It's a pretty good day.
Most of the time, I'm on Hugh's side too. I mean, even when he's wrong, he's silly. What can you do?
When I'm wrong, I'm silly.
So very often.
I mean, even when he's wrong, you got to laugh. You know what I mean?
I'm never wrong, Ron. What are you talking about?
No,
never
wrong. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. You are
I'm opinionated. I'm opinionated.
Yeah, well, so am I. But anyway, listen. Here's what I want to say. Guys. Okay, the Harper thing is a very bad thing. Okay, now I'm going to tell you from experience. Okay, the most painful thing for him at the plate is when he fouls one off or when he whiffs. It's not when he hits it on the screws. Okay. I was a 3-hitter my whole life, okay? And I was on a championship team 1 year, and I tore the back of the back of your hand, that runs between your fingers, the back of the hand, and I went down all the way, plummeted to the 9-hole hitter. And this is a serious problem. Now, the question is, are they telling you everything? Is he bone on bone? Is he out of cartilage in that wrist? Because as a left-handed hitter, okay, his right hand is his dominant hand. That's his power hand, okay? And that's where the torque is coming. The other hand steers the bat. So we may be looking at the end of them. We hope we don't. But guys, Thompson, I could take him or leave him. He's a guy to me. He's just another schmo. The guy who baked the cake, okay, is a guy, Dombrowski, and the owner. They baked the cake. Don't you hear us arguing about center field? How long have we been arguing about center field? Oh, this one should have been there. This one should have been here. Blah, blah, blah. Listen, I will wash all 3 of your cars next spring, starting spring, every Sunday. I will wash each of your cars every Sunday if they make it to the World Series. How's that?
Well, all right, I'll take you up on that, Ron. I live in Monco, too, so maybe you can, I'll bring my car over.
Well, I left because you do live in Monco. I'm out of Monco.
All right.
As soon as I found out, I split. I'm gone.
That's a good call, Ron. Well, I'll find you, and you can wash our cars wherever it is. Thanks for the call, Ron. But he's not wrong. I mean, the pieces that this team have been put together with were just dramatically flawed, and I mean, I just don't know how you fix all of it over the course of the next few weeks.
I mean, this is still a good baseball team. Let's not lose light of that. Now, do they need some pieces? Yes. But I feel like they feel that they're not major moves. You know, as fans, we want the major moves because it gets us excited about the team and it gets us juice and everything. That's not going to be the case, I don't believe. I don't believe because when I look at the standings, TK, a lot of teams tightly grouped together, man. And that's going to make it hard for you to make the type of moves that we're talking about. Who was the player that we were talking about from the Angels yesterday that we could get?
Taylor Ward.
Yes. It might be I'm not saying it's him. But what I'm saying is it's probably going to be a move something like that when the trade deadline comes around.
Well, then the season's over. If they do something minor like that, the season's over. They need a real pitcher and they need a real hitter. And they probably need more than one real pitcher.
Okay, answer me this. Riddle me this. At this point of the season, and with everybody tightly grouped together, what is the easier fix, TK? It feels to me like it's a pitcher more so than a bat.
I agree with you. I think the bullpen is it's easier to find bullpen pieces at the deadline, I think, than it is to find
because nobody wants to get like we were talking about Austin Riley yesterday. As bad as the Braves are, that probably is going to be a hefty price tag.
Yeah.
No question.
Yeah.
So I would think that we have to kind of hope for the best. I know nobody wants to hear that. But
here we go.
No, listen.
Always trying to look for the best.
Listen to what I'm saying.
This is just
listen.
I'm disappointed in you this week.
Listen to what I'm saying.
A lot of positivity.
No, that's my fault. He was trying to be serious.
But listen to what I'm saying. Last night, early in that game, when I was talking about the Rojas at bat, and when he got on base and they were trying to move runners, to me that's an indication of them trying to change their play style. Is that a fair assessment? Is that a fair assessment?
I don't know if they're trying to change their play style.
Well, they're trying to manufacture runs. Is that a better? That's a better
by
description.
necessity.
Yeah, right. I don't think they have a choice.
Yes, that's what I'm saying because they're trying to change the way that they play,
which is better than nothing.
Yes, and so that's kind of how I look at it. So if we can get some relief pitching, I think we will be fine. Mm-hmm. Now the in the park home run that was a tough one, but I see that. And when I said, and I know fans in the car like, you're just an idiot. I hate when you talk baseball. But it's the truth. It's the truth.
The number one, they can really round out I guess not round out because it's not a very good, particularly great offense right now, but they do the small ball stuff, and they're doing it, I think, better than they have in years past. That's good. That's a positive. If they add another piece that can give you a little pop, you get that extra element of power. Maybe you get a little bit more power back from Bryce, and Castellanos finds his power. That, and then they still do the small ball stuff. That, I think, is a recipe for success in October, especially with the way the starting pitching is.
I just think we're really running out of time in terms of guys finding it. I mean, it's the middle of July.
Well, Trey said this is a good thing.
Yeah, I mean, and hey, I'm trying to ease off him. Trey's had a good season. I know I haven't been the biggest Trey guy.
Not even an all-star.
That comment was a disgrace. I mean, it's good. It's a good thing we haven't played our best yet, so we can play well later.
It does remind me a lot of the stuff that you heard from guys last year, like JT and even Schwarber to an extent, about just got to hope that we flip the switch in October. It's like, no,
not the way it works, guys.
You can control that.
Yeah.
You got to flip that switch.
Yeah, you got to play better. Bottom line.
It's one of those things where, we are so sensitive to some of the things that you say. And when you say things like that, that's not what this fan base wants to do.
No.
Flipping the switch and we got time and things of that nature. The time is now.
Yeah, you gotta get to it now so you establish those habits for the postseason. Let's go to Violet in Virginia. What's up, Violet?
Hi, guys. How are you?
Hey, Violet.
Hey, I agree with you, definitely. I think it would be easier to go ahead and get some help for the bullpen. I think that is I'm not really concerned about our bats. I mean, I know that we get streaky, we're hot and cold, but I think we'll be okay with that. But, oh, my gosh, that bullpen, I mean, that's been our issue from the beginning. And honestly, I'm really, really upset with Alvarado because we really freaking needed him.
Yeah, no, that's a great point, Violet. And honestly, we probably don't bring that up enough, but Alvarado put this team in a terrible position. I mean, that suspension cost them so much, and, that created a whole other need for them that you'd think if you have Alvarado, a game like last night is probably not a problem, and it's probably a game you win.
No, it would have been in the bag, I think.
Yeah. No, it's
Alvarado screwed.
Yeah, that was huge. Absolutely.
So
all right,
that's all I have to say. But
right.
We'll be okay.
Thanks.
We're gonna make it.
Well, thanks, Violet.
Well,
appreciate the call. I don't know. No, but she makes a great point. And the Alvarado thing, guys, the Alvarado thing was massive. I mean, it killed this team in terms of you thought even if Romano was a bust, you thought you could count on Kerkering and Strom and Alvarado, and at least you have three guys that you can fall back on. You take Alvarado out of the equation, and even though a guy like Banks has been good, it just really has put you in a tough spot.
Yeah, he didn't time that. He didn't time that cycle up right, man. That's kind of messed up that he did that.
You think if he timed it up a little better, he wouldn't have gotten popped?
I mean, yeah. I mean, I'm not. This is not me condoning it, but it's obvious that this has been. This has been. I mean, he's been. He's been messing around for a while, so he messed up the timing.
Well, and this is the thing. I mean, Alvarado was bad last year, so it might have been something that he felt like he needed to do. 215-592-9494.
That sounds so bad. Kids, don't condone. We don't condone that on this.
No, we don't condone the use of PEDs.
We don't condone.
Thank you for clarifying that. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. Did want to give you a quick Sixers update as the saga with Quentin Grimes continues. Sixers fairly certain, I guess. Pretty much, what was the terminology you used, Kyle? They are extremely confident that they will keep Quentin Grimes, right?
Yeah. So let me find the report again. Hold on a second. What, dude?
I laid a grenade in Kyle's lap right there. I forgot exactly how it was framed. It's I forget exactly what it was. So I'll just dish it off to Kyle. I'm just being the point guard there.
So this is from an NBA reporter. His name's Tony Jones. He covers the Jazz and the Nuggets. But there were, I guess, have been a little bit of rumors about potential sign-in trades with Quentin Grimes, and it feels like the Sixers are not really entertaining that, and they are, quote-unquote, almost certain, good job, nailed it, that they will retain the 25-year-old guard.
And I want to keep Quentin Grimes. Obviously, you don't want to let a talented player like that walk out the door. But here's my question with this team. How many guards do they plan on having?
A lot.
You have Maxey, you have McCain, you have Edgecombe. How could you possibly not bring back the two elder statesmen, Eric Gordon and Kyle Lowry?
Mike Lowry.
Mike Lowry.
Bad boys.
Yeah, I know the reference. Yeah. He was Will Smith, right?
Yeah.
Will Smith was him.
Mike Lowry.
Yeah. The combined age of 80 years old. I don't really understand this roster. Don't you need front court guys? Again, the Gordon and Lowry part of this didn't make a lot of sense to me. When you have six guards, that seems like overkill. I don't know.
I feel like veteran leadership is what they're trying to do, and they're just that's the biggest thing. Because when you talk about the other guys that you would think would be the veteran leaders, I don't think that's the case. So they wanted as many vets in that locker room to try to change the culture as possible. You know, and that's what I think it is, because at some point, you know, we're gonna work this whole Joel Embiid thing as long as we possibly can. We're gonna be as optimistic as we can, but it doesn't look good. Let's be realistic, TK.
You got to tip the weenie scale, and I think that's going to come from guys that can actually play.
Yeah.
And I don't think like veteran mentorship by guys like Kyle Lowry is what's really going to tip that. I think it's a Quentin Grimes save. Kyle Lowry ends up being a guy that can come off the bench. I think that's like best case scenario for the guard situation.
And I don't think that's going to be the case. Like, I don't think Kyle Lowry, honestly, we watched him play last year.
Yeah.
I don't think he can really play anymore.
No, he's cooked.
I just think, like, what's weird about this offseason with the Sixers for me is I want to pick a direction. Like, are you building for the next, 2, 3, 5 years? Or are you trying to go for this in a wide-open Eastern Conference next year? And it feels like they're trying to do both. And I think whenever you try to do both, you really don't do either thing effectively. So that's the thing I don't get. It's like, if you're building for the future, fine. Don't bring back the old guys. Bring in guys with some upside.
Well, you're at an impasse, because I feel like, and this is just my perspective on this, Tyrese Maxey tried to take over last year. When he had the team meeting and he talked to the big fella and he tried to talk to him about his work ethic. That was not received well.
Well, you encouraged Embiid to go search and hunt down the snitch.
What I did. Well, I said, listen.
That was so lame on Embiid's part, too.
I said, first and foremost, I said if they would have hired me, it would have never gotten to that.
You would have encouraged him.
I would have not encouraged. I would have not. I will. That's the time where every now and then, like it's like what they call it, code switching. The kids call it code switching now. I would code switch to a grown up in that situation, and I would have handled it like most grown ups handle. I'd be like, hey, Joel, it's probably not a good look, dog. He's trying to point you in the right direction. Let's just listen to what he has to say. And let's just keep this under wraps. I would have, like while you're playing, I'm still available for the Sixers.
No.
If they want me to take that PR job.
You fought your teammate in the locker room.
That was in my younger days.
That was when you were supposed to be the badass.
But that was in my younger days. That was in my 30s.
That was your first go-around.
It's like, what's your – okay. Let's do a mock interview.
That was in my 30s.
A mock interview.
I'm in my 50s now.
A mock interview, Hugh with Daryl Morey and Josh Harris. Okay, what's your previous experience in this field? Well, I got in a fight with one of the guys on the team.
I got in a fight with it too. But listen, Daryl, I would tell Daryl, I'd be like, Daryl.
Fight.
No, I would tell Daryl. I say, first of all, Daryl, you need to cut that terrible ass beard off, dog. Because I don't know what your beard is doing, but it really
they're gonna love that.
It's confusing. It confuses a lot of people, and it comes off as disingenuous. So cut that off.
His beard confusing.
And try to say as least as possible about this upcoming season, because you're confusing. Because last year you told the fans to squint their eyes really, really hard, and that you got a chance to make it to the playoffs. That didn't happen.
Yeah, and I
would tell them that. So that I would start off that way. Like sometimes, man, tough love is the best way to deal with folks. You just got to. Sometimes you just got to, be honest with people. Cut that terrible ass beard. We don't know what it's doing. It's not really connecting all over the place. And let's just take a break from talking about the team.
And hey, I'm actually more optimistic about the Sixers than I was prior to this offseason. I just don't totally get the direction of this offseason. A lot of conflicting moves one way or the other. Let's go to Nick in Philly. What's up, Nick?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good.
Hey, I'm a longtime Phillies fan. Certainly disappointed about the game last night. I think it was one of the worst managed games by Rob Thompson all season. I think he took Taijuan Walker out of the game too early, and he put Jordan Romano in the ninth inning. He should have put Orion Kerkering.
Well, Orion Kerkering wasn't available last night, Nick. He pitched a couple days before.
Yeah, but hold on. No, why wasn't he available? Because
why wasn't he available?
Topper said he limited him so that he would be available, and then all of a sudden he wasn't.
Well, I don't think they always totally know. I mean, if you're on the day of the game and Kerkering says he's not feeling good enough to go, I don't think that's a topper.
But I guess my question
is... So you're saying Orion Kerkering physically told Rob Thompson, I can't pitch today?
Yes. Yes, I think something happened, and he said yes, because he was dependent on him. Yes, I think that's what happened.
And we don't know exactly what happened, but Like, if he was available, I don't think Rob Thompson's, like, holding him back.
Or also was he, well, I don't know, like, or also was he wishy-washy about it, and then Topper decided to make the, as everyone waves and chats
I'm
with
telling you, I got to speak, man,
Yeah.
because when people speak, they aggressively speak.
Just
I got to
wave.
say hi.
Just a wave is okay. But like we've seen Topper do this thing where he plays the long game before, and he doesn't want to burn out a guy, this early in the season when you have September and you have October to have to go through with these guys. Like when they're down a few arms in the bullpen, I don't know. I do wonder what the strategy was with that.
I think he's kind of overly paranoid with that. I think for this team to win, I think the starters I think they are too obsessing over pitches. How many pitches they have in a game? Like they'll pull them at 100 pitches, as opposed to just kind of letting the game happen and just if they're really good, if someone's really dealing at 100 pitches and they've given up one run, send them out for one more and see if they can do it.
Yeah, Nick, I hear you, and I appreciate the call. I think that's easy to say, but...
Yeah, because you're not in that situation.
Yeah, I mean, you got to protect the health of these guys. And the bottom line is Kerkering, he's a young player. He has not been relied on this frequently yet in his career. I mean, let's remember, he just came up at the very end of 2023. I understand wanting to try to limit him to keep him healthy for the rest of the year. You got to do that.
And not only that, it feels like for Topper, he goes on the feel of his pitchers. Just like the other night when he asked Wheels, hey, man, how you feeling? Because you have to know, man, these guys they pitch a lot of energy and they're throwing that gas. You got to make sure that they're in tune and they're right.
Yeah, but don't you also just trust Wheeler a little bit more to?
Oh yeah, that I was just using him as an example. I was just using him as an example of him asking a question and him getting a feel for his guy. That's all.
Okay.
Right, but with a guy like
not comparing.
Well, no, I'm not. No, I'm saying but wouldn't. I feel like Wheeler might know a little bit better if he still has his best stuff.
Yeah,
than a more inexperienced guy like Kerkering.
And this might come down to where the Phillies do need to protect the young pitcher from himself a little bit, and I'm okay with them doing that. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. Obviously talking a lot about the Phillies today. They lose the first two games of the series. The Giants lose on a walk-off inside the park home run last night. To lose 4-3.
Man, this thing got packed quick.
Game 3 of the series, yeah. A lot of people coming over for the baseball event. They'll reveal the results of that at 2 o'clock today. But a lot of time to get in on the Phillies. Obviously talking a lot about that. When we get back, talk about a hypothetical trade idea that we mentioned briefly yesterday on the show. And we'll give you the latest on Andrew Painter. He had another outing in AAA last night. So we'll let you know how that went and what the future could look like for Painter moving forward. Tom Kelly in for Joe Giglio. This is the Midday Show. We're live from McGurk's in Fort Washington. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Summertime is here. Oh, Hoagie Fest. Here I come. Hoagie Fest. Hoagie Fest. Yeah, Wawa's got the hoagies, and I'm gonna get me some. Hoagie Fest. Hoagie Fest.
Wawa Hoagie Fest is here, and it's the summer of sandwiches. We're mixing it up with hoagies, clubs, quesadillas, and more, all for $6 and under. Savor a summer of savings.
Hoagie Fest, here I come.
Gotta have a Wawa.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through July 21st, new customers can get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card for your business. Call and switch to Comcast Business today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
Summer storms can spell disaster for your roof and more. At Home Genius Exteriors, we stop the damage before it starts.
Call now during our summer savings event and get 50% off materials for your new roof. Plus, get no interest and no payments till 2027. Call Home Genius Exteriors at 855-UR-GENIUS to schedule your free roof and attic inspection. That's 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. Home Genius Exteriors, the genius choice in roofing. See website for details.
This is the energy of space and sound. With 3 rows of premium seating, this is the 7-passenger Acura MDX. This is the energy of innovation. Acura, precision crafted performance.
Visit Piazza Acura in Ardmore, Reading, or Westchester today.
Score limited time savings on your favorite snacks and drinks at Wawa. Whether you're craving a refreshing drink or a tasty treat, Wawa has you covered. Enjoy exclusive deals in-store or on the Wawa app, making it easier than ever to fuel your day without breaking the bank. Don't miss out on summer savings, perfect for road trips, beach days, or backyard hangs. Savor a summer of savings. Gotta have a Wawa.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check the GPS directions first, before driving to the mall.
Turn right at the light. In 1,000 miles, you will reach Montreal.
Not Montreal, the mall.
Recalculating. 6,000 miles to Nepal.
No, the mall.
Checking first is smart.
Recalculating.
So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
It's time. Time for the pro to get everything for the job delivered. Large orders of lumber, doors, windows, paint, plumbing, anything the job needs, all from one partner. Get it today with same-day delivery. Get it tomorrow with next-day delivery on 50,000 plus products. Or get it on your timeline with scheduled delivery on everything from framing to flooring. It's time to get your whole job, all your jobs delivered. Ask about all our new delivery options at the Pro Desk. The Home Depot Pro, it's about time.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement $999.99 and qualifying forwarded. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card. Allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. We've got a huge variety of metals in stock, and we cut to size fast. Bottom line, we get it done fast, so you get it done fast. Doesn't get easier than that. Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Find a store or buy online at metalsupermarkets.com.
If you could hear Old Spice Fiji Antiperspirant, what would it sound like? First, you'd start with Fiji Antiperspirant's amazing scent of palm trees. Add pure notes of fresh coconut and layer on 24/7 odor and sweat protection. You won't hear any dyes or parabens because with Fiji, you won't have any. So while your regular antiperspirant sounds like this, Old Spice Fiji sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. We were all confused last NFL offseason when the Atlanta Falcons signed quarterback Kirk Cousins and then drafted another quarterback in the top 10. Turns out, Cousins was confused as well. In a new documentary show on Netflix, Cousins says he wouldn't have left the Vikings for the Falcons if he knew they were going to do that. Hard to feel bad considering Cousins made hundreds of millions of dollars. But now he's a backup to Michael Penix. It goes to show the NFL is a very tough business, even for Pro Bowl quarterbacks. I'm Andrew Perloff.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Odyssey Sports Station.
But it sounds like it was pretty exciting.
Yeah, we're in the dark. They'll announce the results coming up at 2 o'clock today on the afternoon show. So make sure you're tuned in. It was an exclusive event. If you were there, you know what happened. But if not, everybody will be in the house. They'll be in the house at 2 to announce the results.
Not too many people understood that, by the way.
Yeah, and can we give a disclaimer? If you were there, don't call us and tell us what happened, because we're doing this is all set up so that, since some of y'all are not that bright, at the 2 o'clock show, when they come on, it's their bit. Let them do their thing, please.
Sean in Newark learned that the hard way today.
No, I'm just saying, man.
Yeah.
I mean, because it's like we try to try to talk nice to folks and try to tell them in the absolute nicest way that this is. We know it's a radio bit. Let's just pull you behind the curtain. It's a radio bit, and they want to keep the bit as pure as possible and do it on their show. So nobody needs to call in with the results.
We've only had one person call in to give the results. So at 2 o'clock, they will announce that coming up today. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. Read on our Twitter question, sponsored by the PI Dental Center. Your smile is the first thing that others see when they meet you. Learn about and schedule your evaluation at PIDentalCenter.com. Should Bryce Harper's performance over the next few weeks dictate what the Phillies do at the trade deadline? Yes or no? I say no. I don't think that should factor in at all. I think for the Phillies, you're going to need to, essentially hope Bryce gets back to being Bryce.
Yeah.
But that make me think, okay, you can't go for it because Bryce.
Yeah, that's your best bet. I think Bryce is going to come around eventually. I think that what Bryce is dealing with right now is mentally adjusting to the way that his body feels, if that makes sense to people. What I'm saying is this, like a lot of times as a former NFL player, you have certain aches and pains, nicks and things like that, and you just have to fight your way through those in order to perform. So that's what I think Bryce is right now.
Yeah, and the Phillies, I mean, right now they're a team that even though they're in first place, even though the record's, pretty good for this point of the year, they're a team that it feels like they have a lot of holes. Obviously, offensively, we talked about the need for a bat, specifically from the right side. The bullpen, they need some pieces as well. And coming up in a few minutes, we will get to a hypothetical trade idea that was thrown out there by ESPN yesterday regarding one of the Phillies' top prospects. We'll get to that, and also what he did last night in at AAA Lehigh Valley. But first, let's go back to the phones. Go to Dennis in Newtown. What's up, Dennis?
Hey, how you doing today? Hey,
good, man.
What's
happening?
Yes.
I'm not going to cross you today, my man.
I mean, you know what, Dennis? It's not meant like. I know
it isn't.
Yeah, you know what I mean, Dennis. It's just like we're
trying
to
look
work,
out, man.
You got people on edge. You got people on edge now.
No disrespect, Dennis. I'm just, I'm
with
like,
you. I'm with you. I'm with you on this one, brother. I'm with you. Okay. Hey, just a quick note. I watched that video many times of the inside the park home run. Now I played baseball, played center field way back, so I'm going to tell you that, but. As a center fielder, you're supposed to be protecting the gap. And that doesn't mean when the ball's hitting the gap, he's too close to his right fielder. He's got to be halfway looking for a carom. He didn't. He was in no position to help there. None. And I think that was just a horrible play as I looked at it.
Horrible.
But yeah, no, Dennis, he did not play that ball off the wall well at all. And I get, that's a weird stadium. For outfielders, it's a huge outfield. It's hard to play, but you've got to make sure, man. That's the one thing you can't do.
If he would have just planted himself in the gap between right and center, close to the wall, he'd have made that play, and maybe they just tie it and they go in extra innings. But all the other stuff, though, that was such a horrible loss, and I think right now, as that team is performing, it just shows you. It just shows you that you get into a series, you can't play like that. It just exposed them right now, where they are right now. I'm not saying, I hear you every day. They're not there yet. They're not in October. But if October was today, I'd be a little worried.
Yeah.
Okay. That's all I got.
No, appreciate it, Dennis, and appreciate the call. And yeah, I mean, it is one of those things where the further you go here, it's getting late now in the season. I mean, the trade deadline is really the last opportunity that you have to improve your team, and that's only a few weeks away. And speaking of the trade deadline, we've talked about some of the moves the Phillies could make, but yesterday, ESPN released a piece where they had hypothetical trades for some of the big targets potentially at the trade deadline. And one of them was Byron Buxton, the outfielder for the Twins. And this is a guy who's been, I feel like, connected or linked to the Phillies for a while now in terms of he was a guy they could have had interest in last year at the deadline, 2 years ago at the deadline, has remained with Minnesota, but the Twins likely sellers again. And they put out a hypothetical trade where the Phillies trade Andrew Painter and Justin Crawford to the Twins for Byron Buxton. What do you think of that deal, Hugh? Byron Buxton, a guy who could solve your center field issues. He'd be the everyday center fielder.
That's enticing. No question about that. But like I said, TK, at some point we're going to need starting pitching because, and I know we're in the now right now with this team, but I don't think I'm willing to give up Painter for that. No, I don't think so.
Yeah, and I would prefer, obviously, not to trade Painter. I think you could – my hope would be that you could get Buxton without trading a guy like Painter. Yeah. And if you're going to trade Painter, I'm thinking loftier than that. Like, if you're trading Painter –
yeah, you better get a whole lot back.
Yeah, I mean, Buxton's a really good player, but I don't think he's worth Andrew Painter. I'd agree with that.
And Crawford.
Yeah.
I mean, that seems like way too rich.
But I don't know. Like, if Crawford was this good and this important, why is he not here? That's what I don't get with Crawford.
Well, because I think people are just looking at the batting average number and not and not the other things. I don't want to get deep in the weeds here, but the guy can't really lift the ball. And the Phillies right now don't need another guy that's hitting the ball on the ground.
Could it be a situation where the Phillies don't value him that highly, and that's part of the reason they have him down the minor leagues? And let him put up these numbers, and he's more enticing at the break.
Well, and it's definitely possible that I think his value is at its best when he's putting up this type of production in the minors and maybe not getting exposed to some major league pitching right now. I'm not sure, but I know he's handling the minors a little bit better than Andrew Painter is right now.
Well, and this is the thing, and we need to get to Painter because Painter last night makes another start in AAA. He ends up going 5 1/3, gives up 5 runs. But I think when you look at those numbers, they're a little skewed. 3 of those runs came in the 6th inning. He kind of fell apart, unraveled when it got to the 6th, gave up a 3-run homer. But I look at Painter, and he needs to contribute to the team this year. Whether you have him up here or whether he's in a trade, I don't understand.
You're getting antsy. It sounds like you're getting a little antsy.
I am.
TK.
I'm getting antsy. They need Painter up here, Hugh. When they get back from the All-Star break, I think he needs to be up here with this team.
That's lofty. That is lofty because at one point there was talk when the pitching didn't look like it looked now that he was going to be he was going to be a part of the starting rotation. I just think it's a little premature and a little being a little anxious to all of a sudden wanted to trade him away because you want to fill the void of a batter or a bullpen arm. That to me is not operating from a position of power.
I don't want to trade him away. I want him pitching up here.
No, my fault because I thought when you said it, I thought it was an either or. Like you wanted to use him as a pitcher or a trade piece.
Right. Well, I kind of and part of this is I just don't think they're going to trade him. I'd be open to it for the right price, but I don't think they're going to do it. I think they should bring him up right after the break. What is the upside of Taijuan Walker being the 5th guy in the rotation? I thought Taijuan was fine last night. Yeah. Gave you 4 innings, gave up 1 run. It is what it is. But there's no I'm fully confident that Andrew Painter would be able to give you what Taijuan Walker gave you last night. I don't
know, TK.
You don't think so? You don't think he gave you 4 innings, 1 run?
This stage is – I think this stage is a lot different. I mean, I know it looks the same, but it's different, man. It's different. And I've never played baseball, but I can tell you I've seen guys that – one of the – when I started watching baseball, one of the fun things that I used to like to see is pitchers melt down on the mound. And get rocked and then trying to figure out, the catcher's trying to give him a pitch to throw and he's waving off pitches and things like that. You don't want to mess up this young man's psyche. And the simple fact that there was a lot of talk about him being up here early and then that talk died out and he has been struggling as of late, struggling might be a little strong, but he hasn't been looked as good as he looked initially. I think you need to go ahead and chill out on that a little bit.
But like, what's the worst thing that can happen? Like,
he get rocked, and
okay.
he get rocked, and he's not right.
He gets rocked, and he's going to be the fifth starter. And Nola, you'd imagine, is going to be back after like 2 to 3 starts. So if he comes up and it doesn't go well, he goes down to the minor leagues. Like, I think this idea that if Andrew Painter comes up and it doesn't go well, it's going to ruin his career.
It might.
I don't agree.
It could stunt the development a little bit. Like, there's a reason they keep guys down in the minors until they absolutely earn their spot in the starting roster. Like, this isn't just a Phillies thing. This is what every team in Major League Baseball does, and I have to think that there's a reason for that. Like, it'd be one thing for me if he was carving it up down there and he was forcing the issue a little bit, and you almost felt like you had to bring him up. I love when people talk on the mics while we're on the air. But, like, I think I would rather, at this point, let him spend the year down in the minors. He doesn't contribute at all this season. Then bring him up here to get shelled.
Yeah, because that could happen.
But I don't think it's like a foregone conclusion that he's going to get shelled. What if he comes up here and he's
getting
good?
shelled in the minors?
That was 1 inning last night, Kyle. It was 1 inning in the sixth.
But his ERA is like 5 down there. There's a reason for that.
There is more upside to Andrew Painter being up here than Taijuan Walker or half these jokers in the bullpen.
But I think the downside's worse. Like, this is your number one golden ticket to future success with the Phillies. Like, I think if there's anybody that we should be sort of hugging in terms of like a prospect and playing it carefully as you possibly can, it's with Andrew Painter.
But I'll ask you guys this. Is there any way the Phillies can get the pitching that they need out of the bullpen without Andrew Painter contributing to it? Because the more I don't think there is. Like, look at the bullpen right now. We saw it last night. You have Strahm. You have Kerkering. You have Banks. You're going to get maybe somebody at the trade deadline.
Nola back.
Oh, God. Nola's not going to be in the bullpen.
For whatever reason. Me and Kyle have been on the same page.
I want Painter up here.
No,
I want him up here right after the break.
I'm not saying Nola's going to the bullpen. I'm not saying that. But he could be in the rotation.
They're going to add they're going to add a few guys.
Yeah.
You're going to get Nola. Like, I think and once you push everybody back a few, like if you get a legitimate closer and then another guy that can eat up some decently high leverage innings, then I think the bullpen just looks infinitely better than it does right now. Like, I know we're complaining about it, but like we talked about earlier,
it's bad.
I know, but we've seen way worse bullpens. Like at least sometimes they go out there and do their jobs. Like, there are bullpens that you can set your watch to them blowing a game. This isn't necessarily that.
You're
overdo it a
starting
little
to
bit.
remind me.
Oh, here we go.
Of Dave Dombrowski.
No,
it's starting to remind me of it's not great, but it's not the worst. That's basically what you just said.
I'm just
there, Kyle.
changing the narrative to fit my agenda. Okay.
You said sometimes they come in and sometimes they do well.
But it's
sometimes
true.
they go out and sometimes they do bad.
But it's true. Like, this isn't like we've seen so many bad bullpens, so many worse bullpens than this one. I know it's not last year's bullpen, and we might be a little bit spoiled by what we saw last year with them and the starting pitching this year. Like, I think they're 1 or 2 guys away, and maybe somebody moving out of the rotation and into the bullpen from actually being a strength of your team.
But Painter could be one of those guys,
No,
is what I'm saying
well,
to
he
you.
could be, but I don't want to.
He throws 100.
But you can't force that with him.
I think you can. I think you need to. I think you must. You must. You need to bring Painter.
I just don't agree.
215-592-9494. Would you bring Andrew Painter up right after the All-Star break? I would. I think he needs to be here. Get him Major League experience because I think the Phils will need him in the playoffs. Let's go back to the phones. Go to Jeremy in Syracuse. What's up, Jeremy?
Good morning, fellas. How we doing today?
Good morning, Jeremy. What time is it where you are?
It's the same time.
Okay.
Where's he at?
I'm out in the heat all day. Don't mind me. I'm out in the heat all day. Don't mind me.
Oh, okay.
I was in attendance at the Lehigh-Syracuse game last night. I saw Andrew Painter pitch, and I've been banging the same drum as you, TK, most of the season. I want to see him up here. I want to see Crawford up here. After seeing last night, I don't think he's ready. I really don't. He's got good velocity, but I mean, he's playing against guys that just got sent down from the Mets. He's playing against Francisco Alvarez and Luis Angel Acuna and
Major
Mark
League players.
Santos and all these guys are Major League players. But these guys got sent down.
They're quad A players.
He's getting shelled by these guys. What's
Well,
gonna
Jeremy,
happen when he comes up?
didn't he only allow 2 runs before the 6th last night, though?
Yeah, but he allowed 5. If you want him to come in and make starting impact, you can't only account for 1 inning worth.
Right, but this is what I'm saying. Like Taijuan Walker last night, he got through 4 innings, gave up 1 run. That's kind of the equivalent to what Painter did last night before the 6th.
Yeah, I'll agree with that. I mean, you're damned if you do, damned if you don't, I think. And I don't know if putting all that extra pressure on him because we want to be in a win-now situation is worth bringing him up, especially if you plan on him being the long-term plan.
Well, yeah, no, I hear you, Jeremy, and appreciate the call. And again, not to bring it all back to the same thing, but I think it kind of leads back to the same place, is part of the Phillies' plan at the beginning of the season was that they were going to have Andrew Painter at some point contributing to the team. Like, to me, that is another Dave Dombrowski flaw here, where you were counting on this guy, and now you're not going to have him potentially.
But they can't, like, I don't think that's a Dombrowski thing at all. He got injured. He came off Tommy John surgery. They have to build this guy up and then let him show that he belongs in the majors. Like, I don't, like...
But even after that, they said he'd be here in July.
Okay, but
it's July.
All right, but that's more on Painter than on like.
Yeah, something changed.
That's not a Dombrowski issue. He's not showing that he's worth a call up right now.
Well, I think, and this is where I guess maybe we differ in opinion. I think that they counted on Painter coming up and giving them something. I think this was part of the plan at the beginning of the year was that Andrew Painter will be up. He'll be akin to a trade deadline addition, and if that's not the case, it's another guy you need to go get.
But my counter is they probably also didn't count on Aaron Nola, a guy who's healthy every single season, to, one, pitch as poorly as he did, and to get hurt. Like, I think the Painter thing, sort of like you said, was going to end up being more of like a luxury ad for them at this, later on in the season.
Instead of
well,
a necessity.
I mean, but now it's starting to, like, at least in terms of the way the bullpen looks in the back end of the starting rotation, it's looking like more of a necessity, and that's where I think you're getting antsy about it. I think that this
feels like you get a little antsy.
So we need to practice a little patience, TK.
And also, let's have a little fun, guys. Come on. Don't you want to see the young stud coming out throwing 100?
I don't want to see him get shell shocked.
You want to see the young stud, Hugh. Come on.
I don't want to see. I don't want to see him get shell shocked. I don't want to see that.
You like the young Thundercats, but at what cost?
Yeah, but you don't want to mess
cost?
up. Yeah, you want to mess up. You don't want to mess up their development.
Let's go to Nick in Riverside. What's up, Nick?
Hey, how you doing, guys?
What's up?
I want to ask you, what exactly has Andrew Painter shown you that makes you think that he should be brought up this season?
Yeah, TK.
He can throw 98, 99.
You like that
That's
gas.
what he's shown.
You like that gas.
Yeah, I like that heat. Put him in the pen.
Yeah, but you really think he's been good enough to be brought up?
Well, Nick, it's not like their bullpen is full of major league guys. He can take Daniel Roberts' spot in the bullpen. I think that's an upgrade.
But they want to bring him up as a starter, don't they?
Yeah, that's been the plan, but there's never really been a spot to start. Like, I'd bring him up. He can start until Nola comes back, but when Nola comes back, there's nowhere for him to be in the starting rotation anyway.
So you still have faith in Nola?
I mean, I've never had a ton of faith in Nola, but he's going to be in the
You're
starting
asking the
rotation.
wrong guy.
Yeah, you're asking the wrong person.
He's a Nola hater.
I know I don't want him. I know I don't want him back in the starting rotation this season.
Wow, come on.
But Nola's not. I think Painter's stuff would translate to the bullpen better than Nola's would.
You think so?
I agree. Yeah.
Huh. I never thought about it.
Okay. But I just feel like the way Taijuan Walker pitched last night, you're bringing up the same guy, aren't you?
The same guy as what?
I mean, he kind of – that's what Painter's doing down there.
Well, now
–
but
he's
I mean
4 or 5 innings with a 4.97.
Right, but you have Taijuan up here. So if you get Painter up here and you at least get him some experience, wouldn't that potentially make him ready to pitch come, October when you could use him?
But he's not pitching against the same guys. He's going to be pitching against major league stars.
Not only the major leagues, but the best hitters. Like, we're talking about playoff lineups.
Yeah, and he might mess around and get rocked. He might not recover from that.
Well, sometimes we just need to put our faith in the kid.
He's pitching against AAA players down there, and he's getting rocked. He's giving up like 11 home runs down there.
He's not getting rocked.
TK.
Appreciate the
He's
call.
getting
He gave
smoked
up
down
a
there.
3-run homer, and people act like it's the end of the world.
Yep.
He had 5 innings,
Can't
2
happen.
runs up to that
Can't
point.
happen. Well, so,
it's fine. He's going to be fine.
Maybe,
I like how
maybe.
you dug in on this.
Look, I'm not
Bring the
out
kid
on
up.
Painter, but like I'm not forcing the issue here. Like this season, like if you tell me that the best thing for this kid is that he doesn't make the roster until next year, he's got another whole offseason off, and then he
To
shows
get
he can make the roster.
Yeah.
Like that's totally fine with
I'm
me.
okay with that.
They're going to get Aaron Nola back, and I know nobody's throwing big parties over Aaron Nola coming back, but that does allow you a little bit of flexibility with, say, moving a Ranger, Luzardo, Sanchez to the bullpen. If Aaron Nola can be a 2 through 4 starter in the postseason, come on, TK.
I don't see that happen. I don't think you're moving any of those guys to the bullpen. Who would you rather have in the bullpen in the playoffs? Andrew Painter, Seth Johnson, Daniel Robert, Max Luzardo.
Well, Andrew Painter. But let's say, let me throw you a scenario. Andrew Painter's off the table to come up this season. Nola comes back. He pitches well enough to be a 1 through 4 guy. Then, who are you putting in the bullpen?
God.
Is it Painter? Is it Nola? Is it Ranger? Is it Luzardo? Or is it Sanchez? Because one of those guys theoretically would have to move.
Well, we'll see how Luzardo looks. I'm not moving Sanchez or Ranger. I think that's crazy at this point. No way am I moving either of those guys. They're in the rotation.
Okay, I'm just saying, because we both agree Nola's stuff won't play in the bullpen. Sanchez's probably will. Ranger, we've seen eat up innings in the bullpen before. I don't know about Luzardo. Hasn't been in that role yet. I don't know. I think it's something that the Phillies might have to make a decision on eventually.
Yeah, I'm just not taking one of my really good starters and putting him in the bullpen. Like Painter, I think we all know he's not ready to pitch starting innings in the postseason. But I think as a bullpen piece, an interesting option, I think he could give you more than some of the other guys that you have. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. Tom Kelly in for Joe Giglio today. We are live at McGurk's Pub and Grill in Fort Washington. Full packed house here.
They got packed quick, didn't it?
Yeah, it did. A lot of people here. Last segment coming up. We have an interesting video clip that we need to break down. Also, we'll get to you people. All that coming up right here on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
I haven't read. Hatfield just dropped something special to everybody. Forget you, Francisco. But let me tell you about these marinated carnitas. They're boneless and it's pork. They're tender, juicy. They have flavor for days. This isn't your average pork roast, people. This is a next-level pork roast. The new Hatfield Marinated Carnitas pork roast is perfect for Sunday dinner or whenever you want to feel like a hero without taking a break or breaking a sweat. Trust me, you're going to want to grab one or maybe two. Put some pork on your fork. Hit up simplyhatfield.com to find a retailer near you. Hatfield, better care, better pork.
Last season, they didn't just win, they dominated.
The greatest Eagles team in modern history.
But with the crown comes the chaos, and everyone is coming for the champs.
Let's work, man.
The road to a repeat starts right here with Sports Radio 94 WIP's Champ Camp. Every hit, every headline, and exclusive access live from the NovaCare Complex. This is WIP's Champ Camp.
One day at a time, like we always do.
Driven by Forest River RV by Camping World. RV sales, service, parts, accessories.
I'm Michael Jenkins, helping you beat the books with BetMGM Network. We're going out west and taking the over in the Diamondbacks-Padres matchup. Brandon Pfaadt is going for the Diamondbacks with an ERA well over 6 when pitching on the road. Meanwhile, Dylan Cease is on the mound for San Diego, 3-8 with a 4.62 ERA. But the Diamondbacks are the best team in the sport against righties. We expect a lot of runs. Take the over between the D-backs and the Pods. I'm Michael Jenkins from the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books and download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000.
Paid for by Wesley Financial Group. I thought people like me didn't get addicted to drugs. That's like saying people like me don't get sick. Just like anyone can get sick, anyone can struggle with addiction. And when you're struggling, there's no shame in getting help. I'm over the shame. I know who I am, and I'm in recovery for me.
Call 844-REACH-NJ. Talk to a counselor for confidential addiction help and see if you're eligible for no-cost treatment. 844-REACH-NJ from the New Jersey Department of Human Services.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Summer is here. Don't make a rookie move. Make the MVP flex and fire up that grill with summer essentials like hot dogs, sausages, and meats from my friends at Dietz & Watson. Dietz & Watson cheeses and condiments are also the perfect addition to your burgers. Don't forget about their protein-packed Dietz Nuts meat snacks. There's something for everyone in the family. Head to DietzandWatson.com to find the local retailer near you and summer grilling recipes. Dietz & Watson, premium meats and artisan cheeses since 1939.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
At Straight Talk, we are all about no-brainers. Calling Grandma for her recipe? No-brainer. Streaming one more episode at 2 a.m.? Big no-brainer. Getting real unlimited data where you buy bananas? The ultimate no-brainer. Switch now and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2025 with select plans. Straight Talk. Real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and StraightTalk.com. Offer valid through 7/20/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit StraightTalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
Hugh Douglas.
Shark meat is not good because they pee through their skin.
And Joe Giglio.
Well, you could have told me that before I ate the shark.
On Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Sports Radio 94 WIP. Tom Kelly and Hugh Douglas. I'm in for Joe Giglio today. We're wrapping up from McGurk's Pub and Grill in Fort Washington. Packed house here. People coming over from the baseball competition. They'll announce the results coming up at 2 o'clock today on the afternoon show before the Phils are back in action today. 3:45 first pitch in San Francisco.
Yeah, shout out to the afternoon show, man. I mean, sound like they had a really great turnout today. I mean, it's a really great turnout here. Thanks to all the people that came, all the people that showed up, man. This was pretty cool. This was like for something like this to happen between two radio hosts and the people come out like that, that's pretty impressive. That kind of shows you the reach that WIP has, and the fact that a lot of people listen to the station. A lot of people probably don't call in, but they listen and they want to be a part of it. And I know Ike and those guys are going to do it, but hell, I just want to say thank you, because this is pretty cool. This is really cool.
No, it is. It's a really cool event. Really cool for us to be out here today, and appreciate everybody coming out for sure. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. Few things that we will get to here in the last segment. We need to break down a clip that I know you liked, you enjoyed watching, Hugh, and also we'll have you people coming up at 1:45. But first, let's go back to the phones real quick. Let's go to Bruce in D.C. What's up, Bruce?
Good afternoon, crew.
Bruce,
how's everybody
what's going on,
doing?
We're good, man.
Hey, man, this is a great debate about Andrew Painter. I believe I have a solution because I think there's strong views on both sides. Now, before I say that, I would just say based on his performance this year, I am definitely like a majority of the people that have concerns about Painter's performance down in the minors. However, I think he has the tools and the good enough stuff that could translate to play at the major league level. Now, based on the bullpen, the bullpen situation of the Phillies, you can look at Painter similar to how we've been down this road before with another pitcher, and that one was Ranger Suarez. He started out in the pen, came up with good stuff, and then eventually made it to the starting rotation. I think that this is an opportunity where, just with Romano, whatever the hell we want to call his name is to bring him in and see what happens. See if he can do 1 or 2 innings, maybe as a long reliever to stop the bleeding in the bullpen. And then, if it warrants, then he can step up and he can underpin, he can support Walker and plug him into that rotation. And I think that's where he can be slow walked into a starting role potentially, maybe going into next season, because this is how Suarez starts. So I just want to throw that out there and get you all take on it. I think that might.
Well, no, Bruce, and that's kind of where I am. I don't see the downside to it. Like, I don't think that if you bring Painter up and things don't go well, because we're talking about, 2-3 starts till Noel gets back. If it doesn't go well, okay, he goes back down and you can, kind of let him work some things out there. But I just see the upside to him coming up and having a positive impact, majorly outweighing the negatives to him struggling and it, breaking him.
Yeah, no, and that's my whole point. I think with Painter, now I haven't been following, I've only been visual on some of his games. I think he tends to get himself in trouble after a couple of innings. So I think if you limit his exposure in the bullpen, bring him in, for 1 or 2 and let him work at that level. I think that what do we have left to lose? Because our bullpen is trash. Why not?
Yeah, Bruce, I appreciate the call. That's where I am with it.
But
what do we have to lose, boys?
He's the future, though, man. Yeah. And it's obvious. This is how I look at it. This is my timeline when it comes to Andrew Painter. When I got here, there's a big hoopla about him coming up, Andrew Painter watching all this other stuff. He unfortunately gets hurt, right? Now he's rehabbing and he gets healthy. Now he's talked about coming up this season and being a part of the bullpen. For whatever reason, something happened that kind of derailed that timeline because it was skewing like he was about to come up. Then you get your starting pitching looking the way that it looked. So I guess the sense of urgency to bring him up wasn't as great. So now we're talking about taking a guy who we looked at, in my opinion, as a frontline starter, and now you want to relegate him to the bullpen out of necessity, which I totally get, and that's a different mentality. But I don't think that they think that's what he's built for. You know what I mean? Because when I think about it, your mentality is the bullpen mentality is totally different than it is the start pitcher mentality. And I think they want to groom him to be a frontline starter.
Well, I'd agree. And long term, I'd agree. But in the short term, I don't see a path to him contributing in that way for the team this year anyway.
So let me throw this at you here. What do you think is a worse scenario for the Andrew Painter thing this season? One, being They don't bring him up at all. They think he needs to spend the full year in the minors, have the offseason, then maybe he'll join the Major League club after a good spring training. Or 2, they bring him up, he stinks, and then they have to send him back down.
I think it's the same impact.
I don't think so
if
at
they
all.
send him back down, what's it going to do to him? You think it's going to ruin his career? Do you think he's mentally soft? He's going to be fine. Oh, I'm getting perspective, Kyle.
I know, it's not perspective.
Kyle,
I'm just
you getting loose the stat, Kyle.
He's going to be fine.
He's trying to be nice about the situation. But
I mean, it's a horrendous look if they bring him up and then they have to send him back down. Then it looks like the Phillies are incompetent. They have no idea what to do with this kid.
I disagree.
This has been a bad look for them this year, especially when you talk about the injuries and stuff. You don't want to go out there looking at
Well, I look around at some of the other top prospects. The Brewers, they brought up the Mizorowski kid. It's been mixed results. Like, he's been really good. He had an outing when he got shelled, whatever. Chase Burns, the Reds, we saw him on Sunday. Came up, his first outing was great. Second outing got shut. He got one out in the game. But comes back and pitches 4 2/3 scoreless against the Phillies.
Letting him work out some kinks in the majors is more acceptable to me if he forces his way into the majors. Like, these guys that those two teams brought up, you mentioned, like, their time in the minors was done. That doesn't appear to be the case with Andrew Painter.
Chase Burns was in single A in April. They speed rushed him up to the major leagues.
He sped rushed himself up to the major leagues by pitching dominantly in every level. Painter's not doing that.
He's had a little bit of a.
But when
who's to say Painter doesn't come up and immediately starts getting smoked, like right off the bat? Then what do you do?
Maybe that would happen.
But
I don't think it's a lock that he's going to get smoked.
But then,
it could turn out great.
But then what looks worse on the Phillies if you're like, you really decided to call this kid up when, 1, he didn't even show you that he deserved it in the minors, and now you're getting the results of that mistake, like right in your face, live in real time.
I don't care what looks worse. Like, that doesn't matter to me. What matters to me is helping the team. And I just look at the upside of bringing Painter up and what he could provide you as a fifth instead of Taijuan Walker, as a bullpen piece instead of Daniel Robert, as a bullpen piece instead of Seth Johnson. I look at that upside, and to me, that outweighs the negative.
I just think we're living in fantasy land to think that you're going to get that upside. I guess really is where I'm coming from. I don't think it's happening
until he produces at the minor league.
Yeah, I need to see it. Show me that you belong in the majors.
5 innings, looked good last night. 6th inning, hey, going into the 6th, it's going to happen sometime.
Hugh showed that he was worthy of getting traded for by the Eagles, being Rookie of the Year, 10 sacks.
Oh, I'm about to catch a stray.
But no.
That's it.
That was it? Yeah.
Sometimes you got to take. Sometimes you got to.
You're about to get enough crap from people.
But hey, sometimes you got to take a leap of faith. A lot of people after 2003, they were saying Hugh Douglas is done.
Well,
he's good.
He was done.
He
should have saw him in Jacksonville.
He's good in 2004 here.
This is where the bullets come.
Hugh was an important piece of that 2004 Eagles
I'm
team.
talking early career Hugh, just like we're talking about early career Andrew Painter.
Well,
not washed Douglas.
I understand. Now,
washed Doug. I like that they washed Douglas.
Now, we'll get to you people in a few minutes here. But Hugh came in this morning, and Hugh, there was one thing that you wanted to talk about, and it was that the golf fight you saw on social media this morning.
Yeah. I don't know. Listen, my thing is this, because we are living in strange times, and a lot of times, a lot of people have a lot of bravado. They writing checks that they ass really can't cash. If you roll up on somebody, dog, like this is the first rule. If you roll up on somebody with aggression, you best be prepared for what's going to happen next. And the dude on the golf course obviously was not prepared for what happened next. Man, he caught hand. First, he got through in the pond.
So I didn't see the whole video, but the guy starts a fight with the guy, and it was a pro hockey player.
And he kept warning him. He's like, dog, back up off me. And so Buddy was feeling he had those beer muscles because it was obvious that he was inebriated. And he rolled up on Cat, and he got everything that he was asking for. Like, he got both hands. He got the feet, and then he got through into the pond.
Yeah, he got tossed into the pond.
But oh no! Not only did he got thrown into the pond, he came back for round 2. He got out the pond, and then just as rule of thumb, people out there, if somebody grabs you in the collar, what's about to happen next is not good. So you need to act accordingly. He grabbed Buddy in his collar and proceeded to punch him in the face repeatedly. repeatedly. And dude fell down. So then he gets back up. After getting punched in the face, you have still shown no signs of protecting yourself, right? Then he gets thrown, and his body, what they say, parallel to the ground, like he's in the air. Like, dog, just listen. If you're going to have that kind of bravado and talk crazy to folks, just be prepared to back it up.
Where do we stand on the going back for seconds after you get ragdolled into the pond?
Well, I look at it like this.
I feel like you got to take your L.
Perseverance right there. You got to say that.
Like, if I got ragdolled the first time, now there's a moment where you have to figure out, like, you got to figure out your chances of turning this tide or this battle. Now, if you've been drinking, it's probably a good chance that you probably just need to leave it like it
you're
lay.
not. Yeah,
You
you're
know
not
what I mean?
turning that around.
You're not turning that
There's
around.
no turnaround.
So that's when, you have a decision to make. You probably get one of your clubs and use that as an equalizer. But he didn't do that. He still wanted to go fisticuffs. And not only that, dude was bigger than him.
Well, and this guy was apparently a former NHL, and fighting was like
an
his
enforcer.
thing. That was his role.
And dude, when he kept he just repeatedly grabbed this man. He grabbed him in the chest, and then he just started beating him. And he just sitting there, and he just like, dog, the fight wasn't going your way. Just go ahead and let it go, dog. Just let it go.
Yeah,
Some people ain't about that action. And if you're really not about that action, then let it go. Let it go.
215-592-9494 if you want to get in. But now it's time to check in, as we do every day, with you people.
You people. It's time to hear from you people. What do you mean, you people?
So the YouTube chat was like the Wild West once people got wind, which look, first of all, we had been talking about this for weeks, that you were going to have to go to the event if you wanted to see it. The results were always going to be unveiled at 2 o'clock on the afternoon show. And people thought for some reason, we know why. People don't listen.
They don't listen.
So
I told you
everyone
that
was
before.
very upset that we are not streaming it. We have a show to do. You will get the results at 2, or if you were there, you were lucky enough to see it or hear about it, congratulations. But if not, you'll find out at 2. It's going to be okay.
He said it's going to be okay.
The funniest part about the whole thing was I was catching a lot of blame for why this wasn't streamed. People just have no idea what my job description is here at WIP.
Everything.
Which is totally fair, I guess, right?
Everything.
What the radio producer do. I'll just give everybody a hint. It's not to coordinate live stream events. Or while I'm here, for some reason, go down to the high school and go and film it and stream it for everybody.
Kyle seems very annoyed with you people.
The chat was absurd.
Minute was just a rant.
There were a lot of babies on the chat today. This one I did find funny, though. Gilio, just shut up and show the event.
Not Gilio.
2 days in a row.
Yeah.
Somebody thinking that Joe's here on the show.
But see, this is the reason why I don't really get mad about what people say, because 9 times out of 10, you're really not paying attention to what's going on anyway. Can't get mad at them.
Here's another good one. Hugh Douglas put this event up for weeks, and now expects people to not want not want to talk about it.
Poking the
Hugh
bear.
Douglas hyped this up.
Okay.
First of all,
Kyle, why'd you do that?
This is
Kyle.
This is exactly what I'm talking about.
Hugh and only Hugh hyped this up.
That's what I'm saying. This is what I'm talking about. Like, I try to talk clear and concise, but it's obvious you folks don't listen. I made it clear that it was a content creator that is not a part of our show.
I mean, the details of this were very clear for anybody
very,
who was
very
listen.
clear. So, sir or ma'am, I don't know what you do for a living, but you need to do better at your job of paying attention.
I just love that Hugh Douglas hyped this up.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Yeah.
This is all Hugh's idea.
Well, I guess they're talking about because I hyped it up this morning.
Yep.
And I think it was clear.
No, they said you hyped it up for weeks.
Okay, you're right. I did hear that. But it's clear that this isn't our content. We let me just break. Can I just have a moment to break it down for people?
Go off.
We are content creators, much like the people on social media. But instead of being on social media, we are on WIP, the airwaves. So the content that was created with this Jack and Joe DeCamara thing is the content of the afternoon show. So, people, it's on them. If they want to reveal the the results on their show, it's their content. It's not ours.
The camera got to reveal his results on his show for the golf thing.
Yes, because it's their show. We are a group. We're a conglomerate. We're a collective, and we help each other out. We're going to promote it as much as we possibly can, but the results are going to be tallied on their show. So relax and pay attention.
One more thing on that. Wild crash out by Hugh on that caller. Must have been all that Mountain Dew. They're blaming the Mountain Dew.
I mean, you can blame the Mountain Dew all you want, but like I said, for you, Mr. Crash Out, pay attention. I bet your girlfriend about to say the same thing to you. You need to start paying attention.
Oh, here we go.
Or your wife or your significant other. Yeah, don't come for me, because I clap back.
All right.
Now, maybe if you was brighter, you would probably still be in a relationship. Because I'm thinking that because you don't listen, you're not.
Yep.
That's the Mountain Dew talk.
Yep, there we go. Right. Hyped up Hugh on Mountain Dew. So we put the poll up earlier today. Pretty innocuous players, manager, Dombrowski. Who do you blame more for the loss? One of the comments, hot take radio. What about that as a hot take?
Well, I mean,
have you never talked to their friends about who you're upset with after a loss before?
Yeah, I mean, all we do is hot takes. Apparently,
I
mean, is it a hot take to say Dave Dombrowski put together an awful bullpen? I don't think so.
But the funny thing is, I don't think that's in response to that take. I think it's in response to the poll.
Yes,
as though that's some sort of take in and of itself, even though it's not. One more thing before you guys wanted mean stuff, right?
Yes.
Yesterday, so we'll get to that in just a second.
I had enough of the mean
Many
stuff.
now wondering when Hugh versus Ike, the 5 events is going to start.
No, you know what's funny?
That would be great.
You know what's funny? We were in there. Ike said, "Oh, Jack wants you next." He said, and I said, "What Jack want to,
Oh, he's feeling wow.
Yeah. So I was like, if Jack want, I'm going to get a weight bench today. We can go slang some iron. About to go put a weight bench in the front room. We can go slang some iron.
Yeah, I think I'd have to take you in that one.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead. We're about to go ahead and lift some
You
weights.
would beat anybody in the station to lift off.
Yep.
I haven't worked out like that, but I'm gonna go get me some weights today.
Let's get some mean ones going here. I was looking for Hugh until I saw his white towel over his shoulder.
That was timeless.
Yeah,
that's the timeless one. I mean, I can't be mad at that one.
Fade into the
fade to blackness. Whoever did that one, I commend you for that one. That was a good one.
Hugh looks like he's sitting next to his stepson. But he sits next to
That's a good one.
Hey, Dad.
Hey, I like those.
So TK, somebody said TK looks like a totally different person with the haircut, which you can take that as good or bad.
Yeah. What does that mean?
Did TK get frosted tips, or is he just going gray?
See, I like those. I like those.
Yeah, the
I
mean
like
ones.
those. Yeah, I like those.
Okay.
Yeah.
Look, there's more mean for that.
Oh no!
Well, there's just
not done.
No, it's really this. It's just this one more, and this is more tame, but. With the cut now, instead of looking like a failing restaurant manager, now you look like you run a Planet Fitness in Delco, but have never actually gone inside.
Oh my God, that is brutal. That is worse. Now I wish I didn't get the haircut.
Whoever does that, keep those coming, man.
Oh
That's
my
funny.
God, I wish I had just stuck with the.
He said,
Yeah,
with the
long hair.
don't go inside. He never goes inside.
Yeah, that's the kicker. It's like you don't go inside the Planet.
I don't want to do that.
I thought that I could get the haircut and it would solve all my problems, so that the problems would go
and
away.
besides, since
better
the ball
show.
is
That the
sitting there,
insults would stop.
We need to change these backdrops because they're too dark. I'm tired. We need to go with some lighter backdrops or something.
It was a lot better of a showing by you people today than yesterday.
Nice job from you
but
people.
before the nuke got dropped on it a bit more.
Even though the first 5 minutes was basically Kyle just venting his frustration.
Well,
with everybody.
People just have no idea what the hell they're talking about.
It's amazing, man. We try to do. We try every day to set up a show and have show content, but nobody pays attention.
Yep.
They just kind of, But that's kind of fun too.
What do you think of that? You being my stepdad, Hugh.
The stepdaddy.
That's good.
I like to play in the white chocolate. I like them all. I love them all.
Can I call you Dad from now on?
You can call me Pops. No,
Pops.
Yeah, Pops.
But,
come on, son. We got to get ready to go.
Yeah.
Our time's up.
Yeah, but the afternoon show's coming up next. Make sure you stay tuned in for that. The results of DeCamara and Fritz. And then, as you know, 3:45 first pitch today. Jesus Luzardo for the Phils going up against Giants. What do you guys think? You think the Phils get a win today? They salvage the final game of this series?
That's Luzardo?
Luzardo on the mound. I don't know who's going for the Giants.
Bounce back for Luzardo.
It's not Verlander.
Think a bounce back for Luzardo today? Okay. There you go. So stay tuned. Afternoon show is coming up next right here on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Peace.
We could tell you what it's like to drive the Nissan Rogue and tell you all about its performance capabilities, like its VC turbo engine. It's I can go virtually anywhere type of freedom. Nice. But you don't have to take our word for it. Go drive it for yourself. You're up. Experience the power of the Nissan Rogue.
Drive the Nissan Rogue. Now get 0% APR financing for 60 months on the 2025 Nissan Rogue. Visit your local Nissan store and nissanusa.com today. For well-qualified buyers, example 0 down payment, 60 months financing at $1,667 per month per thousand financed. Actual down payment may vary. Subject to Nissan Motor Acceptance Company credit approval. Not all buyers qualify. Dealer contribution may affect actual price set by dealer. Contact dealer for details. Ends 8/4/25.
A single cloud can weigh 550 tons. A sports car fits inside a hippo's mouth. NJM Insurance puts policyholders first. Seems unbelievable, but it's all true. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal esta? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get a Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI. Plus, your plan price is guaranteed for 5 years. Save today, guaranteed for tomorrow. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Guarantees monthly price of talk, text, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See exclusions and details at T-Mobile.com. Receive Netflix standard with ads on us with qualifying plans.
How small is small? Club Risque, the Delaware Valley's premier gentlemen's club, brings you Bikini Night every Wednesday during the summer. The smaller, the better. Club Risque. 3 locations, Philly, Bristol, and Northeast Philadelphia. ClubRisque.com.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owed the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. 8+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Okay, raise your hand if you want to make your life a little bit easier. Great. Now raise your other hand if you like to be comfortable. Perfect. Now that you have both hands raised, imagine putting on your shoes. And that, folks, right there is your answer to an easier, more comfortable life. Go hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins. This is footwear you don't need your hands to put on. They can be raised in the air, and you can just step it and go. Why don't you experience what people can't stop talking about? Life-changing Skechers Slip-ins. Get your Slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Hey, listen to this. All I needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things. Like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed.
From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check for your wallet first before hitting the drive-thru.
$6.
Sorry, forgot my wallet. I have change, though. Here's 40 cents, another 40. Ooh, a bicentennial.
What's that?
Oh, gosh.
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
It's time. Time for the pro to get everything for the entire job, all from one partner. To get access to over 3 million products, including many products you won't find in our stores. It's time to get delivery on your schedule or next day on over 50,000 products. And time to get dedicated support on the job site or in our stores. From ordering to planning, we've got you. One partner, any job, all in. Ask about all we can now do at the Pro Desk. The Home Depot Pro, it's about time.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Get one free set of Brake Best brake pads when you buy 2 brake rotors. Visit O'Reilly Auto Parts. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Metal Supermarkets, the convenience store for metal. Find a store at metalsupermarkets.com. We all knew something seemed off with the Luka Doncic trade back in February. The Mavericks got the word out he wasn't dedicated to fitness. But what happens when you move to Southern California? You get into fitness. Newest Laker DeAndre Ayton said Luka is now, and I quote, super ripped. We don't even know if that will make him a better player, but it certainly kills the narrative coming out of Dallas to try to explain one of the most controversial trades in NBA history. I'm Andrew Perloff.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Ah, here it is. This is the WIP afternoon show. With Ike, Spike, and Fritz, live from McGurk's in Fort Washington. You know, he left it all out there. 8 up, 8 down, 30 pitches, 22 strikes, 5 strikeouts. It's 1-1 because Jack Fritz beat Joe DeCamara today in dominating fashion. There he is.
There we go.
Ike Fritz. Ike Reese, rather. How you feeling, brother? Sorry. It's
victory! Now, let me tell you.
Yeah.
Had to be a special day today to bring that out. Yeah. I don't bring that out for anyone but the Midnight Green. And for my boy, Jackie Baseball, to go out there and do what he did today under these conditions, under these circumstances, got to tip my cap to you, my brother. Listen, shout out to Joe DeCamara. He put up a valiant effort, but it wasn't good enough. This is Jack's element. He was in his wheelhouse, and it showed today. Shout out to everybody that came out to watch. I mean, my goodness, what? That totally surprised me. Couple hundred people out there at least, maybe 300 people out there.
It was like the Little League World Series. They were out in the outfield, sitting on the grass.
We had construction workers on the building,
like Wrigley Field,
watching this thing. So great atmosphere. Shout out to everyone that came out to Plymouth White Marsh High School. Check this out. Our boy Spike did not disappoint.
No, he did not.
Jackie Baseball.
There he is.
Holler at your boy.
Holler at him, Jack.
It was a good day.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm going to feel my elbow tomorrow. We left it all on the line. But, man, we had to do what we had to do. Could tell early it was going to go a certain way. As long as I threw strikes, I felt pretty confident. But, man, 8-0. I'm glad it was 8-0. I'm glad I didn't mess around and hit him.
Yep.
You know, I wanted straight domination, and I got straight domination.
215-592-9494. If you are out there, if you'd like to talk about it. So what I want to do is sort of, for everybody who didn't see it, and there will be video on the WIP YouTube channel eventually, is sort of set the scene as to what happened out there today. So I got there, and it was hot. You know, and
it was hot.
And the Plymouth Whitemarsh, and by the way, a big thank you to the Plymouth Whitemarsh varsity baseball team.
Oh, especially the third baseman.
The third baseman and the first baseman.
And the first baseman.
And the first baseman.
Yeah.
So I get there, and they have a turf field. So it's 90 degrees, and it's on turf. And I walk out there, and it's sizzling.
Yeah, so I saw it on the field. Like, if you looked at the field,
you could see the heat rising.
You saw the heat rising, yeah.
Ike remembers that from the
I do.
days.
Pickle juice game, man, yes.
Yep.
So I walk out there. It's probably about 11:30 that I walk out there, and I see Jackie Baseball in center field playing a little long toss. And Ike, I'll tell you, I was a little nervous. I'm like, is this kid going to burn himself out?
Yeah.
But then I thought to myself, he knows his routine. It's been a while since he's pitched in a game, but he knows his routine. I'm thinking he knows what he's doing out there. And I also noticed when I got out there, not only was there a crowd, there was a contingent of DeCamara lovers.
There was. A shocking amount.
One of them brought his own speaker. And he, with a mic and a speaker, and I think he was planning on a little hijinks out there from the crowd.
Yeah.
So I walked over. I said hello to the umpire. I said hello to the coach of the baseball team. Said hello to the team. And then I saw Fritz, Ike.
Yep.
And I walked over to Fritz, and I was like, you got this? And he looked me dead in the eye, and he said, I'm good. Went out there, warmed up. So then it's noon. Jack steps up to the mound, and I think we had all theorized that Joe DeCamara was not going to take his bat off his shoulder if he didn't have to. He was going to make Jack throw strikes. You knew that, right, Fritz?
Yeah, I can tell.
And quite honestly, that would have been my game plan, too.
Yep.
Making throw strikes first.
Well, and, DeCamara rather had a hitting coach.
He did.
And I asked the hitting coach afterwards. I was like, did you tell him not to take the bat off his shoulder? He's like, we were going to take a patient approach the entire time.
Tell you what, he's hiring some high-level people.
He is.
I mean, that guy seems like a local legend. Everyone talks to is like, that guy's the best hitting coach in the area.
Yeah, and by the way,
Yeah.
Well, I mean, he got DeCamara to put the bat on the ball.
He did.
That did happen.
He did. It did happen.
So,
shockingly.
So for me, it was all about the first pitch. If Jack can get in there and throw a strike the first pitch, I'm going to feel good. Pitch one, Joe looks at it, strike one. Pitch two, Joe looks at it, strike two. Pitch three, Jackie Baseball throws a ball, and pitch four, strike three. Joe DeCamara strikes out on 4 pitches the first at bat. Doesn't take his bat off his shoulder.
Nice little backdoor two-seamer. It was the only two-seamer I threw. I threw only fastball.
So how did you didn't throw anything but a fastball?
No.
So how did you feel after that first at bat? You strike him out on 4 pitches. How are you feeling at that point, Jack?
I knew it was going to be a long day for Joe DeCamara.
There you go.
I could tell even in the bullpen, like, it was fine. The first couple of warm-up pitches were like, Yeah. And then I threw the last couple, and it got to the right spot. And then after that first at bat, I was like, this feels pretty good. Feels pretty good.
So at bat number 2, and at this point I'm already yelling at DeCamara. I'm yelling, he doesn't want to swing. He doesn't want to swing. I'm trying to get into DeCamara's head. Be a real jerk on the sidelines. Real good team player.
It was hard to tell, honestly. There was a lot of chatter.
A lot of people, yeah.
Yeah.
There's a lot of chatter.
I heard you, though.
So at bat number 2, first pitch, swinging strike.
Yep.
Second pitch, Joe DeCamara, easy ground ball to third base. Third baseman takes his time, throws him out. And here's where I noticed that Joe DeCamara was in real trouble because I had to watch him run. Now, as you said, I give Joe DeCamara credit. He stepped up there against a guy who had, pitched in college. We all say Joe's not an athlete. He's not an athlete. But, man, you can tell the guy's not an athlete by the way that he runs. He runs like somebody is holding his shoulders back.
Yeah.
He runs legs and stomach first.
Yeah, like crotch first.
Crotch first?
Yeah, like he's got a force field in front of his crotch or something.
Wow.
So that's 2 at-bats. At bat number 3, 1 pitch.
1 pitch.
Grounds out to third, a bouncer at third base, first inning over. Jack 3 up, 3 down, 6 pitches.
Now, was that the one that he bounced?
No.
Okay.
No, that was the next inning.
That was the next inning.
I was very grateful for the.
That was a good pick.
Oh, that was beautiful. I can't wait to see that.
Well, I was I was grateful also for a first pitch swing.
Yes.
And put the ball in play.
Now, how was your arm feeling after the first inning, Jack?
So I could tell in long toss that it hurt a little bit. I could tell.
In long toss?
Yeah. And I could tell in warm-ups. I was like, I thought I could get through it. I was fine. I was fine. I got by the end though, but like at this point, I was like, I feel pretty good.
And by the way, people kept rolling up as the game went on. There was so much traffic getting in and out of there.
Oh yeah.
There was no parking spots left at Plymouth White
late.
Marsh High School.
I know.
Yeah,
I didn't see the first pitch.
yeah. And then Ike arrives, and then we know we're rolling. That's where I know Ike's there. We're rolling.
Yes.
So Jack goes back up there, warms up. At bat number 4, I think this is the most crucial at bat of the entire thing.
This is when I came. This is after the break.
The first break.
Yeah.
Yep. Jack starts him off with a ball, then throws a strike. Then DeCamara hits a bouncer to third.
Yeah.
That takes a weird little hop for the third baseman. He has to sort of like forehand it, and he knew he had to whip it over there, even with as slow as DeCamara runs. Throws it in the dirt. The first baseman digs it out.
Nice.
It was a bang play, but he was out.
Nice.
Jack up 4 down, and that's when I knew it was over.
Yeah.
That's when I knew it was over. At bat number 5, strikeout on 4 pitches. At bat number 6, swinging strikeout on 6 pitches.
Yeah.
And at that point, there's break number 2. That's inning number 2 is over, and Jack is 6 up, 6 down.
Yep. And no 3-ball counts.
No 3-ball counts. 1 2-ball count.
Yep.
But that was it.
Couple 2-ball counts.
So it's break number 2 after inning number 2. Jack, how are you feeling at that point, knowing that if you get him out on the next 2, you don't even have to go 10 at bats?
Yeah. So at this point, I actually didn't feel. I felt not that much pressure.
Okay.
I think I was in a good spot. But
Yep.
I was like, wow, we're like right there. Like
Yep.
this could be over in 2 batters. But I could tell at that point that I didn't have many pitches left.
Now, when you see Ike, does the pressure go up like, oh, no, I can't disappoint Ike? Or do you feel more confident with Ike in your corner? Because, look, we don't want you embarrassed for you, but we all know Ike doesn't want us embarrassed for you.
Because we are not a soft show.
No, we are not.
We are not a soft show.
Yes.
Yep.
So, but I got to be honest. I started throwing again, and I was like, I got it. Like, I've done this a million times. So, like, it didn't matter.
Just say you were locked in.
I was locked in.
Give a damn who was there.
It didn't matter.
That's what I want to hear.
It didn't matter.
That's what it felt like.
Yeah.
That's what it felt like.
Yeah.
So,
felt like he was in a zone.
And, like, look, we didn't come up with a rule with this, but I was yelling it out. In between at bats, DeCamara is conferring with his coach.
I know. What should have counted as a timeout?
Well, I was yelling.
He took the one time where he walked almost up the third baseline
Yeah.
to stall, and then came
yep.
back and talked to the coach, and then got back in the
And
box.
that's where I thought the grounders hurt him because he had to run.
Yeah.
You know, had to tire him out. Him going to the coach was outrageous. And then I saw DeCamara yelling at me, pointing at me, because I was yelling about the coach.
Yeah.
Look, if
But
we only
it was much harder for him to pull his tactics today.
Yes, it was.
It was harder for him.
Well, and look,
couldn't do it.
You lost the golf, but what gets lost in the golf is DeCamara was playing mind games during the golf. There was 7 practice swings, squatting. Like he was being, he was being DeCamara during the golf, but he couldn't. So for at bat number 7, and this is where DeCamara pulls out something that I don't think anybody saw coming.
Didn't see it coming.
3 inches of no.
Oh, hold
DeCamara pulls out. He steps up to the plate, left-handed.
So I think if he got in there right-handed, I would have felt a little bit more nervous. When he got in there left-handed,
You knew he was.
I was saying it's over.
He was reaching.
Yeah. He was
I'm
just
like,
trying-
what is he doing?
So,
What was that?
First pitch was a strike. The second pitch, you almost hit him.
Yeah, he should have worn it.
You know,
and people thought that was a cutter or something. That was the arm
falling apart,
dying.
Yeah.
It was just dying.
That was his opportunity to step in front of one, though.
Yeah.
He didn't want to do it.
He didn't want to do it. Didn't want to wear one.
No, he didn't. And
It's not like that was not a hard pitch. I wasn't throwing that hard by that
but
point.
still, even in Little League, I was scared
Yeah,
of getting
you
hit.
kidding me?
It
Yeah.
sucks. This is still a
Could've been
70-mile-an-hour
50
baseball.
miles per hour, and I still wouldn't want to get hit.
No. So strike 1, ball 1, a swinging strike for strike 2, fouls one off.
Yeah.
Left-handed
I
fouls
know.
one off.
I said, wow.
But the big difference was when he was right-handed, he was ahead of everything. Clearly, I want to give credit to that hitting coach. The hitting coach basically was telling him, put your bat on the ball, and taught him to put his bat on the ball. So swinging strike for a strikeout, and then we're at 7 outs, and Jack is 1 out away. And Fritzy,
You know he
knew it-
wanted to strike out for that last out.
You knew you were 1 out away. What was the juice? Like, were you feeling the excitement that you were almost there?
I was ready for it to be over. Yeah. No, but I didn't want to. I definitely didn't want to leave any doubt. Like I didn't want to get to 7-0 and then be like, all right, how is this going to go wrong? Like,
Right.
I wanted to finish it, but by that point, I think I got into a good enough rhythm where I knew I could throw a strike when I wanted to throw a strike. Like I got the right arm slot and whatever. So yeah, I was feeling good at that point.
So at bat number 8, swinging strike, but then 2 balls.
Yeah.
And you're down 2-1.
Yep.
Then second strike was looking, and then the third strike swinging I think was high.
It was definitely high.
Strikes out swinging the third one. Fritzy pumps the fist, Tiger style.
Yep.
8-0, 8 up, 8 down, 30 pitches, 22 strikes in front of hundreds of admirers. Everybody goes home happy knowing that we are even. And Jackie Baseball, I believe this competition is once again in you are in the driver's seat in this competition. And you must feel that way.
Yeah, no, I definitely feel that way. And it was probably the biggest crowd I've ever thrown in front of.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like it was. That was a lot of people there today. But I was glad it was 8-0. I didn't want to leave any doubt. He put a couple balls in play. I was happy to put a couple of balls in play.
Yep.
But I think everyone there today knew that it was only going to go one way if I didn't have a fastball I could throw for a strike and that board out. So I'm very happy. But again, it's only one. It's only one.
Well, it is
Job's
only one.
not finished.
Job's not finished. That's what Kobe said.
It's not even close to finish.
Not even close. I channeled my inner Jalen, I really did.
215-592-9495. And again, a thank you to Plymouth Whitemarsh High School.
Thank you to the umpire. The umpire.
Pat, the umpire, and his son, the first base umpire.
Yeah. He had a good zone.
Yep.
I was very appreciative of his zone.
So thanks to the umpire, thanks to the school, thanks to the Colonials, the Plymouth Whitemarsh Colonials, who had your back. Now, I think I tried to give them what they probably perceived as the weirdest pump-up speech of all time.
Sure.
I walked over to them, and I said, guys, there's 2 sides today. There's good and there's evil. You guys are on the side of good.
And they said, tone it down.
And they just stared at me.
Yeah.
And because I don't even think they knew who I was.
No.
And then I said, guys.
They said, you don't belong on a baseball field.
Yep. I said, guys, there's winners and losers today, and you guys are the winners.
Yep.
And there we are.
Yep.
You did us proud,
Yep.
Fritzy.
Left no stone unturned.
Good job, buddy.
Yeah, thank you.
215-592-9494. Chris in
Middletown.
Yeah. There we go. Chris in Middletown. You're on WIP. What's up, Chris?
Good afternoon, man. I'm happy to be talking to the winners team.
Yeah.
It feels good to be on this side. I got to be honest. It was a long week and a half, long 2 weeks. It's good to be here. I can listen to the station again.
It has been a long 2 weeks.
It really has,
Jack,
for you specifically.
Yeah.
Jack, you're one step closer to keeping your athlete card. So congratulations.
Oh, that's big too.
Yeah. You can. You're not there yet. You got to finish. You got to finish the task. But the fact that DeCamara went over 8 with 5 Ks. Like, what a total loser. I mean, my God. I mean, that is just flat. And embarrassing isn't a word. I don't know what the proper word is here, guys. I mean, I don't know. Spike, you're a wordsmith. Maybe you could come up with something.
I have to say, Chris, I was impressed that he put the ball in play 3 times. I'm going to be honest with you. I actually didn't expect him to because they weren't dribblers.
He didn't get it out of the infield, Spike.
He did not get it out of the infield. The easiest job today was not me. It was not Ike. It was the outfielders for the Plymouth Whitemarsh High School.
I heard from a reliable source that the outfielders pulled out lawn chairs and took their shirts off and were getting some sun while they were out there.
Yeah. Now let me ask you this, Chris. How confident were you in Fritz going into this matchup?
So I was extremely confident. I showed that confidence when I called you guys. Now, I started a little controversy this morning, but for those who follow Fritz, when Fritz is trying to hype up something, he does it with a tone to it. So, like on social media. So, being a Fritzman, did that this morning at the midday show, and they were a little confused. They thought that I wasn't hyping them when really it was my way of paying tribute to Jack, because Jack doesn't like to go out there and be like, oh, hey, this guy's going to shove, he's going to kill it. He'll be like, oh, yeah, watch, the bullpen's going to come in and blow it. And that's his way of using his reverse psychology. So I was locked in. I did not have a shadow of doubt. Listen, I don't get shirts made for anybody.
Right.
That's the only time I've ever done that. So that shows you how committed I am. And the fact that, Jack, you can call yourself a Husky again. You reclaimed that title.
Yeah, I did roll out the Bloomsburg old jersey today.
He did.
Yeah.
The throwback.
Yeah.
I recognize those colors, recognize them, and I love the fact, again, that you just knocked his ass back into the tub where his flabby body belonged.
There you
and
go.
It's fantastic, guys. Thank you for doing what you're doing. Again, the athletes team, you ready for it? It's Team RITC, the winner.
You are a lunatic.
There he is.
You are a lunatic.
Now, somebody who played a crucial role today was umpire Pat McGrain and his son, who was the first base umpire.
Yep.
He joins us now. Hey, Pat, how you doing, brother?
What's up, guys? How are you? Thanks for having me today.
Of course.
Great strike zone today, Pat.
Yeah,
Great
we
strike
loved
zone.
it.
I
Now-
appreciate that. Look, you made it easy. Brady and I, when we went down to the bullpen, and look, I don't want to disparage Joe because he did what he was able to do, but we walked down to the bullpen and saw your first two pitches. We walked away because we knew that it was already over, and you hadn't even finished warming up yet.
You were like, this guy can pitch. He's going to throw strikes.
You know the velocity and what the batter's going to be capable of, and that just wasn't a velocity that Joe was going to be able to handle. I give him credit that he put a couple in play. I got to be honest, it was more than I thought was going to happen, but it really, not to say that it was unfair, but it really was. Jack should have won. You did. I give Joe credit. I would have liked to have seen him stay in the box right-handed the entire time. I think the lefty was showmanship,
That was
but
an odd move.
and then when you saw his swing, he was swinging like an 8-year-old softball girl. Like it wasn't.
Well, I have to
ultimately-
be honest with you, Pat. I watched. There's a bunch of fields near my home, and I've seen a bunch of middle school softball, girls softball, and they swing much better than Joe. To be quite honest,
They do. You are probably right, but no, it was a lot of fun. I will say there was a couple pitches that the fans didn't like, and that's too bad because
Seltzer's going to complain that you called a couple of high strikes.
So, well, Seltzer wasn't back behind home plate. If the best place to call balls and strikes was where Seltzer was standing, then I would have given him my clicker and I would have walked away. But the fact of the matter is that the catcher, Mike Miller, love that guy, knew that every pitch that I threw, he knew exactly. He agreed with me. Yes, it was a strike. Yes, it was a ball. But Jack, you made it easy today. I mean, that was
Numbers
a piece
to the
of cake.
knees, Pat.
I'm very proud of my base umpire because. That was close. On that bounce at first base, that was going to be close. And to be fair, had Grant not come up with that ball at first base, it would have been an error, and it would not have counted.
Yeah. Really? You think it would have been an error?
Joe didn't make it to the base in time. So So that's the thing is that it wasn't going to be a base hit either way because he didn't make it to the bag. So
I was wondering. I was wondering if that was going to be a hit or not because it was not an easy play. The first two grounders to third were routine plays. This one was, say, this one was.
Well, he had to take a step back because it was a bouncer.
Yeah,
so
it was like a weird angle on it. So it wasn't as routine as the first two.
Yeah, the spin on the turf is always a challenge if you're not used to it. Dom, the third baseman, is great at it. And so he knew what he had, took the step back. The throw was a little off, but Grant picked it beautifully, but had he not picked it, it would have been an error, and it would have been a null at bat. So
that might have been trouble too. That might have been trouble too, as we're finding out that Jack might need Tommy John surgery after.
Well, and Pat, what was the rule that DeCamara was trying to get past last second? That was ridiculous.
What we were concerned about was there's going to be a guy with a camera in the field. What if the guy?
And he was saying that if he hits a guy with the camera, then that counts as a base hit. Which I said that's not.
That's not how it works.
That's not how it works.
Well, by the way, he didn't even come close to hitting.
It wasn't gonna be an issue.
Yeah.
I will tell you that is how it works. So, for instance, if that's the base umpire and that ball gets hit and it hits the umpire before somebody else has a chance to make the play, the ball is dead and the runner would get the bag. The runner would get first base. So in that instance, had he hit that camera guy, it should have been by rule a dead ball, and he should have gotten first base. But I didn't think it was going to be an issue. But I think he was looking for any advantage possible.
Yeah.
Pat, great job back there. You carry yourself like you know what you're doing, and I think you gave us all this is what is important, and just being honest. We need this to be no doubt that the person calling balls and strikes and first base know what they're doing, so there's no shenanigans. Yeah. And you are a professional, and we thank you for your role today in Jack's victory.
Appreciate it, brother.
I appreciate that, guys. Thank you so much for having me.
There he is. Anytime we need an umpire again, which the way Jack is.
May need it.
Yeah, well,
he
maybe
said
in a year.
He said he could help with basketball.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Ah, there you go.
Yeah.
He referees basketball, too.
Yeah, he's total ref.
Ah, there you go. All right, 215-592-9494. We're at McGurk's in Fort Washington. Was full of folks who were over at the high school today. Just outrageous. Jack, congratulations.
Thank you.
Fritzy!
It's not going to be a week and a half of talking about it, I'm sure. This is going to be
ear to ear, man. Ear to ear. Let it go.
Everyone's going to get over this one much quicker.
Yeah, not me, buddy.
Than the golf.
Not me.
Than the golf.
Not me. And we will get your calls right after this. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
The 4th of July mega sale extended at National Appliance Warehouse. We always talk about the great savings events that National Appliance Warehouse has going on.
Yeah, well, Andy Boyle, who knocked me out in high school.
He did.
Said, what did he say? Bought a fridge there or something?
And he came up to you today. He said, 2 for flinching.
Yes. Yeah. He scared the hell out of me.
Sure.
And then he was like, you know what? I went to National Appliance Warehouse.
Yeah, he said he had a great experience. So, listen, we've talked a lot about National Appliance Warehouse. We talked about the difference down there. And there's a couple things that set National Appliance Warehouse apart. One of them is the price. We talk about tax-free Delaware, showrooms in Wilmington and Middletown. We also talk about Price Assure, which is a piece of technology specific for National Appliance Warehouse that instantly updates price tags all throughout the store. And always great savings events like the 4th of July mega sale that is extended at National Appliance Warehouse. So get down there today and experience what Spike and I have been talking about.
It's the only place you get this stuff, Jack.
Exactly,
it's the only
right.
place.
And given the heat out there, I know you want to be outside
grilling and chilling.
They got all the grill brands that you could possibly want. If you need help with your indoor kitchen, they have over 100 brands from Sub-Zero to budget. So you're going to get the right appliance for you. And, of course, what else sets National Appliance Warehouse apart is the experience. They're there to take care of you. Professional team, engaging team. They treat you like family, but a family that you like being around. So, on top of all that, installation, delivery, the whole 9 yards. So go to nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington or Middletown, Delaware today. And as always, tell them Fritz sent you.
The Phillies play here. Today, Phillies Giants. Leading off starts at 2:45. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 3:45. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Blasted deep right field. That'll do it.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Summertime is here. Oh, Hoagie Fest. Here I come. Hoagie Fest. Hoagie Fest. Yeah, Wawa's got the hoagies, and I'm gonna get me some. Hoagie Fest. Hoagie Fest.
Wawa Hoagie Fest is here, and it's the summer of sandwiches. We're mixing it up with hoagies, clubs, quesadillas, and more, all for $6 and under. Savor a summer of savings.
Hoagie Fest. Here I come.
Gotta have a Wawa.
I thought people like me didn't get addicted to drugs. That's like saying people like me don't get sick. Just like anyone can get sick, anyone can struggle with addiction. And when you're struggling, there's no shame in getting help. I'm over the shame. I know who I am, and I'm in recovery for me.
Call 844-REACH-NJ. Talk to a counselor for confidential addiction help and see if you're eligible for no-cost treatment. 844-REACH-NJ. From the New Jersey Department of Human Services.
It's Black Friday in July at Mattress Warehouse. Save up to 60% store-wide and get a free adjustable base with select mattresses. Looking for even bigger savings? Check out our floor model clearance event and save even more. Plus, enjoy free next-day delivery, 0% interest financing, and our 1-year lowest price guarantee. Don't wait. These Black Friday and July deals end soon. Visit Mattress Warehouse today and sleep better tomorrow.
Hey, it's Mike Quick. It's time to cut your old point-of-sale systems and revolutionize your business with PDQ POS. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have been the industry leaders for over 35 years. They offer everything from mobile POS to self-serve kiosks and the best service and support in the industry. For the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS available, trust PDQ POS. No matter how many locations you have, they'll build a custom solution for your business. Visit pdqpos.com.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Score limited time savings on your favorite snacks and drinks at Wawa. Whether you're craving a refreshing drink or a tasty treat, Wawa has you covered. Enjoy exclusive deals in-store or on the Wawa app, making it easier than ever to fuel your day without breaking the bank. Don't miss out on summer savings, perfect for road trips, beach days, or backyard hangs. Savor a summer of savings. Gotta have a Wawa.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Good morning, Doctor.
Doctor?
Hi, Doctor.
Doctor?
Dr. Jackson's practice is growing.
What do you mean we're still short-staffed?
He needs a good patient doctor.
How do we not have enough doctors to doctor all these patients?
And he doesn't have the patience to sift through hundreds of resumes.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Every Phillies game.
And it is gone.
Just listen to 94 WIP on the free Odyssey app.
It is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Frizz. We're at the Gerks in Fort Washington. Jack Fritz wins round 2, 8 up, 8 down, not one hit, 5 strikeouts.
Yep.
Now, I don't think...
I listened to Rooster 3 times this morning.
Well, I think DeCamara came out to Rooster.
I came out to Rooster.
Oh, you came out to Rooster.
Yeah.
What did DeCamara come out to? I
have no idea.
Oh, maybe it was just your song playing afterwards.
You were talking on the microphone while Rooster was playing.
Oh, there you go.
I felt like Wheeler for a second. That's actually when I knew it was over.
The Twitter question brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. For extraordinary diamonds and customer service, visit Mark's in Montgomeryville, Mount Laurel. Experience the difference at marks-jewelers.com. No question today because there are no questions left for today. Question was, will Jack do the thing he did? 215-592-9494. Corey in Columbus, you're on WIP.
Victory! Hey, man, we knew this was going to happen, right?
We knew it.
Hey, we knew it. Hey, listen, I'm sorry. Listen, I'm sorry that I got the Boost Mobile Metro PCS phone. I don't know what's going on.
With the beeps and stuff. Yeah, the beeps are out of control, buddy.
Yep. I don't know what's going on. I wasn't touching it. Maybe I got to upgrade the phone. Maybe I don't know. But all I know is victory. I should have started the show off with the victory. Hey, we up, baby. It's closing time. I told y'all this was going to happen. See, the camera, the first win was a fluke. You know what I'm saying? That was a fluke. That was AI beating the Lakers, in 01. That was a fluke. You know what I'm saying? My boy Fritzy got it done.
Yep.
And it's going to the next one.
Now, let
What
me
we got
ask you.
next? What we got next? What we got next?
Tennis, as long as the elbow's fine, tennis.
I think tennis.
Yeah.
Tennis is where we're going
Tennis?
next.
Tennis,
Oh,
as
that
long
gotta-
as
that
Jack,
makes me nervous.
as long as
I
Jack
ain't gonna
doesn't
lie.
have to have surgery.
I am a little nervous about tennis. Hey, I thought it was running next. I want to get this dude because I want to break this man's spirit. I want to break his spirit. You know what I'm saying? Because his spirit looked broke in the picture. He looking like a red tomato on the bench, hair all disheveled and all that. He beat up.
I
He
like to
beat
get a
up.
shin
I guarantee
guard
you.
on.
I guarantee
He did.
that
was a
morning
nice move.
show ain't gonna be talking crazy this week.
No, they're not.
Hey, where's Rhea?
Yeah, where's Rhea now?
Exactly. Yeah.
Where's Seltzer
where
now?
y'all at? Rhea
Rhea on the phone.
all the talking. Yeah, I want y'all talk. Stay with your chest this week. Don't hide this week. I need y'all to talk about it. Put it in the papers. Start off
No,
with it.
they'll move
Joe
on. They'll
DeCamara
move on.
lost. Big L. I'm proud of you, Fritzy.
Thank you, buddy.
There he is.
Appreciate it.
Athlete showed up today.
Thank you for the call, Corey.
He's been on day.
The funny thing about DeCamara wearing the shin guard is that when he, yeah,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm so easily distracted. The funny thing about the DeCamara wearing the shin guard is that when he switched to left-handed, he kept the shin guard on his back foot. Yeah, so it wasn't quite as effective there, I don't think.
No. And I'm glad, there's been a lot of questions about my the mental fortitude.
Your mental makeup. Yeah, Jack quits.
Yeah,
they're
a lot
calling
of
it.
Jack
Oh,
quits.
yeah, a lot of Jack quits out there.
Yeah. Well, he tried. He tried all the little things today.
Yep.
He had his minions. I heard the Bobons.
Yep.
You know, I heard that. So.
Well, Anthony DeCamara came out. Anthony DeCamara came out. He's Joe's biggest fan.
Very excited.
Came out. He started yelling at me. I started yelling at him, "Go to work."
Very classy as always.
Scope was a little worried at the moment, but then I think me and Anthony are good. We had a conversation. Anthony, I told him he is welcome to call. He said he's going to call tomorrow, Jack. So we'll hear from Anthony DeCamara tomorrow. 215-592-9494. Bruce in D.C. I haven't heard from Bruce in a while. Bruce, you're on WIP.
Yeah, good afternoon. Hey, Ike, Spike, and Jackie Baseball, man. Let me get some of that Ike juice, baby.
They must have been drinking that Ike juice. I'm sure about that.
Jack, man, congratulations. Look, I didn't have a chance to get this thing yesterday, man. Look, I've definitely been pulling in your corner all along. I'm going to tell you, last week, I was pretty flustered by Joe when he was peacocking on his freaking show about showing you mercy and maybe just walking away from the competition. I was like, oh, man, this guy is just seriously out of pocket. And I'm just so glad that you got out there and you mowed him down like freaking Wheeler did in the one-hitter the other night. Congratulations, man.
Thank you, buddy.
Even better than Wheeler.
Yeah,
some say.
And you know when Joe peacocks is always groin first. That's how he runs. That's how he peacocks. Got to stick that groin out. Yeah.
It is an odd look. It is an odd look.
Yeah. And you know what? I actually wonder what DeCamara's doing on all of his off days, as sunburned as he is. Somebody's got to get him some sunblock.
Yeah.
Because I feel like it's not healthy. I've never seen somebody so sunburned in my life.
Do you think he got tired from all the running? Because he was putting balls in play early.
Yes, and I actually think the first two grounders hurt him.
Yeah.
Especially because he had no real chance of getting a hit, but he had a run.
Yeah. Right.
And if he's going to catch up to that Fritz fastball, how's he going to do it?
Yeah, shout out to Spike for putting that rule in.
Yeah, making him run? Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
I could see him not wanting to run.
Yeah.
Especially after seeing him run.
Yep.
So just a quick couple of more things. Was this broadcasted on YouTube? Because I didn't have it.
No, we will put it on YouTube. We couldn't put it on YouTube Live because we can't be. This is just so you understand. If Hugh and TK were on YouTube Live, this can't also be on YouTube Live. It can only be YouTube Live with one thing. So obviously the show was important, I guess. So that's why it wasn't. But there will be a completed video of it so you can see all of it on YouTube.
Got you. Okay, so look, another quick question. Here's a quick suggestion. Man, look, this thing has turned out to be, and I'm just saying something that you all, I kind of thought about this maybe after the competition is over with. With all the attention that it's garnered, I think, and I'm just going to throw this out here, that maybe y'all could do a yearly event and turn it into a charity thing and raise some funds, to a charity of your choice, win or lose, out there. And then next year, since Hugh, Hugh's been talking about, he came at you, Spikey, about the push-ups. Maybe Hugh and I can do a competition on, something like.
I don't think that's going to happen.
No, I think Bruce. Thank you for the call, Bruce. Here's what everyone has to remember.
Yeah.
Not just Hugh and Ike. We're all going to fight. You do this every year. You're not going to have any WIP hosts left.
They trying to kill us all.
Yeah. We do not like a real physical competition. I don't know. That's why Joe does the free throws.
Yes.
Because free throws are not physically demanding enough. One of us is going to end up in the hospital
Listen,
when we do this
Fritz
again.
is young enough that he can bounce back from this stuff. Hugh and I, although my brother, he's in great shape.
Yeah.
He was in great shape. He's
Looking
been
like a
working
snack.
out. Looks good. But you get to next year, you'll be what? 54, 55?
Yeah, what are we doing?
I'm looking at 52,
Yeah.
53.
Both
I'm out.
barreling towards 60.
I'm out.
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you, you certainly aren't going to get full effort out of me.
No.
So anything we do is going to be in slow motion. I guarantee you that much.
Well, I used to have this dream of the Ike Reese 40-yard dash challenge. Do you remember when I was
Remember that? Yeah.
Yeah, that I wanted you to run it in less than 5. You said you could do it. I waited too many years.
Yep.
I waited too many years. Like when
Now
I
got a
first
swollen knee.
Yeah, you were 45 at
Yes.
the time, 46.
Yes.
This is 52-year-old Ike.
Yeah,
That ain't happening.
That was a bit. I was like, I'll always be able to break 5 flat running a 40-yard dash. Yeah, I don't know if I can right now. Yeah, I don't know if I can do it anymore.
How's the knee today?
Yeah, not good.
Not good?
Oh,
good.
no.
Not good.
Well,
You
at
see
least we won today.
We did.
Yeah.
We did.
And we actually didn't need an Ike Reese mound visit, which was.
Thank God.
Yep. Yeah.
Thank God. You didn't. I didn't want to take the extra steps. To
Yeah.
get out there.
Well, you parked, a mile away?
Yeah.
And that was bad enough to get there into the field.
Ed in Phoenixville.
That's Rod Lakin and the family.
Oh, there they are.
Rod Lakin family.
America's genius.
Ed in Phoenixville, you're on WIP.
Ike, Spike, man of the hour, Jack Fritz. Congratulations, my friend.
We did it, buddy. We did it. I didn't choke like you usually do on Beat the Hammer. We
it.
got it. We got it done.
Oh, wow.
Oh, just a joke.
Yeah,
it was just a bit.
Yeah, it's shots fired, but, I'm feeling a little redemption story coming up. You've inspired me. I may need to call in again, but, this is your day, my friend. I have to tell you, watching the golf thing and just seeing the meltdown, I literally, I felt for you. I felt the frustration, the angst. And Richie from the Northeast was sending us, clips and pics in the field. I couldn't make it today. But when you recorded that final out and, Ike came out and gave you that big old hug, I felt that hug. It was, pretty awesome. So,
Steve Young won his first.
Yeah, he's like Beaver. I'm like Wally. I'm like Wally. He's
Wally
the
the
beef.
beef.
Yeah, he's the beef.
Yeah, so get some ice on that elbow, pop some
Fritz has no idea
Advil.
what I'm talking
Don't
about.
know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Actually. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point, Ed. Now, Jack, are you going to use the ice now or no?
Maybe.
Maybe.
Whatever it takes.
Yeah, maybe
Yeah.
some ice.
Hopefully keep the ligament together.
Yeah. So but we got a couple weeks. You got a little time to rest up before the
got vacation coming
the
up
tennis thing, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
You have no date for that yet, right?
I don't think so. Although I do know it's going to be at FDR. Actually, I think it's going to be during training camp.
It's gonna be during training camp.
Yeah, done at FDR.
Oh, you're gonna do it outside? Oh, awesome.
There we go.
Yeah.
Man, more heat.
Yeah,
Another
great.
100-degree day.
Yeah, another 100-degree day out there.
I do not think the crowd will be what it was like today.
No, and also, we can't kill the camera. I mean, we might want to think about putting this inside.
He's fine.
That's 2 events outside. Yeah, I
outside in
agree.
this heat.
And you still got to run.
Yeah, I don't know about it. All right, well,
thank God.
Let's talk about a little baseball that's not going
Oh, my
quite
God.
as well
Yeah.
as Jack.
The bad news of the day.
Let's get you ready for the Phillies game.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. This is Leading Off. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station.
It's the Thuggish Ruggers Ball.
It is Leading Off, sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. Phillies try to avoid the sweep today. First pitch at 3:45. Jesus Luzardo versus Justin Verlander today. Phillies are, you know what? I didn't write down the line, so I don't know what the line is. Last night, like, the thing about a Taijuan Walker start where you get into the ninth inning having allowed one run, you got to win that game.
He actually looked pretty good, too.
Yeah.
Like, the splitter was splitting.
Was it?
Yeah, from old Taijuan.
Yeah, you get like sort of a good appearance from Strom.
Tanner Banks is great again.
Tanner Banks great. Are you ready to admit that Tanner Banks is like actually good now, or no? Or you still don't? He's the second most trustworthy reliever in the bullpen at this point. Hey, Luke, you hear that on the air, that noise, or is it do we just hear it? You can talk.
Yes, I also hear it.
Actually, why don't we take? I think we're okay.
Did we rebound?
I think we're okay.
You got to touch that radio dial.
You got to win that game, and I understood so they bring Romano out for inning number 2.
Yeah,
and I kind of if I'm going through this like Rob Thompson, and you can throw Kirkering again.
Well, so Thompson just talked before the game. He said Kirkering came in and said he felt sore.
Okay.
But in that case, so you could have just gone to Joe Ross.
Yeah. But then you have a game in the afternoon today. You have
no idea what Lazard is going to do.
Right.
Last couple times out. The one question would be, would you just extend Taijuan another inning? Because you went Tanner Banks in the 6th.
Right.
Like if you give him you could have given Taijuan the extra inning there maybe, and then extend
But the tough thing with Taijuan is that he's been a bullpen guy for the last month and a half.
Totally. So he's not stretched out the way that he usually is.
I know people wanted to blame Thompson there. I just think I don't think you can put that on Rob Thompson. Quite honestly, they don't. They got through the game with the bullpen. They got through. Romano's got to go. Romano doesn't look pitchable at this point, honestly. They have.
Well, he did his job in the 8th. It's just
he did his job in the 8th, but then he hung another one. I mean, I know it was funny that it was an inside the park home run, but like that guy blasted that ball
went far.
You know, like that would have been a home run in a lot of parks.
Yeah. And Marsh made a misplay on it. I mean, Marsh.
Yes.
He ran right through the wall when it was.
Yeah. What do you think's going to happen?
Yeah.
You're going to leap?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that was jarring to watch at 12:30 at night.
Yeah.
But yeah, well. My big fear with what Romano did last night is, especially like when you use him that way, is he gets out of the 8th, and that's a very stressful 8th because he came in with first and second, one out.
That was where you were worried about Hoffman in the Mets.
I just hate bringing out a reliever after they do that. Because you have an emotional, it's an adrenaline-filled spot, and there's an emotional letdown after that happens.
The Player to Count On is sponsored by Barlow Buick GMC in Woodbury, New Jersey. Honest pricing, dedicated service every day. I'm going to take a shot in the dark here and pick a guy who might be the coldest guy in the lineup, and I'm going to go Bryce Harper.
Wow.
We need something from Harper. We need something other than a ground ball single or a ground out or a strikeout or a walk.
What about a walk?
No, brother.
What about a walk?
I'm going Bryce for my Player to Count On. Ike?
Oh, I'm going Bomer.
Bomer?
Yeah.
All right.
Feels like a Bomer day.
Okay. Fritzy?
Trey? Yeah, so hopefully he got word that it went well today.
There you go. Yeah, there you go.
He can sleep easy at night, knowing that it was okay today.
It all worked out, yeah.
So Trey, the pressure and the monkey's also off his back.
We'll get you the starting lineups coming up next. This is Leading Off on 94 WIP.
Listen, now that I'm back in the good graces of the city, I know you need a guy. It's hot out there. The AC might be on the fritz. See what I did there?
Yep.
You need AC. I got a guy. Christian Home Services has you covered. All your cooling, heating, plumbing, and electrical needs. A couple weeks ago, the guys at Christian came out, hooked me up with a preferred partner plan, which includes priority service every time you call, a 15% discount on all service parts and labor, and free HVAC and plumbing home inspections. Plus, the best service in the business and a team that you can trust. Did you know that 90% of AC system problems can be traced back to a bad install? That's why premium installation matters, and that's all Christian does. Right now, check out their summer special. 0 payments and 0 interest for 18 months or $2,000 off your new HVAC system. Christian Home Services. Now you've got a guy. They've got me covered, and they got you too. Visit ChristianHomeServices.com.
Hi, it's Pete from Chicky and Pete's. Join us once again as we celebrate the summer of shellfish, featuring our incredible seafood boil with mouth-watering snow crabs, tasty shrimp, clams, and mussels. Feast on our Dungeness crab clusters served Chicky style. Or our seafood pasta with decadent crab, shrimp, and penne pasta in our legendary red sauce. Delectable choices from our summer of shellfish menu, plus a whole menu of new mixed seasonal cocktails for a cool start to your summer meal. Only at Chickies and Pete's.
Tasty Cake has a treat for every John. Peanut butter fans have candy cakes, those chocolate-coated cakes with the creamy layer of peanut butter inside. There's Crimpets, the light sponge cakes topped with rich icing for people who like the classics. Donut lovers have options for days. You've got frosted mini donuts, powdered mini donuts, and you can't forget about the delicious Dippin' Sticks flavors. There's so many uniquely satisfying treats to choose from, but that's no surprise because it's Tasty Cake, except no substitutes.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
This is Leading Off, sponsored by Nissan. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Leading off on 94 WIP, brought to you by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com.
Good leading off so
far. Hot and testy out here today.
Having a good time with GURPS. There we go.
There we go. There you go, Fritz.
So there was an Eagle fan in the middle of
Of course there was.
He started it.
Yes.
Ike started
Of course there was.
That got me a little flustered.
Yeah.
I was like, not today.
I was worrying that it might, actually.
Yeah, not today.
What to watch for is brought to you by Xfinity Mobile, the sponsor of WIP's Xfinity Mobile Lounge. The Wi-Fi is booming. Unlock faster, secure speeds at home and on the go only from Xfinity Mobile. The thing for me to watch today is Lizardo. We have seen, since the two starts where he blew up, we have seen all sorts of Lizardo. We've seen good Lizardo, we've seen meh Lizardo, and then the last start we saw bad Lizardo. And like even if he ends up being a guy that goes to the bullpen in the playoffs, we need him as a starter the rest of the year.
Oh, yeah.
You know, so if he's burning out, that's a bad sign.
And it can't be this two-inning nonsense. I mean, especially with where the bullpen is currently at.
No.
Because they lost their long man last night.
Yep.
Taiwan has been their long man. He's given them innings in the middle of the game. Max Lazar also. Like, the rotation, at least those three, with Ranger, Chris, and Wheeler, it's like best we've seen since 11. But what made it so disgusting was Lizardo was pitching at a high level.
Yeah.
And if they don't get great starting pitching, they're just a good team.
Yes.
Yeah.
Barely a good team.
Yeah, I mean, I think you guys are absolutely right with Lizardo, but a lot of this really falls back on the lineup. Like, at some point, they have to make the pitcher's jobs a little easier.
Yes.
To ask every pitcher to go out there and give up less than 2 runs every outing, man. Come on.
It's too much.
Yeah.
And they finally got a hit with runners in scoring position last night. But
Otto, man.
Otto did.
He's got big hits.
And I'll tell you, we were talking about Bryce, like, we need at least like a 7 out of 10 Bryce. We can't have 2 out of 10 Bryce, which is where this is.
Yeah. I got to get Bryce out of the poor me's, man.
Dude,
right now,
and you
right
see
now.
it every
a lot
at
of poor
bat.
me's,
Yeah, maybe today's results will get him going a little bit. You know,
it's going to help Trey and Bryce.
Yeah.
What if they score 8 today? What if they come out on fire?
Shocking.
Yeah. No, but the point about the offense, and we talked about the Sanchez comments, right, the other day, where that might be the mentality of the rotation. I think like Luzardo, what was so interesting about his last start is I thought he was pitching with a ton of emotion, where I thought he took himself out of it. And I think that the game really sped up on him. Yeah. And I think he felt I got to be perfect or else we're not going to win the game, which is a tough spot to be in overall team-wise.
By the way, I also wonder, not just the offense, when the other pitchers, starters, are delivering the way that they are, I wonder, I know it can lift them up, but I wonder if it almost can put pressure on a guy like Luzardo who isn't throwing as well as he wants to be, that he wants to go out there and be perfect instead of just being good enough.
Yeah, I don't see how he can't. And for me, again, it goes back to the offense, because every pitcher has to be feeling this. They all has to feel like, man, we got to almost be perfect every time we go out here. And the only way you alleviate that is by having the offense put some runs on the board early.
Yep.
Right? Start hitting with runners in scoring position. What did they get up to last night? Was it 0 for 24, 0 for 25?
I think it got to 0 for 27.
Over 27 before they finally got a hit. I'm like, come on, man. Like, it's been tough watching this team.
Yes.
It really has been. Even with the great pitching, the great pitching alleviates how difficult it is watching it, or excruciating it is to watch this team at times, because you can at least hang your hat on the pitching. Yep. But if we don't get the Stott home run Sunday, you wasted a Wheeler outing. That's another outing that could have been wasted right there. I just and listen, Schwarber, we thought he saved us last night for a second, but again, he came back and bit us last night because of Romano. I just, when I see this, I don't know how Dave Dombrowski can actually believe that he doesn't need to do anything at the trade deadline.
Well, and I actually
I don't see how that could be possible.
A part of me is happy that they're making it obvious. Their numbers. So I think he said those comments before the Houston series. In the Houston series, they scored 1 run, and it's looked about the same. There's been some.
I mean, even that Reds series, how many total runs did they score in that series? They had the one game where they won 5-1, right?
Well, they smoked Abbott. They did pretty good against him. And then Lodolo shut him down before. They hit the home runs. And they scored like 5 runs on Saturday, and then they did nothing against Chase Burns on Sunday.
The injury report sponsored by Martin Law, the law firm for injured workers for over 40 years. Nobody injured, as far as I can tell, except for Aaron Nola. We'll get you the
and maybe my elbow.
And your elbow. Yeah, the injury report.
Stick it in the ice bucket, man.
Jack Fritz, liable to have Tommy John, like Clark Schmidt the other day. I saw Boone say, he's got to have Tommy John. I think you do too.
Well, listen, I mean, it seems like you're all over your fantasy guys.
I am. Well, I've gotten screwed, man. Clark Schmidt, Chris Sale, I'm in trouble right now.
I'm like, where the hell did Clark Schmidt
come from? This guy's breaking out Clark Schmidt tape.
Well, he beats Tommy John. We'll get you the starting lineups and the weather report next. This is Leading Off on 94 WIP.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with X5 Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
If Old Spice Deep Sea Super Hydration Body Wash were music, what would it sound like? Start with the deep sounds of Old Spice's ocean waves and kelp. Layer on the smooth, renewing moisture. You wouldn't hear any parabens or phthalates because Old Spice Deep Sea hasn't got any. But you would hear that vitamin B3 for healthier looking skin. So while your regular body wash sounds like this, Old Spice sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
The Black Friday and July event from Dell Technologies is here with great offers on trusted technology. You'll also discover huge deals on new AI-ready laptops like the Dell 14 Plus featuring Intel Core Ultra processors starting at $699.99. Save on top accessories, plus enjoy fast, free shipping and other benefits. Upgrade today by visiting Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
The Joe Conklin Show is Philly sports put to music.
10, 20, 25, 30, Eagles.
Wild One in Ocean City, July 11th and 12th. Tickets at JoeConklin.com.
JoeConklin.com!
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. This is Leading Off. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station.
Living in this big blue world with my head up in outer space. I know I'll be A-O-A-OK. I know I'll be A-O-A-OK.
It is Leading Off with the WIP Afternoon Show. We are at McGurk's in Fort Washington. Once again, before we get back to the baseball that depresses you at the moment, the Phillies, if you haven't heard, Jack wins round 2 of Fritz versus DeCamara.
Yep.
The baseball, 8 up, 8 down, 5 strikeouts. There were only 8 because he only needed 8. DeCamara put 3 in play, 3 ground balls to the third baseman. 1 was a close play, which is amazing. I can't wait for you to see the video on YouTube of DeCamara running to first base, because I actually only caught it out of the corner of my eye. I was watching the third baseman, like I was just watching the ball. I wasn't watching DeCamara, but I caught it out of the corner of my eye. I can't wait to see the official video of DeCamara running to first base.
I was surprised it was that semi-close.
I mean, he was scooting.
He was scooting.
Yeah, well, because he could smell one.
Hey,
he could smell one.
He was busting it down the line.
And he knew if he got on base that he might shake you a little bit.
Yeah.
I think that's what he was trying to do.
He laid it all on the line on that one.
Yeah.
How about the weather report, Jack? What do you think about that?
Listen, today's weather report brought to you by Pella Windows and Doors of Philadelphia. For windows and doors that go beyond, visit the pros at PellaPhilly.com.
Well, it's in San Francisco, and it is sunny, 65 degrees and sunny. So good weather for Jesus Luzardo and for the Phils, hopefully winning the third game of this 3-game set against the Giants.
Salvage 1 win.
I'm always surprised by the...
Well, and Oracle. Like, what is going on
at
Oracle?
7 and 27 since 2014.
At Oracle.
Yeah. I mean, it's just dreadful. They go out there and they play the worst games they could possibly play. It's awful.
And I can't figure out why. I mean, the Giants are a good team, but it's not like they're going to play the world beaters out there. Like they should be.
I mean, maybe it's because the huge. I don't have a good answer for you, but it's like a huge ballpark. It's always a little colder. I'm surprised how cold San Francisco is. I mean, I think first pitch game temperature was 59 degrees yesterday.
Yeah. It's not. There's a monstrous difference between Southern California and Northern California from a weather standpoint.
Yeah.
San Francisco definitely not. It's cold all the time.
Yep.
You know, especially.
It's just so weird.
Yeah. Well, because you think California, you think warm.
Yeah.
Starting lineup brought to you by the Fence Authority. Make your new fence as easy as 1, 2, 3 at Fence Authority. Leading off and playing shortstop is Trey Turner. Kyle Schwarber is your DH hitting second. Bryce Harper is hitting third and playing first base. Alec Boehm hitting cleanup and playing third. Nick Castellanos is hitting 5th and playing right field. Playing left field and hitting 6th is Max Kepler. JT Realmuto is catching and hitting 7th. Bryson Stott hitting 8th and playing second base. And Brandon Marsh playing center field and hitting 9th. And Jesus Luzardo on the mound. Marsh in center field has had, for a good fielder,
he's a good left fielder.
Okay, yeah, because it just feels like you can't judge balls out there. Because there was the ball the first game, too, that he completely misplayed. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, last night was a good example of wanting and wishing that Johan Rojas could just hit the ball. Because Rojas made a couple plays early in the game where he chased the ball down in the 2 balls in the gap. And I had the same reaction both times. Like, why can't you just hit? Because he can go get him.
Yeah.
But Marsh, even the walk-off home run that was an inside the Parker, he ran right into the wall.
Do you think they need 2 bullpen arms or 1?
Probably 2. I mean, one's necessary, obviously, but it might be even with one of these starters going to the bullpen, they're probably going to need 2.
Yeah. Well, even just to get through the season, because we get Alvarado back in August, but I will
say
don't know.
It was encouraging the way that Strahm threw last night.
Yeah, he looked good, man.
The thing about Strahm is he has to rely on deception, and his fastball's only 93, 94, but he got it back up to 94 last night, and I thought it had the old movement to it. So maybe my optimistic sense of Matt Strahm is that he had a dead arm period, and you saw that, unfortunately, you watched it, and maybe he's coming out the other side of the dead arm period.
When you say dead arm, can you explain that? What is happening when a guy goes through a dead arm period? It's just not there.
Explain. It's just not there.
Too much work?
Well, yeah, but I mean, some guys it happens almost every pitcher to where you throw a lot and it just goes on you for a little stretch. Now it can come back. It usually comes back.
Yeah.
But it's pretty hard to explain. It's just like a phenomenon with baseball.
It's baseball.
I know. It's baseball.
Goodness.
You got a dead arm period. Sometimes you have brain cramps, right?
No. Then you're like, oh, there's nothing there to explain. It just happens. What?
Well,
that's the yips. That's baseball.
When I'm thinking about, I'm not a baseball player, but I'm thinking about me. I go through stretches where I wake up in the morning and I can't think of what I want to talk about, and I can't
that brain dead?
Yeah, I'll have a writer's block sort of thing, and and the harder you try, the worst part about that, and I don't know if it's the same thing with a pitcher, the harder you try, almost the worse it is. You can't effort your way out of it.
Well, yours is a mental thing.
Yes.
That the pitcher's a physical thing.
Yes.
What are you?
Today was getting over the mental hurdle, and then eventually morphed into physical.
Are you going to take Video Justin's offer up on getting out there and playing a little tennis before you
you
play the camera?
I'm definitely going to
play Video Justin is our Video Justin.
Yeah, our Justin.
I thought you meant OG Wade's Video Justin.
Oh, no, he probably can't play tennis.
Do we have to sue him, by the way? Can we sue?
For what?
For what he
live streamed the
stuff,
yes.
Today?
Oh, well, what did he do?
He live streamed the entire.
He's allowed.
It's public. What do you want to do?
Yeah, talk to Lakin.
I'm trying to take him down.
Yeah, take down Justin. I don't think we have to worry about suing him for
content.
That.
Was he doing play-by-play on it?
No, look, there is no doubt that Justin is going to get in trouble for.
It's the Robin from Robin Ford back on the air. Jenna from Rose Tree wants a squawk.
Hey, Robin. Yeah, I feel chained to my old car that I hate, and I may owe a little more than it's worth. Suggestions?
Declare your independence this July and fly into freedom at Robin Ford.